Chapter 1. The Land of Fire, Converges. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, as dusk settled in, students were joyfully emerging from their classes. A group of 12 and 13-year-old boys, filled with laughter and chatter, made their way out of the school. Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, how about we go for some barbecue later? My dad gave me a hefty allowance today, so it's on me. A chubby boy with brown hair and squinty eyes cheerfully slung an arm around a blonde-haired boy's shoulder. Naruto, you should come with us. At that moment, a boy with a spiky hairstyle and a languid demeanor chimed in. Yeah, Naruto, join us. Today, Choji's treating. Absolutely, let's all go, Naruto. Another boy, clad in a gray shirt with tousled hair and a cute white dog resting on his chest, added boisterously, his cheeks adorned with red triangular markings. The speakers were Shikamaru and Kiba, while the boy who was playfully draping an arm over Naruto's shoulder was none other than Choji. However, the one referred to as Naruto, the blonde-haired boy, kept his head down, remaining silent. Why aren't you saying anything? Naruto, are you feeling down? The astute Shikamaru seemed to sense something amiss and inquired with curiosity. A flicker of unease passed through their gazes as they regarded Naruto. Typically, Naruto was the most vibrant and whimsical of their group of four who often skipped class together. Especially when it came to the prospect of a treat, he would be overjoyed. Yet, for the past month, this usually lively Naruto had been conspicuously quiet and subdued, leaving them quite baffled. It's nothing, I just had a bit of stomach issue lately and don't feel so great, Naruto replied with a faint smile. You guys go, I'll head back first. Thank you. With a soft smile, Naruto turned and walked away alone. As he watched Naruto's retreating figure, the chubby Choji muttered, Is Naruto really okay? Who knows? Shikamaru replied, almost as if compelled to say so. Without the protective confines of the Ninja Academy, as Naruto wandered through the bustling streets, the malicious taunts from passers-by echoed in his ears once more. Demon fox, stinky monster, filthy fox, unruly brat, bottom of the class, idiot. Naruto had grown accustomed to the disdainful attitudes of the townsfolk over the past month. Even though he had ceased his mischievous antics, he still faced incessant insults and humiliation from many. This was the very village his parents had fought so hard to protect. Ah, how ludicrous. It was not that Naruto did not wish to fight back, rather. He was acutely aware that there were always eyes watching him within Converges. Upon returning to his familiar little abode, Naruto had begun to accept this new identity over time. Indeed, the Naruto of now was no longer the same as before. He was a soul from Earth, merged with the memories of the original Naruto Uzumaki Naruto. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in for a consecutive month, and as a reward, you receive the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As the system's voice faded, a contented smile graced Naruto's face. Closing his eyes, when he opened them again, his once azure pupils had transformed into the red, shuriken-shaped Sharingan. The Sharingan was one of the most formidable eyes in the world of ninjas, belonging solely to the Uchiha clan. Among the entire Uchiha clan, only a handful could awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, the eternal Mangeki was even rarer, possessed by only a select few in the ninja world, such as Uchiha Madara and later Uchiha Sasuke. And now, Naruto had effortlessly acquired this legendary eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In merely a fleeting moment, the Sharingan vanished, and Naruto's pupils reverted to their original azure hue. With this, I can claim to possess one of the three most powerful ocular jutsu in the ninja world. The eternal Mangeki he had acquired was akin to the broken dual divine abilities of the Sharingan. With that thought, a smile tugged at the corners of Naruto's lips as a figure wearing a red spiral mask flashed through his mind. Uchiha Obito, just you wait, I will settle the score with you. Of course, before that, he needed to deal with the one lurking within him first. Ironically, it seemed the system either felt pity for him or something else, for throughout this month, each time he signed in, he received mostly daily necessities and food. Thus, thanks to these sign-ins, although Naruto couldn't claim to have lived extravagantly over the past month, at least he didn't have to go hungry. After casually consuming some instant noodles, Naruto settled onto his small bed and began to meditate. With his eyes closed, he focused his consciousness, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a dark underground chamber. He knew this was the place where the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, was sealed within his body. In stark contrast to the sunlit outside world, this place was shrouded in darkness and dampness. The long corridor was covered with thick puddles of water. Unfazed, Naruto strode confidently down the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly. As he walked through the waterlogged corridor, ripples spread out with each step he took. Step by step, Naruto advanced, and gradually, a glimmer of light appeared at the corridor's end. As he approached, he could see that it was a massive cage made of red pillars. Inside the cage, a colossal orange figure, resembling a small mountain, slumped with its head down, lazily resting in the water, its 9 enormous tails swaying languidly. 9 Tails, we meet again. Naruto's calm voice resonated, his gaze fiercely locked onto the immense figure in the cage, bright and self-assured. Damn, you little brat. What do you want this time? The previously calm 9 Tails suddenly became agitated, its crimson eyes flaring open, and it lunged at Naruto with a menacing roar, sharp claws aimed at him. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not break free from the confines of the enormous red cage. Cursed 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Cursed little brat. The 9 Tails howled in frustration, and the violent tremors sent the puddles crashing about, creating a tumultuous wave. As the water surged toward Naruto, he remained unfazed, a picture of composure. Disregarding the beast's fury, Naruto continued, 9 Tails, I've come to propose a partnership. After all, you wouldn't want to be trapped in this lightless cage for eternity, would you? Do you dare mock me, old fool? Have you lost your sense of self-preservation, brat? The 9 Tails was thoroughly enraged. In an instant, the colossal waves surged toward Naruto once more. Seeing its furious demeanor, Naruto realized that without demonstrating his true power, the beast would never be subdued. His gaze sharpened, he commanded, be quiet. His azure pupils were replaced by blood-red ones, as the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan manifested in Naruto's eyes. With just a glance, the 9 Tails found itself stripped of its will to resist. This was the might of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Mangekyou Sharingan, you little brat. A flicker of unwillingness crossed the 9 Tails' eyes as its ruby-red slit pupils transformed into the shuriken-shaped Sharingan. Now, can we have some peace? As he watched the 9 Tails slump helplessly to the ground, Naruto smirked derisively. Brat, why do you possess those eyes? You are not Uzumaki Naruto. Who are you really? I am Uzumaki Naruto, but I am no longer the Naruto you once knew, Naruto replied calmly. What do you mean? It means that I am aware of everything in the ninja world. I am all-knowing. Whereas the previous Uzumaki Naruto was oblivious to these truths. I know your name is Kurama. You and the other 8-tailed beasts were all split from the 10 Tails, whose first Jinchuriki was the Sage of 6 Paths, an old man named Tsutsuki Kagaya. And I also know, though Naruto's tone was light, each word struck like thunder, reverberating through the heart of the 9 Tails. Brat, who told you all this? What else do you know? At that moment, the 9 Tails regarded Naruto with newfound respect, no longer daring to underestimate this seemingly 13-year-old boy. Who informed me is not of importance. What matters is that I am the one the Sage of 6 Paths referred to, the one who will bring change to the ninja world. I am the one whom the Sage of 6 Paths wished for you to follow. How can I trust your words? The 9 Tails replied uncertainly. Because you have no choice, Naruto chuckled softly. As long as these eyes are upon you, you shall remain under my control. What Uchiha Madara could accomplish, so too can I. Believe you are acutely aware of this fact. Naruto's words deftly tore open the scars of the 9 Tails. Once upon a time, as the mightiest of the tailed beasts, it was brimming with confidence until it encountered that man, Uchiha Madara. This man, who could dominate it solely through his Mangekyou Sharingan and compel it to forge a summoning contract, was the source of its lifelong agony. To this day, the mere mention of Uchiha Madara sends shivers down the spine of the 9 Tails. Contemplating the youth before it, who possessed equally fearsome eyes, the 9 Tails held no doubt about Naruto's words. Should it dare to resist, this young man would undoubtedly torment it to the brink of despair. The Ninetales feared not death, for as a tailed beast, even if the host perished, it could be reborn after a decade or so. What it truly feared was being manipulated, losing control over its own existence and freedom. This was the root of its long-standing animosity towards Naruto. Yet, when faced with the moment, it ultimately conceded. "What do you wish for me to do?" The proud Ninetales finally bowed its regal head. Seeing its capitulation, Naruto smiled and said, "You need not worry, I shall not impose unreasonable demands upon you. I merely wish to befriend you, to become partners upon whom we can rely." Friends? The Ninetales clearly did not expect that the imposing Naruto would utter such words. Naruto continued, "Having dwelled within me for so many years, you must be aware of the life I have led. Daily mocked and scorned, constantly surveilled, deprived of any freedom. You are imprisoned within my body, yet how am I not also confined within the cage of Konohagakure? Thus, I hope we can truly become friends after all. We're the ones who understand each other the most, are we not?" It must be said, Naruto's words struck a chord deep within the Ninetales. The Ninetales have been the longest companion to Naruto, witnessing his growth from the moment of his birth until the age of 13. From being the son of a hero to being scorned by all, from acting mischievously to gain attention, Naruto had always yearned for the acknowledgement of companions. This was the very youth it had watched grow. The cage it had always despised now proclaimed that they were the ones who understood each other best. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. "Very well, I acknowledge you, Naruto. Let me witness the strength you possess to instigate change in this world." Thus thought the Ninetales. But before proceeding, it wished to confirm once more. "Have you made up your mind?" "Kurama, if you are still confused, it is fine, I shall afford you the time to ponder." Naruto's voice echoed once more. "Naruto, is it true that you wish to be my friend, to become partners?" This time, Kurama did not refer to Naruto as a mere brat. It genuinely hoped that Naruto would divulge everything to it. "Indeed. Then I must ask, how did you come to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? And how do you know of the Sage of Six Paths? Can you enlighten me? You wish to know? Then I shall tell you." Subsequently, Naruto revealed his identity as a traveler and the truth of his possession of a system to Kurama, the tailed beast. "I hail from a planet called Earth, where this world of shinobi exists solely within the pages of a comic book. And Naruto is the protagonist of that comic. All that I know is derived from Naruto's experiences alongside you. In this tale, Naruto is destined to become the prophesied child, leading the shinobi world toward a new revolution, but alas, he ultimately fails. The alliance of nations did not endure long after the deaths of Naruto and Sasuke. New wars erupted in the shinobi world. The conflicts persisted until the world was completely annihilated by the incoming Tsutsuki clan. Thus, the history of the shinobi world came to a definitive end, and your ultimate fate was to perish in order to protect Naruto. Upon finishing this account, Naruto, fearing Kurama might doubt him, recounted the entire history from the descent of Kagaya Tsutsuki to the demise of the Ninetales, culminating in the obliteration of the shinobi realm. At last, Kurama was thoroughly convinced. "Ah, I see, no wonder you know all of this. I never imagined that our shinobi world merely exists as a comic book in your realm. How laughable that I have prided myself for so long, only to find myself ultimately powerless against the terrifying Tsutsuki clan." Noticing the melancholy in Kurama's tone, Naruto offered reassurance. "But Kurama, you need not worry, I am here now." He closed his eyes, silently reflecting on everything that had transpired, desperately attempting to drift into a peaceful slumber. However, after a considerable duration, his eyes reluctantly opened once more. Indeed, no matter how indifferent he feigned to be on the surface, he was ultimately an ordinary man, incapable of truly ignoring it all and falling into a tranquil sleep. With a sigh of frustration, he rose and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the twinkling lights of the nightscape. Leaning against the railing, he let out a soft exhale. At that moment, Qin Feng yearned to light a cigarette, drawing deeply to alleviate the turmoil and unease within his heart. Alas, he did not smoke and found nothing in his pockets. After a prolonged silence, he contemplated for a moment, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. "Hello?" came a familiar, sweet voice from the other end, as if anticipating his call. With his remarkable memory, he had memorized the digits from the little note with a mere glance. Since the other party was intrigued by him, and he, too, sought a modicum of comfort. Coupled with a favorable impression of her, he decided to indulge her whims. He reassured himself not to overthink it. He merely wished to test the efficacy of his skills, curious whether they would yield results in another realm. Coughing slightly, he reminded himself that this was a serious matter. He was a respectable individual. Later, Qin Feng lay half reclined on his bed, hands behind his head, still staring at the ceiling. Unable to sleep, his bare torso showcased a sculpted physique, with well-defined pectorals, robust biceps, and alluring abdominal muscles, reminiscent of chocolate, each contour distinctly visible. Beside him lay the woman, her lips curling into a weary yet contented smile, fast asleep, her energy utterly depleted after the hour-long exertion. Qin Feng still possessed some energy. After a series of meticulous experiments and thorough studies, he ultimately arrived at a conclusion. Mastery of marksmanship conferred him no additional benefits whatsoever. Regardless, that night successfully alleviated the last trace of unease lingering in Qin Feng's heart. Gently caressing the soft warmth of his companion's body, he gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze as Qin Feng awoke and opened his eyes. She was still ensconced in her sweet dreams, yet to awaken. Qin Feng rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. After thoroughly refreshing himself, he noticed that she was still asleep. He then called the hotel concierge to request an exquisite breakfast, which he placed beside the bedside. Subsequently, he left a note that read, "This has been a wonderful and delightful night, one I shall cherish. I look forward to our next encounter, should fate allow." Qin Feng took a taxi and returned to the luxurious hotel where he had checked in. In the lobby downstairs, the appointed time soon arrived, and he met once again with the suited man who had picked him up the previous day. Together, they proceeded to the nearby CCG headquarters in Tokyo. The CCG headquarters, the main office of the Commission of Counter-Ghoul, is situated in the Chiyoda district of Tokyo, at the heart of the city. However, this area, designated as Zone 1 by the CCG, is far from safe. It is a perilous region rife with ghouls, who vie for territory amongst themselves, marking it as a front line in the battle against these creatures. The headquarters building stands majestically in this treacherous locale, serving as a stronghold for numerous ghoul investigators, fortified to an extent that few ghouls would dare to approach and meet their demise. As Qin Feng followed the suited man to this location and stepped out of the vehicle, he gazed up at the imposing CCG headquarters, feeling a surge of excitement within him. The reason for his exhilaration was clear. He was about to receive his first primary mission reward. "Please follow me," urged the suited man, as Qin Feng trailed closely behind, advancing toward the entrance of the headquarters. In no time, he stood just a step away from the lobby's entrance. Pausing momentarily, his gaze sharpened, and he finally took that step inside. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the main mission. Visit the CCG headquarters in Tokyo. Mission rewards have been issued. Please acknowledge receipt. The main mission has been updated." Ding. A new primary mission has been revealed. Eliminate 10 ghouls. Mission reward, mastery in combat. As Qin Feng stepped forward, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind, and he immediately sensed the transformations occurring within his body. The hardness of his bones began to elevate continuously, surging wildly, while the muscle tissue throughout his body grew incredibly tight and robust, becoming more resilient and powerful, brimming with explosive strength. In an instant, every aspect of his physical being, bones, heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, stomach, bile, intestines, brain, eyes, nose, ears, teeth, tongue, and even his blood, skin, and hair, underwent a monumental transformation, dramatically enhancing. With that single step, the once ordinary man had transcended into the realm of human physical limits. Is this truly the pinnacle of humanity? Indeed, it is worthy of the title of the most formidable system. Feeling the immense strength of his physique, Qin Feng was overwhelmed with an indescribable joy that filled his soul. A delightful elevation of his life force brought him immense pleasure. Had the moment been more opportune, he might have burst into laughter. He silently recited a command in his heart and promptly summoned his attribute panel, Ultimate System, Host, Qin Feng, Gender, Male, Age, 24, 150, Desiring Longevity, Strive to Grow Stronger. Race, Human, Strength, 30, Human Limit Value, 30, Constitution, 30, Agility, 30, Spirit, 30, World Source Points, 0, Special Abilities, Linguistic Proficiency, Mastery of Marksmanship, System Backpack, Life Potions X10, Energy Potions X10. As anticipated, his personal data had undergone astonishing transformations. Firstly, his age limit had increased from 95 to 150, thereby extending his lifespan by a remarkable 55 years, a feat deemed the pinnacle of human potential. Furthermore, all four of his physical attributes, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, had reached the human limit of 30, an astonishing six-fold enhancement over that of an ordinary adult. Should he advance further, it was likely he would ascend to the realm of extraordinary beings. Although his exterior remained unchanged, still resembling his former self, internally he had undeniably transformed into a humanoid behemoth, possessing a terrifyingly robust physique. The man in the suit who had been walking ahead of him felt as if he had been scrutinized by a fearsome beast, a chill creeping down his spine. Mr. Qin Feng. The suited man involuntarily turned back, gazing at him with a mix of shock and unease. What is it? Qin Feng offered a gentle smile, exuding an aura of innocence. The man in the suit shivered imperceptibly, unable to articulate the source of his trepidation. He instinctively quickened his pace, continuing to lead the way. Little did he know that in the briefest moment, a remarkable transformation had occurred in the ghoul investigator from the dragon country who trailed behind him. Yet, all of this transpired unnoticed, concealed beneath the fabric of their attire, silent and shrouded in secrecy. Before long, the nameless man in the suit found his release, guiding Qin Feng to the head of the CCG headquarters, successfully fulfilling his role as a host. Welcome, Mr. Qin Feng, the ghoul investigator from the dragon country. The current director of the CCG, Yoshiyuki Kamishiro, had already been informed of Qin Feng's impending arrival and awaited him personally. Greetings, Director Kamishiro. Observing the director's warm demeanor, Qin Feng returned the smile, his gaze flickering as he extended his hand for a handshake. It is a pleasure to meet you. How could he not feel pleased? After all, the individual before him was a ghoul disguised as a human, a direct descendant of the Kamishiro family, and a traitor within the CCG headquarters. Naturally, Qin Feng had no intention of revealing Yoshiyuki Kamishiro's true identity just yet. As a newcomer from a foreign land, accusing a high-ranking official would only lead to suspicions of ulterior motives, painting him as a threat. Should he dare to make such an accusation, the surrounding ghoul investigators would likely arrest him instead of assisting against Yoshiyuki Kamishiro. Even though his status in the Dragon Country was not insignificant, comparable to that of a quasi-special investigator in the Neon Country CCG, it was still insufficient to instigate a challenge against the entire organization. Besides, he bore no grudge against Kamishiro, thus he had no desire to court trouble. Of course, should the opportunity arise and Kamishiro become a target in his mission, that would be an entirely different matter. For the time being, both parties engaged in light-hearted conversation, their demeanor warm and amiable, akin to long-lost friends. Mr. Qin Feng, you truly possess remarkable charisma. Yoshiyuki Kamishiro exclaimed, inwardly astonished by Qin Feng's exceptional presence, his enthusiasm further heightened. Oh, you flatter me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Feng outwardly adhered to his role as a CCG investigator from the Dragon Kingdom, perfectly embodying his identity as he engaged in this international exchange. Shortly thereafter, Director Hishioji, accompanied by a cadre of subordinate investigators, welcomed Qin Feng inside, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the hall. Mr. Qin Feng, please observe this, the director proudly proclaimed, gesturing towards the inspection device stationed at the entrance. This is the latest innovation developed by our CCG Experimental Research Department, the RC Inspection Gate. It can detect the cellular quantity of RC factors within any entity that passes beneath it. Given that ghouls possess RC factors that exceed those of humans by more than tenfold, this device can unequivocally ascertain whether the subject is human or ghoul, effectively preventing ghouls from masquerading as humans and infiltrating our CCG headquarters. As he spoke, the director, adept in the art of performance, even conducted a demonstration for Qin Feng. He concluded with a note of regret, lamenting, "It is indeed unfortunate that the cost of production is excessively high. Our technology is not yet advanced enough to allow for widespread implementation. Only the CCG headquarters, its various branches, and a select few affluent private companies possess the financial means to equip themselves with the RC inspection gate." Indeed, what a remarkable invention, Qin Feng remarked. Qin Feng feigned a look of sudden realization as he scrutinized the RC inspection gate, exclaiming in awe. He took the initiative to experiment, wandering back and forth at the entrance of the inspection passage several times, naturally without triggering any alarms. After all, he was merely human, devoid of any RC factors that might set off such warnings. However, he was acutely aware of the underlying intricacies of this RC inspection gate. Having aligned with the Washa family, who wielded control over the entire CCG, including the experimental and research departments, he knew that backdoor vulnerabilities had long been embedded within their system, rendering this RC inspection gate ineffective against ghouls affiliated with the Washa family and the V organization. Consequently, it served only to guard against external threats, failing to deter internal traitors. Thus, a ghoul like Washa Jitsumi, who had infiltrated the CCG headquarters, could pass through without raising any suspicions. Subsequently, as the host, Washa Jitsumi led a cadre of ghoul investigators, guiding Qin Feng through the CCG headquarters for a tour and exchange, traversing various departments to elucidate the operational processes of CCG in their Neon Country, showcasing how they eradicated ghouls. When they arrived at the Experimental Research Department, Qin Feng, who had been attentively listening, suddenly expressed a desire to personally test the specialized ammunition developed by CCG to combat ghouls, the Q Barrett. Washa Jitsumi and the others had no objections and readily consented. Before long, they escorted Qin Feng to the testing range, where a series of specialized firearms and bullets infused with dissolved kakahu were prepared for him. "Please, indulge yourself in the experience," proclaimed the elite researcher, adjusting the heavy frames of his glasses with a confident tone. "Very well, thank you," Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng grasped an automatic rifle that bore an unremarkable resemblance to ordinary firearms.
He seized a magazine brimming with 50 BMG rounds, glanced around with a practiced eye, and deftly inserted it. Chambering a round, he disengaged the safety, directing the muzzle toward the target situated 50 meters away, almost without the need for aiming. His mastery of marksmanship enabled him to fire immediately. The resounding crack of gunfire erupted in a relentless barrage, reverberating throughout the subterranean shooting range. Qin Feng emptied the entire magazine, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. It was his first encounter with a genuine firearm. Yet he moved as if he had rehearsed this countless times before, displaying an extraordinary familiarity. The target he aimed at was utterly obliterated, riddled with innumerable holes that all converged precisely at the bullseye. "What exceptional marksmanship!" exclaimed Hishijia, who stood nearby. Having perused the dossier on this ghoul investigator from the Dragon Nation, he was well aware of Qin Feng's remarkable shooting skills, but he had not anticipated such prowess. Even with the considerable recoil of the automatic rifle, Qin Feng managed to maintain steady control and achieve such accuracy. Director I appreciate your kind words. Compared to your elite subordinates, my performance is but a trifle." Qin Feng felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Yet he maintained the characteristic humility and modesty of a citizen of the Dragon Nation. After expending the ammunition from the automatic rifle in his hands, he promptly seized 2 handguns from the table. With remarkable swiftness, he loaded the bullets and, gripping one in each hand, he fired in succession at another target. Bang, 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 bang. In rapid succession, he discharged over a dozen rounds, each striking the bullseye with precision. Within less than 3 seconds, he had emptied both guns, and his arms remained perfectly steady throughout, showcasing his extraordinary physical prowess. Truly impressive. Is this the prowess of a ghoul investigator from the Dragon Nation? How remarkable. Those ghoul investigators who were acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of Qin Feng's skills could not help but express their astonishment, utterly incredulous. "Aha, you flatter me." Qin Feng humbly waved his hand, yet he was inwardly quite pleased. These firearms are truly remarkable. He discovered that the marksmanship mastery ability granted by the new player package was exceptionally powerful, transforming him, an ordinary individual, into a sharpshooter capable of hitting every target with precision. It was truly impressive. He even felt as if he possessed an uncanny ability to control the trajectory of every bullet he fired, hitting his mark without fail, as if he had undergone rigorous training. Indeed, the mastery of marksmanship was aptly rated by the system as a display of superb skill. This instilled in him a profound confidence, a sense of security that proclaimed, "As long as I wield a firearm with a bullet in the chamber, I fear no one." However, he pondered how it would feel to utilize the special weapon against ghouls, known as a gun. Nonetheless, his current close combat abilities were equivalent to that of an ordinary person, rendering him nearly defenseless. Although he possessed the peak physicality of humanity, he was utterly ignorant of martial techniques, remaining a novice. This was somewhat disappointing. Despite having the potential, he could not fully realize it. Perhaps only upon completing the new main quest to eliminate 10 ghouls and earning the combat master reward would he see any improvement. Qin Feng felt a sudden spark of inspiration and could not resist making a new proposal to Director He. "My primary purpose in coming from the Dragon Kingdom is to learn from your esteemed Neon Nation's experiences in combating ghouls, with an emphasis on practical applications." Qin Feng revealed a sincere yet feigned smile, gazing at the other party as he spoke. "I wonder if there exists an opportunity for me to accompany your ghoul investigators in a practical operation, to personally experience how you expel ghouls." "Mr. Qin Feng, while our CCG possesses considerable expertise in dealing with ghouls, it is important to acknowledge that not every endeavor is devoid of risk. As a guest who has traveled from afar, should any mishap occur." Hishiji pondered for a moment. Realizing that Qin Feng's safety was intricately tied to the diplomatic relations between their two nations, a matter of great significance, he was rather hesitant to acquiesce to such a perilous request. "Director do you doubt my marksmanship?" Qin Feng raised the dual pistols in his hands, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "During my time in the Dragon Country, I have participated in numerous operations to capture ghouls, and many formidable ghouls have fallen to my gun. Therefore, you need not worry about my personal safety." He spoke with an air of bravado, feigning expertise to create advantageous conditions for himself to accomplish the primary mission of eliminating 10 ghouls. After all, it would be far too cumbersome for him to stealthily confront ghouls alone without even a firearm. Mingling within the CCG ranks to discreetly claim kills was undeniably more exhilarating. Of course, the path of least resistance was the preferred choice. Seizing the opportunity and utilizing others to achieve his ends was a most agreeable strategy. Upon hearing such an audacious request, Director Zajishi felt a tinge of exasperation, yet pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing. "Since Mr. Qin Feng is so insistent, very well. I shall make the necessary arrangements." Coincidentally, our district's commander, Special Investigator Anpu Seiko, is scheduled for a ghoul extermination operation this afternoon. I will endeavor to persuade her to allow you to join her team. After a brief contemplation and a hushed discussion with his subordinates, Director Zajishi turned back to Qin Feng and mused that if a special investigator were to lead the mission, Mr. Qin Feng's safety would undoubtedly be ensured. It is essential to recognize that each special investigator within the CCG is a seasoned officer of formidable strength and extensive combat experience, not to be underestimated. She should be capable of safeguarding Mr. Qin Feng effectively. Thank you very much. Qin Feng was instantly filled with joy, his heart brimming with delight at the success of his plan. A free worker, indeed. That afternoon, Qin Feng met the distinguished special investigator, Anpu Seiko. As mentioned by Director Xiao, she consented to allow him to temporarily join her task force, granting him the opportunity to closely observe the upcoming operation to exterminate ghouls. Hello. My name is Qin Feng, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. As he gazed upon the coolly elegant woman before him, Qin Feng extended his right hand in greeting. It must be said that her beauty was striking. Her hair was elegantly styled in a bun, her icy gaze exuded a sense of poise, and her demeanor was impeccably refined, radiating a captivating femininity. She possessed a remarkable figure, complemented by long legs accentuated by black stockings and high heels. Greetings. I'm Anpu Seiko. She cast a brief glance at him, her demeanor somewhat frosty. During the forthcoming operation, I expect you to adhere to my commands and remain close to me to avoid any unforeseen incidents. It was evident that this female special investigator harbored some reservations regarding Director Xiao's sudden decision to incorporate an unrelated individual into her team, especially given his insistence on ensuring Qin Feng's safety, which implied that she might be hindered by his presence. Nevertheless, as one of CCG's 7 special investigators, tasked with commanding operations in Area 1 and being the first female to hold such a position, her prowess was undeniable. Having accepted the mission, she was committed to safeguarding Qin Feng's safety without reservation. Not a problem, Miss Seiko. Qin Feng smiled, retracting his right hand without feeling awkward, responding in a natural tone. The other party was merely his free laborer. He would not interfere with their actions or vie for command. His sole objective was to seize the opportunity to eliminate 10 ghouls and complete the primary task. Upon hearing someone directly call his name, Anpu Qingzi furrowed her brows but refrained from commenting further. She nodded and began to organize the operation. Naturally, Qin Feng's charisma played a role in not turning her too adverse to his presence, tacitly allowing his actions. Soon, she led the team from the CCG headquarters, driving 4 combat vehicles to the vicinity of an abandoned building in Area 1. They disembarked and proceeded to surround the dilapidated structure. They had received credible intelligence indicating that a group of ghouls responsible for recent predatory incidents against humans was hiding within this building. This was a small ghoul organization, numbering around 30, which sheltered during the day and emerged at night to hunt. Through her combat earpiece, Anpu Qingzi briefed her team on the upcoming mission. First squad, follow me for a frontal assault. The second squad will breach the back entrance. The third and fourth squads will guard the 2 exits, ready to assist at a moment's notice. As for you, stick close to me. She cast a glance at Qin Feng, declaring, all units, commence action. Understood. The ghoul searchers responded in unison, springing into action with remarkable efficiency. They soon encountered the ghouls concealed within the abandoned building, igniting a fierce battle. Damn it, it's those doves. They've breached our defenses. The ghouls exclaimed, various Kakuja organs manifesting as they retaliated. Eliminate them. Anpu Qingzi's eyes glinted coldly as she spotted 3 ghouls charging around the corner. Pressing her thumb on the button of her white briefcase, she retrieved her special weapon, the Qin Beetle. It resembled an RPG launcher, clearly formidable in firepower. A single shot from her weapon would likely result in a catastrophic explosion for the 3 ghouls, sending them spiraling into oblivion. Seeing this, Qin Feng could not remain passive. He needed to fulfill his task of eliminating 10 ghouls. Acting decisively, he swiftly drew his twin pistols, which he had borrowed from the CCG's experimental research department, and called out, Miss Qingzi, leave these small fry to me. Before Anpu Qingzi could respond, he squeezed the triggers with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots rang out, each bullet finding its mark as he executed the ghouls with precision. Phew, I'm glad I acted quickly. Glancing at the progress bar of the main task, eliminated, 310. Qin Feng silently rejoiced at his swiftness and accuracy, realizing he had seized a golden opportunity. With the obstacles cleared, they pressed onward. Anpu Qingzi furrowed her brows, casting a surprised glance at his marksmanship, but she said nothing further. Stowing her quink, she continued issuing commands. Before long, they had cleared the first floor of ghouls, and the lookout squad began advancing towards the second floor. It was worth noting that intelligence indicated a significant threat lurking within this small ghoul organization, a powerful S-rank ghoul. Otherwise, Anpu Qingzi, a special investigator, would not have personally led this eradication mission. As they ascended the staircase, the moment they reached the second floor, 2 members were struck down at the corner. Fortunately, as the vanguard, they wielded riot shields and sustained minimal injuries. Nearly caught off guard by a sudden barrage of Kakuja projectiles, those behind quickly pulled them back, evading the next wave of attacks. Noticing this, Qin Feng intended to intervene, but Anpu Qingzi signaled the first squad, seemingly prepared for such an eventuality. One of the searchers nodded, retrieving a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin, and tossing it into the corridor around the corner. Hiss! A dense fog enveloped the entire second-floor corridor, followed by violent coughing from within. the CCG's special grenade, the CRC gas. Its full name was Controlled Child Gas, a gas-type RC inhibitor capable of suppressing the activity of ghoul RC cells through respiration and mucosal contact, effectively preventing them from utilizing their kakuja. Sure enough, after a few seconds, when the ghoul searchers charged forward, the anticipated kakuja assault did not materialize. The ghouls were incapacitated and unable to retaliate. The first squad launched a decisive offensive, gunfire erupting as they thoroughly subdued the opposition. Their combat experience was unparalleled, adapting swiftly, an exceptionally formidable team. However, seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng also dashed forward, leveraging his superior marksmanship to claim 2 more heads from their hands. The main task's progress refreshed again, eliminated, 510. TSK, this group of free laborers is quite formidable. Unbeknownst to me, they had already taken down several ghouls. Observing the other fallen ghouls, Qin Feng, unwilling to miss out, fired a few more shots, only to find no head notifications, leading to a sense of frustration. Had he been even a moment slower, he would have missed the opportunity entirely. Well, I must focus on claiming heads. Anpu Qingzi had already clarified that this small ghoul organization comprised roughly 30 members, meaning he needed to eliminate at least a third to complete the primary task, which would not be easy. After all, he was only accompanying Anpu Qingzi's first squad. While another squad was simultaneously engaged, he hoped they encountered fewer ghouls, lest he fall short of the required count. What are you doing? Anpu Qingzi asked, somewhat perplexed, upon witnessing his actions of shooting the downed ghouls. Oh. This is called finishing off, to prevent these ghouls from feigning death and launching a surprise attack when we lower our guard. Qin Feng blinked, seeking justification for his peculiar behavior, and boldly asserted, in our Dragon Nation, this is an essential step, for we have learned through bloodshed in our early days. Anpu Seiko nodded. Though it was unclear whether she believed him, she refrained from further questioning. The group pressed forward, meticulously clearing each floor of ghouls, leaving no creature unscathed. During this endeavor, Qin Feng exhibited remarkable vigor, consistently leading the charge, with gunfire ringing incessantly. Concerned about the completion of the main task, he aimed each shot at the ghouls' heads. Displaying exceptional marksmanship, he managed to seize numerous kills from those ghoul investigators, who, lacking in shooting skills, could only spray bullets at the ghouls' bodies. Frequently, the ghouls would be severely injured by concentrated fire, only to be finished off by Qin Feng's precise headshots, an undeniable display of his prowess in securing kills. Remarkably, this did not go unnoticed, but the simultaneous gunfire masked the source of the bullets. Only the formidable Anpu Seiko sensed something amiss, attributing it to Qin Feng's extraordinary accuracy, silently admiring his confidence. It is worth noting that not everyone possesses the audacity to aim for an enemy's head in combat. Such precision demands a high level of skill. At that moment, she no longer viewed Qin Feng as a mere appendage to Director Xiao, but rather recognized him as a valuable asset to their combat efforts. Altering her perception significantly, his presence had undoubtedly facilitated the operation, as they had suffered no casualties thus far, much to Anpu Seiko's relief. She was keen to avoid any mishaps among her subordinates. Thus, as the group advanced and reached the 6th floor, successfully claiming another kill, Qin Feng finally heard a chime in his mind, akin to celestial music. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. Eliminate 10 ghouls. Task rewards have been dispensed. Please take note of the reception. Main task updated. Ding! A new main task has been revealed. Eliminate an S-class ghoul. Task reward. Special handgun with infinite ammunition, Desert Eagle. With the allocation of the main task reward, a torrent of knowledge surged into Qin Feng's mind, as if it had always been a part of him. This encompassed an extensive array of combat techniques, including, but not limited to, the national martial arts of Dragon Nation, Muay Thai, Judo, Karate, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Capoeira, wrestling, and various renowned or obscure fighting styles, along with insights into human anatomy, vital points, and striking techniques, all converging in his consciousness, instantly transforming him into a master of combat, significantly enhancing his close-quarters capabilities. The task reward, mastery of combat, proficient in advanced fighting techniques, encompassing unarmed and armed combat, able to skillfully wield any melee weapon. Qin Feng has finally addressed his shortcomings in close combat, enabling him to fully unleash the formidable potential of his human physique, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. What astonished him even more was the inclusion of weapon combat within his mastery of martial arts, allowing him to adeptly wield various melee weapons such as knives, guns, and clubs, an unexpected boon. He felt an overwhelming sense of strength, believing he could effortlessly vanquish 10 versions of his former self. Is this the true significance of combat skills? Even when the physical strength remains constant, as it is the limit of human capability, the lethality is entirely incomparable. Now, Qin Feng has transcended being merely a humanoid beast. He has evolved into a master of slaughter, possessing exquisite fighting techniques that enable him to deliver the most devastating blows with minimal effort. Not only is he proficient with melee weapons, but he is also confident in confronting those dangerous ghouls with iron skin barehanded. employing the technique of delivering force from a distance to dismantle their internal organs with ease. Indeed, he could even effortlessly shatter their steel-like hides with a single punch, with no strain whatsoever. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, and a wall in front of the crowd shattered instantaneously. A towering, bald ghoul surged forth, striking a powerful blow against the bomb-proof shield of the foremost ghoul investigator. With a resounding crack, the sturdy shield splintered into fragments, and the investigator was sent crashing against the opposite wall, reduced to a bloodied heap. In rapid succession, a shadow zipped by, and nearby, two ghoul investigators were cleaved in two, their anguished screams piercing the air. The source of the devastation was the ghoul's tail, elongated like a serpent and sharp as a blade. The newcomer was none other than the primary target of CCG's operation, the leader of this small ghoul organization, an S-class ghoul. Witnessing this, the onlooker's expression shifted dramatically, while Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity. An S-class ghoul. This was precisely the elimination target for his next main mission, an opportune moment indeed. Qin Feng, instead of being startled, felt a surge of joy. In an instant, he raised the muzzle of his gun and fired at the towering, bald ghoul. Bang, bang, bang. He aimed for the creature's most vulnerable point, its eyes, hoping to shatter the orbs and penetrate its brain, delivering a decisive blow. However, the adversary's reflexes proved to be far more agile than Qin Feng had anticipated. It seemed to sense the impending danger, retracting its tail with remarkable speed, swiftly maneuvering to shield its head. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck the tail, producing a piercing sound as they ricocheted away, failing to breach the creature's defenses. How tough the hide and flesh are. Indeed, Qin Feng could easily overpower the weaker ghouls, dispatching bullets into their heads before they could react. Yet, when confronted with these formidable S-class ghouls, the opponent's combat instincts were exceptional, effortlessly thwarting his shots as if accustomed to such levels of assault. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Feng relentlessly aimed at the bald ghoul, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. The sharp sound of the gun echoed as the magazine quickly ran dry. Yet, his fervent barrage succeeded in momentarily stifling the creature's movements, abruptly disrupting the aggressive advance of the S-class ghoul. The cadre of ghoul investigators swiftly reacted, raising their weapons and firing in unison, the air filled with the cacophony of gunfire. However, swifter still was Captain Anpu Seiko, the esteemed special investigator, who brandished her unique weapon, the Quinqua Itto. She deftly aligned the scope with the S-class ghoul's trajectory and pressed the launch button. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of 5 or 6 tracking projectiles shot forth from her Quinqua, trailing vibrant flames as they sped toward the bald ghoul. Curse be it! The bald ghoul seemed to sense the impending danger, letting out a furious roar as a tail-like appendage erupted from its back, smashing violently against the floor. The cement beneath it shattered instantly, and it plummeted downwards, seemingly attempting to evade the assault. However, Anpu Seiko's Quinqua was equipped with short-range tracking capabilities, and the projectiles veered sharply, pursuing the ghoul into the depths below. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated from below, causing the onlookers to stagger unsteadily. Has it been vanquished? Once the tremors subsided, a wall-supported investigator voiced his astonishment, convinced that no ghoul could survive such a ferocious onslaught. Another team member shared this sentiment, steadied himself, and cautiously approached the opening, peering down. Suddenly, a swift, sharp shadow lunged from the hole, severing his neck in one swift motion, blood gushing forth. The shadow elongated, surging toward the group of ghoul investigators. Drat! Anpu Seiko recognized the threat. It was the bald ghoul's tail, still alive and retaliating fiercely against the nearest investigator. She swiftly disassembled her Quinqua into 2 uniquely shaped blades, gripping one in each hand, and charged toward the opening. It was important to note that this special investigator was not merely a distant artillery. She excelled in close-quarters combat with a dual-wielding technique, with a series of swift slashes. She deftly severed the rampaging tail into several pieces. The bald ghoul below let out a pained howl, retracting the remaining appendage. Humph! Anpu Seiko scoffed, her long, elegant legs propelling her from the opening as she leapt down, showcasing her audacity. Meanwhile, 2 upper-tier investigators from the team brandished their own Quinqua weapons, a peculiarly shaped large sword and a spear-like polearm, and followed suit, unwilling to leave their commander to face the formidable foe alone. As for the remaining lower-tier investigators, armed with firearms loaded with cube-buried ammunition, they approached the openings, attempting to provide cover fire, but struggling to find suitable angles. Seeing the situation, the remaining investigators swiftly retreated to the staircase, rushing down in an attempt to flank the ghoul from another direction. Filled with courage, they faced the threat head-on, undeterred by the prospect of death. Such is the resolve of a ghoul investigator. They are always prepared for the ultimate sacrifice, often composing their last letters before embarking on missions. Hey, is it really necessary to be this reckless? Having just reloaded his magazine, Qin Feng's lips twitched as he hurried to the opening and leapt down. That was his target. He was not inclined to let these individuals claim the kill. If they dispatched it, he would be left searching for another S-class ghoul, a task fraught with difficulty. Upon landing, he beheld Anpu Seiko engaged in fierce close combat with the bald ghoul, alongside the 2 assisting upper-tier investigators. The scene below was chaotic, The once solid walls crumbled as both sides wielded their powers and Quinqua with ease. Yet, due to the formidable S-class strength of the bald ghoul, the three struggled to gain the upper hand, with the two slightly weaker upper-tier investigators frequently being repelled by the ghoul's frenzied tail strikes, perilously close to defeat. In response, Qin Feng raised his weapon, quietly aiming for the ghoul's vital points, preparing for a righteous ambush. However, the creature reacted with astonishing agility, its tail whipping back to deflect his bullet, turning to glare at him with fury. TCH. I knew this handgun was unreliable. Qin Feng, with a hint of disdain, holstered his firearm and curled his lips in discontent. At the S-class ghoul level, their neural responses were extraordinary and their movements remarkably agile. The low-caliber handgun he wielded posed a significantly diminished threat to them. Hitting such targets had become exceedingly challenging, even if he succeeded in landing a shot. Unless it struck a vital area, the damage inflicted would be minimal. With the formidable regenerative abilities possessed by the ghouls, they could recover swiftly, often within mere seconds. Thus, no matter how precise his aim, it proved futile. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he maintained a distance from the battlefield, searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, the elite investigator wielding a long spear was inadvertently struck by the powerful tail of the bald ghoul, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed against the wall, violently spitting out blood, and could no longer maintain his grip on the Quinqua, which slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, rolling right in front of Qin Feng. To prevent ghouls from seizing control, Quinquas are typically equipped with biometric authentication technology. However, this does not extend to humans like him. A splendid opportunity. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination as he deftly picked up the long spear, positioning it with a martial grace that evoked the intricate techniques of weapon combat ingrained in his memory, including the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. The spear remained steadfast in his grasp. With a fierce glint in his eyes, an astonishing aura erupted from his being, shattering the cement floor beneath his right foot as he surged forward with incredible speed. Wielding the spear, Qin Feng exuded an overwhelming presence, charging fearlessly ahead. He seized an opening in his opponent's defense, launching a swift and fierce thrust that penetrated deeply, targeting the foe's back. Ah, damn it! The bald ghoul's anguished cry echoed as it had just engaged in a fierce confrontation with Anpu Seiko, momentarily immobilized and vulnerable to Qin Feng's sudden assault. The spear pierced through its body, causing excruciating pain. Get away. In agony, the ghoul summoned its remaining strength, sweeping its tail to force Qin Feng back. It clutched its wounded chest, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Give up. You cannot escape. Anpu Seiko, having expended considerable energy, stood nearby with her dual swords, coldly staring down the creature. Yield and be taken into custody. Meanwhile, the elite investigator armed with a large blade stood at another angle, breathless but resolute, effectively encircling the ghoul. The CCG standard protocol for powerful ghouls is containment. They aim to capture and transport them to the CCG's facilities, where they are subjected to RC suppressants to diminish their strength, imprisoned for interrogation, or even stripped of their kakuja to create new Quinqua weapons. Alternatively, they may become subjects of live experimentation, facing a fate more torturous than death itself. Dream on. The bald ghoul, clutching its chest wound, bled profusely, struggling to breathe due to severe lung damage. It glared at Qin Feng with a fierce hatred, seemingly longing to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Since that is the case, then it is truly splendid. Qin Feng found himself even more elated, rather than seeing it captured by Anpu Qingzi and her companions. He fervently wished for this S-class ghoul to resist tenaciously, vowing to fight to the death, only to ultimately succumb to him, thus fulfilling his main quest. To prevent Anpu Qingzi from continuing her attempts at persuasion, he narrowed his gaze, gripping his firearm once more, and launched a proactive assault, then perish. With a flurry of thrusts, slashes, and strikes, he unleashed a symphony of combat techniques. Possessing extraordinary proficiency in martial arts, Qin Feng had mastered the gunplay of Longhua, executing his movements with finesse. In stark contrast to the crude shooting style of the former owner of the long gun, an esteemed investigator, Qin Feng's mastery was nothing short of mesmerizing. His every maneuver was a blend of ferocity, cunning, grandeur, and silence, seamlessly integrated into a singular form. The irate S-class bald ghoul could only roar in frustration, but no matter how enraged it became, it could merely endure a one-sided onslaught, forced into a defensive stance, utterly stifled. In an instant, gunfire illuminated the air, flesh and blood scattered in the chaos. The battleground was both intense and dazzling, captivating onlookers and showcasing Qin Feng's formidable close-quarters combat prowess, leaving Anpu Qingzi and the two other esteemed investigators spellbound. Even the lower-ranked investigators, who had finally arrived, were momentarily rendered speechless, forgetting their duty to provide fire support. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. The bald ghoul, battered and bruised, felt a glinting spearhead pierce its gleaming forehead. In its final moments, it murmured a soft phrase, its eyes rolling back as it collapsed with a resounding thud. Blood stained the ground, and even the extraordinarily resilient S-class ghoul could no longer withstand the toll, departing this world with eyes wide open. The battle concluded. Qin Feng withdrew his long spear, performing a flourish before resting it at his back. As the bald ghoul collapsed, a chime resonated in his mind, heralding the successful completion of his mission. Ding, congratulations to the host for accomplishing the main quest. Eliminate an S-rank ghoul. The task rewards have been dispensed. Please be attentive to their receipt. Qin Feng cast a glance at the system backpack and, indeed, discovered a novel item within, a special handgun, the Desert Eagle, equipped with infinite ammunition. However, his spirits were not particularly elevated. He understood that firearms posed minimal threat to S-class ghouls, unless the caliber of the bullets was sufficiently large and the power overwhelming. Uncertain of the Desert Eagle's performance, and with so many individuals present, he refrained from testing it immediately, choosing instead to temper his excitement and await a more opportune moment. Main quest updated. Ding. A new main quest has been revealed. Prevent Qin Kaneki from becoming a ghoul. Quest reward. Immunity to toxins. Prevent Qin Kaneki from becoming a ghoul, if memory serves correctly. Isn't he the protagonist of this ghoul-infested world? Upon seeing the newly refreshed main quest, Qin Feng momentarily fell into contemplation, his brow furrowed. Although the quest reward was indeed enticing, this new task seemed rather troublesome. According to the original storyline, he was targeted by the S-class ghoul, Rise Kamishiro, at an antique CAF, which led to an ambush on a fateful evening. Knowing this, he believed he could prevent the event from occurring. However, what lay beyond that? Should the individual face another ghoul attack in the future and ultimately transform into a ghoul, would that not signify his failure in the quest? Or perhaps, as long as he thwarted the initial assault by Rise Kamishiro, the quest would be deemed complete, freeing him from further obligations? Qin Feng pondered in his heart, momentarily disinterested in the lifeless body of the bald ghoul sprawled on the ground. How remarkable it was! Was that combat technique truly the mark of the Dragon Kingdom's marksmanship? With such formidable prowess, he must possess the strength of a special class investigator. Indeed, after my extensive tenure as a ghoul investigator, I have only witnessed such a splendid display of combat under the aegis of Lord Arima Kisho. How impressive! The array of ghoul investigators surveyed the scene, their murmurs a blend of admiration and envy. All right, let us commence the cleanup of the battlefield and continue our operation. Anpu Seiko steadied her resolve, silencing the crowd with a commanding tone. Within this building, there may still be other ghouls lurking. Do not let your guard down. She had already sacrificed several subordinates to confront this powerful S-class ghoul, and she wished to see no more lives lost. Understood. The group responded with renewed seriousness, initiating their tasks. Mr. Qin Feng, are you all right? Anpu Seiko sheathed her twin blades and approached Qin Feng, her gaze filled with concern for the distracted investigator from the Dragon Kingdom. It was the first time she revealed such care for him. She realized she had misjudged him. His strength was astonishing, rivaling her own, if not surpassing it. I am fine, merely contemplating some matters, he replied. Qin Feng shook his head, cast a glance at her, and smiled softly. Subsequently, he handed the spear in his possession to the esteemed investigator who had approached him, returning it to its rightful owner. The individual, though significantly injured and somewhat unsteady on his feet, declined the assistance of his colleagues. Ah, indeed, your weapon is returned to you. Having completed the main mission, Qin Feng found no further use for it. Should the need arise, he could request a temporary allocation of a close combat quinquil weapon from the CCG's Experimental Research Department. Oh, this is truly embarrassing. The senior investigator hesitated momentarily before reluctantly accepting the spear, his complexion pale, and then bowed in gratitude. Although he acknowledged that his marksmanship paled in comparison to Qin Feng's, he was reluctant to relinquish the quinqua assigned to him by the CCG, fearing repercussions from his superiors if he were to pass it on to another. Anpu Seiko gently patted her subordinate's shoulder, offering a semblance of encouragement, urging him to learn from this experience and strive to enhance his abilities. Second squad, how fares your side? She inquired, adjusting the communicator dangling from her right ear. Reporting. Officer, the operation is proceeding smoothly. We have not encountered any formidable foes, and there are currently no casualties. In contrast to their own efforts, the other squad was enjoying a remarkably successful campaign, effortlessly sweeping through their designated area. Excellent, maintain this momentum. Anpu Seiko felt a wave of relief wash over her as she spoke. Understood. Soon, the team resumed their thorough sweep of the abandoned building with unwavering efficiency, successfully apprehending the nefarious small ghoul organization in one fell swoop. Following the extermination operation, Qin Feng accompanied Anpu Seiko and her team back to the CCG headquarters. Qin Feng's remarkable performance in this military operation was accurately reported by Anpu Seiko, capturing the attention of the higher-ups at CCG. They recognized that this ghoul investigator from the Dragon Nation was not merely a beneficiary of opportunistic exchanges abroad, but a genuinely capable individual. Furthermore, Qin Feng proactively submitted additional requests to CCG for learning exchanges, expressing his desire to temporarily join various departments as an auxiliary member, to better grasp CCG's strategies for combating ghouls. After careful consideration, the senior officials at CCG approved his request, granting him access to several non-confidential departments, valuing him as an elite talent of exceptional combat prowess. Thus, upon becoming a temporary auxiliary member of CCG, Qin Feng could leverage their resources to advance his own objectives. One morning, while visiting the underground shooting range of the Research and Development Department, he was pleasantly surprised by the Desert Eagle pistol in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He discovered that this system-rewarded firearm was perfectly tailored to his preferences. Not only did it possess a sufficiently large caliber and formidable power, but it also allowed him to interchange magazines at will. Indeed, despite its unique property of infinite ammunition, the Desert Eagle bore no outward distinction from a standard model. Even the magazine could be disassembled, enabling the swapping of bullet types as long as they were of compatible models. In essence, if he loaded a magazine with Q Barrett bullets specifically designed for combating ghouls, the infinite ammunition property would remain effective, transforming each fired bullet into a Q Barrett round. He could effortlessly wield this pistol against any formidable S-class ghoul, confident that even their steel-like skin would not withstand the onslaught. With boundless firepower and guaranteed penetration, the pistol's ability to be stored in the System S backpack ensured a high degree of concealment for stealthy ambushes. Whether engaging in direct fire suppression, exhilarating shootouts, or launching surprise attacks, he would have the freedom to choose his approach. This discovery filled Qin Feng with elation, deepening his appreciation for the System S thoughtful design. Despite possessing the Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition, he still applied to the Research and Development Department for a personal melee weapon, a Quinqua. He noted that the long-range weapon he had previously used was exceptionally effective, and he sought to diversify his combat style to better adapt to more complex scenarios. He requested a long-handled weapon, a halberd, as he found this powerful and imposing armament suited him well. After all, his physical strength had reached the pinnacle of human capability and was likely to continue improving, making a heavy melee weapon more fitting for him. However, although the Research and Development Department approved his request, they could not guarantee when the weapon would be manufactured due to material shortages and high demand. Merely placing him on a waiting list, Qin Feng was unperturbed by this. He indicated that they should notify him when the weapon was ready. As he was in no rush, having settled the matter of his weaponry, Qin Feng turned his attention to strategizing for the next main storyline task. He had formulated some ideas on how to prevent Kaneki Qin from becoming a ghoul, but first, he needed to locate him. Qin Feng did not resort to the intelligence department of the CCG to investigate the residence of Kaneki Qin, nor did he contemplate seeking assistance from the Metropolitan Police Department to locate him. To outsiders, he appeared to be a figure from the Dragon Country, completely detached from the ordinary university student life of Kaneki Qin in Tokyo. Thus, it seemed inappropriate for their worlds to intersect. In a bid to avert unnecessary attention, Qin Feng prudently opted for a covert investigation, conducting his inquiries discreetly. After all, the CCG had long been infiltrated by ghouls, riddled with too many traitors, rather than being an organization of humanity. It was more akin to a facade utilized by cunning ghouls like the Jukiyama family to combat their own kind while secretly expanding their influence. As for how to locate Kaneki Qin, Qin Feng resolved to first explore a certain location based on the original plot, hoping for a stroke of luck. If he was unable to find him, he would devise alternative strategies. That afternoon, Qin Feng departed from his hotel and traveled to the area designated as the 20th Ward by the CCG, commencing his search along the streets. After more than an hour, he found himself on a picturesque avenue lined with trees, where he spotted a prominent sign outside a quaint establishment, an antique coffee shop. Indeed, he had found it, right at this very spot. With a playful smile gracing his lips, Qin Feng felt an undeniable sense of joy. He pondered the current moment in time and where the narrative might have progressed. However, now that the system had assigned him the task of preventing Kaneki Qin from becoming a ghoul, it implied that the latter was still human. At least for the time being. Embracing this light-hearted perspective, Qin Feng ascended the staircase leading to the second floor. As the delightful sound of bells chimed, he pushed open the door to the antique coffee shop and stepped inside. Welcome. Upon entering, Qin Feng was greeted by the melodic voice of a young girl. The waitress of the antique CAF, Tuka Kurishima. Reacting instinctively to the sound of a customer entering, she glanced towards the entrance. Qin Feng nodded towards her, then turned his gaze to the interior of the establishment. There, he observed an elderly man with a head of white hair, standing behind the coffee counter like a bartender, skillfully preparing beverages. Several waitstaff moved about the CAF, serving drinks to the few patrons present, maintaining a seemingly normal operational atmosphere. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this place, even for him, posed considerable danger, for it was inhabited by an array of S-class and above dangerous ghouls, and the seemingly benign white-haired elder was, in fact, an SSS-class entity of extreme peril. Fangsuan K-Zen, known to the CCG as the One-Eyed Owl. This place, while appearing to be a mere coffee shop, was in truth a gathering ground for ghouls, a mutual aid organization and social hub orchestrated around its proprietor, Fangsuan K-Zen. Here, ghouls disguised themselves as humans to assimilate into human society. All the staff were ghouls, and the majority of the patrons were likewise, with the occasional unsuspecting human customer entering. While these human visitors were unlikely to be attacked by the staff, they often became targets for the ghoulish patrons who frequented the establishment. Qin Feng withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and focused on the young waitress before him, striving to maintain a relaxed demeanor as he casually remarked, "Just one for me. Please bring me a mocha." "Thank you." He dared not underestimate this young girl. After all, as an S-class ghoul, her physical prowess surpassed his own. Although he had reached the pinnacle of human capabilities, capable of leaping 3 meters in a sprint, she could likely spring 5 or 6 meters from a standing position, truly defying human limitations. Of course, she was not human, but a ghoul. In truth, had ghouls not been so exceedingly finicky in their dietary preferences. With a menu solely consisting of humans, this species, equipped with tools and intellect rivaling that of humanity, holds immense potential and could very well supplant humans as the dominant force on Earth. Very well, please follow me. Under her guidance, Qin Feng proceeded to an unoccupied table and took a seat. "Please hold on for a moment, dear customer." Wisteria flashed him a polite smile before turning to leave. Qin Feng nodded, feigning the demeanor of a first-time visitor, casually surveying the interior of the establishment. His gaze fleetingly landed on a particular table occupied by 2 patrons. Indeed, it was them. A young man with dark hair and another with golden locks, none other than Kaneki Qin and his close companion, Yashitoki Sho. In an instant, he recognized their identities. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Excellent, it appeared he had not arrived too late. Having confirmed Kaneki's identity, Qin Feng mused that fortune favored him. He could discern that Kaneki was still very much human, as he bore no eye patch upon his face. According to the original narrative, following an attack by Rise Kamishiro, Kaneki had undergone an organ transplant by a nefarious doctor, compelling him to become a one-eyed ghoul. His ghoul eye was uncontrollable, turning a dark crimson when hunger struck, necessitating the use of a white medical eye patch for concealment. Yet, the Kaneki before him appeared entirely normal. "Sir, here is the coffee you ordered." Qin Feng refrained from further observing the other party, lifting the mocha coffee delivered by Dongxiang Wuyue to his lips and taking a gentle sip. He pondered how to prevent the individual from transforming into a ghoul. The most straightforward solution would be to draw his gun and eliminate Kaneki Qin on the spot. After all, a dead person surely could not turn into a ghoul, could they? However, such an approach was undeniably ruthless, and given Qin Feng's principles, he could not bring himself to commit such an act. Even for the sake of fulfilling his primary mission, he was unwilling to resort to that means. Hence, he resolved to explore an alternative avenue. For instance, Shindai Rise. In the early hours of the previous day, several unidentified male corpses were discovered in the Aqua building in Tokyo's 20th district. Tests revealed saliva suspected to belong to a ghoul on the bodies, leading investigators to conclude that the perpetrator was a ghoul. On the television in the store, a news report was being broadcast by a beautiful female anchor, who was detailing the latest updates regarding humans being preyed upon and slaughtered by ghouls. A series of predation incidents had occurred, and the CCG branch in the 20th district suspected that they might be the work of the same assailant, prompting an ongoing investigation. Upon hearing the news report, both Kaneki Qin and Yashitoki Washu felt a sense of unease and began to discuss it in hushed tones. In stark contrast, the employees of the antique coffee shop, including the manager, remained unfazed. They cast only a fleeting glance at the screen before returning to their tasks with an air of calm indifference. Qin Feng sat quietly, sipping his coffee with an impassive demeanor. He was acutely aware of the identity of the murderer mentioned in the news. It was none other than his target for this journey, Shindai Rise. Or rather, she was an S-rated ghoul, infamously dubbed the Glutton, a perilous creature with an insatiable appetite for human flesh, possessing an extraordinary capacity for consumption. While an ordinary ghoul might hunt humans only once or twice a month to satiate their hunger, she would indulge in her predatory instincts 2 to 3 times a week, displaying a gluttony that knew no bounds. The patrons of the antique coffee shop were well acquainted with Shindai Rise, as she frequented the establishment often. After all, aside from human flesh, coffee was the only beverage that ghouls could somewhat tolerate, providing a temporary reprieve from their ravenous hunger, though it could never truly satisfy their appetites. It seemed that drinking it was rather inconsequential, wasn't it? Qin Feng compared this coffee with the ones he had previously tasted, finding no discernible difference between the two. He pondered the mysterious composition of the coffee in this world that allowed even ghouls to partake of it. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a melodic chime echoed through the air, announcing the arrival of new patrons as they entered through the door. Qin Feng glanced up and beheld a woman with flowing purple hair entering the room. Tall and charming, she radiated an air of intellectual elegance, reminiscent of a noble lady. Her gaze held a hint of playful desire. To his astonishment, she was none other than the perpetrator featured in the recent news report. The very target of his pursuit, Shinji Rise. He could hardly believe his fortune. Today was indeed a stroke of luck. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, setting down his coffee cup as he beheld the elegant figure approaching him. She gracefully passed by, ultimately taking a seat at a table not far from him. Merely 2 tables away, right behind him. He made no effort to conceal his gaze, as if profoundly captivated by the beauty before him, his eyes betraying no hint of shyness. In the astonished gaze of Kaneki Qin, who had long harbored certain thoughts about Shindai Rise, Qin Feng suddenly rose and strode confidently toward the goddess of his dreams, leaving the young man in a daze. It was as if someone had snatched away the girlfriend he had envisioned for himself. Kaniki's eyes widened in disbelief, a bitter sensation welling up within him, tinged with a sense of reluctance as he realized his rival was strikingly tall and handsome. Instinctively, he felt a wave of inferiority wash over him, leaving him feeling inadequate in comparison. Qin Feng was wholly unconcerned with what Jin Mu Yin might be contemplating. He took a seat directly in front of Kamishiro Rise, exuding an air of familiarity. "Hello there, miss. You are truly adorable, and I would love to befriend you." He flashed her a radiant smile, offering a compliment. Startled by the handsome man's unexpected advance, Kamishiro Rise widened her eyes, resembling a frightened fawn. Her fingers tightened around the handle of her bag, fidgeting as if caught off guard. She displayed a mixture of shyness and unease, unable to meet his gaze. "Hi. May I ask who you are?" She replied in a cautious tone, evoking a sense of endearment. "My name is Qin Feng. May I inquire if you have a boyfriend?" Qin Feng observed the other party's extraordinary acting skills, rivaling that of a seasoned actress, and he too began to immerse himself in the performance, displaying an expression of being utterly captivated. "If there were an opportunity, would you mind switching to another?" He jested. But not yet." Shindai Rise shyly concealed her face behind her bag, seemingly flustered. "Then, how about allowing me to be your boyfriend?" With a playful smile, Qin Feng revealed his pristine, well-aligned teeth and exclaimed with delightful surprise, "The moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated." Such an ardent and audacious confession left Kamishiro Rise momentarily speechless, her mind swirling in confusion. Soon after, Qin Feng, showcasing the charming rhetoric he had honed over years of flirting, skillfully engaged her in a lively exchange. And their rapport blossomed rapidly, filled with laughter and camaraderie. To an outsider, it appeared as though they were perfectly in sync, both eagerly pursuing each other. However, beneath the surface, both were skilled hunters, adopting the guise of prey. She concealed her fangs and masked her true identity, masquerading as an innocent little rabbit, while he had already discerned her true nature. This dynamic often leads to a reversal of roles, resulting in unforeseen outcomes. Yet, as their playful banter unfolded, a discontented figure lurked in the background, Kaneki Ken, whose grip on his coffee cup tightened in frustration, nearly spilling its contents. He felt utterly aggrieved. His close friend, Hideyoshi Nagachika, observed him before casting a glance toward Rise, seemingly grasping the unfolding situation, his expression shifting to one of subtle intrigue. Meanwhile, the staff and the manager of the antique CAF shared knowing looks, their disbelief palpable. They had witnessed reckless pursuits before, but none so brazen as this man daring to court her. It was crucial to remember that she was no timid woman. She was a perilous being capable of devouring her prey whole. What a tragic fate awaited this handsome man, blinded by desire. As Qin Feng and Rise grew increasingly engrossed in their lively exchange, the CAF's onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and morbid curiosity. Before long, the pair rose from their seats, settled the bill, and appeared ready to depart for another rendezvous. "Please come again," the waitress, Takakirishima, uttered. Though her thoughts betrayed her words, she doubted there would be a next time. The duration of this dashing man's life hinged on how long Rise chose to toy with him. Given her notoriously cruel and whimsical nature, it was likely that he would soon become weary of her games. Though she feigned the demeanor of an obedient lady, her true nature was far more sinister. Rise relished in the manipulation of those ensnared by her charm, ultimately devouring them in their despair. The fate of this handsome man was bound to be tragically grim. Yet, this was a consequence of his own choices, unrelated to the antique CAF's concerns. Observing from the sidelines, Tuka felt no inclination to warn the men ensnared by Rise's allure. She was a ghoul, not human, and Rise was her kind. Even if she wished to offer a warning, it would likely be misconstrued as malice. Despite the annoyance Rise caused among the CAF's patrons, their desire was merely to see her expelled from the district, contingent on the final decision of the district's overseer, Manager Yoshimura. How infuriating. I spotted her first. Kaneki's gaze remained fixated on the duo as they vanished through the door, his expression a tempest of jealousy. "Hey, Kaneki, are you all right?" His friend, Hyde, nudged him, urging him to regain his composure. "I'm fine," Kaneki murmured, his cheeks flushing as he realized his emotional outburst. He was typically shy and reserved, but witnessing the girl he admired being swept away by another had provoked an uncontrollable reaction. "Do you fancy that girl?" Hyde scrutinized him, noting his flustered demeanor, and shook his head. "Next time, remember to be more assertive. Don't let opportunities slip away. However, I doubt she's truly suited for you. It seems unlikely." Kaneki reflected on his hesitance, regretting not acting decisively to secure the girl he cherished. However, he dismissed his friend's advice, lost in his own turmoil. I almost forgot. There is another fool seeking trouble over here," Tuka mused silently, having noticed Kaneki's frequent visits to the CAF. She was acutely aware of his intentions, but whether it was good or bad luck for him remained uncertain. If he continued to frequent the CAF, he might find himself ensnared by Rise, or worse, by another ghoul. Tuka refrained from offering him a warning, keen to keep her own identity as a ghoul hidden. The ghouls lived meticulously, navigating their existence with caution. For even the slightest misstep could draw attention and result in a report to the CCG, provoking the Duffs. Such an outcome would be dire indeed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, Having successfully diverted Rise's attention from Kaneki, breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was unfolding smoothly. As long as he remained the focal point of her interest, her gaze would not linger on Kaneki. If he could exploit this window of opportunity to eliminate her, he could fulfill his primary objective. Yet, her formidable status as an S-class ghoul instilled in him a sense of caution, compelling him to create an opportunity for a stealthy strike. Qin Feng glanced at the enchanting Shindai Rise walking beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Miss Rise, I have heard that a romantic film has recently been released, and it has received quite favorable reviews. Qin Feng quietly drew closer and softly uttered the name of his companion, suggesting with a gentle tone, "How about we go take a look together?" In truth, he was entirely unaware of the film's recently released. It was mere conjecture on his part. Once they arrived at the cinema, which film to choose would ultimately be at his discretion. Thus, he felt no necessity to be informed about the current offerings, merely broaching the topic casually. Sure. Indeed, the persona of Shindai Rise, masquerading as a wealthy young lady, did not decline his invitation. The two of them cheerfully made their way toward the cinema, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. Throughout the entire afternoon, Qin Feng and Shindai Rise were inseparable, as if genuinely indulging in a sweet date, engaging in numerous activities typically reserved for couples in love, visiting the cinema, amusement parks, shopping streets, and upscale restaurants. They explored various locales, reveling in each other's company, until nightfall descended. Ultimately, he expressed his intention to escort her home, and they strolled side by side along the return path, the streets sparsely populated except for the glow of streetlights. As they ventured into a more secluded alley, the surroundings grew somewhat dim. Miss Rise, do you reside in such a remote area? Qin Feng, feigning curiosity, inquired knowingly, given your undeniable beauty. How could you possibly reside in such an ordinary neighborhood? This insinuation was subtle, for the architecture in the vicinity appeared rather desolate and outdated, suggesting that only those of modest means would inhabit such an inconvenient locale, certainly not a young lady of wealth and status like Shindai Rishiyu. Haha, Fengkoen. Are you somewhat disappointed? Am I not the affluent girl you envisioned? Shindai Rishiyu responded with an air of indifference, even playfully retorting. She seemed to perceive him as a rogue who exclusively pursued girls from wealthy families, adopting a teasing tone. How could that be? Qin Feng swiftly waved his hand in denial, declaring with righteous fervor, what I cherish is your essence. Your background holds no sway over my affection for you. Indeed. This was his heartfelt truth, albeit with a slightly different emphasis. Hiki, Kamishiro Ryo covered her mouth with a soft laugh, neither affirming nor denying. Do you not trust me? Miss Ryo? You have truly disappointed me. Qin Feng feigned an expression of anger, his tone imbued with profound sorrow. Of course I believe you, Fengkoen. The eyes of Kamishiro Rise flickered with a peculiar glimmer, and from an angle unseen by him, she delicately licked the corner of her mouth. I truly, truly adore you. Well, in a somewhat different context. That is simply splendid. Seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, Qin Feng appeared overjoyed. Miss Rise, how about coming over to my place tonight? My room is quite spacious. With an eager demeanor, he grasped Kamishiro Rise's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. To your place? Kamishiro Rise seemed taken aback by his words, staring up at him with a look of astonishment. Indeed, we can partake in some exceedingly entertaining games together. Qin Feng cradled her face, his tone gentle yet suggestive, deliberately winking. The divine Shindai Ryo blushed deeply, lowering her gaze. Is this not overly forward, Miss Ryo? Qin Feng's gaze seemed entirely fixated on her expression, an entranced look upon his face. I swear, I will never do anything excessive to you. A light, melodic laugh escaped Kamishiro Rise's lips, finally revealing the answer he sought. Since that is the case. In the silence, for long, crimson tails had emerged from her waist, slithering like serpents, encircling the two. Then I shall not hold back. The once demure Kamishiro Rise's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of wild ferocity, her lips curling into a bloodthirsty, arrogant smile. In an instant, her eyes transformed into a pair of crimson orbs, fixating on the pale face of Qin Feng as she declared, Fengkoen. I am about to make my move. With that, she opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, aiming directly for his neck. At this juncture, the gluttonous predator had no intention of continuing to hide. She wished only to savor a bite of his delectable flesh, to indulge in a feast. She had long since reached her limit. Throughout the afternoon, she had been struggling to resist the alluring aroma wafting from Qin Feng. The ordeal was excruciating, causing her to writhe with desire, almost unable to suppress her intense hunger. For this man was the most enticing prey she had ever encountered. Each moment felt unbearable, compelling her to comply with his every whim, to respond to him, to lead him to this secluded place. And now, the time had come to reveal her true intentions. She longed to relish his exquisite blood and flesh. Snap! Yet, the sensation that met her fangs was not the anticipated taste of tender meat, but rather the cold, unyielding touch of metal. No need to be polite. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng had drawn his desert eagle, shoving the barrel into her mouth. For I too have reached my breaking point. His smile radiated with triumph, even surpassing her own. Bang! In the next moment, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The trigger was engaged. Within the concealed mechanism of the firearm, the firing pin struck the base of the bullet with force, igniting the gunpowder within. A flash of light erupted as an explosion resonated, propelling the bullet with unparalleled speed, nearly 400 meters per second. At such close range, even the S-class ghoul's reflexes were insufficient to evade the deadly projectile, resulting in a direct hit. Blood erupted, flesh splattered. Kamishiro Rise, caught off guard, was violently pierced from her mouth to the back of her skull, without any obstruction. The terrifying power of the Desert Eagle proved too formidable for even the strength of an S-class ghoul to withstand, especially considering that he had employed the highly effective Q Barrett bullets against ghouls. Her eyes widened in terror, the once ferocious expression abruptly frozen, as though time itself had stopped. You are the white dove of CCG. The long, serpentine tails of Kamishiro Rise trembled, losing their strength before they could fully ensnare the man, drooping limply to the ground. She gazed at him in disbelief, her blood-soaked throat gasping out her final words. Soon, the sparkle in her eyes faded away. No matter how resilient a ghoul's life force may be, once the head is obliterated, they meet the same fate as humans, death, irrevocably. To muster the strength to utter a single word and stand defiantly was the last vestige of her stubbornness as an S-class ghoul. White dove. Well, I suppose that's accurate. Qin Feng's handsome visage was marred by a few droplets of vivid crimson. He allowed her to collapse, sprawling on the ground. His gaze as frigid as ice. His once gentle tone had transformed into one devoid of warmth. In order to disarm her wariness and suspicion, he had been playing a role, masquerading as an innocent and oblivious suitor. It was only in the final moments, when he could draw near to her, that he seized the opportunity to strike back. As she mistakenly believed she had triumphed, revealing her sharp fangs, he summoned the Desert Eagle from his system's inventory. Conjuring it from thin air, and with a single shot, he executed a fatal counterattack, a bullet piercing her skull. How arduous it had been. Subsequently, Qin Feng aimed the Desert Eagle at Shindai Rise's head and pulled the trigger multiple times. Bang, bang, bang. It was not until her head was utterly obliterated, reduced to a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, that he finally felt a sense of relief. Yes, confirmation of her demise was assured. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Prevent Kaneki Kin from becoming a ghoul. Quest rewards have been distributed. Please take note, host. Accompanied by the system's notification, Qin Feng immediately sensed a transformation within his body, as if some enigmatic force had manifested within him, imparting a subtle yet profound sensation. He glanced at his system panel and, indeed, discovered an addition in the special abilities section. It was the quest reward, immunity to all poisons. He felt an unwavering confidence, believing he could consume a lethal pesticide like paraquat as if it were mere water. Indeed, such was his conviction. The main quest has been updated. Ding. A new main quest has been revealed. Eliminate the S-class ghoul lizard Jason. Quest reward, doubling of physical strength. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with delight. The prospect of his physical strength doubling was exhilarating. Could it be that his human limitations were finally on the verge of being shattered, allowing him to ascend further? If that were the case, would he not transcend the boundaries of humanity, evolving into a being of a higher echelon of existence? How marvelous that would be. Qin Feng clenched his fist, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he keenly sensed that this would be the inaugural step on his extraordinary journey. In a certain sense, this moment marked a significant turning point in his life. The task of vanquishing the S-grade ghoul, Lizard Jason, loomed before him. With the revelation of this new primary mission, Qin Feng found himself lost in contemplation, his thoughts racing. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, this Lizard Jason was an exceptionally formidable adversary, not easily subdued, being the principal antagonist of the first season. Like the infamous Rise Kamishiro, he too was an S-grade ghoul. However, he was no ordinary ghoul. He was a half-Kagun, possessing 3 Kagun sacks, enabling him to wield 3 types of Kagun simultaneously as weapons. His strength and speed were truly extraordinary. Moreover, this ghoul exhibited a notoriously brutal temperament, harboring a severe penchant for sadism, relishing the torture and execution of his opponents and captives, often employing cruel methods to bring them to their demise. Should one find themselves in his clutches, akin to the original protagonist Ken Kaneki, it would surely be akin to a fate worse than death. Indeed, meticulous planning was imperative. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of Kamishiro Rise lying on the ground. Yet he had no intention of reporting to the CCG headquarters or alerting the authorities. Instead, he resolutely stepped away. As a ghoul investigator hailing from the Dragon Country, he preferred to remain detached from this incident, even if it could have been considered a noteworthy achievement for him. After all, Kamishiro Rise, an experimental subject ghoul who had escaped from the Washu family, was under intense scrutiny. Both the CCG's internal traitors and the Washu clan, as well as the enigmatic figure behind her escape, Kudo Motoharu, were formidable adversaries, not to be trifled with. Attracting their attention due to this matter would spell trouble for him. It would undoubtedly hinder his ability to pursue his primary mission, rendering the effort counterproductive. Therefore, Qin Feng was determined to distance himself from Rise's demise to avoid unnecessary scrutiny and to ensure he could continue to grow stronger in his endeavors. He resolved that once he had amassed sufficient power, he would deal with them in due course. With this decision firmly in mind, Qin Feng stealthily exited the area, subsequently taking a taxi back to the hotel where he was temporarily residing, as if nothing had transpired. The following morning, he returned to the CCG headquarters and made his way to the intelligence department to begin investigating information regarding the gecko Jason. Indeed, within the dossier concerning him, he encountered a high-risk warning label. This half-ghoul, who had long made the 13th district his domain, had already caught the CCG's attention, yet they found themselves unable to take decisive action against him, struggling to either expel or apprehend him. After all, he was not alone. He appeared to be a member of a powerful ghoul organization, and the CCG could not afford to act recklessly simply to counter him. It was indeed a rather vexing predicament. Qin Feng's fingers incessantly tapped upon the table as he began to ponder. If he wished to avoid confronting the adversary alone, he found himself at a loss for a better solution. Mobilizing a combat unit from the CCG in the short term to specifically deal with the situation would seem too abrupt for a covert maneuver. Thus, it appeared he could only bide his time and await the opportune moment. After much contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately resolved not to confront it alone, for he lacked the assurance to eliminate it and face the risk of being countered instead. A flicker of inspiration struck him, leading him to decide to patiently await the opportune moment. This opportunity materialized a week later during a CCG meeting concerning the investigation of ghouls, specifically whether there had been any sightings of Jason from District 13 in contact with the glutton from District 20. How intriguing. A peculiar upper-tier investigator, Widow Wusu, with his shock of white hair, sat tapping his fingers on the chair, intently watching the large screen as he listened to the latest revelations shared by the esteemed investigator Marushu's eye. His expression was one of eager anticipation. I shall take charge of this investigation. Displayed on the screen was a bloodstained steel claw left at the crime scene, forged from Quinquis steel, a favored instrument of torment for Jason from District 13. Oh, you possess such leisure? Marushu's eye, well aware of Wusu's temperament, cast a surprised glance in his direction. I merely wish to avoid squandering time in this tedious meeting, Wusu shrugged, having long since lost patience with the protracted and mundane proceedings. Allow me to engage in something more productive. You truly have not changed, always the sharp-tongued one. Very well. I shall entrust you with the investigation in District 20. Upon hearing this, Marushu's eye, as Wusu's superior, nodded in agreement, confident in Wusu's capabilities and assuredly delegating the matter to him. Wusu, you say? Seated in an inconspicuous corner, Qin Feng also participated in the meeting, as its level of confidentiality did not warrant concealment from an external liaison such as himself. Excellent. It appears the information regarding Kamishiro Rise's demise has indeed escaped CCG's notice. Someone has intervened behind the scenes. Who could it be? Old Damazone Tai? Could that individual have discovered her body, concealed the information, and stealthily removed her remains? After all, the only one consistently tracking Kamishiro Rise's whereabouts has been this shadowy figure. I wonder if they are aware of his involvement? In his heart, Qin Feng harbored a morbid amusement, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of being sought out by others. He held a firm belief that no one had uncovered the truth behind Kamishiro Rise's demise, a conviction that instilled him with confidence. Soon, the meeting concluded, and in the distance, he spotted the esteemed investigator Masato Matoy accompanied by his apprentice, Jitaramon, as they exited the conference room. He hastened to follow them. Please wait a moment, Chief Investigator Matoy. Qin Feng called out to the two individuals, taking the initiative to approach them. Just as Makoto Wu, who was engaged in a discussion with his apprentice Iamon Jitar regarding the forthcoming investigative work, heard the voice, he halted and turned to look. Who are you? Hello. Mr. Makoto, I am Qin Feng, an investigator from the Dragon Kingdom. With an enthusiastic demeanor, Qin Feng stepped forward and extended his right hand. Approximately half a month ago, I was dispatched by my superiors to the Neon Nation for research and exchange of experiences. Oh, so you are the esteemed Mr. Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation. I have heard of your exploits. Higi, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Jinhu Wusu stared with his large and small eyes, his expression peculiar and enigmatic. As he revealed a smile, he too reached out his right hand to shake hands with Qin Feng. To an uninformed outsider, he might appear akin to someone with a mental affliction, evoking feelings of dread and discomfort. However, for Qin Feng, well-versed in the narrative, he held a profound understanding and admiration for Jinhu Wusu, the elite investigator who relentlessly pursued ghouls in a quest for vengeance for his wife. Naturally, he did not betray any unusual expressions. Mr. Jinhu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Qin Feng sincerely shook hands with him, although separated by white gloves. He could still perceive the astonishing power harbored within the palm of this silver-haired middle-aged investigator. Typical ghouls would only meet their demise at his hands, save for the formidable S-class ghouls who could contend with this battle-hardened senior investigator. Similarly, Makoto Wusu also sensed the strength emanating from Qin Feng's right hand, causing him to widen his eyes slightly in admiration as he remarked, Mr. Qin Feng, you truly are impressive. You must be an exceptional investigator from the Dragon Kingdom. To which Qin Feng humbly replied, Oh, not at all. Qin Feng has always been humble and unassuming. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the atmosphere was quite courteous. This is my disciple, the first-class investigator, Yamamoto Jitar. Subsequently, Masato Wuj took the initiative to introduce his imposing apprentice standing beside him, whose robust physique and serious demeanor suggested considerable strength. "Hello, Mr. Qin Feng." Yamamoto Jitar, who had remained silent until now, also greeted Qin Feng with a friendly demeanor. "Greetings, Mr. Yamamoto." Noticing this, Qin Feng returned the smile warmly and shook his hand. "May I inquire as to why you sought me out, Mr. Qin Feng? I believe we were previously unacquainted." Masato Wuj, curious about the reason that prompted Qin Feng to call out to him, regarded him with an oddly amused expression. "Indeed. There is a matter I wish to entrust to you, Mr. Masato." Qin Feng nodded, unabashedly revealing his enthusiasm, and candidly expressed, "During the recent meeting, I learned that Mr. Makoto has been assigned the task of investigating the ghoul activities in Area 20, and I must admit that I find this matter exceedingly intriguing." In response, Makoto Wuju offered a subtle smile, neither confirming nor denying. "Thus far, during my half-month sojourn in the land of the rising sun, I have explored various departments, even immersing myself in the workflow of the CCG. I was fortunate enough to participate in a mission led by the esteemed special investigator, Ms. Kyoko Wanpu, to exterminate ghouls, which was truly an eye-opening experience." Seeing the other party's silent smile, Qin Feng could only continue to explain, "However, to this day, I have not had the opportunity to participate in any investigative research on ghouls. Mr. Masaru, I am primarily responsible for this aspect of work in the search department of the Dragon Kingdom. I am eager to witness how the CCG operates in the Neon Nation. I wonder if I might have the honor of accompanying you, Mr. Masaru, to observe and learn up close." His earnest demeanor clearly conveyed his desire, for he was aware that in the original narrative, Masaru Wushu and Amano Gotaro encountered Gecko Jason in District 13 and even engaged in battle with him. This presented a splendid opportunity for him to fulfill his main quest. After all, why engage in solitary combat when one could seek allies to join in a more exhilarating confrontation? Masaru Wushu and Amano Gotaro possessed commendable strength, sufficient to restrain Jason's movements and significantly enhance his chances of victory. "Indeed," Masaru Wushu remarked, scrutinizing Qin Feng as if assessing the veracity of his words. After a moment, he smiled and nodded in agreement. "It is not entirely unreasonable. Mr. Qin Feng, if the higher-ups consent to your request, I personally have no objections." "That is truly wonderful." Qin Feng's expression brightened with joy as he swiftly responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Makoto, prior to this, Director he of the CCG had already conveyed to me that I could freely join various departments within the CCG to assist in their operations, facilitating my learning and exchanges. Therefore, there is no issue with this." "How remarkable." Mr. Makoto Wusu was somewhat taken aback to learn that Qin Feng had acquired such privileges at the CCG headquarters. "In that case, you should accompany us in our investigation. Coincidentally, I have been overseeing the training of Amon, which will provide you with a perfect opportunity to observe and learn." "Thank you very much." Qin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, accompanied by a grateful smile. Indeed, the two remarkable workers were a significant asset. Soon, Qin Feng, along with Shinoda Wuku and Yamamoto Jinr, arrived at a designated area in Tokyo, divided into Zone 20, to commence their investigation. In terms of drawing out their investigative target, Shinoda Wuku exhibited considerable expertise. The Quinqua steel pincers left behind at a certain crime scene served as a crucial lead, which they could adeptly utilize to trace the path of their inquiries. Carrying a silver-white case, the trio began their sting operation in the alleys and streets of Zone 20. Indeed, Qin Feng now possessed the iconic briefcase of the CCG's White Doves. The Quinqua weapon he had previously requested from the Experimental Development Department had been successfully crafted, and he was notified just yesterday to collect it. Qin Feng was elated to have acquired the great halberd he had long desired. After a vigorous display of skill in the training grounds, he expressed his profound satisfaction with this formidable melee weapon. Its weight was substantial, and the crescent-shaped double blades were sharp enough to effortlessly sever steel, unleashing a terrifying destructive force in his hands. Utilizing the unique characteristics of the Heezy organ, despite its form as a long-handled weapon, it could transform and retract, concealing itself within a square briefcase. One must commend the remarkable ingenuity of the researchers behind this technology, which left Qin Feng in awe of their craftsmanship. In this particular fishing enforcement operation, the true bait was the frail figure of Makoto Wushu. At first glance, he appeared to be a hunched, scrawny man, exuding an aura of vulnerability under a carefully crafted disguise. In stark contrast, both Qin Feng and Yamamoto Jitar were tall, muscular men, their robust physiques rendering them unsuitable as bait. The trio split into two teams, with Makoto leading the way while Qin Feng and Yamamoto trailed closely behind, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. They deliberately chose dimly lit alleyways, for these were the favored haunts of ghouls, who lurked in shadows to ambush unsuspecting passersby, tearing them apart and devouring them whole. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a ghoul fell into their trap. This creature, donned in a tattered trench coat and hood, fixated on the solitary Makoto as he traversed the darkened alley. After a brief pursuit, it could no longer restrain its predatory instincts and lunged at him. With its ghastly black and red eyes glistening with hunger, drool dripped from its maw, eager to shred Makoto and consume his innards. However, Before Qin Feng and Yamamoto could spring into action, Makoto effortlessly dispatched the attacking ghoul with a single, devastating blow from his quinqua, nearly cleaving it in two, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed. His agility belied his age, proving he was indeed a superior investigator. Hey, refuse, do you recognize this? Makoto Wushu brandished the bloodied quinqua pincers, sealed within a plastic bag, and donned a peculiar expression as he bent down to interrogate the ghoul sprawled in a pool of its own blood. Qin Feng and Yamamoto soon arrived, their cold gazes fixed upon the ghoul, instilling a palpable fear that made it tremble uncontrollably. What? I don't know what that is. The ghoul's earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Despairing, it gazed at the trio, quaking in fear, unable to conceal anything. I see, Makoto replied, stowing the bag containing the pincers away with a look of disappointment. Then you're of no use. Trash. With that, he swung his quinqua, severing the creature's head in an instant. It seemed they would have to continue their search for the next target. Qin Feng observed the scene with a detached gaze, his heart unperturbed, even secretly approving of the events unfolding before him. Engaging in field investigations is no trifling task. For several consecutive days, Qin Feng, alongside the likes of Shinya and Yamamoto Jitar, roamed the 20th district like specters of death, capturing the attention of numerous concealed ghouls lurking in the shadows. They were acutely aware of the presence of CCG's operatives in their territory, those wretched doves, oblivious to the motives behind this incursion. Many well-informed ghouls grew increasingly vigilant, cautiously concealing themselves, refraining from reckless behavior. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the trio's investigative efforts. Rather, it facilitated their acquisition of intelligence. On one particular day, two ghouls, unable to withstand their ravenous hunger, emerged to hunt humans, only to encounter Qin Feng and his companions. In a frenzied panic, they attempted to flee but found themselves cornered in a narrow alley, trembling in fear as they knelt and begged for mercy. Please spare us. They had already experienced the trio's formidable prowess, their bodies marred with numerous wounds, severely injured. Trash, what do you know about this? Yamamoto Jitar brandished his bloody quinqua, the steel pincers glinting ominously before the ghouls, his tone as frigid as ice. What? I know nothing. One of the ghoul's eyes widened slightly in fear before it gritted its teeth and responded. Before it could finish speaking, Shinya swiftly slashed across its throat, blood gushing forth, instilling terror in its companion. Witnessing the gruesome fate of its ally, the remaining ghoul let out a terrified scream, retreating in frantic disarray. And you? Do you understand what this is? Yamamoto Jitar turned his gaze toward it, his inquiry still laced with a chilling demeanor. I don't know. I truly don't. The red-haired ghoul cowered against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. Is that so? Qin Feng stepped forward, locking his gaze onto its eyes, pressing for answers. Of course it's true, it insisted, but before it could finish speaking, Jinhu Wusu struck again, his sword slicing through its chest, penetrating deep into the bone. It let out a harrowing scream of agony. Collapsing to the ground, blood gushed from the wound, pooling around it. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Jinhu Wusu smirked, a sinister smile creeping across his lips, as if he were utterly indifferent to the lives of these ghouls, eager to eliminate each one he encountered. Shall we go, Amon-kun, Qin Feng-kun? He glanced at the two before turning to leave. Let us change our perspective. It seems this investigation will prove quite challenging. Indeed. That is true. Qin Feng and Amano Jitar both discerned his intentions and responded in perfect harmony. Soon, the three departed from the scene. Meanwhile, the two fallen ghouls on the ground experienced a slight twitch in their fingers, indicating they were not yet entirely devoid of life. Indeed, a few hours later, they revived, their tenacious vitality as ghouls enabling them to survive injuries that would have been fatal to humans. Remarkably, one managed to rise and tend to its wounds, initiating self-healing. Struggling with their injuries, they returned to their hideout, swiftly bandaging their wounds to regain their mobility. Those accursed white doves were truly a calamity. Before long, the ghoul encountered another companion, whose throat had been slit by Kanu Keiki, and they could not suppress their resentful complaints about the CCG's white doves. Indeed, it appeared that District 20 was no longer a sanctuary. The companion, almost decapitated, bore thick bandages around its throat and spoke with great difficulty. Yet it was no longer in mortal peril. Damn it, this wound hurts terribly. Could it be that the gourmet's rampage has drawn those wretches here? The disemboweled ghoul, clutching its painful chest, speculated about the cause, pondering what had attracted these infernal CCG white doves. No, I do not believe so, its ghoul companion countered, shaking its head, seemingly possessing a more accurate conjecture. That steel claw they wield is something I recognize. It belongs to Jason from District 13. I recall encountering him during a visit to Dr. Fueguchi for treatment, and he nearly frightened the life out of me. Ha ha ha. What astonishing intelligence we have just uncovered. At that moment, from the shadows behind the disemboweled ghoul, several figures emerged, none other than Qin Feng and Kanu Keiki. In a flash of swordplay, the ghoul that had been seated on the bench was cleaved in two by Kanu Keiki, this time undeniably dead, unable to rise again. Indeed, luring garbage requires using garbage as bait. This method proves most efficient. Kanu Keiki's eyes fixed on the remaining ghoul, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. Was it that the trio's appearance rendered the injured ghoul nearly speechless? It seemed to realize it had been used as bait, deliberately released rather than spared due to negligence, which allowed it to survive. Then, where is that Dr. Fueguchi you speak of, you piece of refuse? Canoe Ki chuckled darkly, his gaze unsettling as he regarded the ghoul, his smile bizarre enough to instill unease. So, it was true. Mr. Canoe's plan had indeed borne fruit. Qin Feng also revealed an expression of admiration, nodding as he remarked, "Indeed, you are an esteemed investigator, remarkably seasoned in the art of inquiry." "Oh, you flatter me." Jinhu Wusu responded, greatly pleased that the wisdom he imparted had been acknowledged. With a condescending gaze fixed upon the ghoul, he inquired, "So, Trash, do you wish to die a more agonizing death?" The ghoul trembled in fear, acutely aware of the impending approach of death. Soon, after a brutal and inhumane interrogation, the ghoul ultimately divulged the sought-after information, revealing the residence of Dr. Daika. In exchange, it received the long-desired release from suffering, having its neck severed by a single stroke. "Then, our next destination shall be this so-called ghoul doctor, Daiko Asaki," Wusu declared, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Having acquired the desired intelligence, he cast one last glance at the battered and wretched ghoul, then smiled wryly, noting that since Jason from District 13 had previously sought it out, it might possess some crucial information. Qin Feng and Aimei Jitar exchanged nods, wholeheartedly agreeing with this perspective. The trio set off together, resuming their investigative endeavors. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had been feigning diligence, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Being well acquainted with the narrative, he was fully aware that their journey would unexpectedly lead them to their primary target in District 13, the formidable figure known as Gecko Jason. Thus, he had discreetly prepared himself for the impending confrontation. As anticipated, upon their arrival at the location indicated by the ghoul, a dark figure burst through the dilapidated metal walls, crashing to the ground at their feet. The trio halted, taken aback as they gazed down at the man clad in a white coat. "Oh, could this be the individual we seek, Canoe Ki?" Matoi Washu observed the incapacitated ghoul with keen interest. A grievous penetrating wound marred its chest, evidently inflicted by some formidable object that had pierced through from the front to the back, a sight that was truly harrowing. Were it a mere human, they would have surely perished on the spot. The figure sprawled on the ground resembled a disheveled and inept wandering doctor, attempting to prop itself up but failing due to the severity of its injuries. It looked incredulously at the trio above, seemingly grasping the reason behind its sudden assault by the gecko. Its sense of grievance was profound. Why was the white pigeon here? It certainly hadn't summoned these CCG ghoul investigators. It, Canoe Ki, was no lackey of humanity. However, the true perpetrator of the attack, a tall man in a suit, emerged step by step through the gaping hole in the metal structure, oblivious to the ghoul's silent lament. He had long since deemed it a traitor, having conspired with the CCG's white pigeon to ensnare him. "Indeed, it appears we have not erred in our search, Aimei Kuan, Qin Feng Kuan." Matoi Washa disregarded the fallen Canoe Ki and turned his attention to the suited man, his tone growing somber yet tinged with eager anticipation. Using scraps as bait to reveal the larger fish lurking in the shadows. However, this fellow is a true big fish indeed. "Mr. Matoi, could it be?" Aimei Jitar tightened his grip on the handle of his briefcase, thumb poised over the activation button, ready to deploy his Quinqua weapon. "Jason," Qin Feng took the floor, articulating the answer that everyone was well aware of, a smile of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. "Jason, the gecko from District 13, is indeed our ultimate target for this investigation." His decision to follow the real estate agent Wusu and the others to this inquiry was nothing short of a strategy to eliminate this gecko and fulfill the main mission. With a top-ranking investigator of Wusu's caliber, comparable to a special investigator, alongside first-class investigator Aimei Jitar providing assistance, the odds of successfully eliminating this S-class half-ghoul were significantly enhanced. Why was a prominent figure from District 13 frequently appearing in District 20? Let us pose the question directly to him. Wusu chuckled, pressing the button on the handle of his weapon, drawing out a sword-shaped Quinqua from a silver box, his expression radiating exhilaration. "S-class ghoul, Gecko Jason." Simultaneously, Aimei Jitar brandished his own Quinqua, a massive, cylindrical weapon resembling a bizarre hammer, unmistakably a heavy-duty armament. "Oh, are we about to engage in combat?" Observing this, Qin Feng cooperatively revealed his own Quinqua, a formidable spear-like halberd, long and straight, its tip sharp, adorned with crescent-shaped double blades on either side, exuding an aura of ferocity. However, confronted with the impending assault from the trio, the suit-clad Gecko Jason appeared remarkably unconcerned, sporting a leisurely demeanor, almost indifferent. He let out a dismissive huff, even taking the time to glance at his wristwatch, his tone casual. "There's still a bit of time. I suppose I can entertain you trash for a while." Such brazen arrogance was a blatant display of scorn. Wusu snickered coldly and charged forward first, his sword-shaped Quinqua slicing through the air with the speed of thunder. Yet, Jason effortlessly stepped back, avoiding the attack, leaving only shattered remnants of the iron wall in his wake. "Jason! Jason! Jason!" Wusu was not taken aback. Rather, he repeated the name, plunging into the metal structure, frantically pursuing and attacking, wreaking havoc and reducing the interior to chaos. The once tidy and cozy abode was now a scene of utter destruction. Yet Jason continued to evade every strike with ease, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, his movements remarkably agile. I am Jitar. Unwilling to allow his mentor to fight alone, seized an opportunity, appearing behind Jason and bringing down his massive hammer Quinqua with force aimed at his head. You have some skill, don't you? In that critical moment, Jason's eyes darted backward, sensing the attack, and he leaped away just in time. Let us play for a couple more minutes, shall we? Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly shifted, narrowly dodging a crescent blade aimed at his torso. However, he did not entirely escape unscathed, a faint spray of blood blossoming in the air as the sound of his torn suit echoed sharply. This was, of course, a righteous ambush initiated by Qin Feng, a remedy for all forms of arrogance. Annoying pest. Jason's expression contorted with anger as rage surged across his features, gnashing his teeth. How dare they ruin his attire? They were courting death. He no longer regarded this confrontation as a mere game. He resolved to mercilessly slaughter these 3 white doves. To torture them to their end. I will seize you. Jason extracted a pair of medical pincers crafted from Quinqua steel from his pocket. Identical in design to the bloodstained pair found by Wusu at the crime scene, clearly, they belonged to him. In truth, Jason's presence in this place, the home of Takeuchi, was to have the doctor forge him a new Quinqua steel pincer, his favorite instrument of execution. Clang. The pincers snapped ominously in his grasp, producing a chilling sound. Enough boasting. Jitar swung his hammer with great force, aiming from below, resolved and calm. You will not escape from here today. Clang. Jason merely raised the pincers to intercept the hammer, sparks flying as his expression remained unfazed, as if exerting minimal effort. You seem quite capable of crushing things easily. He sneered, his eyes wide with malice. And with a cruel smile, he bent his right index finger at an unnatural angle, taunting, 1000-7. What does that equal? In the next instant, the pincers aimed directly for Jitar's face, a fierce wind accompanying the blow. No way. In a moment of peril, the glinting crescent blade slashed toward Jason's waist, intent on cleaving him in two. Simultaneously, a blue sword blade targeted his arm. Should he fail to evade, he would likely lose a limb. Bothersome flies. Left with no choice, Jason abandoned his offensive, hastily dodging. In that instant, the 3 engaged in a fierce battle within the confines of the cramped metal structure, the clash of blades resonating as they fought. Boom. Just minutes later, the seemingly dilapidated yet sturdily constructed metal shelter could no longer withstand their relentless assault, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Lying outside, Takeuchi could only watch helplessly as his home was reduced to rubble. Whoosh. Figures emerged from the dust and debris. Is this the power of an S-class ghoul? Truly formidable. Jitar, wielding his Quinqua hammer, stepped outside, narrowly avoiding falling debris. The next moment, before he could regain his footing, a towering shadow loomed behind him. It was Jason. He appeared with blinding speed, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Jitar's head. Exasperated, Jason resolved to eliminate one adversary first. Sensing that Jitar was the weakest among the 3, with one less opponent to contend with, the battle would become significantly easier. Jitar felt a chill spread across his back, realizing that if he were struck by this punch, his head would likely explode like a watermelon. Meanwhile, his mentor Wu Su and Mr. Qin Feng stood at a distance, unable to offer any assistance. Their reach too far. In an instant, the terror of death enveloped him. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a spray of red blossomed from Jason's arm. No one anticipated that Qin Feng had been concealing a Q-Barrett pistol all along. And in this critical moment, he finally fired, creating a gaping hole in Jason's arm with timely precision. The force was fierce and utterly unexpected. Damn it! A profound fury surged within Jason, yet even the pain from his injured arm could not deter his resolute intention to deliver that punch. In an instant, Yamamoto Jintaro was sent hurtling through the air, as if struck by a vehicle, rolling across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Miraculously, he survived. Quickly rising to his feet, shaking his head while clutching his head, blood trickling between his fingers, his injuries, though painful, were not severe. He then regarded Jason with a sense of impending danger, tightening his grip on his Quinqua weapon, his demeanor cautious. Jason, filled with discontent, ground his teeth in frustration. After all, his arm had just endured the shattering impact of a bullet, and much of the force behind his punch had dissipated, rendering him incapable of delivering a lethal blow to Yamamoto Gennaro. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. He unleashed a relentless barrage from his Desert Eagle, wielding it almost as if it were an automatic rifle, as bullets whizzed through the air. To his astonishment, Jason made no attempt to evade. From his lower back, wing-like organs emerged, surrounding him in a protective embrace. The powerful bullets, striking like heavy armor, merely produced a shower of sparks upon impact, failing to breach his defenses. Goodness, is this armor truly that formidable? Qin Feng found it somewhat incredulous, after all. This was the formidable firepower of the Desert Eagle. He felt a sense of relief that he had not approached alone, for it would have been quite a challenge to contend with this half-devourer ghoul. As he fired his weapon, he grasped his halberd and charged towards Jason. Meanwhile, Shinobu Wusu advanced from another direction, coordinating their assault. You lot are exceedingly arrogant, aren't you? Jason's wing like Kaku suddenly expanded, transforming into two elongated serpents that surged forth, aiming to sweep across both Qin Feng and Shinobu Wusu. Qin Feng holstered the Desert Eagle, gripping the halberd tightly. His teeth clenched as he thwarted the impending strike. Nevertheless, his legs carved two deep grooves into the ground as he was forced to retreat several meters. Even with a physique that epitomized human limits and immense strength, he struggled to withstand the prodigious force of the half-Cinemane's ghoul, compelling him to yield ground. The situation was even more dire for Shinta Wusu, who was sent hurtling through the air, following in his disciple's unfortunate wake. No chance of success. Observing this, Yamamoto Jitar, without taking a moment to catch his breath, charged forward wielding his massive hammer, Keinuku, aimed at Jason's back. Jason's gaze turned icy. With his intact left arm raised, he forcibly deflected the assault, then pivoted to deliver a kick that struck the handle of Yamamoto's hammer, sending him flying once more over 10 meters. A splendid opportunity. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng propelled himself forward, his halberd slicing through the air like a cold crescent moon, swiftly grazing Jason's back. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across Qin Feng's face. Jason howled in agony and rage, his two feathered, scaly wings extending from his lower back like twin whips, launching a frenzied assault against Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng displayed remarkable skill, wielding his halberd with impenetrable precision, blocking every attack while retreating steadily. Well done. Observing this, Makoto Wu and Jitar Yamamoto immediately joined the fray, brandishing their quinquo weapons to deliver a righteous beating to Jason. The trio's movements were exquisitely synchronized, a relentless rhythm of offense. Alone and besieged, Jason roared in frustration, struggling to fend off the onslaught from all directions as his wounds multiplied. You damn trash. Despite its formidable regenerative abilities, it could not heal so many injuries at once, and its condition grew increasingly dire. Finally, it succumbed to a complete frenzy, unveiling its last resort. From its waist, scapula, and shoulders emerged three pulsating, grotesque masses, tearing through its tattered, blood-stained suit, enveloping its head, shoulders, torso, and right arm, manifesting a new battle stance that exuded an astonishing aura. This was its semi-herald form. In this state, its strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. You all shall perish. Jason's lips curled into a sinister grin, its black-red eyes filled with unrestrained ferocity and cruelty. With a sudden motion, its enormous right arm seized the cylindrical quinquo hammer swung by Jitar Yamamoto, crushing it effortlessly in its grip. Subsequently, it spread its massive fingers towards the visibly shaken Yamamoto. Sensing the imminent danger, Makoto Wu activated the transformation feature of his sword-shaped quinquo, sprouting three tentacle-like appendages to ensnare Jason. With a twist of the handle, he attempted to constrict it. However, Jason easily withstood the pressure, rendering Wu's efforts futile. Then, it began to exert its monstrous strength, aiming to rupture the three tentacle appendages. Its muscles bulged ominously, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng let out a thunderous roar, wielding his large halberd as it descended from the sky. The crescent blade struck Jason's head, yet it merely produced a resounding clang, failing to breach the armored helmet that encased his head. Instead, the impact left Qin Feng's hands tingling with numbness. How astonishing! Qin Feng immediately discarded his spear and, like a magician, produced a Desert Eagle, aiming it at Jason's eye socket, relentlessly pulling the trigger. Bullets rained down upon its eyelid, and he was determined to defy the odds. With a series of sharp cracks, the tendrils of Zhenhu Wusu were forcibly pried apart by Jason's sheer strength, shattering them entirely. Caught off guard, even Zhenhu Wusu stumbled back a step, losing grip on the sword hilt, only to be kicked away. Yet, Jason's ocular armor also suffered, developing cracks that ultimately led to its devastation. The relentless barrage of bullets finally breached its defenses, penetrating deep into its eye socket. Jason ceased his pursuit, howling in excruciating agony as he instinctively covered his eyes with his left hand, retreating desperately in an effort to evade Qin Feng's gunfire. Meanwhile, his massive right arm instinctively reached for Qin Feng, attempting to crush him in a single grasp. However, Qin Feng demonstrated remarkable agility, leaping aside just in time to avoid the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he began to maneuver around the sightless giant, darting in every direction while continuing to fire the Desert Eagle, unleashing an unending barrage of bullets aimed at its vital points. Though Jason's half-armor form was exceptionally robust, it was not impervious to vulnerabilities. At that moment, its throat, heart, joints, abdomen, and groin, all exposed vital areas, were subjected to a relentless hail of gunfire, splattering blood in every direction. I refuse to believe you can heal indefinitely. Qin Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, moving with the precision of a mechanical automaton. As he deftly evaded his opponent's attacks, he relentlessly pulled the trigger with a frenzied cadence, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the half-ghoul, Jason. His mastery of firearms was elevated to an extraordinary level, with bullets raining down like a torrential downpour, impossible to evade. In an instant, Jason's entire body convulsed under the relentless assault, Every part of him that was struck by the bullets was drenched in blood, no matter how resilient his physique was. It could not keep pace with the damage inflicted by the projectiles, resulting in an amalgamation of agony, fury, and profound humiliation. Although his eyes began to heal and his vision partially returned, the tide of battle had turned against him, making it increasingly difficult to escape his disadvantage. Soon, amidst the onslaught, Qin Feng's relentless firepower shattered Jason's left elbow and both knee joints, causing his towering frame to crash to the ground with a thunderous thud. Die. Qin Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire, gradually shattering the formidable armor encasing his adversary's neck. Subsequently, he advanced towards the fallen polearm, deftly retrieving it with a nimble step. With a swift motion, he sheathed his desert eagle, grasped the great halberd with both hands, and, twisting his body, allowed the crescent blade to arc gracefully before delivering a fierce strike to his opponent's throat. Exerting every ounce of strength, he harnessed the techniques of combat mastery, channeling the power of every muscle within his human form to amplify the force behind that razor-sharp edge. Like slicing through a thick rubber tire, he successfully severed Jason's head from his body in a singular, decisive blow. The enormous head rolled several times upon the ground, its wide-open eyes, weeping blood, remained defiantly unclosed. The towering figure lay motionless, limbs severed, blood gushing forth, staining the earth crimson. Gasping for breath, the three onlookers nearly collapsed to the ground, exchanging glances filled with disbelief before erupting into laughter. Indeed, they had triumphed. Together, they had vanquished the formidable S-Class ghoul, Jason, decisively extinguishing his life. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the main quest, eliminate the S-Class ghoul gecko Jason. Quest rewards have been issued. Please take note to receive them. Alongside Jason's collapse, the voice of the strongest system resonated within Qin Feng's mind. He immediately sensed a profound transformation within his body, reminiscent of the initial surge of power he experienced upon completing his first task, as he discovered his physical strength had surged dramatically once more. Flesh, bones, organs, skin, he perceived a frenzied enhancement of all his bodily functions, resilience, robustness, tightness, and an overwhelming sense of power course through him, propelling his physical prowess to a level beyond human capability. This revelation filled Qin Feng with an exhilarating joy, as if he had transcended to a higher plane of existence. An ineffable delight enveloping his being. Extraordinary. Indeed, this was the essence of the extraordinary. He had finally surpassed the limits of humanity, evolving into a being of exceptional life. Today, in terms of physical strength and capabilities, he stood on par with the very S-Class half-ghoul Jason he had just defeated. Qin Feng clenched his fists, savoring the surge of power coursing through him. He realized that he no longer needed to rely on the Desert Eagle, with merely the Quink weapon. He could effortlessly crush Jason. This exemplified the formidable prowess of close combat, enhanced by his robust physique, culminating in a terrifying combat capability. Although he possessed the peak potential of the human form, he still fell slightly short compared to the S-Class ghouls, those monstrous beings that defied humanity. Despite his remarkable skills, he found it challenging to unleash their full potential. Yet now, he stood on equal footing with them, even poised to surpass them. Haha. He and the true master Wusu, along with Ayamon Kotaro, exchanged knowing glances, their laughter ringing out joyously, bursting with uncontainable delight. While Wusu and Kotaro rejoiced at their victory over the formidable Jason, Qin Feng celebrated his ascension in the realm of existence, laughing heartily. Though their reasons differed, the shared sentiment of joy bridged their experiences. The vast sea welcomes the fish to leap, and the sky invites the birds to soar. An unrestrained ecstasy, a wild gallop. From this moment forth, he was like a dragon that had plunged into the ocean, breaking free from the confines of narrow rivers, able to frolic freely and stir up tempests. System. Qin Feng silently invoked his system's virtual panel, the ultimate system. Host. Qin Feng gender. Male age. 24, 240 race. Human. Extraordinary strength. 60 constitution. 60 agility. 60 spirit. 60 world source points. 0 special abilities. Linguistic mastery. Mastery of firearms. Mastery of combat. Immunity to all poisons. System inventory. Life potions X10. Energy potions X10. Infinite bullets for Desert Eagle. As Qin Feng observed the changes above, an indescribable joy welled up within him. Firstly, his maximum age limit had surged from 150 to an impressive 240, granting him an extraordinary extension of 90 years of natural life. If all went well, he could potentially live 3 lifetimes of an ordinary human. Secondly, alongside the designation of human, his race now bore the term extraordinary, signifying his ascension into a new echelon of life. Furthermore, his 4 attributes had doubled from an original value of 30 to a remarkable 60, perfectly aligning with the reward for completing the task of doubling physical strength, without a hint of exaggeration. The sensations coursing through his body at that moment confirmed this transformation. He was indeed twice as powerful as he had been before. In addition, the rewards from the main quests he had completed earlier also manifested abundantly in his special abilities and system backpack, rendering him immeasurably more formidable than when he first arrived in this ghoul-infested world. Instilling him with newfound confidence. Main quest updated. Ding. A new main quest has been revealed. Eliminate a ghoul restaurant. Quest reward. Doubling of physical strength. Accompanying this was the prompt for the next main quest update. And the reward for this task left Qin Feng wide-eyed in astonishment. Doubling physical strength? Was the reward for the next task, astonishingly, the same? Qin Feng gazed in astonishment at this prospect, his heart racing with the thrill of his recent elevation in existence. A ghoul restaurant? How splendid. It shall be eradicated. I assure you, even divine intervention could not save it. Setting aside the bountiful rewards of this mission, the very notion of ghouls treating humans as mere livestock, slaughtering them indiscriminately to create culinary delights, ignited a profound fury within him as a human. Particularly repugnant was that so-called gourmet, Jukiyama Sho, who, in pursuit of what he deemed delectable human cuisine, had undoubtedly taken countless lives, his madness bordering on obsession. Upon first encountering this character in the original narrative, Qin Feng found him utterly revolting. Now, he yearned to see this deranged ghoul face the consequences of his actions. Fortuitously, Jukiyama Sho had established a ghoul restaurant in District 7, serving an array of human dishes prepared through various gruesome methods, delighting his ghoul clientele while committing heinous acts. Thus, he resolved to make this deranged gourmet his primary target. It was imperative that he be eliminated. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, a chilling intent evident. Mr. Qin Feng, are you all right? In the distance, Yamamoto Gentaro observed his silence with a hint of concern. Likewise, Masato Wuju regarded him with worried eyes. It is worth noting that during the latter stages of the confrontation with Jason, it was predominantly Qin Feng who bore the brunt of the battle, serving as the primary force against Jason's relentless assaults, while he and his apprentice, Yamamoto Gentaro, could only offer meager support, attempting to distract and divert its attention. Throughout the encounter, it was solely Qin Feng who inflicted substantial damage upon Jason. Their own attacks were merely a trifling annoyance, barely causing any significant harm. Thus, it is indisputable that the true hero of this battle was indeed Mr. Qin Feng from the Dragon Nation. They harbored concerns about his potential injuries. Yet he bore the burden in silence, wary of causing undue worry among them. After all, the gecko-like Jason was an S-class dangerous ghoul and a half-ghoul to boot. Based on prior combat experiences, it was almost inconceivable to vanquish such a creature without sacrificing a multitude of ordinary ghoul investigators, if not several senior or elite investigators. To have achieved its demise at the cost of only 3 severely injured individuals was an astonishing victory. Indeed, Masato Wuju and Yamamoto Gentaro were both injured, and quite severely at that, with several broken bones, gritting their teeth against the pain. During the battle, they had been struck multiple times by Jason, each blow sending them flying several meters. Sustaining only broken bones was a minor outcome, owing to their extensive combat experience and knowledge of how to mitigate damage. They could not help but speculate that Qin Feng, who endured the brunt of Jason's assaults, had also sustained injuries, perhaps even more severe than their own. Little did they know that the martial prowess of Qin Feng had kept him unscathed throughout, as he adeptly evaded every attack or deflected them with his halberd. Moreover, having received new task rewards, his physical strength had doubled, allowing him to replenish any expended energy and mental fortitude. Now, he was invigorated and brimming with vitality, fully capable of facing Jason once more, and this time, it would be a solitary confrontation, effortlessly overwhelming the creature. Rest assured, I am fine. Qin Feng was acutely aware of their thoughts. He shook his head and offered a word of solace. His mind was consumed with a singular desire to reduce the ghoul restaurant that Yueshan had established to ruins, eliminating those who treated humanity as mere livestock. Strangely, where was that doctor from the flute? Soon, Yamamoto Gentaro noticed an anomaly. He glanced at the white-coated, motionless vagabond doctor who had been lying on the ground, his brow furrowing. There, he had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Perhaps he took advantage of our fierce battle with Jason to slip away unnoticed? Remarked the disdainful Jin Hu-Su, brushing off the dust from his attire as he approached his disciple, extending a hand to help him up from the ground, only to wince in pain as he clutched his side. TSK, that gecko was ruthless. A single kick fractured 3 of my ribs and nearly punctured my lung. Merely an inconsequential ghoul lackey. If he has fled, so be it. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Mr. Jin, Mr. Yamamoto, we are all quite injured. Let us first seek medical attention, he suggested, a hint of concern in his voice, for he knew that their injuries were a consequence of his involvement, which had transformed what was meant to be a skirmish into a life-and-death struggle. Indeed, you speak the truth. Jin Hu-Su nodded in agreement, not declining the suggestion. He felt a profound sense of shame. As the weakest among them, Yamamoto Gentaro loathed his own ineptitude. After this encounter, both he and his mentor had sustained considerable injuries, and even their quinquo weapons lay shattered, severely damaged, leaving them uncertain of their repair. Jin Hu-Su contacted the CCG headquarters, briefly explaining the situation and requesting assistance to clean up the scene. Before long, several vehicles arrived, bringing with them a contingent of ordinary lower-ranking investigators and logistical personnel to manage the aftermath. Amidst the reverent gazes of those present, the 3 departed the scene, making their way toward the hospital. Qin Feng transported the injured Wu-Su and Ayaman Gangtaro to a nearby hospital for treatment. Wu Su had several broken bones, which the doctors stabilized with pins and wrapped in bandages, requiring a few days of hospitalization. In contrast, Ayaman Gangtaro, whose injuries were more severe, was encased in plaster, with his head bandaged, lying on a hospital bed, awaiting the healing of his fractured bones. He shared a room with his mentor and would be unable to leave the hospital for an extended period. As for Qin Feng, he emerged from the hospital unscathed, leaving behind the bewildered gaze of the doctors. The death of Gecko Jason had caused quite a stir within the CCG, as he was a notoriously dangerous ghoul. Upon learning the news, their superior, Marudazai, was taken aback. "I merely instructed you to investigate, and you managed to eliminate it." Regardless, the successful subjugation of Gecko Jason significantly boosted the morale of the ghoul investigators at the CCG. Wu Su, Iman Gangaro, and the investigator from the Dragon Country, Qin Feng, became well-known figures. Their appearances drew curious glances, mingled with respect and admiration. However, this newfound fame did not hinder Qin Feng's subsequent actions. He reported the findings of the investigation accurately and delegated the follow-up inquiries to other investigators. Although the S-Class ghoul Gecko Jason had been slain, the reasons behind his departure from District 13 to meet the S-Class ghoul Glutton Shindai Rise in District 20 remained unresolved, necessitating further investigation. Jason was not a lone wolf. He belonged to a vast ghoul organization and held a high-ranking position within it. The meeting between him and another S-Class ghoul suggested that their respective organizations might be collaborating towards a specific objective, making it imperative to uncover the underlying motives. However, the lead investigator, Wu Su, along with his apprentice Iman Gangaro, was incapacitated due to injuries sustained in the conflict with Gecko Jason, rendering them unable to continue the investigation. They composed a detailed report and handed the matter over to their colleagues. While the lead on Jason had been severed, the wandering ghoul doctor, Deko Chokuki, had left behind several clues that could potentially lead to another target in the investigation, the S-Class ghoul Glutton Shindai Rise. Nonetheless, as the one who had personally slain Shindai Rise, Qin Feng was already aware of the ultimate outcome of this lead. To avoid exposing himself, he deliberately concealed this information. Thus, he refrained from pursuing this line of inquiry further and found an excuse to withdraw from the investigation team, fully transferring the matter to others. After all, with both Jason and Shindai Rise eliminated, it sufficed to delegate such minor tasks to ordinary investigators. Qin Feng was utterly indifferent to such trivial matters. After submitting his report, he turned his attention to devising a strategy for the new primary mission, eradicating a ghoul restaurant. His target, of course, was the establishment owned by the gourmet Jukiyama Shu in the 7th District. On this day, Qin Feng ventured into the Tokyo area designated as the 7th District to conduct a covert investigation. His first task was to retrieve intelligence regarding the Jukiyama family from the CCG Headquarters Information Department. He meticulously searched for their properties in the 7th District of Tokyo, systematically eliminating options until he pinpointed the exact location of the ghoul restaurant. To avoid alarming the quarry, he undertook the investigation alone. It is worth noting that the Jukiyama family wields considerable influence in Neon Country. They masquerade as humans and have seamlessly integrated into society. The family's patriarch, Jukiyama Kanu, is a distinguished entrepreneur in the country, boasting numerous supporters and connections both in human society and the ghoul world, flourishing and deeply rooted. Under the protective umbrella of the Jukiyama family, a vast number of ghouls serve them loyally, enjoying their patronage. The gourmet Jukiyama Shu is, in fact, the son of Jukiyama Kanu, making him the heir of the Jukiyama lineage. This connection affords him abundant resources, enabling him to clandestinely capture humans for the purpose of creating human flesh delicacies without facing repercussions, exhibiting an audacity that knows no bounds. Periodically, he hosts extravagant culinary events at his ghoul restaurant, inviting numerous ghouls to partake in the savories crafted from human flesh, a testament to his numerous heinous acts. This address has been ruled out. Qin Feng drove a newly assigned vehicle from the CCG headquarters, leisurely navigating through the realms of Tokyo's District 7. He meticulously examined each address he had uncovered, conducting his own inquiries. With a pen in hand, he crossed off one address from his notebook, then shifted his gaze to another. Thus, he thought, on to the next. He started the engine and continued his investigation. After half an hour, he finally made a significant discovery, identifying a highly suspicious target. It was an opulent private mansion, publicly touted as a club accessible only to select members by invitation. Naturally, Qin Feng could not enter through the main gate. However, such obstacles posed no challenge for someone of his exceptional abilities. He simply scaled the wall and stealthily slipped through a window, evading surveillance, and infiltrated the mansion. Inside, it was eerily quiet, with only a few security personnel patrolling, indicating a robust defensive presence. Qin Feng cautiously maneuvered around the gaze of the individuals present, meticulously investigating the suspicious private edifice. Before long, he made several discoveries. He could assert with confidence that this private mansion, replete with various peculiar mechanisms and a spacious hall, faintly emanating the scent of blood, was indeed a ghoul restaurant. The multitude of traces and clues pointed towards this conclusion, as did its architecture, style, and decor. all strikingly reminiscent of the ghoul restaurant featured in the original narrative he had previously encountered, where Jukiyama Shu had made an appearance. There was no doubt this was the ghoul restaurant he had been seeking. Without alerting the security personnel within, Qin Feng stealthily slipped away. Returning to his vehicle to start the engine and depart, he commenced a clandestine inquiry into the intelligence surrounding this private mansion, approaching the task with diligence and precision. Soon, he uncovered a crucial piece of information. This private mansion periodically hosted events, inviting a multitude of attendees. On such occasions, a procession of luxurious limousines would line up at its entrance, an unending stream of guests arriving in droves. Clearly, this marked the date of Jukiyama's grand culinary banquet. After careful consideration, Qin Feng deduced that the next banquet would occur in approximately 5 days. He committed this date to memory, lightly drumming his fingers on the table as he contemplated how to ensnare the ghoul restaurant and the ghouls attending the human cuisine banquet all at once. Venturing alone into the lion's den? No, that option had been dismissed from the outset. Although he currently possessed formidable strength, having ascended to the extraordinary tier of existence and harboring no fear of any S-class ghouls, he was confident in his ability to eliminate them one by one. However, such an endeavor would be exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive. Furthermore, there was a substantial risk of being overwhelmed by a horde of ghouls, placing him at a disadvantage and potentially exposing him to injury or even death. Who could ascertain what formidable adversaries were concealed among the ghouls attending the banquet? Better to be cautious than to be caught unawares. Even if he was unafraid of them and capable of defeating them, what if they decided to flee? Could he, a solitary individual, pursue so many? Should they choose to escape en masse, no matter how fervently he might chase, he would likely only manage to eliminate a handful, falling short of complete annihilation. If he were to fail in accomplishing the primary mission, the consequences would be dire. Ultimately, solitude and isolation were not viable strategies. Therefore, he needed assistance to draw others into the fray. The most prudent choice, naturally, would be to enlist the CCG. However, this course of action would entail the risk of information leakage. Who could say whether the Jukiyama family had their own informants within the CCG? Should whispers of their plans reach the Jukiyama family, leading to the cancellation of the banquet or even the relocation of the ghoul restaurant, he would find himself at a loss, forced to seek a new target. In any case, no matter the choice made, risks would invariably abound. After much contemplation, Qin Feng finally devised a plan. Fearing the potential leakage of information, he resolved to confide only in those he deemed trustworthy. Familiar with the plot of the original work, he was acutely aware of the individuals within the CCG who were traitors and those who were reliable allies. With determination, Qin Feng forged an anonymous tip-off letter and orchestrated a ruse, pretending to have received the letter and embarking on a supposed investigation for several days, while in reality, he indulged in leisurely pursuits. Ultimately, he compiled the information he had previously gathered, disguising it as intelligence acquired during his fabricated investigation, and submitted it to the office of one of the 7 elite investigators at CCG headquarters, District 1, none other than the formidable Anpu Seiko, who had once collaborated with Qin Feng in a previous extermination operation. He believed that if this decisive female investigator became aware of the existence of the ghoul restaurant, she would undoubtedly initiate a purge, thus providing him an opportunity to participate. During this period, he merely needed to observe Anpu Seiko's reactions alongside the CCG's response, while discreetly monitoring the activities of the private mansion in District 7 to prevent any clandestine relocations should they catch wind of the situation. Should they attempt to flee, he would not be caught unawares. As anticipated, Anpu Seiko did not betray Qin Feng's trust. This investigator, who consistently upheld humanity's interests in the original narrative, took the report he submitted very seriously, summoning him to her office to meticulously inquire about the details of his investigation. Subsequently, upon Qin Feng's deliberate expression of concern, Anpu Seiko refrained from escalating the matter to her superiors and promptly initiated a covert operation, acting with resolute decisiveness. She contacted the head of the CCG division responsible for Tokyo's District 7, Furio Taiji, to engage in a joint operation. On the day of a routine banquet at the ghoul restaurant, Anpu Seiko and Furio Taiji's assembled task force began their clandestine operation, surrounding the area with great caution. Naturally, Qin Feng volunteered to join the operation. Intelligence confirmed the presence of several suspicious individuals entering the target location. Cross-referencing the targets, they discovered the notorious ghoul known as the Gourmet had appeared. Numerous dangerous ghouls were congregating at this site, and it was highly probable that this private venue served as their hideout, potentially functioning as a ghoul restaurant. Through continuous surveillance, an increasing volume of intelligence substantiated the authenticity of the report Qin Feng had submitted. Within the command vehicle, Anpu Seiko and Furio Taiji, the elite investigator and head of the District 7 branch respectively, wore grave expressions, realizing the significance of the situation. It seemed you were correct. Elite investigator Anpu. Indeed, our District 7 conceals an unknown ghoul restaurant. Furio Taiji, with his slick-back hair, bore a serious countenance, his eyes shadowed with regret, astonished that such a perilous secret lurked beneath his very oversight in District 7. This elite investigator, once a delinquent in his school days, had formed a bond with a classmate, Arima Kishu, after a ghoul attack, leading him to abandon his former ways and become an exceptional ghoul investigator, taking on the responsibility of the CCG's District 7 division. As for Arima Kishu, he was famed as the invincible ghoul investigator and known as the White Reaper, currently the CCG's highest combat force. They had indeed concealed themselves deeply, but today we shall eradicate them. Anpu Seiko nodded, her demeanor cool as she declared, "Prepare to commence the operation, Furio." Yes. Furio Taiji saluted her and turned to instruct the operational team in District 7. "Now, Mr. Qin Feng, let us also begin our preparations." Anpu Seiko looked towards Qin Feng, her tone softening slightly, her attitude becoming more amiable. "Certainly, Miss Seiko." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. During the previous operational mission, his prowess had already earned her respect, especially since he had just successfully vanquished the S-Class Ghoul Lizard Jason, further enhancing her esteem for him. Soon, the combat team from District 1, led by Anpu Seiko, and the team from District 7, commanded by Fuyang Taiji, had assembled. With a single command, they launched an assault on the nearby private clubhouse. The first to fall were the security personnel stationed at the entrance. Uncertain of whether the adversaries were ghouls, the combat teams employed silenced tranquilizer darts to avoid alarming any ghouls within the establishment. Subsequently, this joint task force breached the main entrance of the clubhouse, dispatching several smaller teams to guard against potential alternate exits. Along their path, anyone they encountered was swiftly struck by tranquilizer darts, collapsing silently. Before long, the combat team to which Qin Feng belonged arrived outside the grand entrance of the main hall, where faint sounds of excited cheers intermixed with terrified screams and peculiar clattering echoed from within, indicating that the situation was far from normal. Qin Feng turned around and exchanged a glance with Anpu Qingzi, nodding slightly. He pressed his thumb, drawing forth his quinqua, the great halberd, and boldly kicked open the grand door. Before him lay an expansive and opulent hall, towering 3 stories high, filled with ecstatic ghouls and the lofty figure of the gourmet, Jukiyama Shu. In the center of the hall stood a tall, gaunt man of peculiar appearance, adorned in a top hat and a black tuxedo, presenting himself as a gentleman. Yet, in his hand, he wielded a massive scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, relentlessly pursuing over a dozen terrified young women, whose screams echoed through the air. The floor was littered with the bodies of several female victims, gruesomely dismembered and drenched in blood. A harrowing sight that bore witness to the peak of this horrific banquet where humans were the main course. The elegantly clad ghouls and attendants reveled in the macabre spectacle, their excitement palpable. Enraged, the ghoul investigators surged into the fray, launching an assault on these depraved ghouls who delighted in human flesh. Qin Feng led the charge, his eyes ablaze with fury as he zeroed in on the slender figure known as the Dissector, swinging his halberd with lethal precision. At that moment, the Dissector, caught off guard by the approaching footsteps, turned only to have his neck severed by Qin Feng's crescent blade, his head soaring several meters away. The scythe he wielded was cleaved in 2, rendering him incapable of further carnage. The sudden influx of ghoul investigators sent shockwaves through the dining ghouls, who were momentarily paralyzed by the turn of events. Damn it! The CCG's white doves. How did they find us? Panic ensued, with cries of "My arm! I've been shot! It hurts! And pleas for escape." Yet, amidst the chaos, some ghouls rallied, emboldened by their numbers, declaring, "We can fight back. Charge, let us slay these humans." The scene erupted into disarray as ghouls, caught between fleeing and confronting the investigators, were met with the relentless barrage of bullets. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire, as both sides clashed violently. From his elevated position, Jukiyama Shu, unfazed by the unfolding chaos, seized the microphone from the stunned host, exclaiming in a maniacal tone, "We have unexpected guests who dare to interrupt our feast. How dreadful that our servant, the Dissector, has been ruthlessly slain by that human. Let us retaliate against these audacious intruders. Let their blood and flesh be our dinner tonight. Kill them all." With a twisted grin beneath his crescent mask, Jukiyama incited the ghouls, who, driven by their bloodlust, surged forward to confront the CCG agents with fervor. The ghoul investigators, undeterred, steadied their automatic rifles, aiming at the oncoming tide. Some weaker ghouls fell victim to the gunfire, their bodies riddled with bullets, while stronger ghouls nimbly evaded the onslaught, utilizing their Kagun to break through the lines of fire and charge forward. Seeing this, Anpu Qingzi and several elite investigators equipped with close combat quinquas drew their weapons, engaging the formidable ghouls in fierce combat, resulting in mutual casualties amidst the chaos. This is an unprecedented feast. Jukiyama Shu observed the battle unfolding in the hall, a grotesque smile stretching across his face as he laughed maniacally. What a repulsive perversion. Qin Feng kicked aside the fallen body of the dismantler before him. Retrieving the Desert Eagle from his system backpack, he aimed it directly at the head of Yuan Shanxi and fired. Bang! "Young master, be careful." A female ghoul, standing behind Yuan Shanxi, stepped forward, manifesting her Kagun in an attempt to intercept the bullet. Unfortunately, the power of that bullet far exceeded her expectations. Her tail Kagun was shattered upon impact, and the bullet continued its trajectory toward Yuan Shanxi's head. Insolent intruder. Yuan Shanxi appeared unfazed. A spiraling armor Kagun suddenly emerged from his right shoulder, positioning itself in front of him. The bullet struck it, creating a shower of sparks, but was deflected with ease. This was none other than the armored Kagun, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities among the 4 types of ghoul Kagun. Even the large-caliber bullet from the Desert Eagle struggled to penetrate its armor. To dare to attack the host of the banquet was an audacious affront. The food connoisseur's gaze darkened with fury, his eyes fixated ominously on Qin Feng in the hall, his voice dripping with menace. "Get out." Qin Feng showed no mercy, continuously pulling the trigger as he directed his fire towards Jukiyama's shield. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Jukiyama could only rely on his kakuja for defense. The 2 ghoulish maidens standing behind him were ruthlessly gunned down by the furious Qin Feng without a hint of compassion. "How dare you slay my maid?" Witnessing this, Jukiyama's expression darkened further. Gritting his teeth, he seized the opportunity during Qin Feng's brief cessation of fire to leap from the elevated platform and dash towards him. This, of course, was a deliberate ploy by Qin Feng. His Desert Eagle was equipped with an infinite supply of bullets. There would be no genuine pause in his assault. His intention was to provoke Jukiyama's wrath by eliminating his ghoulish maidens, thereby inciting a vengeful response, lest this cunning gourmet ghoul sense impending doom and attempt to flee. After all, behind him lay a corridor designated for hasty escape, and he had meticulously studied the architectural layout of this private establishment. Unwilling to grant his adversary any chance of escape, with a sweeping motion of his great halberd, he effortlessly dispatched several ghoul minions charging at him, then aggressively shattered the floor of the hall beneath his feet, surging towards Jukiyama with a fierce gaze. The 2 collided with tremendous force. The spiraling drill-like kakuja coiling around Jukiyama's right arm clashed violently against the crescent-shaped halberd wielded by Qin Feng, reverberating throughout the hall. Clang! The piercing sound seemed poised to rupture eardrums. Sparks flared and scattered between the 2 combatants. Humph! The spiraled kakuja wrapped around Jukiyama's arm compressed like a spring, as he exerted himself to push Qin Feng's halberd back. However, Qin Feng did not yield an inch. Instead, his gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, forcing Jukiyama back by half a step. How could this be? Overwhelmed by the staggering force he faced, Jukiyama could hardly believe it. His eyes widening in disbelief. How could a mere lowly human, fit only to be our food's refuse, possess such formidable strength? Lowly? Food? Refuse? Qin Feng slightly narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of frosty light flashing within, piercing the nerves of Yushanshi. Ha! How audaciously arrogant! You mere ghouls, akin to wild beasts. What do you perceive humanity as? Go to hell. In an instant, the crescent halberd in Qin Feng's hand surged with power, forcefully repelling Yushanshi. He then stepped forward, skillfully wielding the halberd with remarkable finesse, effortlessly dismantling Yushanshi's defensive posture. Subsequently, with a swift diagonal strike from the tail of the halberd, he struck the back of Yushanshi's right knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Without delay, he turned and delivered a direct thrust, pinning this S-class ghoul firmly to the earth, much to the astonishment of his adversary. Blood gushed forth, staining Yushanshi's favored purple suit, eliciting a pain cry as his expression contorted in agony. How could this be? Yushanshi grasped the blade of the halberd with both hands, desperately attempting to dislodge it. Yet, an insurmountable force held him in place, rendering him immobile. The fury within him had subsided, replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding as despair enveloped his heart. Who on earth are you? Yushanshi's voice trembled, a shiver running down his spine. Could it be you are that White Reaper from CCG? The White Reaper? Huh. Qin Feng looked down from his elevated position, fixating on the gourmet pinned helplessly to the ground. The situation had drastically reversed from before, and with a frigid gaze, he uttered, "Do you really believe yourself to be formidable, S-class gourmet? How audacious for a mere S-class ghoul to presume invincibility, destined only to fall at the hands of Arima Kishu, the White Reaper revered by the CCG. Huh. For that half-ghoul, even an SSS-class ghoul could be vanquished. How presumptuous of you to consider yourself anything but a pitiful weakling. Who exactly are you?" The scornful tone and disdainful gaze of Qin Feng thoroughly provoked the sensitive heart of Yushanshi, igniting a furious roar from within. With all its might, it attempted to break free from its restraints, only to discover that the halberd remained utterly immovable. How weak you are. Perceiving its resistance, Qin Feng's expression turned icy, nearly eliciting laughter. No, perhaps it is I who am too strong? A once formidable opponent now seemed trivial, leaving him to ponder if this was the essence of becoming stronger. The exhilaration was simply sublime. He yearned to continue his ascent in strength, to become even mightier, to crush all adversaries beneath his heel. I will never let you off the hook. Yushanshi was engulfed by both rage and terror. Abandoning the attempt to withdraw the halberd, it contracted the spiral armor on its right arm, which spun like a spring before launching itself fiercely at Qin Feng's head in a desperate counterattack. Hope still flickered within, if it could escape this peril. As the scion of the Yushan family, it vowed to marshal all resources to make this accursed man pay dearly. It swore it would not be overlooked. Yet, Qin Feng merely tilted his head to evade the assault with effortless grace. His gaze turned frosty as he regarded this gourmet who had slaughtered countless for a mere taste of flesh. His voice dripped with cold disdain. Ha! Do you truly believe you have a future? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he exerted a sudden force upon the halberd, twisting it violently, and shattered Yushanshi's chest entirely. A harrowing scream of agony erupted from Yushangshi, echoing through the entire ghoul restaurant, drawing the attention of all present who gazed upon its grim fate. Is that the esteemed MM? How could it possibly fall to a human? The disbelief coursed through them, such formidable power, and yet this man had triumphed. The terror was palpable. In that moment, the ghouls stood in stunned silence, their spirits shaken. They had never anticipated that an S-class ghoul, a gourmet of such renown, could be vanquished so swiftly and find itself on the brink of death. The once frenzied assault of the ghouls faltered, their morale plummeting. Witnessing Yushangshi's dire predicament, they felt an overwhelming dread wash over them, as if they too were ensnared in the clutches of mortality. Well done. Anpu Seiko's eyes sparkled as she observed the scene unfold. Unable to restrain her admiration, she marveled at Qin Feng's prowess. She had long recognized his extraordinary strength, yet his performance still left this elite investigator astounded. Even she would find it challenging to defeat an S-class ghoul with such swiftness. Roar. The gathering of ghoul investigators rallied their spirits, cheering for Qin Feng. Capture the king before the thieves. Qin Feng boldly took the lead, swiftly capturing the owner of the ghoul restaurant, nearly declaring that this extermination operation was tilting towards a victorious conclusion. It is no wonder the crowd erupted in exuberance. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Qin Feng withdrew the formidable halberd in his grasp, executing a flourish with the weapon, and in the next heartbeat, severed the neck of Jukiyama Sho. The anguished cry of that gourmet ghoul was abruptly silenced. This decisive strike seemed to pierce the hearts of the many ghouls present, sending a chill through their beings, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Annihilate them all. Qin Feng withdrew the spearhead embedded in the ground, his gaze icy as he surveyed his surroundings. His eyes fell upon the ghouls, and he shouted, "Fire!" Bang! 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 The desert eagle reappeared in his grasp, unleashing a torrent of bullets, flames dancing from the muzzle. One by one, the ghouls he targeted found their heads shattered, collapsing to the ground in a gruesome display. Kill them. The ghoul investigators snapped back to reality, grasping their weapons and launching their own counterattacks. Ah, it hurts. Run. A cacophony of cries and screams erupted, the ghouls thrown into a state of panic, unable to maintain their earlier frenzy, instead retreating in disarray. That guy is terrifying. Run, or we'll be killed. Spare me. Don't kill me. The scene devolved into chaos, the ghouls steadily falling back, bewildered. The investigators pressed forward, the sounds of gunfire ringing out incessantly. Occasionally, a ghoul would fall, struck down. While some investigators met a tragic fate, felled by the dying retaliations of the ghouls. Yet, humans ultimately held the upper hand, the tide favoring them. The exceptional investigator, Anpu Seiko, wielding formidable strength, dispatched numerous powerful ghouls, while several elite investigators shone brightly, leading the charge and pursuing many ghouls. Not to mention, there was Qin Feng's, unmatched in close combat and equally lethal with firearms, methodically eliminating the ghouls' minor leaders with precise shots. Each bullet he fired claimed a life, casting him as a reaper on the battlefield. Death followed in his wake for anyone he set his sights upon. He accounted for the majority of the ghouls slain, cold and merciless. After half an hour, this extermination operation finally concluded. Almost all the ghouls had been encircled by the CCG forces, either killed on the spot or captured and restrained, stripped of their freedom. In the end, humanity emerged victorious with minimal losses, successfully eradicating the vile ghouls from the restaurant. Only a few, adept at fleeing, managed to escape, bringing shocking news to Tokyo's underground ghoul community. The so-called gourmet, the S-class ghoul had been slain by a CCG investigator known as the White Dove. Its ghoul restaurant was obliterated in one fell swoop by the CCG. The entire underworld of ghouls was thrown into an uproar. As the operation came to a close, the ghoul investigators and the arriving support personnel began to clear the battlefield, tending to the injured and collecting the fallen. This battle cost the lives of several colleagues and left dozens wounded. Yet, they had successfully killed and captured over 100 ghouls, dismantling this ghoul restaurant, a significant sacrifice indeed. However, compared to past expulsion operations, these losses seem trivial. It is crucial to recognize that ghouls, these monstrous beings that devour humans, are far stronger than their human counterparts. To eliminate a single ghoul, the CCG often incurs the loss of several, if not dozens, of human lives. The victory achieved today was undeniably monumental. Thus, the investigators, while mourning their fallen comrades, felt a surge of exhilaration, grateful for their own survival. Their gazes frequently shifted towards a particular direction, filled with profound respect. They understood who was responsible for this great victory and who had ensured their safety. In previous operations, without significant sacrifices, their joint task force would likely have failed to eradicate the ghouls from this restaurant. This is precisely why powerful special investigators like Anpu Seiko earn the esteem of many CCG investigators. Now, another figure of admiration had emerged, Qin Feng. Whispers circulated among them. Curiosity piqued regarding the capabilities of this Dragon Kingdom investigator. Some even dared to compare him to Arima Kishu, the investigator known as the Invincible. While most believed Arima to possess superior strength, they acknowledged that Mr. Qin Feng also stood as a formidable force among the CCG's elite investigators. With such a figure by their side in battle, a sense of reassurance enveloped them. Qin Feng stood in the grand hall of the ghoul restaurant, gazing at the lifeless body of Jukiyama sitting at his feet, indifferent to the occasional glances cast upon him by the ghoul investigators. At that moment, he was receiving the main reward from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, Annihilation of a Ghoul Restaurant. The task reward has been distributed. Please pay attention to receive it. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Qin Feng immediately sensed a transformation occurring within his body. His flesh, bones, internal organs, and skin, every function of his being, was surging uncontrollably, as if an infinite reservoir of power was emanating from every corner of his form, filling him with joy and delight in this moment. His already extraordinary physique, which surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity, had received yet another enhancement, doubling in strength. Once the transformation had ceased, Qin Feng eagerly summoned his system panel. Ultimate System Host, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 24. 400 Race, Human. Extraordinary Strength, 120 Constitution, 120 Agility, 120 Spirit, 120 World Source Points, 0 Special Abilities, Linguistic Proficiency, Mastery of Firearms, Mastery of Combat. Immunity to Poison. System Inventory, Life Potion X10, Energy Potion X10, Infinite Bullets. Desert Eagle. Upon witnessing the changes above, Qin Feng could not help but break into a satisfied smile. His age limit had been elevated from 240 to 400, granting him an impressive extension of 160 years of life, equivalent to 2 lifetimes of an ordinary person. Furthermore, all his attributes had doubled, rising from 60 to 120, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities and a significant boost to his strength. He closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to his current physique. The overwhelming sensation of power coursing through him was immensely gratifying, filling him with exhilarating delight. He even felt that if a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex dared to stand before him, he could effortlessly topple it with a single punch. Main quest updated. Beep. New main quest acquired. Annihilate the Moon Mountain family. Quest reward, doubling of physical strength. Soon, the new main quest arrived, and its content did not astonish him too much. What truly surprised him was that the reward for this new main quest was once again the doubling of his physical strength. Why was it the same reward again? Had the system encountered a bug? He pondered, stroking his chin in perplexity. Could it be that this system intends to cultivate the host into an infinitely powerful superhuman? While he was not dissatisfied with this reward, he found it peculiar that it appeared repeatedly. In truth, upon seeing this reward, he felt a surge of joy. Rather than receiving bizarre items or mastering peculiar skills, what he truly desired was the continuous enhancement of his strength, the accumulation of attributes, and the limitless fortification of his body. Could it be that the system had discerned his genuine needs, thus presenting this reward time and again? If that were the case, it would be remarkably considerate. Qin Feng felt an immense joy within, disregarding the recurrence of the rewards. As for the new main quest, he had already formulated a plan and knew precisely how to accomplish it. Mr. Qin Feng, are you all right? At that moment, Enpu Kingzi approached, standing before him with a look of genuine concern. Rest assured, I am unscathed and in excellent condition. Qin Feng opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards her, revealing a radiant smile. At this moment, he had once again elevated his prowess, a time of great joy indeed. With a sigh of relief, she thought, that's good. However, upon witnessing the brilliance of his gaze and the warmth of his smile, Enpu Kingzi felt as if pricked by an unseen force, involuntarily diverting her gaze. She was somewhat taken aback, unable to articulate the reason behind her reaction, her emotions tangled and unfathomable. Little did she realize that this was a manifestation of the suppression and allure stemming from the levels of life itself, evoking both reverence and yearning. By the way, Miss Kingzi, look. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, the thoughts swirling in her mind were far removed from his own. He raised the massive halberd in his hand and, with a casual sweep, severed the crescent moon mask adorning the head of the corpse of Jukiyama Yashitake, which lay sprawled on the ground. With a sharp crack, the mask split in two and slid to either side, revealing the true visage of Jukiyama Yashitake. The proprietor of this ghoul restaurant was none other than the S-ranked ghoul known as the Gourmet. He pointed the sharp blade of the halberd at Yashitake's head, casually prodding it a few times to ensure that Anpu Kyoko could see. Just as the intelligence reports had indicated, his true identity was indeed Jukiyama Yashitake, the scion of the Jukiyama family. This private establishment was a property owned by the Jukiyama clan. Prior to this moment, he had already submitted reports to Anpu Kyoko containing information about the Jukiyama family and Yashitake, including photographs, and now, at last, this information had been substantiated. Ah, the Jukiyama family. Anpu Kyoko's gaze fell upon Yashitake's face, and she too recognized his features, her expression becoming grave. If they were all ghouls masquerading as humans, it would be a monumental crisis. As one of the most renowned conglomerates in Neon, the Jukiyama family's influence was vast, their network of connections extensive. If they were confirmed to be ghouls, the societal ramifications would be immense. This situation exceeded my jurisdiction. I must report to higher authorities. Anpu Kyoko took a deep breath. Raising her gaze to Qin Feng, her tone serious. She recalled Qin Feng's earlier suggestion to keep this extermination operation as confidential as possible, a necessity that had now become clear. I concur with your assessment, Miss Kyoko, Qin Feng replied, fully supportive of her stance. With the mission at the Ghoul restaurant successfully accomplished, he felt no trepidation about the potential leak of information. The eradication of the Jukiyama family would undoubtedly require the might of the CCG to be effectively executed, and he wholeheartedly endorsed Onpu Kyoko's decision. Soon, a conference regarding the approach to the Jukiyama family convened at the CCG headquarters. Those in attendance included key figures of the CCG, not only the director, Kashiyuki, and 7 special investigators, but even the typically reclusive grand chairman, Kashiyuki Shuji, made a personal appearance. As the saying goes, discovering a single cockroach often implies a multitude lurking in unseen corners. Few were unaware of the illustrious Jukiyama family, a name that echoed throughout Neon and beyond. Yet, the revelation that the very leaders of this famed dynasty were ghouls elicited a chilling apprehension. To what extent had ghouls infiltrated human society unbeknownst to the populace? What were their true intentions? Such inquiries merited profound contemplation. From a human perspective, this was an exceedingly grave matter. Thus, when Onpu Kyoko reported the truth about the Jukiyama family to the CCG headquarters, the shock among the upper echelons was palpable. Even the typically reticent grand chairman, Kashiyuki Shuji, appeared in person, leaning on his cane, his demeanor solemn. As the discoverer and investigator of this revelation, Qin Feng, a ghoul investigator from the Dragon Kingdom, was granted special permission to attend this critical meeting, tasked with presenting the intelligence and evidence he had diligently gathered. Faced with irrefutable facts, the attendees bore heavy hearts and somber expressions. Neither those genuinely concerned for humanity's future nor those who outwardly appeared human but were secretly members of the Kashiyuki clan felt any joy regarding this development. The faction of humanity had no cause for celebration, and the Kashiyuki clan, who had covertly established the V organization with designs on world domination, were particularly displeased. They did not wish for other ghouls to tread the same path as they, especially through similar means. The true rulers of the world were content with their own organization. Moreover, if their stance on this matter faltered, it could draw unwarranted attention and heighten their exposure risk. Thus, consensus reigned among all present. Shortly thereafter, under collective deliberation, the proposal to exterminate the Jukiyama family was unanimously approved. Grand Chairman Kashiyuki Shuji decisively announced that they would employ ruthless measures to eradicate the Jukiyama family in one fell swoop. They sought to resolve this issue swiftly, before it incited any further social turmoil, quelling the potential panic that could ensue in human society. An urgent operation plan for the extermination was proposed and met with unanimous approval. They aimed to urgently mobilize personnel and elite forces from various districts within 2 days, directing the intelligence department to gather information on the Jukiyama family, particularly the recent whereabouts of key targets, and to expedite the formulation of a combat plan to ensure their complete eradication. However, this development bore little relevance to a certain individual who had inadvertently ignited the situation. He was merely a ghoul investigator from the Dragon Kingdom, akin to a temporary worker, with minimal personal stakes in the matter. The critical operation plan and coordination arrangements were beyond his purview. He was permitted only to observe and learn from the sidelines, with no opportunity to voice his opinions. That evening, as night descended, Qin Feng observed the bustle of various departments at CCG headquarters, still preoccupied with the ongoing situation. A faint smile graced his lips as he casually twirled the keychain in his hand, preparing to drive back to the hotel for a well-deserved respite. He felt no need to concern himself with the unfolding developments. His sole requirement was to actively participate when the extermination operation formally commenced. Witnessing events unfold according to his expectations, his spirits soared. Qin Feng arrived at the underground parking lot, locating the sedan that had been temporarily assigned to him by the CCG for his convenience. With a light-hearted tune humming in his heart, he leisurely concluded his shift. As dusk descended, the city began to shimmer with the glow of its streetlights. As Qin Feng drove towards the hotel where he was temporarily residing, the lights along the roadside swiftly blurred past his window, a mere reflection of Tokyo's bustling vibrancy. Just when he believed he could return to the hotel smoothly to take a shower and rest, suddenly, a Hummer surged up from behind, swiftly aligning beside him, its distinctive engine roaring thunderously. What could this mean? Qin Feng couldn't help but glance over, only to find the individual in the driver's seat across from him also gazing intently in his direction, their eyes exhibiting an unusual intensity. This was troubling. Qin Feng's grip on the steering wheel trembled involuntarily as he sensed an impending danger. The rival's Hummer suddenly veered, colliding forcefully with his vehicle. A deafening crash ensued, accompanied by the shrill sound of tires scraping against the asphalt. Qin Feng's modest sedan stood no chance against the onslaught, being forcefully shoved off the road and onto the sidewalk. Ultimately, it crashed violently into a fire hydrant, the entire hood of the car crumpling under the impact, suffering significant damage. Fortunately, the airbag deployed at the critical moment, absorbing much of the force of the collision, leaving Qin Feng unscathed. Indeed, with his exceptional physical prowess, he was unlikely to have sustained any injuries even without the airbag's protection. However, the psychological toll of being deliberately struck by another vehicle was far more profound. Qin Feng bared his teeth and inhaled sharply, sitting in his seat, wide-eyed and speechless for several seconds, as if he were just beginning to comprehend the situation. Subsequently, fury surged within him, and he kicked open the car door, stepping out. Which scoundrel dared to ram their vehicle into me? Do they not realize that being struck by a car is the one thing I detest most in this life? The last time, I met my demise under the wheels of a cargo-laden truck, which led to my current predicament, a grievance I have harbored for far too long. Now, someone dares to attempt to run me over again. How could I possibly tolerate this? Seeking death, as soon as he exited the vehicle. Before his temper could fully ignite, he found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals. However, they were not mere bystanders drawn to the commotion, each bore a malevolent gaze. And their intentions were anything but benign. Are you the ghoul investigator from the Dragon Nation? A cold-faced woman in a suit emerged from the crowd, scrutinizing Qin Feng for a moment as if confirming something before she coldly demanded, "Who drove the car that struck me? Who was behind this?" Qin Feng, however, disregarded her inquiries, his countenance contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of invective, seething with fury. "Was it you who committed the murder, young master?" When he refused to respond, the woman in the suit glared at him with an icy disdain, an aura of animosity enveloping her. "Answer me." "Ah, indeed, it was you. You wretched fool. I recall your visage. It was you behind the wheel just moments ago." Qin Feng disregarded the woman in the suit, his gaze sweeping through the crowd that surrounded him. At last, he spotted the loathsome face he had glimpsed moments earlier, the very scoundrel who had recklessly driven his Hummer towards him. He raised a finger to point at the rogue. His teeth clenched in rage as he began to curse vehemently. "Silence." The woman in the suit erupted with fury, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at Qin Feng, as if she longed to sink her teeth into him, to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood. "Did you kill the young master of the Moon Mountain? Answer me at once. Roswald, don't waste your breath on him. Just eliminate him." Indeed, the survivors from the ghoul restaurant had all testified that the one who personally ended the life of the young master of the Moon Mountain was none other than him. He was not even a white dove of the CCG, merely a ghoul investigator hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, yet he dared to be so brazen on our territory. It would be best to simply put an end to him. The rest of the crowd encircling Qin Feng began to stir with excitement, many rolling up their sleeves, ready to take action. Their malevolent expressions revealed their sinister intentions. "Are you their leader?" Qin Feng's gaze finally landed upon the woman in the suit, his expression equally malevolent. "So, it was you who incited that scoundrel to run me down?" The woman, known as the steward of Rothwald, slightly lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly, her entire being trembling not from shame or regret, but from an uncontrollable fury that she struggled to contain. "Why? Why must you kill the young master of the Moon Mountain?" It seemed as though she was interrogating Qin Feng, yet in truth, she was merely grappling with the unbearable reality of her beloved young master being slain. She refused, and was unwilling, to accept the truth. The very individual she revered and idolized had been extinguished in such a manner. How could she possibly come to terms with it? Revenge. She was resolute in her pursuit of vengeance. Those who had dared to lay a hand on the young master, whether they were the white doves of CCG or the man before her, she, Yifeng Rothwald, swore to exact retribution upon them at any cost. Why? I too wish to ask why. Qin Feng gazed at the woman, trembling with rage. No, the ghoul before him. His own wrath simmered within. He had been driving peacefully when, out of nowhere, another vehicle collided with his. He wished to inquire why this had happened. Dismissing her accusations, he too sought to vent his frustrations. He had long discerned the extraordinary nature of this group. Their fury enveloped him, and some individuals were unable to contain their vengeful impulses, their ghoul eyes betraying their intentions. It was evident that they were the ghoul servants of the Jukiyama family, who, upon learning of Jukiyama-shi's demise, had leveraged their connections to uncover his identity, coming to exact revenge upon him. He had suspected the CCG was unreliable, infiltrated by traitors who would dare to leak such sensitive information. Was this not merely inviting more bloodshed? I can no longer endure this. I shall end this human's life. Kill him. As Qin Feng continued to sidestep their fury, appearing indifferent to their collective rage, the ghouls finally erupted, launching their assault. The leading woman in a suit did not restrain them. Indeed, she joined the fray herself. Today, I shall avenge the young master of the Jukiyama family. The ghouls surged forward, encircling Qin Feng with murderous intent. How infuriating, to be struck by a vehicle without recourse. As the multitude of ghouls closed in, Qin Feng sighed deeply. He casually retrieved a silver briefcase from beside the driver's seat, pressing a button. With a swift motion, a long halberd emerged, its silver blade glinting coldly, reminiscent of a crescent moon. Ah, remnants of the Jukiyama family? How amusing. I had not yet sought you out. Yet you come to meet your demise. As the foremost ghoul, revealing its ghoul eyes, charged at him, Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. In a flash of steel, his halberd danced through the air, severing the creature's neck with ease. Come forth. His display of prowess momentarily stunned his adversaries. They realized that to slay a human capable of defeating the S-class ghoul, Jukiyama-shu, was no small feat. None among them could hope to match his strength. Yet they had not anticipated that even faced with their combined assault, he remained unfazed, effortlessly dispatching several of their comrades. The swiftness of his strikes left them unable to discern his movements, a troubling sign indeed. This indicated a vast disparity in power, fraught with peril. Even united, they seemed unlikely to destroy him. However, not all ghouls were daunted by his display of strength. The suited woman appeared impervious to fear, her eyes ablaze with fury as she surged forward. Under her leadership, the remaining ghouls cast aside their trepidations and charged at Qin Feng. Various forms of ghoul abilities manifested, tail, wing, and armored ghouls all converged upon him, employing both ranged and close combat tactics. Ah, such commendable courage. In the face of their onslaught, Qin Feng smirked, revealing a cryptic smile. Yet, this proves utterly futile. One must understand that the absolute disparity in strength cannot be easily mitigated by mere numbers. Otherwise, what value is there in his growth? If numbers were sufficient, one could simply establish their own dominion. All might and power converge upon me. That is true strength. Presently, even formidable S-class ghouls could scarcely withstand a few of his strikes, let alone these lesser ghouls who were far from comparable. It could only be said that while their numbers were plentiful, the scene was utterly tragic, a complete and utter rout. His halberd whirled like a tempest, enveloping him and transforming the surrounding area into a domain of death. Any who dared to intrude would perish. Regardless of the ghoul's abilities or tactics, none could breach his defenses. Instead, they fell before him, meeting a gruesome end. Gradually, the number of assailants dwindled until only one remained. Ah, so you fear and contemplate fleeing? With a sudden thrust, Qin Feng pierced through the chest of a ghoul, lifting it high with the tip of his spear, while uttering a mocking remark. As the battle progressed, it was no longer the ghouls surrounding him. Rather, he pursued the fleeing creatures, dispatching them one by one, which proved to be a more arduous task. And you? Why do you not flee? Are you truly unafraid of death? Qin Feng casually tossed aside the corpse of the ghoul he had impaled with his spear, then turned to regard the powerless woman in a suit who knelt before him, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired. How infuriating. How detestable. Yvonne Rosenwald struggled, attempting to rise and deliver a fierce blow to this human, yet her limbs had been severed by Qin Feng's strikes not long ago, rendering her utterly immobile until she could recover. Why? Why? She screamed in rage, seemingly demanding to know why he did not simply end her life but instead chose to torment her in this manner. She abhorred her own weakness, unable to avenge her master, and instead subjected to mockery and torment by her enemies. Why? Holding a massive halberd upon his shoulder, Qin Feng approached with an air of casual indifference. He stood before her, looking down with an imposing presence. Although you have yet to explain why you drove into me, there exists an ancient proverb in our dragon nation. To punish without teaching is cruelty. Therefore, let me elucidate why I intend to eliminate your young master. Upon hearing this, Yifeng Roswald raised her head, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and animosity, a tumultuous blend of emotions. Because you are ghouls. In response to her expectant gaze, Qin Feng coldly articulated a singular rationale. You ghouls can only consume human flesh. Do we require further justification to eradicate your kind? Not to mention your young master, who revels in the pursuit of human flesh as a culinary delicacy. The very notion of such repulsive beings warrants their demise 100 times over. Qin Feng has never believed that a perverse ghoul like you Shangxi deserves to live. Even in the absence of mission rewards, should he encounter such a creature, he would not hesitate to pierce it through with his spear. Witnessing the audacity with which he slanders her young master, Yifeng Roswald yearns to rise and confront him, yet her grievous injuries render her incapable. Do we ghouls not possess the right to exist? It is not our fault that we survive by consuming others, she retorted with indignation, striving to justify her ghoul identity. From her perspective, it is a primal instinct beyond reproach. Indeed, it is not your fault. The fault lies with this world, with humanity for not willingly offering their bodies for your consumption. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders, disinterested in engaging in an argument with her. He then lowered the great halberd from his shoulder, gripping it firmly with both hands, striking a dashing pose. So, are you ready? I shall send you to another world. I hope that realm suits you ghouls better. Witnessing this, Yifeng Roswald took a deep breath, willingly closed her eyes, and awaited her demise. Qin Feng showed no mercy as his spear swept through the air with a chilling crescent arc, effortlessly severing her neck. Her head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest, leaving behind a headless body that gushed blood like a fountain. Ah, such an abundance of water and blood. Due to the proximity of the encounter, a few droplets of blood splattered onto Qin Feng's face. He raised his hand to wipe it away, his fingertips stained crimson. However, my temper is quite volatile at the moment. He glanced around, observing the passers-by who trembled in fear from the sudden outbreak of the ghoul attack. Now that the battle had concluded, they cautiously emerged, their faces a blend of terror and relief as they looked his way, their gazes filled with profound reverence. CCG officials, disperse the onlookers. Noticing their inclination to gather, Qin Feng bellowed, striking his spear against the ground to halt them. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and dialed the familiar number of Anpu Seiko, succinctly explaining the situation. Stay there for now, prioritize your safety. I will send someone over immediately. Upon hearing about his ambush, Anpu Seiko was equally taken aback, promptly responding with intentions to personally lead a team to his side. urging him to exercise caution and ensure his own safety. Stay there? Qin Feng glanced at his severely damaged car and shook his head, exclaiming, I cannot remain here. My temper is truly flaring, and I desperately need an outlet. His recently acquired beloved vehicle was now a wreck, an unbearable loss for anyone. Someone must pay the price for this. Outlet? On the other end of the line, and Pu Qingzi paused momentarily, her tone shifting to one of urgency. Mr. Qin Feng, please exercise restraint. Do not act impulsively. However, Qin Feng abruptly ended the call, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. And Pu Qingzi felt a chill in her heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ah, truly a Hummer. It sustained little damage. Soon, Qin Feng had set his sights on a new vehicle, the very one that had previously attempted to run him down. He settled into the driver's seat, observing the hasty departure of the previous occupant, who had forgotten to remove the keys. How convenient. Excellent. Let us be on our way. Qin Feng pressed down on the accelerator, and the Hummer emitted a deep, resonant roar as it sped away. Despite his current physical prowess, which was merely 4 times the limit of an ordinary human, he was by no means invincible in this monstrous world teeming with ghouls. However, he was not someone that just anyone could provoke. Even the formidable S-class ghouls would find themselves at his mercy, while the more powerful SS-class might require a bit more effort to defeat. As for the most powerful SSS-class ghouls, based on their portrayal in the original narrative, they indeed surpassed his current strength, and he likely could not triumph over them. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to escape. He had no fear of being slain. In summary, apart from a few aberrant SSS-class ghouls, he had little to fear. Did the Jukiyama family possess an SSS-class ghoul? The answer was undoubtedly negative. With that in mind, what did he have to hesitate about? He could charge forward without restraint. It was simply a matter of boldness. Presently, Qin Feng was fully entitled to act recklessly, although he had always conducted himself discreetly, preferring to remain in the shadows of the CCG. Leveraging external forces to complete system tasks and steadily grow stronger while avoiding unwanted attention, his prowess had now become too conspicuous to conceal. This time, the ghoul servants of the Jukiyama family had come to ambush him precisely because they had heard rumors about him and sought to gather intelligence. After this confrontation, his reputation would undoubtedly swell, making it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Thus, he decided to put on a grand performance. He would use the blood of the Jukiyama family to achieve this baptism. As Qin Feng drove the Hummer, his eyes sparkled like stars, radiating an aura as profound as the ocean, charging straight towards the Jukiyama family's stronghold. It was a luxurious estate located in a suburban area of Tokyo, where, according to intelligence reports, the head of the Jukiyama family resided. On this dark and windy night, the atmosphere was ripe for slaughter. In a vast estate owned by the Jukiyama family, several guards stationed in the security room were idly chatting to pass the time. Have you heard? This afternoon, Lord Roswald requested a large contingent of personnel from our security chief, said a disheveled young man who took a glance at the unchanging monitor, his boredom leading him to take a deep drag from his cigarette, only to choke and cough violently. Of course we know about that. Several guards replied in unison, their expressions one of incredulity. One of them, wearing a look of disappointment, sighed. I participated in the personnel selection too, but unfortunately, Lord Roswald wanted the elite and didn't he choose me. Who could blame him? Mikumo also participated, and he was selected. Why wasn't I chosen? I'm not inferior. Another burly man chimed in, flexing his muscular arms in a display of frustration. Give it a rest. Mikumo's strength far surpasses yours. You're all brawn and no brains. You wouldn't even touch the hem of Mikumo's clothing in a fight. The muscular man glared at the speaker, who merely smirked, unfazed, and casually crossed his legs. Humph. The burly man clenched his fists in anger but held back, knowing the truth in the other words and opting to stew in silence. By the way, does anyone know why Lord Roswald suddenly requested such a large number of personnel? Isn't she responsible for the affairs of the young master? The disheveled young man queried, finally recovering from his coughing fit. Who knows? The burly man grumbled, still irritated. I've heard a rumor, but it's confidential, so I cannot guarantee its validity. The man with crossed legs put down his feet, looking at his colleagues with newfound seriousness. Seeing his demeanor, the others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned solemn. Eventually, under persistent questioning, the man divulged the truth. He had overheard a conversation between the security chief and Lord Roswald, who had mentioned, I heard our young master has encountered trouble. The elite combat personnel requested this afternoon are to avenge him. Upon hearing this, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, eyes widening in shock. Trouble? One stammered, struggling to comprehend the news. Captain Kurosawa, is what you say true? Has something actually happened? The others, equally stunned, struggled to process the revelation. Could it be that the CCGS doves are behind this? Damn it. The burly man slammed his fist on the table, causing a resounding thud that echoed through the stillness of the night. I wondered why the atmosphere in the estate felt so strange today. Those adults were all so grave. I never expected it was because of this. Indeed, the head of the Jukiyama family has only this one son. The head must be furious. Which scoundrel dared to harm our young master? This is unforgivable. The guards were filled with righteous indignation, eager to spill blood and avenge their young master. Enough. Let us keep our voices down. Captain Kurazawa interjected, striking the table to restore order. I understand everyone has feelings. We owe our safety to the Jukiyama family. Without their protection, we would be living like those wandering ghouls outside, constantly on edge, fearing that one day the CCGS devs might come for us, taking our lives. The man inhaled deeply, addressing his colleagues. We all remember this debt of gratitude, but he paused, glancing at the guards, his expression sour. You lot are always so lazy and unmotivated in training. Now that the young master is in peril and needs us to fight, what are you doing? You're utterly useless. Leave the vengeance to Mikumo and the others. They are elite fighters and will ensure that anyone who dares to harm the young master pays dearly. As for the rest of you, keep a vigilant watch over the estate. Do not let any ignorant humans sneak in and uncover our secret as ghouls. Captain Kurazawa, with a demeanor full of disappointment, reprimanded the group, causing them to lower their heads in shame. They had simply slipped in, treating it as an opportunity for a feast. Amidst their embarrassment, a slightly overweight bald man could not help but lick his lips, expressing a hint of salivation. Indeed, another chimed in agreement. An occasional feast isn't so bad. After all, they certainly won't be allowed to leave. As they spoke of the unexpected humans who had entered the manor, the ghouls felt a pang of hunger, being at the bottom of the food chain. They rarely had the chance to indulge and were often left with scraps from the adults. While their lives were stable, it came with its drawbacks. They could not simply pounce on any human they encountered. In contrast, those ghouls wandering outside enjoyed far more freedom, able to change their residence without the fear of exposure. You rascals! Captain Kurazawa pointed at these ungrateful creatures, his words failing him. Truthfully, had he not been the squad leader of the safety department, occasionally relishing exquisite human flesh, he too would have been consumed by cravings. Thus, he refrained from stifling their fantasies, believing they deserved a glimmer of hope and expectation in life. Just then, Kurazawa's ears perked up, and his tone turned serious. Silence. The group fell silent, listening intently, and indeed, they heard the distant, low rumble of an engine. This sound was unmistakable. It had to be Mitsuda and his crew returning. He recognized it as Mitsuda's Hummer, the very engine that often boasted in their midst. Mitsuda had been selected to accompany Roswald on a mission of vengeance. It seemed they had successfully avenged the heir of the Jukiyama family. How impressive. Soon, they observed on a monitor that a Hummer was approaching the manor, akin to a triumphant general, radiating an air of invincibility, igniting excitement among them. However, as the Hummer drew nearer, Captain Kurazawa furrowed his brow. How odd that only Mitsuda's vehicle was present. He distinctly recalled that Roswald had taken several elite fighters with him. No, something felt amiss. His expression shifted, and he dashed out of the monitoring room towards the manor's entrance. The others, though unclear about the situation, hastily armed themselves with various security tools, electric batons and rubber sticks, and followed suit. They soon reached the entrance, gazing at the approaching Hummer, its glaring headlights making it difficult to discern the situation within. Strangely, despite nearing the gate, the roaring Hummer showed no signs of slowing down, barreling forth with reckless abandon. Would it dare? As the two sides closed in, Kurazawa's heart sank, a chill creeping over him. Indeed, the Hummer showed no intention of deceleration, completely disregarding their presence, and Kurazawa could even hear the man inside cackling madly, ha ha ha. The Jukiyama family, your doom has arrived. I am your apocalypse. With a thunderous crash, the manor's iron gates, along with the ghouls guarding them, were sent flying as the Hummer barreled through, like rag dolls. The engine's growl echoed like a furious beast, shattering the calm of this cannibalistic manor's night. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Witnessing the horrific scene at the manor gates, a ghoul left behind in the monitoring room scrambled to the control panel, trembling fingers pressing the red button. A piercing alarm immediately resonated throughout the estate. All ghouls were stirred. Even the opulent villa in the distance, previously shrouded in slumber, lit up with flickering lights, resembling a giant beast awakening, opening countless eyes. Meanwhile, the solitary Hummer continued its low growl, fearlessly charging towards the looming beast, like a knight charging into battle, laughter echoing as it pressed forward. What was transpiring? The head of the Jukiyama family, unable to sleep due to the anguish of losing his son, emerged from his chamber clad in a coat. Calmly donning his vintage round glasses, he turned to his most trusted butler. Could it be that the CCG has launched a full-scale assault against us? How could they act so swiftly? As the cunning patriarch of the Jukiyama family, he was no fool, possessing the instincts of a shrewd fox. He had long sensed the impending danger, fully aware that the exposure of his son's ghoul identity would spell great trouble for the family. Yet, he had not anticipated the CCG's response would be so rapid. In his estimation, he still had some time to make further arrangements. And he should not have been caught off guard like this. After all, with the extensive network the Jukiyama family had built over the years, even the current prime minister of Neon Country was his former classmate. His intelligence was typically impeccable, and such unforeseen circumstances should not have arisen. No, it seems otherwise. My lord. The elderly servant bowed and shook his head. Currently, only one vehicle has attacked us, and moreover, the Jukiyama head's gaze fixed upon the old butler, his tone curious. Some of the servants recognized that the vehicle is a Hummer belonging to the safety department, driven by Mitsuda. He was chosen by Lady Ye von Roswald this afternoon, apparently to avenge the heir. The old butler, sturdy and aged like an ancient pine, spoke with a voice steeped in experience, having served several generations of the Jukiyama family. He had always been particularly fond of the heir, Jukiyama Shu, treating him like his own kin. Thus, when Ye von Roswald, in her fury, sought vengeance, the butler had supported her, even advising the safety department chief to cooperate fully. Otherwise, Ye von Roswald would not have been able to mobilize such elite forces. However, the current situation filled him with foreboding. Lady Ye, the Jukiyama head, well aware of the situation, raised a hand to rub his forehead, deeply troubled. He could see that the young lady had long admired his son, and her impulsive actions did not surprise him. But now, with her having come directly to their doorstep, she was likely in grave danger. What have we gotten ourselves into? Yushan Guanmu's tone was soft yet low, seemingly frail and easily deceived. However, his gaze, veiled beneath the thick lenses of his old-fashioned round glasses, radiated a chilling ferocity. They had slain his son, murdered Yatu, and taken down a multitude of his elite subordinates. Was that not sufficient? They dared to confront him directly? Did they truly believe the Yu family was an easy target? Master, please calm your wrath. The elderly steward bowed respectfully, his voice equally somber. I shall personally lead a team to retrieve the enemy's head. No, you are too aged for such endeavors. Let the younger ones handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Yushan Guanmu finally shook his head and instructed, allow Gao Qiao and his men to take action. Understood. The old steward nodded gravely and departed. As Yushan Guanmu observed his frail yet resolute figure retreating, he sighed softly and ambled into the villa's grand hall to rest. Soon, a maid attentively presented a cup of hot coffee to the esteemed head of the family. He waved her away, settling into a luxurious, comfortable chair. Gazing absently at the crystalline coffee cup in his hand, silently awaiting the conclusion of this unforeseen conflict. In his estimation, the battle would soon reach its denouement. It would not take long. After all, how many adversaries could fit into a mere automobile? Yet, he did not await the steward's return with a report. Instead, an unfamiliar figure appeared. With a resounding crash, the exquisite wooden door of the hall was forcefully kicked open, trembling violently as if it might detach from its hinges. Following this, a silhouette emerged from behind the door. In his right hand, he wielded a long weapon, presumably a spear, the crescent blade glinting ominously. Still stained with a vivid crimson, droplets cascading downwards. Ah, while we are engaged in a life-and-death struggle outside, you sit here sipping coffee, truly befitting of the Yu family head. Indulging in life's pleasures. Spotting the astonished Yushan Guanmu, Qin Feng's lips curled into a carefree smile as he strode into the hall. Do not claim age as an excuse. Just moments ago, there was an even older fellow who proved quite formidable, more so than the youth, requiring considerable effort on my part. As Qin Feng entered the hall, an oppressive aura enveloped the space, transforming it into a frigid winter's chill, bathed in the murderous intent. Yushan Guanmu gradually emerged from his state of shock. He gazed deeply at Qin Feng, seemingly intent on committing his visage to memory. Subsequently, he lowered his head, lifted the coffee cup, and took a delicate sip, his movements exuding the grace of a refined gentleman, steeped in elegance. Yet, if one were to observe closely, they might detect a slight tremor in his fingers, barely perceptible to others. What have you done to them? Yushan Guanmu remained silent for a few moments before suddenly inquiring. Why ask a question you already know the answer to? Qin Feng stood merely a few meters away, and with just a single centimeter closer, he would enter the lethal range of his great halberd. This was his form of etiquette, though it is regrettable that most would find it difficult to comprehend. However, rest assured, you shall soon be reunited with them. It will not be long. Qin Feng tenderly consoled the other party, his sincerity evident. Are all the ghoul investigators in the Dragon Country so aggressive? Jukiyama Kanemori took a deep breath and inquired, as if he understood that he was destined for calamity today. When it comes to our enemies, we have never been stingy. Qin Feng smiled faintly and replied, very well. Make your move. Surely, you do not intend to submit without resistance, do you? No, I shall not engage in combat with you. I am a gentleman. The mother of the Moon Mountain Temple shook her head, seemingly disinclined to take action, regarding the act of mutual combat as the behavior of a brutish fool, which she held in great disdain. I only wish to pose one final question, she said, her gaze fixed upon Qin Feng, her tone somewhat somber as she sought to discern his true thoughts. Why such animosity towards ghouls? Is it truly impossible for us ghouls and humans to understand one another and coexist? Animosity. Qin Feng squinted, seemingly deep in thought, but soon shook his head. Ah, this is not a matter of hostility. The conflict between humans and ghouls is a war between two distinct species. We are sworn enemies in the food chain. A battle of life and death, and what relevance does hostility hold? Mutual understanding? Coexistence? Such notions are insignificant. However, your existence as ghouls is of paramount importance to us humans. As his words fell, he stepped forward, and with a swift motion, his halberd sliced through the air, cleaving the head of Jukiyama mother from her body. The speed of his strike was so rapid that she could not muster any response. Watching the head roll on the ground, Qin Feng gradually retracted his halberd, resuming his usual stance, resting the weapon on his shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. Moreover, your life is significant to me as well. A family should remain intact. With that, the Jukiyama family, renowned throughout the Neon Nation, was utterly annihilated. Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the main quest, Annihilation of the Jukiyama family. Quest reward, doubling of physical strength, now granted. Please check your notifications. With the system's prompt echoing in his mind, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy as he sensed the transformation within his body. His muscles, blood, fascia, bones, lungs, kidneys, liver, and even his skin and hair, every function of his being was ascending, becoming more resilient, powerful, and teeming with vitality. Even after experiencing this several times, Qin Feng remained entranced by the exquisite sensation of his growing strength, nearly bursting into laughter. It was a satisfaction that transcended mere indulgence in gourmet food. The allure of the opposite sex, or the pursuit of wealth and power, it was the sublime elevation of life itself, having long surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity. His already extraordinary physique was further amplified, doubling in strength. Ah, what bliss. Once everything settled, Qin Feng let out a heartfelt sigh, thoroughly content. He summoned his system panel. Gazing with satisfaction at the changes displayed, Ultimate System Host, Qin Feng gender, male age, 24, 600 race, human. Extraordinary strength, 240 constitution, 240 agility, 240 spirit, 240 world source points, 0 special abilities, mastery of language, mastery of firearms, mastery of combat. Immune to all poison system backpack, life potions X10, energy potions X10, infinite bullets, Desert Eagle. First and foremost, his lifespan had received a tremendous enhancement, increasing from 400 to an astonishing 600 years. This meant that even if he ceased all system tasks and embraced a leisurely existence from this day forth, he could still thrive for 6 centuries. A true immortal, akin to the legendary Pingzu of ancient dragon country. If others were to learn of this, they would likely be consumed by envy and resentment. Moreover, all his attributes had surged from 120 to 240. And the newfound synergy among these 4 dimensions left him uncertain of his true strength. He mused that perhaps it was time to test his mettle against those SSS-class ghouls. Qin Feng felt a stirring excitement within, yet he restrained himself from recklessly pursuing perilous endeavors, avoiding the pitfall of arrogance that might arise from his newfound strength. Although he believed he was now sufficiently qualified to engage in a contest of strength with those monstrous beings, he did not perceive this as an inflated ego, but rather a desire to ascertain the depths of his current capabilities. As he reveled in his advancement, the system's voice resounded once more. Main storyline has been updated. Ding. A new main quest has been revealed. The Assault of the Polonia Tree. New main quest reward. Doubling of physical strength. At this point, the system lapsed into complete silence, leaving no further utterance. HM. Qin Feng gazed at the newly revealed main quest, letting out a soft exclamation, his brow furrowing in confusion. The advance of the green poplar? What tree? What kind of advance? What on earth does this mean? What is it asking me to do? Chop down trees. How am I supposed to fulfill this task, and what are the requirements? Please, clarify this for me. Qin Feng curled his lips in mild exasperation, finding himself at a loss. This was the first time he encountered such a vague task, devoid of any clarity, compelling him to engage in speculation and contemplation. As for the newly assigned reward, which fortuitously promised to double his physical strength, Qin Feng dismissed it as a mere glitch in the system, choosing to overlook it and refraining from any further commentary. After all, he was quite content with this reward. Could it be that he was indeed required to chop wood? Qin Feng approached the sofa in the hall and seated himself opposite the headless master of the Moon Mountain clan, exhibiting no concern for the bloodstains that marred the surroundings. Casually, he set aside the large halberd he had been wielding, leaning back comfortably as he propped his legs on the coffee table before him, embodying a brazen sense of entitlement. It was not fatigue that drove him to seek a moment's respite. The exhaustion from his recent battles had vanished entirely during his recent ascension. Now, he brimmed with energy, vibrant and invigorated, fully capable of continuing the fight against his adversaries for 3 days and nights without pause. He merely desired a moment of stillness to ponder the intricacies of his new primary mission while awaiting assistance to tidy up the scene. Glancing down at his hands, he noted that his left hand was somewhat cleaner, though still stained with blood. After a brief hesitation, he reached into his pocket, carefully retrieving his mobile phone with 2 fingers, pressing the power button to reboot the device that had long been powered down. As anticipated, the manufacturer's logo vanished, only to be replaced by the standard home screen, which was soon inundated with a deluge of notifications, appearing in a dense array. Qin Feng glanced at his phone, which was inundated with missed calls and messages, dozens in total, predominantly from acquaintances within the CCG. Among them, the most frequent sender was in Pekingzi. Perusing the records, he noted the urgency in their inquiries about his whereabouts, urging him not to act impulsively, their tone imbued with heartfelt concern and sincerity. Well, this came as no surprise. Qin Feng smiled softly, the corners of his lips curving slightly. He then opened the most recent message and returned the call. The phone rang once before it was answered, a hint of impatience evident on the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Feng? Before he could respond, and Pu Qingzi's voice came through, revealing her evident urgency. Mr. Qin Feng, Please do not act impulsively or engage in any dangerous actions. Ah, is this Miss Qingzi? Qin Feng activated the speakerphone on his mobile device, reluctant to press it to his ear with his blood-stained hands, which would have been quite distressing. Is that you, Mr. Qin Feng? How wonderful. I'm so relieved to hear you're unharmed. Anpu Seiko recognized his voice, and upon seeing his robust demeanor, she surmised that he had not encountered any peril. Finally, she felt a sense of relief and inquired once more, Mr. Qin Feng, where are you now? I will come to you immediately. Do not worry, I am fine. Qin Feng chuckled softly, then glanced around before speaking with a casual tone. At present, I am a guest at the estate of the Yu Mountain family. Sitting right here in the grand hall, comfortably positioned on the sofa opposite the head of the Yu Mountain clan. We are getting along splendidly. He cast a sidelong glance at the headless gentleman, noting that the latter showed no sign of dissent, which indicated that he was indeed speaking the unvarnished truth. Oh, Anpu Qingzi exclaimed, seemingly taken aback. Mr. Qin Feng, have you been captured by them? Haha, no. They lack the capability to do so. Qin Feng chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he spoke. With the Moon Mountain family, how could they possibly pose a threat to me? In any case, I am currently in excellent condition. Quite safe. Through my earnest persuasion, they have come to a profound realization of their grievous error in driving and injuring someone. They are filled with remorse and shame, and have decided to turn themselves in. Please, bring your people over swiftly. Moreover, if the CCG intends to target other high-ranking members of the Moon Mountain Consortium, they must act quickly, lest those individuals catch wind of the situation and flee. After a moment's reflection, Qin Feng offered this additional caution. Just as Anpu Qingzi was left bewildered by his words, the call abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. No matter how many times she attempted to call back, there was no response. Shortly thereafter, half an hour later, Anpu Qingzi led an elite combat unit of the CCG, fully armed as they drove to the estate in the suburbs of Tokyo, expecting a fierce confrontation. They instead found themselves confronted by a scene of utter devastation upon entering the estate. The path was littered with dismembered bodies, blood splattered everywhere, and corpses strewn across the ground, creating a chilling silence devoid of any signs of life, which left the CCG members filled with trepidation and heightened vigilance. Eventually, within the grand hall, Anpu Qingzi's group came upon the headless corpse of Jukiyama Keiri and saw Qin Feng seated on a sofa, smiling and beckoning them over. Ah, you've arrived. Qin Feng smiled warmly, like a gentle spring breeze. Were it not for the brutal and bloody battlefield surrounding him, this would undoubtedly be a picturesque scene. Witnessing his calm demeanor, Anpu Qingzi turned pale with fear. Mr. Qin Feng, your recklessness knows no bounds. The following morning, when Qin Feng arrived at the CCG headquarters, nearly everyone regarded him with awe. It was inevitable. His achievements were nothing short of astonishing. As they busily prepared and urgently mobilized personnel and elite forces from various regions to launch a special operation against the Jukiyama family. This individual audaciously charged into the enemy's stronghold alone, defeating all ghouls and declaring victory. How could they not be astounded? The last time they heard such an outrageous tale was ages ago. In truth, the only one within the entire CCG headquarters and its branches capable of such feats might be the legendary White Reaper, also known as the Invincible Ghoul Investigator, Kisho Arima. To single-handedly overturn the enemy left his teammates feeling utterly inadequate. Were they merely destined to stand in the background, cheering like mere supporters? Fortunately, they had not been entirely ineffectual. After all, Qin Feng was but one man. No matter how formidable, he could not be everywhere at once. Apart from the direct members of the Jukiyama family, at least several key executives of the Jukiyama Consortium were successfully apprehended by the CCG's swift actions. This provided them with a modicum of comfort, knowing their efforts had not been in vain. The higher-ups at the CCG were left bewildered by Qin Feng's sudden and audacious maneuver. They had initially intended to engage in a significant confrontation, eagerly preparing and gathering resources, only to be informed that the enemy's stronghold had suddenly been obliterated. As Anpu Qingzi succinctly put it, it was indeed a chaotic affair. Yet, against all odds, he had succeeded and achieved great merit, which only deepened their frustration, leaving them with a bitter taste of helplessness. The sole source of solace was that this individual was a ghoul investigator from the Dragon Kingdom, visiting merely for exchange and learning, not a formal member of the CCG. Therefore, they need not expend effort in considering how to reward him with promotions or raises. Thus, aside from bestowing upon him a generous monetary reward and verbally praising his accomplishments, the CCG promised to provide him with a commendation for this event, facilitating his future promotions upon his return home. Additionally, since his original vehicle had been destroyed during the incident, they graciously offered him a new car for his transportation needs. Both parties emerged content, each having gained something of value. Qin Feng was not particularly concerned about their material rewards. The true desire he sought had long been fulfilled. On this day, he arrived at the information repository of the CCG headquarters to search for clues regarding the new main task. After a night of reflection and contemplation, he finally recalled what the Qing Tong tree truly represented. It was not an actual tree, but rather the name of a ghoul organization, shrouded in mystery. Even the original protagonist, Kaneki Ken, had been recruited by them, embarking on a legendary journey through the world of ghouls in Tokyo. Thus, he resolved to visit the repository to gather intelligence on them, preparing himself for what lay ahead. After a busy morning, noon arrived, and Qin Feng made his way to the cafeteria for a meal. It must be noted that the food provided by the CCG cafeteria was quite commendable, rivaling that of external restaurants, all without any cost, thereby saving time. Most importantly, the supply was unlimited. Given Qin Feng's current physique, his appetite was rather substantial, which could indeed be startling to others. In fact, even the cafeteria staff recognized him, going so far as to prepare a large platter of food for him, nearly resembling a bucket. As he held the specially prepared tray and found a seat, he was suddenly called out by a voice, "Mr. Qin Feng." As Qin Feng turned around, he was greeted by the sight of two familiar faces, the esteemed Jinhu Wusu and his disciple, Yamamoto Ganaro. Both of them gazed in astonishment at the considerable amount of food he had gathered, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. "Ah, Mr. Jinhu, Mr. Yamamoto. Have you been discharged?" he exclaimed, his tone infused with delight as he warmly beckoned them to join him at the table. After all, these two had played a crucial role in assisting him to take his first step towards transcending the ordinary. Having lain in the hospital for over half a month, it was indeed time for him to stretch his limbs. Jinhu Wusu, with his comically exaggerated eyes, regarded him with an unusual expression. Yet there was a sense of familiarity in his demeanor. "If I remain on this hospital bed any longer, I fear my old bones will rust," he quipped. Although his injuries had not fully healed, he insisted on being discharged, and no amount of persuasion could sway him. His disciple, Yamamoto Ganaro, wore an expression of helplessness as he too settled across from Qin Feng, placing his tray down to partake in the meal. "Pardon the interruption, Mr. Qin Feng," he said. "Oh, there's no need for formality," Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Qin Feng nodded and remarked, "Eat heartily." "Ah, injuries are a commonplace occurrence for us, the ghoul investigators. Yamamoto-kun, you must acclimate yourself to this reality sooner rather than later." The sly Jinwu Wusu seized the moment to enlighten his disciple, his reasoning perfectly sound. Indeed, what could the disciple Yamamoto Jitar say in response? He could only nod repeatedly, a wry smile upon his face. "Speaking of which, as soon as we returned to CCG, we heard about your exploits, Mr. Qin Feng." Jinwu Wusu turned his gaze back to Qin Feng, his eyes, one large and one small, scrutinizing him, while glancing at the abundant spread of food before them, as if contemplating something truly extraordinary. "Remarkable indeed. Oh, you're referring to the Jukiyama family incident? A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." Qin Feng glanced at him and humbly replied, "Oh, I am not merely referring to that. Moreover, eradicating a colossal ghoul organization like the Jukiyama family is undoubtedly no trifling matter. You are indeed too modest, Mr. Qin Feng." The corners of Jinto Wushu's eyes twitched slightly, as if he were somewhat taken aback, and his tone faltered for a moment. "Ah, not a simple task? I find it rather straightforward, actually. Just drive straight in, wreak havoc, and that should suffice, right? Is it really that difficult?" Qin Feng gazed at him, a profound astonishment swelling within, yet he inquired, "What do you mean? What is the issue with my hearty appetite? It's not as if I'm asking you to foot the bill." "Oh, the cafeteria is complimentary? Then there is no problem," he added with a chuckle. Wusu, with a light chuckle, scrutinized him once more. "What I meant to convey is that the courage you possess is truly an admirable trait. To stand resolute against overwhelming foes, daring to forge ahead alone, is a remarkable feat deserving of reverence." He seemed to recall something, a wistful glimmer in his eyes, as he continued, "In my younger days, if I had fought alongside my wife as you do, perhaps she wouldn't have had to face the ghoul alone." Qin Feng seemed to have grasped something profound. In his youth, Makoto Wusu was once the shining star of CCG, brimming with potential and laden with expectations. Unfortunately, during a certain Shao extermination war, they faced insurmountable odds and were compelled to retreat, leaving only his most formidable wife, Makoto Wei, to cover their retreat. Upon their return, Makoto Wusu was met with the harrowing sight of his beloved wife, her visage grotesquely ravaged by ghouls, which drove him into a state of madness, teetering on the brink of insanity. It was this tragedy that transformed his demeanor into one marked by a touch of lunacy, fostering an intense loathing for ghouls and igniting a fervent quest for vengeance. "Makoto-sensei." Aimane Kotaro looked at him with a hint of concern, seemingly wishing to offer some words of comfort. "Haha," Makoto Wusu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It matters not. In those days, I lacked the courage and strength, retreating like a coward. Yet today, I am merely a frenzied avenger. Haha, perhaps this is not so bad." He revealed his characteristic peculiar smile, though the anguish within him relentlessly tormented his soul. Were it not for his daughter, Makoto Shao, whom he must raise to maturity, she has become the pillar of his existence. Otherwise, he might have succumbed entirely to madness. Next time you encounter your foe, I shall assist you in dealing with him. Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words to console his companion, whose plight was indeed tragic, comparable to being crushed to death by a dump truck while walking down the street without any prior warning. Thus, he could only express himself in a manner that was straightforward and unembellished. "All right then." The eyes of Shinado Wusu sparkled with renewed hope, as if he glimpsed the dawn of revenge. Given his own abilities, should he encounter the terrifying SSS-class ghoul, the one-eyed owl, once more, he would likely be no match for it and unable to exact his vengeance. However, with the formidable assistance of Qin Feng, perhaps he could finally avenge his wife's untimely demise within his lifetime. I feel the same. Aoyama Gatoru interjected earnestly, his tone resolute. As Sharnado Wusu's prodigy, he naturally felt compelled to aid his mentor. Very well. Sharnado Wusu regarded him with gratitude. Aware that Aoyama Gataru's prowess was slightly inferior to his own, and thus he might struggle to fulfill this endeavor. Nonetheless, he appreciated the sentiment. After the three had finished their meal in the cafeteria and returned to the CCG office, they received an urgent notification for a meeting. They hurried to the strategy headquarters conference room, where they were informed of a significant development. A grave incident had transpired. The CCG branch in District 11 had been besieged by a mysterious ghoul organization that identified itself as the Polonia Tree. This organization had brazenly launched an assault on the CCG, amassing a horde of ghouls that stormed the District 11 branch building, ruthlessly slaughtering all personnel within. This marked the first time in history that a ghoul organization had openly declared war on the CCG and humanity. The atmosphere in the strategy headquarters conference room was tense and solemn. The recent news of the District 11 branch's fall to the so-called Polonia Tree left everyone in a state of profound distress. Furthermore, reports from the local police department confirmed that none of the personnel had survived. All had been brutally exterminated by the ghouls, employing exceptionally cruel methods. It had been established that the attack occurred yesterday afternoon, when this enigmatic ghoul organization launched a surprise assault on the CCG's District 11 branch, resulting in the tragic loss of life, with 0 survivors. Sharnado Wusu's direct superior, one of the 7 special ghoul investigators of the CCG and head of the 2nd Strategy Division, Marudazai, stood at the podium, presiding over the emergency meeting. After seizing control of the District 11 branch, the ghouls had made only a brief stop before swiftly retreating. According to intelligence, these miscreants referred to their organization as the Polonia Tree, and they boasted a membership exceeding 500. Such a vast assembly of ghouls was unprecedented. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an exceedingly grave situation. Marudazai's tone turned exceedingly serious as he emphasized the severity of the matter. This is not a mere ghoul attack. It is a counteroffensive against humanity. They have declared war on the CCG. With a forceful slap on the table, he reiterated, this is a war between humans and ghouls. At these words, all attending ghoul investigators regarded one another with solemn expressions, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Recent intelligence revealed that the ghouls of the Polonia Tree had, over half a month prior, covertly occupied a large commercial shopping center in District 11, establishing it as their stronghold while secretly plotting this assault. Marudazai projected the intelligence he had received onto the large screen behind him, meticulously detailing the information for the attendees. What, then, is their objective? Qin Feng inquired calmly from the front row, his demeanor composed. Do they seek to conquer District 11 and establish a realm for ghouls? If that is their intention, it seems rather naive. While individual ghouls certainly possess greater strength than humans, their overall might pales in comparison. Should ghouls attempt to establish their own territory, they would inevitably be crushed by humanity with ease. They are better suited to fleeing in terror from the relentless pursuit of the CCG, clinging to life. Marudazai shook his head, unable to fathom their motives. The fall of the District 11 branch is now a reality, and if this information spreads, it is likely that many previously solitary ghouls will flock to join the Polonia Tree, becoming a formidable force against humanity. Perhaps they aim to raise this banner to attract like-minded ghouls to unite against human oppression? He stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility. How intriguing. Those miscreants dare to entertain such thoughts? Sharnado Wusu drummed his fingers rhythmically on the table, astonished. So, what shall we do? Should we launch a direct assault against them? If this trajectory continues, they might indeed stir up a significant uproar, growing into an inferno that cannot be extinguished. There will always be reckless ghouls willing to plunge headfirst into the flames, even knowing they will be reduced to ashes. It is imperative to extinguish this nascent threat before it escalates. Indeed, the situation is dire. Marudazai acknowledged with a nod. We must strike at them decisively and obliterate their organization. However, we must also prioritize the safety of the countless innocent civilians in District 11. We must first evacuate the nearby residents to secure areas for shelter. After stating this, he turned to address the gathered ghoul investigators. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an unprecedented battle. Please be prepared for the impending conflict. War is upon us. Yes. The assembly of ghoul investigators responded in unison, their expressions grave. In swift coordination from the CCG headquarters, a special task force for District 11 was established in response to the crisis. This emergency unit comprised 3 special investigators, over 10 quasi-special investigators and upper-tier investigators, along with nearly 1,000 grassroots fighters, forming a formidable operational force. Together with the police, they would launch an extensive campaign against this unprecedented threat, a show of strength far more grand than the previous campaign against the Jukiyama family. It is essential to understand that, under normal circumstances, a special investigator of the CCG, endowed with the highest combat prowess, accompanied by several senior investigators and a contingent of grassroots combat personnel, would possess sufficient strength to maintain peace over a vast region. However, in order to eradicate the tumultuous Qing Tongshu Ghoul organization, the CCG has mobilized such an extensive force due to the formidable influence and brazen demeanor of this ghoul faction, which has imposed considerable pressure and threat upon them. It is imperative to annihilate them decisively. What is the situation? On the night of the operation, Qin Feng found himself amidst this elite task force, prepared to join the fray. His formidable abilities led to his invitation into the Special Response Team of District 11, where he served as an indispensable top-tier combatant, tasked with confronting the powerful ghouls within the Qing Tongshu organization and stabilizing the battlefield. Looking upward, he noticed a helicopter hovering above, its warning lights flashing, emblazoned with the insignia of a television station. The renowned Wu Su, equally perplexed, shook his head with an odd smile, remarking that it was a live broadcast helicopter dispatched by Tokyo Television to cover the event. He could not fathom how the higher-ups could agree to their presence, as it would undoubtedly attract trouble. It seems the incident involving the annihilation of the CCG branch in District 11 had stirred considerable unrest, prompting the authorities to seek to stabilize public sentiment and suppress the ghouls' audacity by showcasing the eradication of the Qing Tongshu organization through live coverage. How foolish. Do they not fear that the ghouls of Qing Tongshu might also witness our operations on television? This is the first time Qin Feng has encountered such a ludicrous maneuver. Do they not understand that one of the fundamental principles of warfare is to know both oneself and one's adversary in order to achieve victory in every battle? How can they so brazenly expose their vulnerabilities? Have they truly deluded themselves into believing they are invincible, wearing one's undergarments on the outside? Tell me, if we were to wave at the camera of the helicopter, would those ghouls be able to see us? Qin Feng curled his lip, utterly speechless at the higher-ups of the CCG. Truly, it was fitting that traitors held sway, with a multitude of double agents among them, seemingly unconcerned about the potential heavy losses to the CCG's combat units, recklessly courting their own demise. Indeed, for the pure-blooded ghouls of the Su family, neither the CCG nor the Ajarai tree would evoke any sympathy. The ideal scenario would be mutual destruction. Sooner or later, the opportunity would arise to eliminate these nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows. Ah, you must be Mr. Qin Feng, the investigator from the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Qin Feng was engaged in conversation with Jinhu Wusu and Yamen Gang Aro, a group approached them. Among them were two particularly imposing figures, their robust physiques brimming with muscle, akin to bears, clearly indicating extraordinary strength. Following these two were several others, presumably their subordinates, with more average builds. Amongst them was even one rather frail individual, resembling a sprightly bean sprout, whose presence seemed somewhat out of place in this assembly. I have heard of your exploits, Mr. Qin Feng. One of the newcomers extended a right hand towards Qin Feng, exuding warmth and friendliness, a broad smile lighting up his face. Oh, may I inquire as to who you are? Qin Feng extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, feeling a hint of confusion, as he could not recall the identities of the two individuals before him. Fortunately, Jinhu Wusu, who stood nearby, promptly introduced them as two of the highest-ranking operatives involved in the special tactical operation, Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Iwa. Accompanying them were several others, including Heiko, a top-ranking investigator, and Ida, also a top-ranking investigator, along with Shinohara Yukinori's special assistant, Suzuya Juzo. Indeed, the latter was the slender figure resembling a sprout, whose status was somewhat unusual, as he was merely a third-class investigator. Yet, this individual was personally recommended to join the CCG by the esteemed Chairman Yoshimura, and he was said to be the second exceptional case after Kaneki Kin, possessing formidable combat capabilities. In truth, Suzuya Juzo's background was rather tragic. He had been abducted and raised by a deranged ghoul during his childhood, confined in a cage and treated like a mere pet, subjected to inhumane torment and abuse. This harrowing experience gradually shaped his peculiar personality, and it was only through a CCG raid that he fortuitously found salvation, being rescued by a philanthropic organization of the CCG and nurtured into adulthood. It was precisely due to this ordeal that he developed extraordinary physical attributes and immense potential. Qin Feng, recalling this individual, extended his right hand with enthusiasm. Hello there, Juzo. Qin Feng gazed at the slender figure adorned with a cross-shaped hairpin, whose appearance resembled that of a beautiful girl, and greeted her with a sense of cordiality. Suzuya Shirzwa exhibited a look of bewilderment, her expression a blend of confusion and uncertainty, prompting her to reiterate her name. I am Suzuya Shirzwa, not Little Ding-Dong. Very well, Little Ding-Dong. Qin Feng, with a friendly demeanor, patted his companion's shoulder, exclaiming, No problem, Little Ding-Dong. After all, she is the queen of the Tsundere realm, deserving of respect. Even the usually eccentric Suzuya Juzu appeared somewhat flustered, scratching his head in confusion. The onlookers couldn't help but stifle their laughter at this peculiar scene. Fortunately, Juzu did not linger in his uncertainty for long, as the final member of the elite search team soon made his entrance. He was none other than the commander of this special operations unit, the head of Countermeasure Division 2, Marahamazai. All personnel, mobilize. As they boarded the specialized command vehicle, Marahamazai activated the loudspeaker on the communication device, issuing orders with a booming voice. Yes. The thunderous response from thousands echoed in unison. The United Forces, having gathered outside the CCG headquarters, were fully equipped and ready for action, one armored vehicle after another rumbling towards the battlefield in District 11. As the CCG and the Metropolitan Police's joint task force advanced steadily from afar, preparing to enter the fray, several figures stood atop a large commercial shopping center. Facing the cool night breeze, surveying the scene below. Indeed, they are coming, remarked a ghoul clad in a red mask, his expression obscured. Yet his tone remained devoid of emotion. His name was Dotarayo, a senior member of the Aojirai Tree organization, seemingly indifferent to the impending assault by the CCG. Faster than expected. At that moment, a peculiar girl, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, clapped her hands and spoke with an upbeat tone, hinting at her anticipation. Her name was Ito, and while she publicly held the same title as a cadre of Aojirai Tree, she was, in truth, the true leader of the organization. Known as the One-Eyed Owl, with combat capabilities that were nearly unparalleled. Yes, Dota nodded in understanding, issuing commands to his subordinates, Bottle Brothers. You are in charge of defending the main building. Understood, responded the two twin ghouls standing just behind him in unison. As S-class ghouls. They had always fought as a pair, their combined strength formidable. Kariko Ayato, you are responsible for securing the secondary building. Dota continued, addressing another ghoul youth standing nearby. Got it, replied the boy with purple-blue curls, not glancing back. Dota paid no mind to his reticence, fully aware of the other's nature. Let us proceed, Ito. With a final glance at the bandaged girl, Dota stepped towards the edge of the rooftop, prompting Ito to follow closely behind. As for the rest, I leave it to you, Noro. He concluded, before leaping from the rooftop, vanishing from sight. Noro, who seldom spoke, merely observed their departure, maintaining his usual silence. Nevertheless, Dota understood his temperament well and placed great trust in him. Despite the imminent battle, Dota's retreat from the front line felt peculiar, suggesting an ulterior motive at play. Prepare for a grand undertaking. The other cadres of Aojirai Tree seemed to be well aware of the situation, offering no objections. They rubbed their hands in anticipation. Gazing at the CCG's Special Operations Team, which had arrived and was surrounding the commercial center, revealing menacing grins. Soon, the CCG's main force had executed a tactical encirclement, sealing off all critical entrances to the shopping center. Each combat team assumed their positions, some wielding riot shields while others brandished Q Barrett submachine guns, poised to breach the building and corner the lurking ghouls within. Above, CCG's armed helicopters and broadcast news choppers circled, observing the unfolding events. Countless eyes, both on-screen and off, were glued to the scene, hearts racing with tension. This was a night destined to be anything but tranquil. The assault commenced, with a command from Marahamazai. A flare signaling the offensive soared into the night sky, illuminating the area. CCG's frontline fighters raised their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire into the building. The sound of gunfire erupted. Incredibly, the Aojirai ghouls had somehow acquired an arsenal of weapons, retaliating fiercely against the CCG forces. The air filled with a hail of bullets. Chaos ensued. What? Gradually, the CCG's position began to falter, as their personnel fell under accurate fire from the ghouls. The ghouls engaged in fierce combat were not mere amateurs. Some had experience as mercenaries and were highly adept with firearms, their superior physical abilities and reflexes making them formidable adversaries. How could this be happening? Marahamazai felt restless, cursing under his breath as he descended from the command vehicle and rushed to the front lines. Seizing a subordinate submachine gun, he unleashed a furious barrage at the ghouls in the building, taking down several armed threats with remarkable precision. Men, eliminate those treacherous ghoul fire teams. With his commanding shout, morale surged among the CCG forces. Soon, Jizza devised a bold plan, commandeering Marahamazai's prized motorcycle, roaring to life as he sped across to the second floor. There, he unleashed a flurry of bullets, dispatching several bothersome ghoul gunmen. Standing triumphantly at the window, he flashed a victory sign to his comrades below, grinning widely. While Marahamazai seethed with frustration, on the verge of tears as he witnessed his beloved motorcycle explode. All units charge. Watching his motorcycle shatter before his eyes, Marahamazai, with tears streaming down his face, bellowed orders. The assault teams, already prepared, surged forward, racing into the shopping center, transformed into a stronghold by the Aojirai ghouls, ready to face their fate. According to the established plan, Team A would secure the main building, Team B the secondary building, while Team C and D provided support and assistance as needed. All teams, stay in formation. Charge. Charge. Yes. With a single command, humanity successfully breached the building, swiftly dispersing into various teams to launch simultaneous assaults across different sectors, determined to eradicate all ghouls that had taken refuge within this commercial center and reclaim it for humankind. Attention all units, at 3 o'clock, 7 ghouls have been spotted. At 8 o'clock, 6 ghouls are advancing. Open fire. The human troops surged into the building. But the ghouls that had long been lying in wait would not remain passive. They revealed their blood-black eyes and unleashed a variety of deadly Kagun weapons, retaliating against the humans. At this critical moment, it was time for humanity's elite to demonstrate their prowess. Special class school investigators, Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa, along with several highly skilled upper-class investigators, formed a formidable strike team. Their quinquo weapons swiftly claimed the lives of the ghouls, showcasing their overwhelming dominance. Their presence ensured the assault teams maintained their aggressive momentum, charging forth with relentless vigor. Secure the main elevator. Occupy the southern passage of the annex. The first floor has been subdued. Prepare to advance to the second floor. Maritaka returned to the command vehicle, intently monitoring the live combat footage transmitted by the various strike teams, occasionally issuing commands and adjusting operational strategies. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, assigned to escort a particular assault team, encountered his first significant adversary, a ghoul youth with violet blue hair, Mist Island Ayato. Ah, damn white dove. The ghoul youth stood proudly at the top of the staircase, casting a disdainful gaze upon the humans below, particularly at Qin Feng, who wielded a quinquo glaive, a rebellious smirk playing on his lips. How foolish of you humans to attack, when I was merely greeting you. Mist Island Ayato sneered, his contempt palpable as he regarded the armed assault team, his expression dripping with disdain. Spotting the enemy, the human assault team acted without hesitation. They knew that any being hiding within this bustling commercial complex could not be human, but rather, flesh-eating ghouls. The team leader made a swift decision, ordering an immediate barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Several team members swiftly aimed their submachine guns at the ghoul youth and pulled the triggers. In a flash, Kagun erupted from Mist Island Ayato's shoulders, forming a protective vortex around him, deflecting the bullets effortlessly and rendering them harmless. Truly inferior humans, he scoffed, his disdain growing. Do you not comprehend? We ghouls are the superior race. Before he could finish, taking advantage of the brief pause in gunfire, his Kagun unfurled dramatically behind him like a pair of angelic wings, resplendent and mesmerizing. Yet this beauty harbored a lethal intent. Countless sharp, crystalline projectiles shot forth from his wings like a machine gun, overwhelming the assault team's initial volley and sending them into disarray, even piercing through their riot shields, which provided no protection. Such a fierce little brat. Observing the chaos, Qin Feng, armed with his quinquo weapon, stepped forward to shield his comrades, deftly fending off each of the razor-sharp projectiles with unwavering precision. Not bad at all, white dove. Mist Island Ayato paused his onslaught, his exquisite wings gently fluttering, shimmering with an ethereal glow, akin to angelic plumage. He scrutinized Qin Feng, seemingly re-evaluating the threat he posed. I never expected the Ajarai Tree organization would recruit someone like you. Do they not realize that employing child labor is illegal? Qin Feng forcefully slammed the halberd onto the ground, yet he refrained from hastily extinguishing the life of the ghoul youth, his tone laced with perplexity. Oh, I almost forgot. You ghouls are utterly devoid of legal protection. Even your organization is illegal. It's no wonder that even a brat like you can be recruited. Wuto Ayato's expression twisted into one of immense fury, his gaze fierce. Are you underestimating me, white dove? The wings behind him expanded dramatically, swelling to an imposing size, exuding an aura of murderous intent. It is imperative to note that he was an S-class ghoul, not some run-of-the-mill creature. Nor the trivial minions you dealt with previously, he was a cadre of the Qingtong tree. Trash like you, a mere investigator. I have already slain dozens of your kind during my last assault on your division. In a tempestuous flurry, countless sharp, lance-like crystals erupted from his wings, engulfing Qin Feng's position. As the dust settled, even the sturdy walls and concrete ground were riddled with these piercing projectiles, resembling a beehive, with not a single intact spot remaining except for where Qin Feng stood. There he remained, with a nonchalant expression, halberd in hand, gazing at his opponent with an air of inquiry, as if to ask, haven't you eaten? This silent mockery incensed Wuto Ayato to the point where his handsome face nearly contorted with rage, gritting his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. He had not anticipated that his once unassailable offensive tactics would pose no threat to Qin Feng, and his previous arrogance had dissipated. Turns out, the demise of District 11 is also related to you, as the sharp lance-like crystals, now detached from their source, began to dissipate into a sanguine mist. Qin Feng fixated on Wuto Ayato's eyes and began to stride towards him. Then I cannot let you escape. He held the halberd askew behind him, the crescent-shaped silver blade glinting ominously. Though you are merely an underage brat, the very type I loathe to engage with, it seems I must eliminate you. His voice was calm, his steps deliberate, and his gaze composed. This demeanor instilled an indescribable pressure within Wuto Ayato, who finally recognized the distinctiveness of this CCG investigator. His strength appeared almost terrifying. Could it be that he had unwittingly encountered the rumored pinnacle of CCG power, an elite investigator? Yet, it should not be this absurdly formidable. Wuto Ayato's mind roared in turmoil, beads of cold sweat accumulating on his brow, until, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he turned to flee towards the upper floors. With his close combat abilities, he held no confidence in confronting this apparent melee beast, and his ranged attacks would be futile against such an opponent. He could only retreat for the time being. How could I possibly let you escape? Qin Feng let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Wudo Xuandu. The great halberd in his hand struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly into his opponent's chest. Wu Dao Xuandu barely had time to resist before being impaled against the wall, emitting a wretched cry of agony. However, he swiftly endured the pain. The pair of wings on his back transformed into two sharp spikes, attempting to retaliate against the formidable foe behind him. Yet, with a mere flick of his great halberd, Qin Feng rendered his opponent utterly powerless, causing his eyes to roll back in his head, let alone mount a counterattack with the winged weapon. Clang! Qin Feng casually withdrew his spear, observing the limp figure of Yu Island Ayaka, convulsing on the ground like a crushed insect. He couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, the youth, so eager to embrace death without fully grasping the essence of life. Just as he contemplated whether to deliver a final blow or allow the other to languish on the ground awaiting demise, a shadow descended from above, swiftly scooping up the prostrate Ayaka and retreating with remarkable agility. For an ordinary ghoul investigator, the scene would have been a blur, merely a fleeting shadow passing by. Yet, Qin Feng discerned the truth. It was an individual adorned with a white rabbit mask. He could have intervened. There was ample time. Yet after a moment's reflection, he chose to refrain. Was that Yu Island Tuka? Qin Feng recognized the identity of the individual before him. She was a waitress from the antique coffee shop with whom he had crossed paths once, and she happened to be the elder sister of Akito Kirishima. Well, it hardly mattered now, as their time was limited. He decided to allow the siblings a moment to exchange words before their impending separation. For they had been apart for many years, and this rare reunion was destined to end in sorrow. It would be unkind to sever their bond so ruthlessly, especially considering she had once served him coffee with her own hands. Qin Feng gazed at the retreating figure before him, raising an eyebrow without pursuing further. Yet, a sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. It struck him as peculiar that Dongxiang Mist Island, a member of the antique CAF in the Anping district, would find herself entangled with the Qing Tong Tree organization. Logically speaking, with his intervention leading to the premature demise of Kamishiro Rise and the sadistic geckos, the original protagonist, Kaneki Kin, had not transformed into a ghoul. Thus, the antique CAF ought not to be embroiled in this incident. Was there some unforeseen turn of events that had eluded my understanding? Perhaps, as the clandestine leader of the Qing Tong Tree organization, Takatsuki Izumi was the daughter of the antique CAF's owner, Kamiyama Keizan, yet she harbored a deep-seated loathing for her father. It is conceivable that Takatsuki Izumi had secretly orchestrated certain machinations, leading to the arrival of those ghouls from the antique CAF, drawing them here as scapegoats. Indeed, such a possibility cannot be dismissed. In Qin Feng's mind, such speculations floated, yet he paid them little heed. He called out to the assault team below and continued leading the charge. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building, Wujima Danko, who had risked her life to rescue her brother Wujima Xuandu from Qin Feng's grasp, was fleeing with him. Indeed, she recognized Qin Feng. She had never anticipated that the man who had been deceived away by Kamishiro Rise would turn out to be such a formidable figure. Danko had assumed that this handsome man had perished long ago at the hands of the voracious Kamishiro Rise. Yet here he was, confronting her brother Xuandu and effortlessly overpowering him, despite Xuandu's superior strength. In a moment of desperation, driven by urgency, she instinctively rushed forward to save her brother, without considering the likelihood of success. Surprisingly, the man did not thwart her actions. She distinctly perceived his gaze upon her, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were entirely unfazed. Though she remained oblivious to his reasons for not intervening, her primary concern was undeniably her brother's life. Xuandu. Xuandu. Removing the white rabbit mask, she gazed upon Xuandu's chest, mangled and bloodied, a sight so tragic it brought tears to her eyes as she repeatedly called his name. It must be said, the resilience of ghouls is indeed remarkable. Such grievous injuries, which would have claimed a human life, still clung to a flicker of vitality. Soon enough, under her pained entreaties, Xuandu struggled to open his eyes. Danko, he managed to utter, his lips quivering. It's been so long. Xuandu. Wujima Danko wiped her tears, observing her brother, who had always been at odds with her, now displaying a rare vulnerability. This revelation stirred an unsettling premonition within her. As she feared, sister, I think I'm dying. No one understood Xuandu's condition better than he. It was beyond dreadful. He could not move a single finger, and an indescribable agony enveloped him, gradually succumbing to an encroaching chill. Was this what death felt like? Xuandu comprehended the fate that awaited him. In that moment, the conflicts and arguments he had with Danko seemed trifling in comparison. Forgive me, father. It appears I can no longer uphold my promise to protect my sister. I regret not having cherished our time together more. I am sorry. Xuandu's eyes dimmed, and he murmured his final words, scarcely audible. Xuandu. Danko clutched his hand tightly, pressing it to her ear, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the assault team had reached the rooftop of the auxiliary building, having eradicated the ghouls along their path. Please advise. The team leader, having accomplished their mission in less than 20 minutes, contacted the command vehicle outside the building to report the situation. Is that so? Came the voice of Maru Shizai, the overall commander, who was overseeing operations. You are the first team to successfully complete the assigned task. Well done. Team C has encountered formidable foes and is currently engaged in a fierce battle, requesting support. Move there swiftly. Understood. The assault team leader glanced at Qin Feng for confirmation. Receiving an affirmative nod. Is it Team C with Teruto, Wu, and Amain? Certainly remembered who the main force of Team C was. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow. Wielding his halberd with a swift motion, he addressed the crowd. The situation is urgent. I shall proceed ahead. You follow closely behind. Understood. The members of the assault team responded in unison, their expressions filled with respect. Qin Feng's formidable prowess throughout their battles had long since captivated these individuals, who were more than willing to obey his commands. How troublesome indeed. Jinhu Wusu and Yamin Gang Tailang stood back to back, their gazes fixated on their opponents ahead. A pair of telepathic twin ghouls, and both S rank. This presents a rare opportunity for experimentation. Unlike Yamin Gang Tailang, Jinhu Wusu wore a sly grin, devoid of any concern. In his hand was a new Quinquo weapon, resembling both a knife and a hammer. Its design somewhat peculiar. His previous umbrella sword Quinquo had been destroyed in the last battle against the gecko, and he was still getting accustomed to this new armament. Similarly, Yamin Gang Tailang's massive hammer had been shattered by the gecko, and he now wielded a hooked scythe Quinquo. Your coordinated attacks are indeed impressive. Jinhu Wusu remarked, his eyes fixed on one of the ghouls, a mocking chuckle escaping his lips. However, the synergy between my master and me will not be inferior to yours. His words seemed to assert a fact while simultaneously applying psychological pressure on the adversaries. One of the high-ranking officers from the Qingtong tree, the S-rank ghoul known as the Bottle Brothers, remained silent, engaging in no verbal exchange. Suddenly, they launched a simultaneous assault, flanking their opponents. Their Kagun, akin to a tail, propelled them to leap and dart through the corridor with extraordinary agility, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Jinhu Wusu and Yamin Gang Tailang each took on one opponent, calmly confronting the threat. The fierce battle ensued once again. Oh, it seems my assistance is unnecessary. As Qin Feng approached from the adjacent building, he witnessed Jinhu Wusu withdrawing his weapon from the body of an enemy, while Yamin Gang Tailang's scythe severed the neck of one of the Bottle Brothers, marking the battle's conclusion. It is Mr. Qin Feng, Jinhu Wusu, who had been examining the enemy's corpse and contemplating how to utilize it as material for a new Quinquo, looked up at Qin Feng with a surprised expression. My apologies. I did not anticipate that I would trouble you to come here for no reason. I sincerely regret it. The enemies proved too formidable, resulting in significant losses for our squad. Yamin Gang Tailang, still catching his breath after the fierce conflict, also regarded Qin Feng, a hint of shame on his face. Our strength was simply insufficient. Otherwise, our team would not have been reduced to just the two of us against these ghouls. Fortunately, after a fierce struggle, they had managed to exact their revenge, providing some solace for their fallen comrades. I'm relieved to see you are unharmed. Qin Feng nodded slightly, not overly concerned. In the heat of battle, casualties were inevitable. Even the most formidable special investigators could fall victim during seemingly inconsequential missions. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the annals of CCG's history. After all, they were engaged in combat against the formidable, inhuman ghouls, inherently at a disadvantage. Attention! Attention! Team E has encountered a powerful enemy in the northern corridor of the building. All personnel are lost. Please be advised. The message echoed. Warning of a suspected SS-level ghoul possessing unknown, formidable regenerative abilities. The alarm blared anew, seeking urgent assistance in a frantic tone. An SS-level ghoul? Imain Kantaro's expression shifted dramatically, and the countenance of Jinhu Wusu darkened slightly, their gazes flickering with concern. Yet, before they could respond, further developments unfolded. Alarm. Teams A and B have encountered a formidable foe. The target has been identified as the long-vanished SSS-level ghoul, One-Eyed Owl. All personnel of insufficient strength are advised to vacate the battlefield immediately. The voice of Maruta Sai rang through the communicator, tinged with incredulity. However, the two special investigators leading teams A and B, Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroi Wagon, had clearly witnessed the threat and articulated their observations with unwavering clarity. In their original operational plan, they had not prepared to confront such a terrifying adversary as an SSS-level ghoul. With their current combat strength, they were utterly ill-equipped to face an enemy of this caliber. The One-Eyed Owl. Upon hearing this, the previously composed Jinhu Wusu's demeanor morphed into frenzied excitement. The One-Eyed Owl was the very ghoul that had slain his wife, Jinhu Wei. Hearing that name, Jinhu Wusu could no longer maintain his composure, his expression transforming into one of wild fervor. Has it finally appeared? Owl. He repeated the ghoul's moniker with venomous hatred, gripping his Quinquo weapon tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Teacher Jinhu. Imain Kantaro gazed at him with concern, then, seemingly recalling something, quickly turned his attention to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin Feng? Jinhu Wusu also directed his gaze toward Qin Feng, acutely aware of his own inadequacy and strength, fearing he would be unable to avenge his tragically slain wife. Qin Feng found himself in a bit of a quandary, for he was acutely aware that the owl responsible for the death of Jinhu Wei was not the esteemed Kazuma Yoshimura, but rather the formidable Izumi Takatsuki. The recent encounter with Kirishima Tuka indicated that the ghouls from the antique coffee shop had inexplicably arrived at this location, and it was likely that Yoshimura, as the shop's manager, had come along as well. Consequently, the one-eyed owl that Shinohara and Kuroiwa were currently facing might not be Takatsuki after all, but rather Yoshimura himself. However, Jinhu Wusu was oblivious to this fact. In truth, the entire CCG was unaware of this critical intelligence, mistakenly believing that there was only one owl, thus conflating the two. It was only later, during the owl suppression operation, that they were startled to discover the existence of another. Additionally, Qin Feng was somewhat preoccupied with the previously announced SS-grade ghoul, as he could ascertain that it was indeed the notorious Narui, a ghoul reputed to possess an immortal body, capable of instant regeneration even when severed in half. Narui was one of the higher-ups in the Aojirai Tree organization, posing a significant threat. Should it be left unchecked, the CCG would likely suffer grievous losses. Given the current situation, Shinohara and Kuroiwa, the two special investigators, had unexpectedly encountered the one-eyed owl, while he, along with Jinhu Wusu and Yamori Kanata, remained present. The remaining elite forces consisted only of a few high-ranking investigators, and their capabilities might prove inadequate against the SS-grade ghoul. On the other hand, Yoshimura had long been known as the non-killing owl, having adopted a pacifist stance for years, thus posing no imminent danger to the CCG. Therefore, Qin Feng resolved to pursue the one-eyed owl without further delay. His motivations were twofold. Firstly, he had previously vowed to assist Jinhu Wusu in avenging his fallen comrade, and he could not renege on that promise. Although it appeared that Jinhu Wusu had mistaken his target, leading to a somewhat awkward situation, he was unaware of this. Secondly, Qin Feng harbored a desire to engage with an SS-grade ghoul to gauge the strength of both parties. As Narui, the SS-grade ghoul, was now beyond his capacity to confront. He recognized that he was merely a temporary operative and not the primary commander of the mission. Such considerations were the responsibility of Meridiai. At that moment, as Qin Feng, Jinhu Wusu, and Yamori Kanata hurried toward the scene, Shinohara and Kuroiwa had already commenced their engagement with the one-eyed owl. Is the youth who severed my arms not here? The one-eyed owl spoke with an air of a grand antagonist, exuding an overwhelming presence as it advanced menacingly toward the CCG investigators, fixing its gaze on Shinohara, the leader among them. It seems you have risen in stature. Perhaps I should have taken your dominant arm as well, just as I did with your superior, Special Investigator Shinohara. The youth it referred to was none other than Kaneki Kin, the CCG's top combatant, the undefeated investigator known as the White Reaper. At present, he was the only one capable of contending with the owl. IWA. Understanding the formidable nature of the one-eyed owl, Shinohara refrained from retorting, instead offering a subtle warning to his companion. IWA nodded in comprehension, preparing for the inevitable struggle ahead. Special Investigator Hirako, remain here, the rest of you. Proceed to eliminate the remnants of Aojirai Tree. Shinohara issued his command without looking back, instructing those lacking the strength to engage with the SS-grade ghoul to continue their mission and avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Understood. The dozen or so ordinary ghoul investigators responded in unison, springing into action without hesitation. They recognized that their presence on the battlefield would only hinder the two special investigators. This was the undeniable might of the SS-grade ghoul. CCG's past records had already attested to the countless lives lost in proving this fact. Subsequently, Shinohara and Kuroiwa pressed specific areas on their bodies, activating the latest experimental Quinqua armor developed by the research department. This suit resembled heavy armor, offering exceptional defense while significantly enhancing the user's physical strength and combat capabilities. However, this came at the cost of consuming their vitality. Excessive use could result in the armor devouring them entirely. This was the latest masterpiece from the CCG's experimental research division, crafted from the special RC cells of an SS-grade ghoul captured by the CCG, known as Kirishima Shin. Indeed, he was the father of Kirishima Ayato and Kirishima Tuka. Let us go. Soon after, the two special investigators wielded their Quinqua weapons and charged toward the one-eyed owl, engaging in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the slightly weaker Hirako remained at the periphery of the battlefield, awaiting the opportune moment to strike, simultaneously exerting invisible pressure on the opponent to divert its attention. The two sides engaged in a deadly struggle on the expansive rooftop, the intensity of the battle escalating rapidly. By the time Qin Feng and Jinhu Wusu arrived from the adjacent building, the confrontation had reached a boiling point. Shinohara and Kuroiwa had entered a frenzied state, their new Quinqua armor sprouting numerous tendrils that pierced their bodies, relentlessly draining their flesh and vitality. This was a desperate measure they had taken to amplify their combat prowess against the one-eyed owl, activating the armor's second stage, a perilous transformation. Their bodies radiated an intense bloodlust, and compared to the one-eyed owl, they seemed almost ghoul-like themselves, their eyes glowing crimson as they wielded their weapons with blinding speed. Yet, despite their heightened state, the one-eyed owl remained impervious, skillfully deflecting each of their assaults. Truly remarkable. Yamori Kanata exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to assist the fallen Hirako, seeking to glean information about the unfolding situation. Can the ghoul investigators endure this? Ghouls, characterized by possessing multiple RC cells, were those whose consumption of fellow ghouls led to a surge in their RC factor count, resulting in new transformations and greater potency. Once their RC cells enveloped their entire being, they would ultimately become a ghoul of immense power, akin to the one-eyed owl before them. Although their capabilities were indeed impressive, their current physical state left much to be desired. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, accurately assessing the current conditions of Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa Iwa, shaking his head with a tone of pessimism. Before he could finish his words, Shinohara Yukiki, engaged in fierce combat, suddenly stumbled, as if encountering some unforeseen circumstance. And in the next moment, he was drenched in blood, spewing it forth like a fountain. Observing this, the one-eyed owl surprisingly did not seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, it withdrew from the heart of the battlefield. Kuroiwa Iwa, too, disregarded the chance to pursue, hastily ceasing his attacks and rushing forward to examine Shinohara Yukiki's condition. Have we gone too far? Kuroiwa Iwa grasped the writhing tendrils of the new Qin Feng armor, tearing them away from Shinohara Yukiki's body. Damn it, if this continues, he will be consumed. This was the price of overusing such a novel weapon, truly a terrifying instrument. As the besieged opponent, no one understood the malevolence and ferocity of this Qin Feng armor better than the one-eyed owl. The world is perpetually filled with plunder and slaughter. We strive to convince ourselves that this is the law of nature. Yet we have no justification to take away another's life. The act of seizing life can only be deemed a sin. It dragged its elongated hardened arm blades across the rooftop, creating a shower of sparks, advancing step by step towards Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa Iwa. If a soul truly exists, it seemed disinclined to lend its power to you. The one-eyed owl fixated on the new Qin Feng armor adorning the two, speaking with veiled implications. Due to the backlash of the armor, Shinohara Yukiki was rendered unable to stand, while Kuroiwa Iwa was also nearing his limits. The two were scrutinized from above by the one-eyed owl, its glowing red eye appearing particularly menacing. Were they destined to perish here today? Seeing this, the already seething Matsuhara Wu, fueled by hatred, brandished his Qin Feng weapon and charged at it with fervor, roaring, "Today, I shall avenge my deceased wife." His frenzied state instilled fear in those who beheld him. However, the one-eyed owl merely turned its head slightly to glance at him, raising a hand to unleash a powerful gust, effortlessly sending the deranged Matsuhara Wu flying over 10 meters away. "Wife?" the one-eyed owl whispered, suddenly falling silent, as if comprehending something, opting for quietude. There was no need for further words. It was undoubtedly the sin committed by its daughter, Takatsuki Izumi. As a father, what could it do but accept this burden of guilt? "Do not rush, Matsuhara." Qin Feng grasped the shoulder of the true man, Wu Su, preventing the newly risen individual from recklessly charging forward to confront the adversary. "Allow me to engage with it," he declared, wielding his halberd as he advanced step by step towards the one-eyed owl. The one-eyed owl, noticing his approach, fixated its gaze upon Qin Feng. "Who are you?" it inquired. As memories from yesteryear flooded back, it recalled a time akin to this, when it had donned the guise of the one-eyed owl to protect its daughter, who had sustained grave injuries from a solitary assault on the CCG division. In that moment, it had vanquished numerous CCG ghoul investigators, only to be confronted by an unassuming young man wielding dual Qin Feng daggers, leading to an unprecedented and fierce battle. The outcome of that conflict was staggering. Despite being an SSS-rated ghoul, it suffered the severance of both arms and was compelled to retreat in a grievous state. That very youth, who had etched his name in the annals of the divine battle, was none other than the present-day CCG's White Reaper, Arima Kishu. "Good evening." Holding a large halberd, Qin Feng stood at a slight angle, courteously greeting the figure before him. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Qin Feng, a temporary worker for CCG, hailing from the Dragon Country. I look forward to your guidance." He mused that, excluding their previous encounter at the antique CAF, this meeting with Kasane Kira, who appeared in the guise of a ghoul, could indeed be considered their first true introduction. Kasane Kira's singular eye, glowing with a crimson hue, flickered slightly. Yes, he recognized Qin Feng. The latter had visited his CF before. After all, a man of such striking handsomeness was difficult to forget, especially given that he was entangled with the infamous Shindai Rise, leaving an indelible impression. "So it is you. I had thought Rise had consumed you," Kasane Kira remarked, realization dawning upon him. It seemed that, in that perilous moment, it was Rise who found herself in a precarious situation. Kasane's expression subtly shifted, yet it was entirely concealed beneath the helmet of his ghoul form, making it inscrutable to outsiders. In truth, Shindai Rise was the adopted daughter of an old friend of his, who had once requested Kasane to look after her. Otherwise, given her reckless behavior, she would have long since been expelled from the peaceful district, much to Kasane's chagrin. "You have just emerged from a battle. How is your stamina? Do you require a moment to recuperate?" Qin Feng stood a few meters away, inquiring with a calm demeanor. "No problem." Upon hearing this, Fansuan Gongshan fell silent for a few seconds, unable to discern his true intentions, whether he genuinely wished for a respite to regain strength or sought to subtly probe his vulnerabilities. Thus, one must proceed with caution. Qin Feng uttered no more words, but offered a final reminder. As soon as his voice fell, the massive halberd in his grasp traced a thunderous arc, descending fiercely upon its target's head with formidable force. Clang! Fansuan Gongshan's expression shifted imperceptibly as he raised his right arm, hardening the blade to intercept the blow. However, The overwhelming might of the halberd caused his right arm to sag dangerously. Fortunately, he promptly braced his left arm against it, managing to stabilize himself. What an astonishingly formidable youth. In the center where their forces converged, sparks flew, and the energies clashed and compressed, producing a shrill cacophony. In terms of strength, it seemed that I held the advantage. With both hands gripping the halberd, Qin Feng exerted his strength, achieving the desired outcome. He promptly altered his approach, swiftly retracting the halberd to deliver a horizontal strike aimed at the abdomen of the one-eyed owl, catching it off guard. However, the one-eyed owl possessed a wealth of combat experience. Sensing the power receding from the halberd, it immediately prepared to counter. It swung its 2-meter-long hardened arms, resembling skeletal armor, with remarkable agility, deftly blocking Qin Feng's attack. Subsequently, it launched a fierce counteroffensive against Qin Feng. Undeterred, Qin Feng wielded his halberd with the grace of the wind, executing a relentless series of strikes. His moves oscillated between overwhelming dominance and cunning unpredictability, rendering them exceedingly difficult to counter. In that moment, an intense battle ensued. The clash of weapons ringing continuously, leaving no respite for either side. How formidable! Even the onlookers, including the likes of Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa Iwa, who found themselves at the periphery of the battlefield, felt overwhelmed. The fierce gusts created by the combatants made it difficult for them to keep their eyes open, let alone discern the intricacies of each combat maneuver. The ferocity of this encounter surpassed their previous confrontation against the one-eyed owl, which had been a terrifying spectacle in its own right. The very ground beneath them bore the scars of the battle, deep gouges appearing sporadically, making them shudder to think of the consequences had those strikes been directed at them. What astounding speed! It was not only the onlookers who were taken aback. Even Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa Iwa, the elite investigators, stood in disbelief. They had fought the one-eyed owl with all their might, risking their lives and exhausting the latest innovations from the experimental research department, the new type of quinquo armor. Yet now, the one-eyed owl seemed to exhibit an even greater prowess, clearly having held back during their previous skirmish. Yet, this formidable creature now found itself at a disadvantage. Soon, it struggled to contend with Qin Feng's relentless halberd strikes. Its defenses crumbled under the onslaught, suffering numerous hits that left fresh wounds, blood spilling forth. The most grievous blow nearly penetrated its chest, fortunately. It retreated in time to avoid further injury. Such terrifying strength. The one-eyed owl, having leaped back several meters, gingerly touched its gruesome wounds. Remarkably, under its extraordinary regenerative abilities, the spilled blood began to reverse, flowing back into its body and restoring it to its former state. It lifted its gaze to Qin Feng, who remained stationary and did not pursue, exclaiming in astonishment, "Are you truly human? How can a frail human body accomplish such feats?" Ah, indeed, without a doubt. Qin Feng's halberd traced an arc before him, the crescent blade gleaming menacingly. From this moment forth, I shall not hold back. You must tread carefully. The reason he refrained from pursuing earlier was due to the opponent's prior exhaustion, allowing them a moment to gather their strength as a gesture of fairness. After all, the adversary had not resorted to lethal force against the two special investigation officers, displaying a semblance of humanity. Unlike his indiscriminate approach towards other ghouls, Qin Feng chose not to execute this one mercilessly. However, the time had come to determine their fates. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he brandished his halberd, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the ground beneath him, and the entire building began to shake violently for reasons unknown. No, it was not merely this edifice. The entire region was convulsing, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This is bad, an earthquake. Well acquainted with the geographical nuances of Neon Country, Wu Su and his companions gasped in alarm, sensing the impending disaster. It is crucial to note that the bulk of their CCG forces were stationed within this expansive commercial complex. Should a collapse occur, it would spell doom for them all. An earthquake. Qin Feng was compelled to halt his offensive and surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, the structures beyond the terrace began to undulate as if they were part of a colossal machine, incessantly tossed and shaken. A deep, resounding rumble echoed from the depths of the earth, grand and distant. Everyone, take heed. Evade the impending earthquake. The voice of Marushu, the commanding officer, crackled through the communicator, filled with exasperation. Anyone witnessing the imminent success of their mission, on the verge of ensnaring the ghoul organization of the Qingtong Tree, would naturally be infuriated by such an unforeseen natural calamity. Yet, as the commander, he could not overlook the potential casualties among his subordinates and felt compelled to warn them of the impending peril. How unfortunate. Qin Feng thrust his spear deeply into the ground, stabilizing himself despite the tremors of the earthquake that threatened to unseat him. However, he could not shake off his irritation. Just moments ago, Fangsu and Gongshan had sensed a shift in circumstances and, with a swift motion, unfurled a pair of majestic wings, leaping from the rooftop and soaring into the sky. Indeed, he had taken flight. A true testament to his prowess as a hawk. Even if he could not ultimately prevail against Qin Feng, it was evident that he could effortlessly withdraw from the battlefield, leaving Qin Feng in utter frustration. How could one pursue such an elusive foe? Trembling with agitation, Qin Feng gazed at the vanishing figure, utterly unable to give chase. System. When will you bestow upon me the ability to fly? Let us discuss this. Naturally, the system offered no response. It lacked the intelligence to engage in conversation. After what felt like an eternity, the tremors gradually subsided. Fortunately, the builders of this vast commercial complex had not compromised on safety standards. The structure, resilient against seismic forces, endured the trial without collapsing and burying the CCG's operational forces in rubble, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The unexpected earthquake had inadvertently brought the Qin Feng tree extermination operation to a close, seizing the opportunity presented by the quake. The remnants of the Qin Feng tree organization hastily retreated from the commercial complex, fleeing in disarray. The CCG attempted to pursue, but upon realizing the futility of the effort, they reluctantly regrouped and returned. Nonetheless, the CCG succeeded in driving the Qin Feng tree organization out of District 11 and reclaiming the commercial complex, marking a strategic victory, albeit one that fell short of total annihilation of their adversaries. Everyone, we have emerged victorious. As the commanding officer, Maruti announced the triumph of the operation, fully aware that morale could not be allowed to dwindle in such circumstances. Roar. The joint operation forces rallied, their spirits lifted in celebration. In terms of outcome, they had indeed dealt a significant blow to the arrogance of the Qin Feng tree organization. However, at that moment, Qin Feng hurriedly approached Maruti. Hey, Commander. Something feels amiss. What do you mean amiss? Maruti, caught off guard by Qin Feng's urgent demeanor, furrowed his brow. A merchant dreads the notion of having their goods questioned. And as the commander of this operation, Maruti feared accusations of incompetence. He regarded Qin Feng with a mix of concern and annoyance. Had it not been for Qin Feng's exceptional abilities, which had even driven off SSS-class ghouls that two elite investigators struggled against, he might have wished to expel this dissenting voice. What seems to be the issue? Maruti inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. His naturally sharp disposition, characterized by biting wit and scathing remarks, was tempered by the reality that he could not best this temporary ally. Something was indeed amiss. Qin Feng paid no heed to the other's displeasure and retorted, have you not noticed? What seems amiss? The answer was evident. His system task had yet to be settled. Having decisively vanquished the Qin Feng tree ghoul organization and emerged victorious in this grand campaign, he was poised on the rooftop, eagerly anticipating the rewards of the main quest, ready to ascend to the pinnacle of his life. Yet, to his dismay, there was no response whatsoever. In his haste, he summoned the system panel and discovered that the advance of the Qin Feng tree task still glaringly displayed, showing no signs of completion. This posed a significant problem. The fact that the advance of the Qin Feng tree had not been completed implied that their incursion had not been thwarted. They were still advancing. Could it be that his failure to completely annihilate the foe, allowing the SS-ranked ghoul, Narua, with its immortal body, along with some remnants of the Qin Feng tree organization, to escape, was the reason for the lack of successful settlement? The adversary was merely one of the organization's cadre, not the leader. That distinction belonged to Takatsuki Izumi, who had long departed, along with Modiyoshi. If the aim were indeed to eliminate them, the system should have issued a task to eradicate the Qin Feng tree, rather than merely to halt its advance. Naturally, Qin Feng could not articulate this reasoning openly, as certain intelligence remained unknown to the CCG. He could only seek a different explanation to substantiate his perspective. Notice what? Maruti also perceived his seriousness, seemingly not intending to provoke a quarrel. A flicker of alarm coursed through him as his mind raced through the events of the night. He replayed the occurrences, yet still found no discrepancies. The enemy's numbers were indeed amiss. Qin Feng's words struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the dark veil of thought that enveloped Wancha's eye. His hands trembled involuntarily, and his eyes widened in realization. Prior to this moment, according to the intelligence we had received, there were at least over 500 ghouls within the Qin Feng tree organization. Correct? Qin Feng felt fortunate for his quick thinking, which led him to discover a breakthrough. His thoughts became increasingly lucid. However, based on the number of adversaries I encountered, they appear to be fewer than anticipated. This assertion holds true. The two distinguished investigators, Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroiwa Iwa, who had also returned, approached upon hearing the conversation between Qin Feng and Maruta Zai. Our team has encountered roughly less than 100 enemies. Indeed, it seems similar on my end, responded Shinobu Wu. He stepped forward, gradually recovering from the intense frustration of having escaped from the one-eyed owl. Upon hearing this, Maruta Zai immediately commanded the gathering of surveillance, replaying the real-time combat footage from various assault teams, swiftly reviewing it to roughly tally the enemy count. As anticipated, he too recognized the underlying issue. No matter how one calculated, the number of ghouls from the Qin Feng organization present in this battle was approximately only around 300. Over 200 had been captured or killed, while dozens seized the opportunity to flee amidst the tremors. This was the conclusion they could currently ascertain. But where, then, had the remaining 200 or so ghouls vanished? It seemed that this battlefield was merely a bait trap designed to divert the CCG's attention. Qin Feng stroked his chin and ventured a conjecture. They have long since divided their forces, with one group of ghouls tasked with diverting our attention, while the other quietly executes an alternative scheme. An alternative scheme? In that instant, everyone began a mental brainstorming session, striving to decipher the intentions of the Qin Tongshu organization. If one were to consider the situation from the perspective of the Qin Tongshu organization, what would be the most effective strategy for them to thrive and confront humanity? Qin Feng regarded the crowd and posited a hypothesis. Naturally, it involved seeking out more ghouls, more formidable allies. Murut and Jai also pondered along this line of thought. Although they employed the ruse of division, it was evident that they could not conceal their intentions from humanity for long. Their other contingent must act swiftly, lest their efforts prove futile. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, as if a thought had struck him, and retorted, "So, where might they find more? And more powerful allies in such a short time? Moreover, who would willingly confront us humans head-on? Does our CCG possess such a place?" Kuklia. The crowd exchanged glances, responding in unison. Having analyzed the situation to this extent, they could hardly be oblivious to the nefarious intentions of the Algong organization regarding those ghoul beings. The Kuklia Ghoul Detention Center, situated in District 23, served as a formidable prison where the CCG had confined countless ghouls over the years, many of whom were exceedingly dangerous. Should they be released by the Algong organization, it would precipitate a grave crisis. The CCG's decades of efforts in capturing these beings could very well be rendered futile, obliterated in an instant. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, taken aback by the audacity of such a scheme, and even more so by Qin Feng's ability to discern their intentions with such swiftness. The group collectively turned their gazes toward Qin Feng, scrutinizing him, as if their understanding of him had been profoundly reshaped. Enough of this staring. Quickly report the situation to our superiors. I hope it is not too late. Qin Feng found himself in a rather amusing yet exasperating situation, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of those individuals who regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. It stirred within him a peculiar sensation, as if his fabricated identity as a ghoul investigator from the Dragon Kingdom had indeed been unveiled. He hastily interjected, urging, "In preparation for this expedition against the ghouls, our CCG has mobilized considerable forces, seemingly drawing personnel from various regions. Consequently, it is likely that the defensive capabilities of Kikuria have diminished. Perhaps the ghoul organization, Aokigahara, anticipated this very scenario and has set a cunning trap to lure us in." Qin Feng cast a deep gaze towards Marashuji, the commanding officer. "I shall report to headquarters immediately." Marashuji hurriedly activated the communicator, anxiety palpable in his demeanor. "What did you say?" The news that the Qin Tongshu organization might be planning a surprise attack on the Kuklia Ghoul containment facility left the higher-ups of CCG in utter shock. This was indeed a bold prediction, and the likelihood of its occurrence was substantial. Consequently, they had no choice but to make arrangements overnight, urgently mobilizing all available personnel to preemptively support Kuklia, preparing for the worst. The only source of their reassurance was the presence of the esteemed warden, Special Investigator Shinya Hirasaki, who was stationed at the Kuklia facility. Moreover, his subordinates constituted a formidable defensive force, remaining intact and not drawn away during this large-scale extermination operation, which should suffice to withstand the impending support from CCG headquarters. As CCG headquarters scrambled to devise a response, another faction of the Qin Tongshu organization had stealthily arrived at the outskirts of Kuklia in District 23, launching a surprise assault under the leadership of Takatsuki, Izumi, and Dodo Ryo. Just as Warden Hirasaki had concluded in urgent communication with the higher-ups at CCG, the piercing alarms of Kuklia echoed through the air, heralding the invasion of the Qin Tongshu organization. A great battle erupted within the once peaceful confines of the Kuklia Ghoul containment facility. Simultaneously, Qin Feng and his fellow elite combatants, who had recently concluded a grand extermination operation in District 11, were tirelessly making their way to Kuklia in District 23. How tragic. As Qin Feng and his exceptional team boarded the helicopter urgently dispatched by CCG headquarters, traversing a significant expanse of Tokyo from District 11 to the Kuklia facility, they arrived to find the fierce battle had already concluded. The scene that greeted their eyes was one of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground in a horrific display. It seemed we had arrived too late. The facility, a grandiose structure, rose only a few stories above ground, with the majority of its body buried deep underground, extending dozens of layers down, nearly 100 meters. Its architectural design was remarkably unique, bestowing exceptional defensive capabilities bolstered by numerous specialized fortifications and safety features, which should not have succumbed so swiftly. Yet, the assault by the Qin Tongshu organization had come far too abruptly, and it remained a mystery how they managed to breach the very heart of Kuklia, launching a brutal onslaught. All armed guards, including the esteemed Special Investigator and Warden Shinya Hirasaki, perished, leaving not a soul unscathed. How detestable. They had played us for fools. Marashuji, gritting his teeth in frustration, struck the wall with a clenched fist, seething with anger. He had initially reveled in the success of the extermination in District 11, only to be met with a resounding slap in the face, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. What is the situation? Qin Feng chose to disregard the self-reproaching commander and approach the true leader, Wu Su, inquiring about the situation. The assailants were likely the SSS class ghoul, Takatsuki Izumi, along with the SS-class Todora, several S-class or higher executives from the Qin Feng organization, and a multitude of elite ghouls. Their formidable lineup was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a mere special investigator and a group of ordinary armed guards to withstand. Should a confrontation arise, it would be akin to a catastrophic collapse, unstoppable and overwhelming. This was dire indeed. Wu Su, who was currently directing the urgent support personnel in clearing the battlefield and gathering intelligence, wore a grave expression and shook his head. Not only they, but even the emergency reinforcements summoned overnight from the CCG headquarters could only arrive in time to collect the remains of the fallen guards. With no chance to engage in battle, the ghouls from the Qin Feng organization had already slaughtered the guards, liberating the imprisoned ghouls and fleeing the scene. Teacher Wu Su, Mr. Qin Feng, the estimated losses have been compiled. After a brief moment, Yamamoto Jitar approached with a freshly compiled report, handing it over to the two men. In this battle, all the guards of Kokuri had perished, and the upper management was not spared, including the special investigator, the warden of the Hizaki prison, who was defeated and killed by the ghouls from the Qin Feng organization, tragically sacrificing his life. Moreover, the ghouls from the Qin Feng organization had employed a peculiar type of kakuja to infiltrate Kokuri's special confinement management system, unlocking its sealing mechanisms and releasing numerous dangerous and powerful ghouls, including the SSS-class ghoul, Kamishiro SEI, and two SS-class ghouls, the founder of the Joker organization, Ram, and the SS-class ghoul codenamed Father, Donato Papura. Additionally, there were over 10 S-class ghouls and a multitude of other dangerously notorious ghouls. When the name of the ghoul codenamed Father was mentioned, Yamamoto Jitar's tone uncharacteristically faltered, revealing his concern as his gaze shifted slightly. This was once his adoptive father, the church priest who had raised and educated him, Donato Papura. Furthermore, Kokuri's defensive facilities had sustained considerable damage, necessitating urgent reconstruction. A series of significant losses left those present frowning deeply, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. It is essential to acknowledge that tremendous sacrifices had been made by the CCG to capture these dangerous ghouls, who had committed countless crimes outside. Countless ghoul investigators had laid down their lives in this pursuit, and the resources expended were incalculable. After much effort, they had successfully apprehended and confined these threats within the heavily fortified prison, yet now they could only watch helplessly as all their hard work unraveled. Their years of dedication rendered meaningless. Damn those ghoul scum. Murtazai's eyes blazed with fury, eager to confront the ghouls of the Qin Feng organization in battle. One could only wonder how many more investigators would have to sacrifice their lives to recapture these dangerous ghouls. How could he not feel enraged? From this day forth, with numerous dangerous ghouls re-entering human society, upheaval was all but certain, and safety had become a distant memory. The CCG would have to invest an enormous amount of time to quell this chaos and maintain societal stability. Even the most formidable special investigators could easily fall victim in the process, including himself, Murtazai, Shinohara Yukinori, Kuroiwa Iwa, or even Wu Su and Yamamoto Jitar. The assault by the Qin Feng organization had inflicted severe damage on the CCG, constituting a profound loss that had shaken the very foundations of their operations. We will surely recapture them, the youthful Yamamoto Jitar declared earnestly, clenching his right fist, seemingly vowing to himself with unwavering resolve. Let us assess the situation, Yamamoto-kun. Dear utmost. In contrast, his mentor, Wu Su, did not share his optimism. As a seasoned investigator, he understood all too well that those S-class and higher ghouls were not easily dealt with. One must not force matters or overextend oneself, for such recklessness could lead to disastrous outcomes, even the loss of one's life. Indeed, let us proceed with caution. There is no need to rush. Shinohara Yukinori, as a senior, shared this wisdom, stepping forward to pat Yamamoto Jitar on the shoulder, offering encouragement. He held a favorable view of the young investigator, recognizing his potential to become a pillar of the CCG and possibly rise to the rank of special investigator in the future. SSS Class School, Kamishiro SEI? Qin Feng indeed took note of a distinctive presence among the lengthy list of names recited by Yamamoto Jitar. The surname Kamishiro seemed familiar. He believed it belonged to the adoptive father of Kamishiro Rise. Ah, how intriguing. Should he emerge and investigate his daughter's whereabouts, he would undoubtedly discover that I was the last person to have contact with Kamishiro Rise before her disappearance. After all, those ghouls in the antique CAF witnessed it all. Perhaps he may even seek me out for trouble? Recalling the image of Kamishiro Rise's head shattered by his own desert eagle, Qin Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. Let us see who finds whom first. I am indifferent. Yet another SSS class ghoul. I suppose he possesses considerable strength? Rather than fretting over this, what should I do about my main quest? Qin Feng summoned his system panel, gazing at the unresponsive main quest that neither indicated completion nor announced failure, remaining stagnant in its state. A sense of frustration welled up within him. He was at a loss regarding how to resolve this predicament. If pushed to his limits, he might very well unleash his fury, brandishing his halberd and embarking on a relentless pursuit of the Qin Tong Tree organization, determined to eradicate them entirely. He could not fathom how, when the entire Qin Tong Tree organization lay in ruins, any further progress could elude him. At that juncture, the main quest would undoubtedly reach its conclusion. In his heart, Qin Feng felt a twinge of melancholy as he contemplated the dire circumstances, resolved to take drastic measures without hesitation. The members of Marashuji had reported the situation truthfully and remained stationed there temporarily. Soon, the CCG headquarters dispatched a substantial force to take full control of the Ku Klux Klan Ghoul containment facility, initiating the reconstruction of defensive fortifications and security personnel. After a brief period, Qin Feng and his fellow elite fighters returned to headquarters. This invasion had inflicted considerable damage upon the CCG, inciting the ire of the human leadership. Consequently, each regional CCG branch began to proactively engage in restoring order within their jurisdictions, preparing for the impending chaos. As anticipated, the long-imprisoned ghouls, consumed by resentment towards humanity, did not remain silent for long. They swiftly launched retaliatory strikes against humans. In a short span of time, incidents of ghoul aggression surged across various regions, resulting in numerous bloody tragedies. The CCG branches were preoccupied with apprehending these dangerous ghouls, and tragically, several investigators lost their lives in the line of duty, stretching their available manpower to the breaking point. The ramifications of the Ku Klux Klan's invasion were far-reaching. And even though the CCG headquarters had foreseen this outcome and made preparations, they could not avert the ensuing turmoil. Even Qin Feng, a temporary worker from the Dragon Country, found himself embroiled in the chaos. He was invited to join a hastily assembled special operations team, functioning as an elite combat unit to extinguish the flames of conflict. With even Suzuya Juzu becoming his colleague. In a certain area of Tokyo's 14th ward, a ghoul found itself cornered. Damn it, you will not take me back. This formidable S-class ghoul, its cocoon emerging like a colossal serpent, wreaked havoc, effortlessly obliterating everything in its path. I will never return to that prison. Recently, the Aogami Tree organization had invaded Ku Klux Klan, allowing it to escape. Faced with the offer to join the Aogami Tree, it declined, driven instead by an overwhelming desire for vengeance against the CCG investigator who had once captured and imprisoned it in Ku Klux Klan. In its reckless rampage, numerous CCG investigators in the 14th ward met tragic ends. Therefore, the CCG headquarters dispatched the special operations team to address the crisis. And among those sent were Qin Feng and his companions. Now, the ghoul was presented with two choices. Its furious roar and explosive fury did not deter Qin Feng. Instead, he advanced steadily towards it. 1. Surrender without resistance. 2. Die. His icy gaze sent chills through the S-class ghoul. Ha ha ha. After a brief pause, it suddenly grinned maniacally. Die, damned white dove. With a roar, it charged at Qin Feng once more, its massive cocoon, resembling a serpentine creature with jagged fangs, lunged at him like a derailed subway train, intent on swallowing him whole. Ah, a wise choice. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng lightly pressed his foot down, deftly evading the attack. Following a few agile leaps, he charged toward the core of the creature. In his hand, the large halberd sliced through the air, emitting a chilling white light. With a sickening thud, the S-class ghoul's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth like a torrent, accompanied by its deathly wail. Just as I thought, capturing you would be far too troublesome. Standing upright behind it, Qin Feng casually swung his halberd, leaving a trail of arc-shaped bloodstains upon the ground. For ghouls filled with malice and resentment towards humanity, it is indeed better to eliminate them directly to avoid further complications. Truly impressive, Mr. Qin Feng. At that moment, from the direction of the intersection, a slender figure approached, cradling his quinquil weapon. His gait was peculiar, and he hummed an odd tune. I heard you faced off against the SSS Class 1 Idol last time and emerged victorious? What a pity I wasn't present. The newcomer was none other than Suzuya Juzu, who had come alongside Qin Feng to carry out a mission, though Qin Feng had discovered the ghoul's hiding place first. Though Juzu arrived a moment too late, he seemed quite intrigued by Qin Feng's prowess and had refrained from intervening until now. Indeed, that is true, little ding-dong. Qin Feng cast a glance at the other party, neither denying nor affirming, simply nodding in acknowledgement. It was not something worthy of concealment. Many were present at the time, all of whom bore witness to the event. Truly remarkable. Upon receiving a confirming response, the eyes of Ling Yashuza sparkled with admiration. Mr. Qin Feng is undoubtedly the most powerful individual I have ever encountered. However, I am called Ling Yashuza, not Little Ding-Dong. Yet, almost immediately, Ling Yashuza raised an objection, protesting Qin Feng's misnomer. This fellow could not comprehend why Qin Feng persistently mispronounced his name. He had attempted to correct Qin Feng's address on multiple occasions, yet to no avail. This is your nickname. Qin Feng affectionately patted the boy's head, playfully tousling his hair, embodying a demeanor of nonchalance as he remarked, Look, while others possess but a single name, you are graced with two. Isn't that remarkable? A nickname, you see? Just like Air Guzi or Tai Dan. How delightful. For a fleeting moment, even the often remarked upon eccentricity of Suzuya rendered him momentarily speechless, as he raised a hand to adjust the disheveled hairpin. Yet, deep down, he felt no anger. Rather, he relished Qin Feng's affectionate demeanor. Since his rescue from the clutches of the ghouls by the CCG, aside from Yukinori Shinohara, Only Qin Feng had refrained from regarding him with peculiar eyes and had not sought to correct his idiosyncratic nature, treating him as a normal individual. Suzuya Juzu genuinely appreciated this acceptance. Even Shinohara, whom he regarded as a paternal figure, expressed surprise that someone could so fully embrace his existence and earn his approval. Soon, the duo, having successfully completed their mission, began their journey back home. Yes, it has all been taken care of. Qin Feng placed a call to the CCG headquarters to report on the outcome of the recent operation. Everything proceeded smoothly, and there were no casualties on our side. All right, came the response. By the way, do you have any updates regarding the Qing Tongshu organization? He inquired just before the call was to be disconnected. He was not truly a ghoul investigator, nor did he intend to work for the CCG. His genuine purpose was to fulfill the system's tasks. The reason he accepted the invitation to join the hastily formed Special Operations Team was to obtain first-hand intelligence about the Qing Tongshu organization, hoping to uncover their whereabouts, ideally discovering their stronghold to strike decisively. However, there had been no information forthcoming. It had been many days since the last invasion incident involving Qin, and the Qing Tongshu organization appeared to have vanished completely, showing no signs of presence, leaving one to wonder which obscure corner they had retreated to. Despite having stirred such a significant commotion, their sudden disappearance was a source of considerable frustration for the CCG headquarters, which feared that they might be plotting something significant in secrecy, thus intensifying their efforts to trace the organization's movements. Qin Feng felt a twinge of frustration, uncertain when he would finally complete his primary mission. Very well, I understand. Qin Feng hung up the phone with a hint of disappointment, furrowing his brow. To this day, the Qing Tongtree organization had yet to provide any news, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Why did Mr. Qin Feng desire to locate them so fervently? Seated in the passenger seat, Ling Wushizhao cast a curious glance in his direction, seemingly sensing his troubled mood. Because I wish to annihilate them. Qin Feng did not conceal his intentions, responding candidly. I see. Ring Wushizhao nodded, her tone revealing understanding. It was no wonder that Qin Feng had exhibited such a palpable murderous intent while confronting that S-class ghoul moments ago. As Qin Feng sought to uncover the whereabouts of the Qing Tongtree organization, the organization itself was simultaneously attempting to trace information about him. Indeed, Kaori Kamishiro, an SSS-class ghoul rescued from Qin by the Qing Tongtree and having pledged allegiance to the organization, was currently seated in the parlor of an antique CAF, face-to-face with his former friend, Yoshiyuki Yoshimura. So, after she left with that man, there has been no news of Rise, has there? Kaori, having just escaped Qin, began to search fervently for his daughter, eventually tracking down the antique CAF and inquiring about her whereabouts from his old friend. Upon finally gleaning information about his daughter's fate from Yoshiyuki, Kaori's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a robust physique, a long beard, and disheveled black hair that gave him an air of wildness. He was indeed the SSS-class ghoul, Kaori Kamishiro, who had been imprisoned in Qin for many years. Kaori. That individual possesses formidable strength. Yoshiyuki remarked gravely as he took a sip of his coffee, his expression serious. Not long ago, I had a brief encounter with him. And I must concede, I was no match for him. He is akin to the second White Reaper of CCG, Kishuarima. No, perhaps even more fearsome. He is a creature that resembles a monster more than we ghouls do. Yoshiyuki's tone was solemn, warning his old friend with sincerity, for even as an SSS-class ghoul, he feared he would not stand a chance against that man. Is that so? Well, I understand now, Kaori stated without hesitation, rising to depart. Before I seek vengeance upon him, I shall prepare thoroughly. Watching his old friend turn away, Yoshiyuki fell into contemplation, remaining silent for a long while. He harbored a foreboding sense that this might be their final encounter. Yet, he could not impede a father's quest for retribution. Meanwhile, on another front, Naki, an S-class ghoul who had also just escaped from Qin, was kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably, as if in disbelief. He had just learned from the underlings of the Gecko, a subordinate of the Qing Tongtree, that his elder brother had been brutally slain by CCG's White Dove. And in a most tragic manner at that. Naki could not fathom this reality and was engulfed in sorrow, rolling on the ground like a child deprived of a cherished toy, entirely disregarding his S-class ghoul status. This display of despair prompted the ghouls who had come to recruit him for the Qing Tongtree to turn away, opting to wait until he regained his composure. Damn CCG. Cursed White Dove. Naki vented his emotions with fervor, even shoving aside two ghouls who attempted to comfort him, shouting in rage. He had known his Gecko elder brother long before being captured by CCG and revered him as a divine figure. It was unfathomable that, having endured such harrowing conditions to escape, he now faced the grim news of his brother's death, separated by the veil of life and death. Revenge. Yes. I must avenge him. The White Doves responsible for my brother's death must pay. By the time Naki rose from the ground, he was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot and burning with an intense hatred. This sight sent chills down the spines of the ghouls around him, fearing they might become his next targets. Such occurrences were not uncommon among ghouls. Cannibalism, known as Q, was a swift means for them to augment their strength. Days later, Qin Feng returned to the CCG headquarters after addressing another ghoul's violent attack. As was his custom, he visited the intelligence department to inquire about news regarding the Qin Tong Tree organization. Initially anticipating another fruitless search, he was met with excitement from the intelligence officer, who informed him that the Qin Tong Tree had finally made an appearance. Oh, where are they? Qin Feng's eyes brightened immediately, prompting him to inquire further. Although the situation remained unclear, the other party shook his head and subsequently divulged the specific information. It turned out that earlier that afternoon, a group of ghouls had launched a brazen attack on a hospital known as Qin General Hospital. The CCG personnel dispatched to investigate discovered that this group of ghouls was likely the long-vanished Qin Tong Shu organization. They had abducted a doctor from the hospital, a man named Kanu Akihiro, who had previously worked in the CCG's research department for 4 years. Currently, the CCG's investigation department is exerting every effort to trace this matter, striving to uncover the motives behind the actions of the Qin Tong Shu organization. Kanu Akihiro? Qin Feng stroked his chin, as he was well acquainted with that name. If memory serves him right, it was indeed this unscrupulous doctor who transplanted the organs of Shindai Rise into the body of the protagonist, Kaneki Kin, transforming him into a one-eyed ghoul. Furthermore, this doctor reappeared later in the storyline, seemingly having transformed numerous characters into ghouls and engaged in a plethora of chaotic deeds, ultimately leading to his own demise. The organization, Aogami Tree, had abducted him. Could it be that Takatsuki's son was planning to exploit his biological modification technology to initiate some scheme related to the One-Eyed King? However, due to his intervention, Kaneki Kin never truly became a one-eyed ghoul. Could it be that Takatsuki-san had found another suitable candidate? Mr. Qin Feng, should I uncover any leads regarding the movements of Aogami Tree, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity, the intelligence officer assured Qin Feng. All right, thank you. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, leaving the other party somewhat flabbergasted. It is worth noting that with Qin Feng's current renown at the CCG headquarters, he is scarcely inferior to the White Reaper Kaneki Kin, far surpassing the average special class investigators. Even the SSS-rated ghoul, Eyepatch, was driven away by him, an exhilarating feat indeed. All who comprehend the terrifying prowess of an SSS-rated ghoul understand the significance of this accomplishment. Otherwise, the White Reaper Kaneki Kin, who single-handedly triumphed over Eyepatch, would not have achieved legendary status, subsequently being lauded by the CCG as the invincible investigator and ascending to the pinnacle of CCG's combat strength. After expressing gratitude to the informant who had aided him, Qin Feng felt a flicker of joy in his heart as he turned to leave. Although he had still not uncovered the whereabouts of the Qin Tong Shu organization, the prospect of their new movements was indeed promising news. This indicated that they had embarked on a new plan, no longer remaining in the shadows. Perhaps they would soon reveal themselves to the world. When that moment arrives, he would undoubtedly annihilate them in one fell swoop, leaving them no chance to escape. Determined and weary of their elusive antics, Qin Feng resolved to put an end to it. After concluding his day's work, he drove back to the hotel where he was temporarily residing. However, upon reaching the threshold of his room, he sensed an unsettling presence. As he opened the door and stepped inside, he was met with chaos. The room was in disarray, as if someone had invaded, rummaging through his belongings in search of something. Had a thief entered? Qin Feng gazed at the disorderly room, his brow furrowing in discontent. He promptly dialed the hotel front desk, summoning the manager to the scene. Upon learning of the situation, the manager expressed profound astonishment, hastily ascending to inspect the premises and repeatedly offering his sincere apologies. Qin Feng did not impose any difficulties on the other party. Instead, he promptly contacted the authorities and reported the incident. After a brief inspection of his belongings, he discovered that nothing was amiss. This was largely due to the fact that he possessed very few items in his room, merely a handful of changeable garments. As for truly significant possessions, it appeared he possessed none at all. The rewards bestowed by the system were all securely stored within the system's backpack, and the only items he had that could be left out were trivial things, such as his wallet, which certainly could not have been abandoned in the room. Therefore, his losses amounted to virtually nothing. The few pieces of clothing he had were of little value, and thus the thief had little interest in them. Noticing his lack of significant loss, the officers agreed to initiate an investigation solely due to his unique status within the CCG, undertaking to pursue the criminal suspect. As for when he might receive an update, that remained uncertain. Qin Feng did not harbor any expectations that they would uncover anything significant, so he sent them on their way. However, there was an odd sensation lingering in the air. It felt as though the matter was far from straightforward. Qin Feng gazed at the chaotic room, letting out a sigh, his resolve to spend the night there dissipating, rather than tidying up. He entrusted the task to the hotel staff and requested the manager to provide him with a new room. The hotel manager, understanding the situation, repeatedly apologized and arranged a new room for him, waiving the associated fees. Reclining on the soft new bed, Qin Feng stared at the ceilings, a hint of confusion clouding his thoughts. Could it be the work of an adversary? But who could it possibly be? The remnants of the Moon Mountain clan? The ghouls from the Qin Tong Tree? Or perhaps those Kukriya fugitives he had been pursuing? The night passed in silence. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast at the hotel, Qin Feng made his way to the underground parking garage, locating his vehicle. As he inserted the key and prepared to start the car en route to the CCG headquarters, An unsettling sensation washed over him. In an instant, he kicked the car door open and leaped out, rolling as he shielded himself with his silver briefcase. Racing towards a concrete pillar. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted the moment he distanced himself from the vehicle. Before he could take refuge behind the pillar, the force of the blast sent him sprawling. His once cherished car was now engulfed in flames, a fiery inferno consuming it. Goodness. After tumbling a few times yet emerging unscathed, Qin Feng rose to his feet. Brushing off the dust from his clothing and extinguishing a small flame that had clung to him, his lips twitched involuntarily. Someone had the audacity to plant a bomb in my car, aiming to take my life? Who in the world could be such a scoundrel? Qin Feng was seething with anger, swiftly scanning his surroundings in search of the perpetrator. Alas, his efforts yielded nothing, and instead, several unfortunate souls were left trembling in fear, their legs quaking as they gazed anxiously at the unfolding scene. Anyone in the vicinity, confronted with such an incident, would undoubtedly turn pale with fright. Many were shakily reaching for their phones to call the authorities. Whom have I provoked? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. Were they ghouls or humans? After dealing with the officers from the Metropolitan Police Department who had come to investigate, he finally made his way to the CCG headquarters. He had taken a taxi. The fare exorbitantly high. Seated at his desk, his frustration grew with each passing moment. If he ever discovered which scoundrel was responsible, he would ensure they paid dearly for their actions. However, this question did not plague Qin Feng for long, as the true culprits soon revealed themselves. That evening, after work, he found no ride-hailing applications on his phone, suggesting they did not exist in this world. Thus, he had no choice but to hail a cab by the roadside himself. To his fortune, within minutes, an empty taxi appeared, halting before him at his beckoning. To the Tokyo Grand Hotel, he declared. Qin Feng entered the vehicle and promptly announced his intended destination. The driver, offering no further comment, set off without delay. However, after only a short while, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. It appeared that the driver was unfamiliar with the route, leading him down an unfamiliar path that was entirely in the wrong direction. The Tokyo Grand Hotel is clearly not far from the CCG headquarters. How intriguing. Qin Feng gazed intently at the driver's face reflected in the rearview mirror, studying it for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. Instead of feeling alarmed, he was unexpectedly pleased. He had been troubled about how to uncover the individual covertly targeting him, yet the perpetrator had revealed himself. He chose to close his eyes and rest, utterly indifferent to where the driver intended to take him. After an indeterminate passage of time, the taxi finally came to a halt. The driver, with a peculiar angle, turned his head to look at Qin Feng in the back seat, a strange smile gracing his face, and his ghastly red eyes glowed ominously, radiating malice. This scene was reminiscent of a chilling moment from a horror film. Oh. Qin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at it, yet he was not intimidated in the slightest. With a sudden burst of action, he declared, "Then you can die." In the next instant, he delivered a powerful punch that pierced through the ghoul's skull, splattering crimson and ivory across the entire cockpit. However, he soon regretted his impulsive decision, realizing he had acted carelessly. He should have waited until he had exited the vehicle before taking action. Qin Feng wiped his face, cleaning off the grotesque substances that had sullied him, and grumbled as he pushed open the car door, stepping out. As expected, a group had long been waiting outside, surrounding him completely. You are Qin Feng, the ghoul investigator from the Dragon Nation, correct? The leader, a robust and formidable middle-aged man, stared into Qin Feng's eyes, his gaze fierce and menacing. His wild, unkempt hair seemed to sway gently, as if sensing the murderous intent emanating from him. It was none other than the SSS-class ghoul, Shindai Chaho. In addition to him, a large number of ghouls clad in red cloaks, with peculiar attire, encircled Qin Feng, each bearing a malevolent expression. Among them, a golden-haired ghoul gazed at him with a twisted visage, as if yearning to devour his flesh and drink his blood. This was Naki, the subordinate of the gecko, an S-class ghoul. Finally, the Qing Tong tree makes its appearance, Qin Feng thought, a smile breaking across his face as he took in the sight of the red-cloaked figures. It seemed that this SSS-class ghoul, Shindai Chaho, had indeed joined the Qing Tong tree organization, just as in the original narrative, and had come seeking revenge against him. Were you the ones who planted a bomb in my car? Holding a silver box, Qin Feng stood alone before the ghouls, seemingly unperturbed by their ravenous gazes that threatened to consume him alive. This is quite inappropriate. I have only just acquired this new car and have barely driven it for a few days. The previous one was also wrecked by you ghouls, who lack any sense of honor. He began to lament, chattering away as if entirely indifferent to his current predicament. It was merely a greeting, Shindai Cho replied, showing no hint of remorse, his cold stare fixated on Qin Feng. If you were to perish just like that, I would be all the more disappointed. So, what business do you have with me? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Surely, you do not intend to seek vengeance against me? Huh. I am a CCG investigator, while you are ghouls. My actions towards you are solely dictated by my professional obligations. Your ire should be directed at the CCG, not at me personally. He was genuinely exasperated by the relentless vendettas of these ghouls, who consistently took aim at his vehicle time and again, causing him annoyance without achieving their intended retribution. Why not direct your wrath towards the CCG instead? He mused. Do you remember the name Canoe Rise? Kanushu interrupted his shameless evasion, gritting his teeth and demanding in a low voice. Where is she? Canoe Rise? Qin Feng appeared to come to a sudden realization, as if he had just recalled. Isn't that the name of my ex-girlfriend? It truly terrified me. While we were in an intimate moment, she suddenly revealed her identity as a ghoul, pounced on me, and declared her intent to devour me. Had I not reacted swiftly, she would have bitten through my neck. He began to complain incessantly, playing the victim. That was frightful, you know? I was completely paralyzed with fear and nearly left with a lifelong psychological trauma. It is precisely because of this that I have remained single until now, utterly afraid to seek out another girlfriend. The more he spoke, the more absurd his words became, leaving even the ghouls present utterly bewildered. Enough. Silence. Kamishiro Chika stepped forward, her voice resonating with anger as she commanded. I ask where she is now. And what have you done to her? Her? Observing her frantic demeanor, a smirk crept onto Qin Feng's lips, and he replied nonchalantly, what else could I have done? I killed her on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. I blew her head off. He mimicked the sound of gunfire with his mouth, even blowing on his gun with a nonchalant air. Kamishiro Chika's fist clenched tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing her barely contained rage. You killed her? Despite having anticipated such a possibility, she found it impossible to accept this outcome. She intended to consume me. If I didn't kill her, would I allow her to spend the night? Qin Feng also restrained his smile, casting a serious gaze upon it, and retorted, what is the matter? Are you so furious? What connection does she have to you? She is Rishi, my beloved daughter. Kamishiro Chiko's eyes turned crimson, revealing a fierce glare, as her fury became palpable. You actually killed her. Is that so? Qin Feng nodded in understanding and suddenly broke into a grin, exclaiming, then come and strike me. With a resounding crack. It seemed as though a taut nerve of reason within Shindai Chihiro had snapped completely, drowning his mind in an overwhelming tide of fury, leaving no space for any other thoughts. Ah! He roared, charging towards Qin Feng with reckless abandon. Satisfaction washed over Qin Feng as he observed the other's irrationally furious reaction. He had finally avenged the destruction of his beloved vehicle. The nefarious Qin Feng chuckled softly, releasing the pent-up frustration that had lingered within him all day. He pressed the button on the silver box, swiftly retrieving his quinqua, readying himself for battle. Shindai Chihiro. The formidable SSS-class ghoul and leader of District 6 was unlike other ghouls who relied on their Kagun for offense. He was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Having once disguised himself as a human and trained under a master of martial arts, he mastered a plethora of combat techniques, elevating his prowess to new heights. Even his surname, Shindai, was inherited from the now-deceased master. Thus, compared to other ghouls, his attacks were remarkably fierce, particularly effective against humans. After all, martial arts are fundamentally techniques developed for human combat, tailored to exploit the human anatomy for the most efficient means of extermination. The fist, propelled by rage, surged forth like a bolt of lightning, arriving in an instant. This was the first time Qin Feng encountered such an adversary. He swiftly raised his spear to deflect the fist of Kamishiro Chihiro, feeling an immediate pressure in his hand. The punch not only arrived with remarkable speed, but also carried considerable force. Impressive, at least 3 decades of arduous training. Possessing the skill of mastery in combat, Qin Feng was undoubtedly a martial arts expert himself. He quickly assessed his opponent's level of cultivation, expressing admiration. This individual was indeed older than him, truly remarkable. As his fist was thwarted, Kamishiro Chihiro showed no sign of hesitation, as if he had anticipated the encounter. He transformed his punch into a grasp, seizing Qin Feng's spear, while his other hand struck towards Qin Feng's chest. A commendable move. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Feng withdrew one hand and similarly struck out, meeting the opponent's palm with his own. A resounding thud echoed, as if the very air had been shattered, producing a deep, reverberating sound. One could even discern the waves of air radiating outward in all directions. Subsequently, both combatants unleashed a flurry of strikes, neither yielding an inch, each firmly grasping the other's weapon with one hand while the other hand engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows. The clashing of techniques resonated like a series of firecrackers, continuously erupting in sound. The duel persisted back and forth for dozens of exchanges until, with a sudden surge, Qin Feng executed a swift kick, elevating his stance as he struck Shindai Chihiro squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Indeed, he possesses considerable skill. From whom has he acquired such martial prowess? Qin Feng observed Shindai Chihiro, who had been sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground. With a tone reminiscent of an elder assessing a junior, he clicked his tongue and inquired, were it not for the combat mastery awarded by the system task, given his opponent's martial prowess and the formidable resilience of their ghoul physique, he might have found himself in peril today. Even with his extraordinary body, which exceeds human limits by 8-fold, he would likely have been unable to withstand such force. Shindai Chihiro lay on the ground, clutching his chest, only to spring back to his feet moments later, performing a swift recovery. The ribs that Qin Feng had shattered with a single kick had already mended within those fleeting seconds, returning to their original state. Only the fading dark mark on his chest indicated the severe blow he had just endured, but that too quickly vanished from sight. Ah! The regenerative abilities of Yu-Ghouls are indeed remarkable. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing this. Goodness, when it comes to martial arts, no one can stand against a ghoul. Of course, with the exception of himself. A glimmer flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he brandished his halberd, charging forward with determination. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, they fear the kitchen knife, let alone the fact that he wielded a proper cold weapon. The crescent halberd. There was no need for contemplation. He would simply cleave through the opposition, finally free from his restraints. The crescent halberd in Qin Feng's hands unleashed a terrifying might. Stab, slice, chop, sever, thrust, pierce. As the adage goes, an unarmed individual cannot best one with a blade. And the ensuing scene vividly illustrated this truth. Shindai Qiaorong found himself thoroughly beleaguered by Qin Feng's onslaught, unable to mount even a single counterattack. Forced to evade repeatedly while sustaining numerous bloody wounds, utterly defenseless. Curse that wretched scoundrel. Now, having regained his composure from a state of extreme rage, he realized that had he recklessly surged forward in a desperate attempt, he would have been reduced to mere fodder. No, a mere plaything. Yet, facing Qin Feng's formidable halberd, he was not entirely devoid of options. As the onslaught approached, his eyes narrowed, and his waist writhed violently, suddenly manifesting a cocoon that resembled a whale's tail, effectively parrying Qin Feng's halberd. As a ghoul who pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, he was most reluctant to resort to his cocoon, for it would taint the purity of his martial ethos, rendering it akin to cheating. Possessing an extra tail for leverage was akin to having an additional hand or leg over his adversary, significantly enhancing his combat techniques and escalating his power to an unassailable degree, far beyond what a human could withstand. This was the essence of Shindai Qiaorong's thoughts. However, should he be compelled to employ his cocoon, he would not hesitate, for he had long since developed numerous specialized combat techniques revolving around his cocoon tail, which were remarkably refined and mature. He was not so obstinate as to disregard its utility. Soon, a unique and intense clash ensued, escalating in ferocity and peril. Observing the fierce confrontation between Qin Feng and Shindai Qiaorong, the ghouls who had initially intended to encircle Qin Feng were struck with awe, retreating in trepidation. The mere aftershocks of their battle left them trembling, fearful of proximity that might result in their untimely demise. Such was their collective sentiment, save for one peculiar S-class ghoul, Naki. Burning with fervor to avenge his revered brother, the gecko, he could no longer contain himself, consumed by rage. Indeed, he was prone to tears, simple-minded, and even illiterate. Yet he held profound loyalty towards his fellow ghouls, especially towards his brother, the gecko. Even if it meant death, he would exact vengeance. A cocoon erupted from his right shoulder, extending along his arm, manifesting as his cocoon weapon, the kakuja. Compared to other types of cocoon, the kakuja appeared heavier and less agile, yet its defensive capabilities were outstanding, both hard and sharp. Just as the battle between Qin Feng and Shindai Qiaorong reached a fever pitch, Naki suddenly charged into the fray. His entrance was neither a result of seizing a favorable moment nor exploiting an opening. With his limited perception, he could neither discern nor seize such opportunities. Yet, he barreled forward recklessly, heedless of the consequences. Die, white dove! Naki bellowed in fury as he lunged at Qin Feng. The sharp tip of his kakuja aimed directly at him. Today, I shall avenge my brother, the gecko. One must admit, Naki's intrusion caused Qin Feng some degree of trouble. Under normal circumstances, a simple thrust of his halberd would suffice to vanquish this reckless ghoul and deliver a bloody lesson. However, in the midst of his escalating duel with Shindai Qiaorong, finding a moment to retaliate was exceedingly difficult. Such an action would grant Shindai Qiaorong the fleeting opportunity to strike back. Of course, it was merely a challenge, not an impossibility. A glimmer flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he instantaneously altered the technique of his halberd. The blade, which had been in direct conflict with Shindai Qiaorong, underwent a subtle transformation in its force, appearing as if it had faltered, yet perhaps it was a deliberate ploy to entice a counterattack. Shindai Qiaorong instinctively seized this opportunity, mistakenly attributing the blunder to Naki's interference. The whale-tail-shaped force unleashed with tremendous vigor, akin to a guillotine striking down, surged forth with unrelenting ferocity. Swish! With a swift bend, Qin Feng narrowly evaded the impending strike, his great halberd carving a peculiar arc through the air. The razor-sharp crescent blade instantly severed the neck of the rushing Naki, while the weapon's rear plunged mercilessly toward the heart of Kamishiro Qiaorong. Thud! Before Naki could comprehend the unfolding events, its head tumbled to the ground, rolling a considerable distance away. Meanwhile, the rear of the halberd embedded itself deeply into Karen's chest, piercing through its heart with unexpected ferocity. What a remarkable counterattack! In that fleeting moment, Kamishiro Qiaorong stood rigidly, still poised to strike, yet blood gushed forth from its mouth, dripping onto the ground. Drip drop. The martial prowess of this human truly showcased the essence of prodigious talent and the breathtaking heights of mastery. Rai's met her demise at your hands. And it is not unjust. In this instant, Kamishiro Qiaorong fully grasped the terrifying strength of this young man, its heart finding a profound sense of release. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, its head soared into the air, severed by Qin Feng's swift counterstrike as he withdrew the halberd. Phew, indeed a formidable adversary. Qin Feng would not grant it any opportunity to recover from its injuries. After all, a human heart, once shattered, results in death. Whereas a ghoul may not necessarily meet the same fate. He is well aware that some ghouls can instantaneously regenerate even when their bodies are cleaved in two. Thus he remains vigilant. A ghoul that has lost its head is, in fact, a more reassuring prospect. May I pose a question to you? Qin Feng turned to face the group of ghouls clad in red cloaks, a warm smile gracing his lips. Where is the lair of your Qin Tong tree organization? Despite being surrounded by ghouls, he exuded an air of dominance, causing them to retreat in fear. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Feng departed with an unyielding expression. It became evident that not all ghouls possessed formidable resolve. When confronted with the threat of death, those who had long been pursued by the CCG were quick to capitulate. Those who dared to resist met a swift demise at Qin Feng's hands, dispatched without mercy. The ghouls who attempted to flee found their heads shattered by his desert eagle, prompting the remaining ghouls to recognize their dire situation and kneel in supplication. Although they were quick to plead for mercy and compliant in their responses to his inquiries, they were unable to provide the intelligence Qin Feng sought. Within the Qin Tong tree organization, they were mere foot soldiers, lacking in strength and possessing scant information. As they were peripheral members. Originally, they were ghouls residing in District 6, belonging to various small ghoul factions. Struggling to survive until they were subdued and incorporated into the Qin Tong tree, yet they continued to live in District 6 under the oversight of a new leader. Subsequently, the Qin Tong tree organization invaded Kaklea, recruiting the former leader of District 6, Kamishiro Chao, and reinstating him as the new overseer. After being captured and imprisoned by the CCG for many years, District 6 had undergone significant changes. Kamishiro's former followers had long since disbanded, and the current members were merely recent recruits, forming a newly structured organization. These ghoulfoot soldiers were truly unaware of the location of Qin Tong Tree's stronghold, having lived their lives in District 6 with little knowledge of the enigmatic organization. Consequently, Qin Feng had to abandon his original plans and contacted the CCG, urging them to apprehend these inconsequential ghouls for confinement and processing. By the time he finished addressing the situation and returned to his hotel to rest, it was already past 1 a.m. Fortunately, Qin Feng's other suspicions had not led him astray. The Qin Tong Tree Organization, which had recently executed a surprise abduction of Dr. Kana, would undoubtedly not remain silent for long, and new actions were imminent. Days later, he received the latest news. The ghouls of the Qin Tong Tree Organization had resurfaced, making a significant appearance in District 11, seizing the opportunity to claim the area where the CCG had yet to rebuild its branch. Moreover, they were not satisfied with merely occupying District 11. They launched assaults on the neighboring Districts 9 and 10, overpowering and expelling the CCG branches with ferocity. Alarmed by the escalating situation, the CCG headquarters convened a special meeting, gathering several special investigators to devise a counter-strategy. Special investigators Shinohara Yukiki, Kuroiwagon, Marudi Isai, Tanakamura Mazan, and Onpu Kyoko attended the meeting, while the deceased investigator Hazaki Shinmi and the absent White Reaper Arima Kishu were notably missing. The CCG's elite forces gathered in one place. Additionally, Qin Feng, who had defeated the One-Eyed Owl and slain the SSS-class ghoul Kamishiro Chao, was specially invited to participate in the meeting. The attendees began deliberating on how to confront the aggressive Qin Tong Tree organization, aiming to halt their advance and ultimately annihilate them. After considerable discussion and research, they resolved to mobilize substantial forces to engage the Qin Tong Tree organization in District 9, reclaiming the territory they had occupied before proceeding to push into Districts 10 and 11 to obliterate the Qin Tong Tree. With the operational plan established, the subsequent phase involved intricate arrangements and personnel movements. The entire CCG mobilized, a storm brewing on the horizon. As a temporary worker, Qin Feng was spared from the burden of such complexities. He merely needed to await the commencement of battle against the Qin Tong Tree. Soon, all preparations were complete. The CCG's assembled forces set forth toward District 9, vowing to reclaim the territory. The Qin Tong Tree organization, however, would not remain passive. A multitude of ghouls awaited their arrival, eager to engage in a fierce confrontation with humanity's CCG. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Qin Feng sat atop the war chariot, peering through binoculars. He observed the figures clad in uniform crimson cloaks, the Qin Tong Tree ghouls, darting in and out of various corners, on the streets, in alleyways, and atop buildings. They seemed intent on leveraging their ghoul advantages to engage in urban warfare against the CCG combat units. He couldn't help but exclaim, in this world of ghouls, particularly in the neon-lit Tokyo, these ghouls acted with an audacity that was almost brazen, openly challenging humanity. This left Qin Feng as a traveler from another realm, in a state of perplexity, especially since the CCG appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to such defiance. Truly, it was a mad world, inhabited by an equally mad breed. Qin Feng found it profoundly perplexing to comprehend the mindset of these ghouls. Did they genuinely believe they could rival humanity's strength? even to the extent of upending the social order of humankind and usurping it. It was utterly inconceivable for them to audaciously seize human territories and openly establish a dominion belonging to ghouls. Even the mutants from the Marvel Universe do not exhibit such hubris. It leaves one bewildered. Nevertheless, the magnitude of this situation surpassed that of the previous expedition. It might indeed be regarded as the assault of the Sephora tree. The primary quest of the system should be nearing completion. Qin Feng held high hopes for the unfolding events. Soon, the battle erupted as the CCG's operational forces launched a significant offensive, while the ghouls of the Qing Tree organization, undeterred, retaliated fiercely. A chaotic melee ensued in the streets and alleys of District 9, with both sides fiercely contesting every inch of territory, refusing to give ground. The CCG troops were armed with Q-Barrett weapons capable of inflicting damage on ghouls, boasting formidable firepower. Conversely, the ghouls from the Qing Tree deliberately evaded direct confrontation, skillfully leveraging their agility to engage in guerrilla warfare against the CCG's human forces amidst the urban landscape, employing various ambushes and surprise attacks, proving to be quite a challenge. As the conflict raged on, both sides suffered casualties, escalating the intensity of the struggle. The elite special investigators, as the trump cards of the CCG, naturally did not lead the charge at the outset. Their purpose was to target the more troublesome ghoul adversaries, serving as a dagger aimed at the heart of the enemy rather than as mere frontline soldiers. Maru Shizai was appointed as the frontline commander, while the overall commander was the current director of the CCG headquarters, Yashiki Washu. Faced with the grave situation of the Qing Tree openly occupying human territory, even the usually composed Washu family could no longer remain passive. They dispatched Director Yashiki Washu to oversee the battlefield and direct the operations. The presence of Director Washu on the battlefield invigorated the morale of the CCG forces, allowing them to unleash even greater combat effectiveness. Before long, under the relentless assault of the CCG troops, the ghouls found themselves increasingly overwhelmed, retreating step by step. The human forces began to advance steadily, firmly pressing the rampant ghouls back. Found it. Qin Feng had refrained from taking action, continuously monitoring the intelligence relayed from the front lines. At last, he heard the information he had been yearning for. A small combat team stationed at the forefront had encountered an exceptionally formidable ghoul. This adversary, unfazed by the threat of buried ammunition, withstood the concentrated fire from the team without sustaining a scratch. Not only did it emerge unscathed, but it also swiftly annihilated the entire squad. An SS-class ghoul Yurui. Qin Feng immediately recognized the identity of the individual, hastening towards him while clutching a silver-white box. For him, there was no task more straightforward than executing a decapitation strategy against the cadres of the Qing Tree organization. Before long, he intercepted the individual at the end of the street. Greetings. Upon seeing the ghastly figure adorned with a monstrous mask, Qin Feng offered a slight smile and approached. During the previous expedition, we failed to cross paths, and I have regretted it ever since. As Qin Feng closed in, Naroi remained rooted in place, silent and unmoving. Qin Feng remained unfazed, fully aware that this ghoul was notoriously taciturn, a creature of few words, and possessed an eccentric disposition, rarely engaging in conversation. However, its actions were undeniably brutal, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor that was quite terrifying. In terms of strength within the Qing Tree organization, apart from the one-eyed owl, Takatsuki Izumi, and the ostensibly leading figure, Doda Ryu, it was likely the most formidable. Numerous CCG investigators had fallen victim to its merciless assaults, showing no signs of resistance whatsoever. Yet, this reality did not instill fear in Qin Feng. Having defeated even SSS-class ghouls, he felt no trepidation facing this SS-class entity. The only element that posed a challenge was the opponent's astonishing regenerative ability, which, in a sense, bordered on instantaneous resurrection. To his knowledge, in the original narrative, other ghouls were incapable of such feats. Even the formidable Keisin and Takatsuki Izumi required time to heal from injuries. However, Yoroi displayed capabilities akin to an unyielding wall, exhibiting an absurdity that was simply outrageous. Qin Feng was also quite eager to experiment, pondering how many pieces he would have to cleave it into for it to perish on the spot. So, are you prepared? With a decisive press of his thumb, Qin Feng activated the mechanism on his suitcase, extracting his weapon, the crescent halberd, from the gleaming silver case. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and wielding the halberd, he charged forward. Whoosh! The expression concealed beneath the monstrous mask of Yalu Jing remained a mystery, but at the instant Qin Feng surged forth, a tail-like appendage erupted from beneath its cloak, rapidly expanding into a gaping maw lined with fangs, shrieking as it lunged towards Qin Feng. The swiftness of its strike and the abruptness of the attack were such that even the most skilled investigators would find themselves unable to react in time, likely to be obliterated in an instant. Clang! A melodious sound resonated as Qin Feng's halberd sliced through the air, unleashing a series of formidable crescent strikes that effortlessly severed the tail into several segments. In the following moment, his figure intertwined with Yalu Jing's before he finally came to a halt. The cross-shaped crescent blades lingered in his wake, Suddenly, Yalu Jing's form fragmented into 4 distinct pieces. Splitting cleanly from its chest, the incisions remarkably neat, not a single drop of blood escaping. Indeed, it was as anticipated. Qin Feng turned his gaze, observing the fragmented body before him, then glanced down at the halberd in his hand. The sensation of cutting was peculiar, unlike that of severing ordinary flesh and bone. Before he could voice his thoughts, the scattered remnants of the body suddenly expelled long, worm-like appendages from the wounds, intertwining and reassembling the form. Naruji stood once more, entirely unscathed. Though it faced away from Qin Feng, its head twisted a full 180 degrees, a sight both chilling and surreal. Subsequently, beneath its crimson cloak, a stirring occurred as a scarlet tail shot forth, transforming into a shadow that lunged at Qin Feng like the flick of a chameleon's tongue. Oh, is this what they call an immortal body? How fascinating. With a swift motion of the great halberd in Qin Feng's grasp, he effortlessly severed the approaching tail of he. A cold smirk escaped his lips. Such an injury, if inflicted upon any other ghoul, even those of the SSS rank, would likely render them devoid of combat capability. It can only be said that in terms of regenerative ability, Narui is nothing short of extraordinary, far surpassing any ghoul, to the extent that even the SSS rank fails to encapsulate his prowess. However, I am curious to see just how many times you can recover. A glimmer flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he charged at his opponent with unrestrained ferocity. Wielding his formidable halberd, he unleashed a flurry of crescent-shaped strikes, each so swift that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In a mere span of seconds, Naruji had endured countless assaults, reduced to an array of dismembered fragments. It was not for lack of desire to evade. Rather, the sheer velocity of Qin Feng's onslaught rendered evasion impossible, leaving even the slightest defense an insurmountable challenge. By the time Qin Feng finally ceased his relentless barrage, what remained of Naruji was a grotesque scatter of flesh, with even the head cleaved into a dozen pieces. The mask of the giant maw met a similar fate, shattered into debris, obscuring any semblance of Naruji's former visage. Qin Feng stood several meters away. Observing the scattered chunks of flesh, his brow furrowed in concern. He realized that the aura of his adversary had not yet dissipated, suggesting that it had not succumbed to death. As predicted, within moments, countless tendrils emerged from the remnants of flesh, entwining themselves together. Subsequently, all the dismembered pieces coalesced into a grotesque creature with a large, gaping mouth. Its appearance resembled that of 2 mouths stacked atop one another, each adorned with a prominent, elongated tongue, rendering it exceedingly peculiar. It transformed into a plump, spherical mass featuring 2 mouths, sprouting several appendages reminiscent of tails, emitting a piercing shriek as it commenced a frenzied assault on everything in its vicinity. Before long, it detected Qin Feng's presence, unleashing a torrent of fawn-laden tendrils that lunged at him with ferocity. The surrounding streets were reduced to ruins, as even steel and concrete structures were effortlessly devoured, akin to biting through tofu. In response, Qin Feng adeptly dodged its relentless onslaught, wielding his halberd to sever the attacking tendrils with precision. Unlike other ghouls that retained a semblance of humanity, this creature had entirely forsaken its human form. Observing the monstrous manifestation displayed by Uruzumi, Qin Feng couldn't help but voice a sardonic remark. Yet, rather than retreating, he charged toward its core. This ghoul could nearly be described as a being entirely composed of Kagun organs, qualifying it as a peculiar variant of a ghoul. However, its vulnerabilities soon became apparent. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the plump, spherical mass before him. With a mighty halberd in hand, he executed a swift, crescent-shaped strike that cleaved the creature in twain. Following this, he pivoted on his heel, launching another decisive blow. This repetitive assault continued until he finally ceased his onslaught. By then, the once robust orb was marred with fractures, rendered motionless. With a sudden crash, it shattered into countless fragments, incapable of further movement. A rich essence of vitality transformed into a crimson mist, swirling through the air before dissipating entirely. Qin Feng could perceive that its once formidable aura was steadily waning, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, extinguished with a mere breath. After expending such immense effort, he finally succeeded in vanquishing it. Gazing upon the chaotic battlefield, Qin Feng couldn't help but exhale in relief. He had nearly exhausted himself in the process. One could only remark that this creature possessed an astonishingly robust vitality. Although it posed little real threat, the confrontation felt even more arduous than his battle with Kamishiro Haruki. Were it another elite investigator in his place, they would likely not only falter against it but also risk being countered, as it was both tenacious and ferocious in its attacks. Qin Feng's gaze shifted away from the dismembered remains of Naruik and turned towards another battlefield. The various operational squads of the CCG were engaged in fierce combat with the ghouls of the Algone organization, the sounds of gunfire punctuating the chaos. Although the mission prompt from the system remained silent, he was acutely aware that he was one step closer to fulfilling his objective. The high-ranking official of Algone, the SS-grade ghoul Naruik, had been successfully vanquished. The CCG's forces were relentlessly advancing, driving the ghouls of the Algone organization into a corner. Even when faced with formidable S-grade ghouls terrorizing humanity, elite special investigators swiftly mobilized to expel or eliminate them. In this methodical progression, the CCG completely expelled the ghouls from District 9, achieving a preliminary victory. The human forces established a frontline base in District 9 and, following a brief respite, promptly pressed onward into District 10. They temporarily reclaimed half of District 10, only to encounter fierce resistance. The Aogong organization, having lost District 9, regrouped the defeated ghouls, attempting to thwart the advance of the human forces in District 10 through relentless ambushes and surprise attacks, inflicting significant casualties upon humanity. According to intelligence gathered by the CCG headquarters, the Aogong organization's brazen occupation of human urban areas had stirred considerable commotion within the underground world of ghouls, greatly enhancing their prestige. Many ghouls, previously mere stragglers, eagerly joined the Aogong organization, opting to confront humanity head-on. Today, the Aogong organization had evolved far beyond its initial cohort of 500. Its numbers had surged past 1,000 and continued to grow, emerging as a beacon within the ghoul world. With a constant influx of fresh reinforcements, the Aogong organization became an increasingly formidable adversary, proving difficult to eradicate. In response, several meetings were convened among the humans to devise a strategy to address this predicament. As the current director of the CCG, Hizajiji personally commanded the front lines, launching several vigorous offensives, yet the Aogong organization consistently repelled them, resulting in heavy losses. The stalemate between the two factions persisted in District 10, embroiled in a tense deadlock. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Qin Feng had already discerned that the morale of the human combat troops had waned from its initial fervor, descending into a state of despondency. As the saying goes, the first surge of energy is met with subsequent decline, leading ultimately to exhaustion. If the stalemate cannot be broken, it is feared that this campaign against the Qingtong tree will become mired in such a quagmire, leaving them unable to advance or retreat. Qin Feng traversed the front lines of battle, where the remnants of conflict were evident all around. Human soldiers lay lifeless alongside the fallen ghouls, with death omnipresent. The soldiers silently transported the bodies of their sacrificed comrades, their spirits notably dampened, while the ghoul corpses remained uncollected for the time being. Observing the ghoul's lifeless form at his feet, Qin Feng crouched down and picked up its mask, glancing at it casually. It was a mask adorned with a wide, mocking grin, appearing rather ludicrous, as if it were deriding its own fate. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the red cloak enveloping the figure before him, a signature attire of the ghoul organization known as the Qingtong tree. A sudden thought blossomed in his mind. In the dead of night, the struggle between humans and ghouls momentarily ceased. A figure clad in a crimson cloak traversed the territory claimed by the Qingtong tree. Such occurrences were not uncommon, for all ghouls donned similar garb, their faces obscured by masks that rendered them nearly indistinguishable. Yet, this particular silhouette captured the attention of other ghouls, who obstructed his path. "Hey, halt!" Several ghouls called out, their suspicion piqued by his presence. "What is it that you hold in your hand?" They could not help but feel a sense of alarm, for the object was all too familiar. "Oh, you mean this?" Qin Feng lifted the silver-white box in his hand, waving it before him with an air of nonchalance. "My trophy," he declared. "Trophy?" The leader of the ghouls paused momentarily, assessing him before his gaze shifted back to the box. "If I am not mistaken, that appears to be one of the boxes belonging to the white pigeons, does it not?" The ghouls' CCG investigators, known as the box bearers or white pigeons, are notoriously infamous among their kind. No ghoul could fail to recognize the distinct shape of such a box, which is akin to a nightmare that haunts their nights. Inside this silver-white box lies a quinquo weapon crafted from the kakuja organs of their fellow ghouls. Indeed, I ambushed a white pigeon, catching him off guard and eliminating him. Qin Feng nodded slightly and spoke to himself, a grin stretching across his masked face, hinting at a sense of smugness. He never even realized what hit him before he perished at my hands, unable to even open the box. It is noteworthy that only CCG investigators of second rank or above, who have passed the requisite evaluations, are permitted to wield the quinquo weapons. Those of lesser strength, such as third-rank investigators and their assistants, are relegated to using mass-produced ammunition designed for combating ghouls, such as the Q Barrett. This implies that the individual before me must have eliminated at least one second-rank ghoul investigator to seize the opponent's briefcase. Thus, it appears that the small-headed ghoul leader has recognized the prowess of his kin, causing his demeanor to shift towards a more respectful tone, albeit with a hint of skepticism. However, I've heard that such items have long been equipped with biological recognition devices by humans, rendering them unusable to us ghouls. The implication being, what use do you have for it? Do you intend to flaunt it as a trophy among your comrades? Ah, indeed, that seems to be the case. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng responded fluently. I have a friend who is quite fascinated by such matters, but unfortunately, he has never had the opportunity. I intend to seek his assistance in conducting some research to see if we can decipher it. Upon hearing his words, the few ghouls did not suspect him further and ceased to impede his passage. Thus, Qin Feng disguised himself as one of the ghouls, wandering through the territories dominated by the Qingtong tree organization. Occasionally, he would arouse suspicion among the ghouls, but he managed to navigate through those encounters with remarkable ease. Clad in a crimson cloak imbued with the sin of his kind, the ghouls could not discern his true identity as a human unless they drew near intentionally. Moreover, even if his disguise were to be unveiled, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm confidence that further quelled their doubts. He even dared to greet them and inquire about various matters. His intention to masquerade his identity and venture into this perilous realm overrun by ghouls was not to seek thrill, but rather to uncover the whereabouts of the leader of the Qing Tong Tree organization, with hopes of executing a decapitation strategy to bring an end to this campaign against them. This was not an unattainable feat. The existence of a leader was crucial for the Qing Tong Tree organization. Their structure diverged significantly from that of human organizations and remained in a rudimentary state. Should their leader fall, it would be challenging for a successor to emerge promptly, as they would lack the authority to command respect. Like a fallen tree scattering the monkeys, they would devolve into disarray, engaging in internecine strife, incapable of forming a unified resistance. This presented an opportunity for him to conclude the campaign. In the dead of night, the moonlight shimmered like water. At that moment, the leader of the Qing Tong Tree organization, Dodo Liang, stood atop a skyscraper, surveying the city below. The rampant ghouls had driven the human populace to flee, leaving only the most daring behind, who refrained from lighting their homes for fear of attracting attention. What was once a bustling thoroughfare now lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering of streetlights, remnants of human civilization. Dodo Liang's mood was as dismal as the shadowy cityscape. On the surface, it appeared that the Qing Tong Tree organization was flourishing, seemingly impervious to the operations of the CCG. Yet, deep down, Dodo Liang sensed that their future mirrored the obscurity before him. Before the initiation of plans, the organization boasted numerous capable officers: the leader Ait, himself, Nalu E, Gecko Jason, the shapeshifter Nick, and Kiri Island Aya, alongside the Bottle brothers, trusted allies. Yet now only Ait, the shapeshifter Nick, and Dodo Liang remained. Even Nalu E, an SS-class ghoul, had met an untimely demise during the last assault in District 9, leaving Dodo Liang in a state of shock and heightened vigilance. The losses sustained by the organization were indeed grievous, although they had successfully executed their incursion into Kukria, rescuing numerous powerful SS-class ghouls. The newcomers lacked a genuine sense of belonging and loyalty to the Qing Tong Tree organization. As the original cadre continued to dwindle, these fresh recruits grew increasingly audacious. They were not of noble character. Some even attempted to challenge Dodo Liang's authority, only to be subdued by him, establishing his dominance. Nonetheless, despite this, the newly inducted SS-class ghouls conspired in secret, forming cliques and pursuing their self-interests. Dodo Liang questioned how long he could continue to suppress them. The once revered SSS-class ghoul, Kamishiro Chaho, had recently been preoccupied with searching for his adoptive daughter, Kamishiro Rise, showing little regard for the affairs of the Qing Tong Tree organization. In a bid for revenge, he even launched a retaliatory strike against a certain CCG investigator, only to fall victim to his own scheme. This incident weighed heavily on Dodo Liang, as yet another promising candidate slipped away. Furthermore, other formidable ghouls who had escaped from Kukria, such as Han Mitsaroma and Father Donato Puplura, showed no interest in aligning with the Qing Tong Tree organization, opting instead to depart independently after their escape. Dodo Liang felt his hair turning white with worry. Despite it already being white, he was torn between leading the Qing Tong Tree organization to resist human forces, enduring significant casualties, or retreating, relinquishing territories in Districts 10 and 11, and hiding once more. Dodo Liang found himself in a quandary, feeling deeply conflicted. He was merely a senior cadre, not the true leader of the Qing Tong Tree. Why was he burdened with such decisions? Oh, and what of Ait, or Takatsuki Izumi? This individual claimed to have a book signing event the next day, sneaking away during such a critical moment, leaving all this chaos for him to manage. She, the true leader of the Qing Tong Tree. He wished she would return promptly. It was utterly exasperating to have such a figure at the helm. While Dodo Liang lamented the difficulties of ghoul existence, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the night's tranquility. An enemy attack. Humans were advancing. The cacophony of chaos erupted within the building, punctuated by screams. Dodo Liang's brow furrowed in concern. What was happening? Could it be the CCG forces? This was dire. Soon, a ghoul subordinate rushed to report. Enemies have infiltrated. How many are there? Dodo Liang inquired, observing the panic-stricken expression of his subordinate. He suppressed his irritation and asked calmly, "I'm not sure." The subordinate replied, shaking his head in a state of utter disarray. "But many comrades have been killed. It's terrifying." Dodo Liang, witnessing the hysteria of his subordinate, chose to disregard him and resolved to investigate personally. Soon, he encountered the so-called intruder. To his astonishment, it was merely a single human, clad in the crimson cloak of the Qing Tong Tree organization, evidently having infiltrated under this guise. How dare they infiltrate alone and incite such chaos? Dodo Liang blocked the intruder's path, fury boiling within him. Was the Qing Tong Tree organization so disregarded that they could be so brazenly affronted? He fixed his cold gaze upon the human, his eyes filled with menace. Oh! Upon seeing the ghoul adorned with a red mask obscuring the lower half of his face, Qin Feng felt a surge of delight and raised an eyebrow. "Are you the highest officer of the Qing Tong Tree organization, Dodo Liang?" He wielded a formidable halberd, Having long since discarded the hood that once shrouded his head, as well as the mask that had grinned broadly upon his face, revealing his true visage. I have heard that you hail from the Dragon Kingdom as a ghoul. Qin Feng scrutinized Duo Liang, and, with a hint of delight in his tone, remarked, "Ah, we are indeed fellow countrymen. At last, I have found you, after searching tirelessly." The mention of the Dragon Kingdom startled Duo Liang. The familiar language unmistakably revealed the origin of the speaker. How could he know that it had escaped from the Dragon Kingdom to the Neon Nation as a ghoul? Indeed, Duo Liang, a high-ranking member of the Qin Tong Tree organization, was not a native ghoul of the Neon Nation but had fled from the Dragon Kingdom years ago. Its brother, known as Yin, was the leader of a ghoul organization called Lian in the Dragon Kingdom. Subsequently, this organization was eradicated by the Dragon Kingdom, forcing its brother to flee with it to the Neon Nation. Tragically, Yin was later killed by the CCG in the Neon Nation, and his Kakahu organs were fashioned into quinquas, leaving Duo Liang utterly alone. Thus, it harbored deep-seated hatred not only for the CCG that had slain its brother, but also for the Dragon Kingdom that had exiled them. The audacity of this intruder, also hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, raised fears that they might still seek to hunt them down across borders. Are you a Dragon Kingdom investigator? It glanced at the quinqua in Qin Feng's hand and the ghoul subordinates lying lifeless around, leading Duo Liang to surmise this. Typically calm and indifferent, it now displayed an unusual fury on its face. You wretched beings have chased us all the way here without relent? The harrowing experience of its escape with its brother remained a terrifying nightmare, even after all these years. Clearly, it mistook Qin Feng for a Dragon Kingdom investigator sent to hunt it down, igniting a mix of fear and rage within, wishing to dismantle him piece by piece. If you truly believe that, you are not entirely mistaken. Upon hearing Duo Liang's words, Qin Feng realized the misunderstanding. He was not genuinely a Dragon Kingdom ghoul investigator. That was merely a fabricated identity bestowed by the system. How could he possibly be sent specifically to hunt them down? However, he had indeed come to kill it. And in that regard, he felt no need for further clarification. Where is the one known as the bandaged woman, holding the large halberd horizontally? Qin Feng advanced step by step towards Duo Liang, casually inquiring. He was well aware that Takatsuki Izumi was the true leader of the Qin Tongshu organization and had initially hoped to capture them all in one fell swoop. However, it appeared that the adversary was not present here. Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, Duo Liang was taken aback, jolted from its fury. Despite being the ostensible leader of the Qin Tongshu organization, it outwardly presented as an ordinary cadre, lacking any significant presence. Yet, upon seeing Duo Liang, Qin Feng referred to it as the highest official of the Qin Tongshu, and now inquired about its whereabouts, evidently aware of its clandestine identity. The enemy lurked here. At that moment, the ghouls of the Qin Tongshu began to arrive one after another, surrounding Qin Feng, who remained in confrontation with Duo Liang. How dare a mere lowly human intrude into our stronghold alone? The number of ghouls swelled, many of whom were the dangerous ghouls that had recently escaped from Kakuria, boasting S-class strength. If any CCG investigator, even a special investigator, were to face such a situation, they would likely be paralyzed with fear, facing an almost certain demise. Yet, this did not apply to Qin Feng. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the ghouls, his expression unchanged. Most of his attention remained fixed on Duo Liang, ensuring that this ghoul leader would not escape. A swift resolution is the way forward. Qin Feng advanced steadily towards Duo Liang, wielding a great halberd, as if the ferocious ghouls fixating on him were mere phantoms. Are you not a tad too arrogant? He scoffed. In no time, a ghoul, enraged, charged at him, brandishing a Kagun weapon to initiate an assault. However, as they neared Qin Feng, a crescent of white sliced through the air with such swiftness that it was scarcely discernible. The advancing ghouls were effortlessly cleaved into numerous pieces, their forms reduced to mere fragments. Perhaps it would be wiser for the insignificant minions to refrain from courting death. Qin Feng's footsteps were remarkably steady, betraying no hint of hesitation, and his pace remained unyielding. How infuriating! An S-class ghoul, brimming with confidence in its own prowess, charged forward defiantly, launching an assault against him. However, the outcome was no different from that of the ordinary ghoul minions, as it too was cleaved into several pieces. An S-class ghoul, bisected at the waist, continued to crawl on the ground, incredulous. What on earth have you done? It had been utterly unable to discern the nature of Qin Feng's attack, unaware of what had transpired. Oh, it's nothing, just a simple strike. You are simply too weak. Without even casting a glance, Qin Feng thrust the massive halberd in his hand backward, piercing its skull and delivering a final blow. What? Who on earth is this human? So terrifying. The prowess of Qin Feng eludes their understanding. However, they are acutely aware of the strength of the S-class ghoul he effortlessly vanquished. This creature, known for its ostentation and defiance, had engaged in numerous conflicts with its kind. Yet, due to its extraordinary abilities, it proved formidable against ordinary ghouls. Only the leader, Duo Liang, had managed to deliver a severe reprimand when provoked by this audacious being. Now, witnessing the demise of this fearless S-class ghoul, A recent member of the Qin Tongshu organization, without the slightest resistance, left them in utter astonishment. Many ghouls, who had long regarded humans as inferior beings fit solely for consumption, could scarcely believe their eyes. After all, they considered themselves the superior race. How could mere humans possess such terrifying strength? Reluctantly, they retreated, unwilling to become moths drawn to the flame, courting inevitable demise. What is your name? Observing Qin Feng's composed demeanor as he approached with unwavering confidence, even the typically unflappable Dodo Liang felt a palpable pressure, prompting him to narrow his eyes slightly. In his recollection, how could a Dragon Kingdom investigator of such caliber remain obscure? Yet, he had never heard of this individual before, surely. Such a high-level human combatant could not have emerged from nowhere. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Feng. Qin Feng harbored no intention of concealment. Directly revealing his name, he gazed into the other's eyes and remarked, "As for you, Duo Liang, is there a surname Duo in our dragon nation? It is indeed a rare surname. At least, I have neither heard of it nor encountered any compatriots bearing that name in my life." Confronted by the advancing Qin Feng, Duo Liang's expression darkened, and suddenly, blue flames erupted around him, growing increasingly fierce. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would act with such decisiveness, immediately resorting to their ultimate technique upon witnessing his prowess. Indeed, in the next instant, peculiar substances began to surge beneath Duo Liang's feet, gradually enveloping him until he was entirely shrouded, ultimately forming an oddly shaped suit of armor. His figure instantly expanded, becoming exceedingly tall and robust, muscles resembling iron, their contours sharply defined and glinting with a chilling light. His head even grazed the 3-meter-high ceiling, resembling a terrifying behemoth, exuding an astonishing aura. His arms grew to an immense size, sprouting an additional pair of even more formidable, mech-like limbs, radiating an overwhelming sense of strength. His head was encased in heavy plating, leaving only a circular opening reminiscent of a fighter jet's exhaust, imparting an intimidating sense of pressure merely through its appearance. This was indeed the berserker form of Duo Liang. Upon observing its peculiar form, reminiscent of the one-eyed owl, Qin Feng immediately recognized its condition and sincerely exclaimed, "To speak candidly, you look rather splendid in that suit of armor." However, in response to his praise, Duo Liang could not share in the joy, for the demeanor of the other party evidently revealed no signs of retreat, seemingly confident of victory. It raised its colossal arm, akin to a mechanical construct, and aimed it towards Qin Feng. In the next moment, a torrential barrage of sharp, hazy projectiles erupted forth. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and instead of remaining stationary, he swiftly evaded, his agility astonishingly rapid. Duo Liang was able to clearly perceive the trajectory of his movements. His massive arms shadowed Qin Feng, rotating the cannon's muzzle as the sharp, deadly projectiles surged forth relentlessly. Yet, these attacks posed no threat to Qin Feng. Rather, they wreaked havoc among the ghoulish subordinates surrounding them, sending them reeling and howling in agony. Realizing this, Duo Liang instantly comprehended that Qin Feng was deliberately dodging towards the direction of those ghouls, prompting him to furrow his brow and cease his fire. Acknowledging that his intentions had been discerned, Qin Feng paid it no mind, pivoting his feet to charge towards Duo Liang's position. In response, Duo Liang swung his colossal fists, his reflexes not lacking as he raised a hand to deliver a punch. However, Qin Feng seized the opportunity, deftly evading the blow and thrusting his spear directly towards Duo Liang's head. Suddenly, Duo Liang did not shy away from this assault. The cylindrical opening, reminiscent of a fighter jet's engine, erupted with searing blue flames, resembling a fiery pillar that lunged toward Qin Feng. This was a technique he could only unleash in his ghoul form, releasing high-density kakuja to generate flames reaching temperatures of 4,000 degrees Celsius, incinerating all in their path. Even the toughest steel would be utterly melted away. Confronted with the impending blue pillar of fire, Qin Feng, standing mere feet away, could not ignore the terrifying heat. He had no desire to become charred meat, and thus, he immediately withdrew and dodged. The blue flames unleashed by Duo Liang struck the building behind Qin Feng, igniting it in a furious blaze. Qin Feng did not turn back to contemplate the consequences of the flames that had been unleashed. He felt as if his hair had been scorched and curled by the heat, prompting him to instinctively increase the distance. Duo Liang, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed another torrent of flames towards him, the blaze soaring towards the heavens. Qin Feng retreated to the side of a ghoul minion, seizing it with a swift motion and hurling it towards the direction of Duo Liang. The ghoul, caught off guard, was immediately struck by a column of azure flames, igniting its entire being in a cacophony of anguished wails. It was reduced to mere char, sizzling and dripping, utterly lifeless. To Qin Feng's surprise, the scent of the roasted flesh wafted through the air, prompting him to grimace slightly, astonished by the ferocity of the blue flames. This entity was indeed perilous. One misstep could transform him into charred meat. In that moment, a fierce battle erupted within the confines of the building. Duo Liang struggled to contend with this agile opponent, slipping and dodging like an elusive eel, evading capture while inadvertently harming its own subordinates. Qin Feng, too, was wary of the searing flames emitted by Dodo Liang. Proceeding with utmost caution. His life was singular, and with his physical resilience, he could scarcely withstand the blaze. A single miscalculation could lead to his own incineration. Lacking any defensive quinquet to shield himself, he resorted to leveraging his agility, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. Fortunately, upon transforming into his ghoul form, Dodo Liang's massive size rendered him somewhat cumbersome, allowing Qin Feng to seize an opportunity. As Dodo Liang unleashed a fiery assault, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered to its rear, thrusting his glaive upward with tremendous force towards the vulnerable nape of its neck. Clang! The blade met the armored cranium of Dodo Liang, sparking a shower of embers. The adversary's defenses proved sturdier than Qin Feng had anticipated. Yet, undeterred, he swiftly adjusted his approach, pulling the glaive downward, carving a deep gash along Dodo Liang's back. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by a pained cry. Aggrieved, Dodo Liang retaliated with a furious turn. It seemed that aside from its head, the creature's bodily defenses were not particularly formidable. However, Qin Feng was already a phantom in the shadows, evading Dodo Liang's powerful punches, remaining calm and collected. His glaive, swift as lightning, surged towards Dodo Liang's back once more. Swish! The weapon plunged deep into Dodo Liang's back, piercing through to its chest. The sudden onslaught left Dodo Liang trembling, nearly losing its balance. Yet, in the next heartbeat, it gritted its teeth against the excruciating pain, grasping the shaft of the glaive and wrenching it free. In a swift motion, it pivoted its head, directing the fiery spout towards the still gripping Qin Feng. Unleashing a torrent of flames, Qin Feng, resolute and unwilling to resign himself to fate, decisively released his grip, executing a swift somersault in midair. He then delivered a powerful kick to Duo Liang's chin. The resounding impact sent Duo Liang's head soaring upwards. Meanwhile, the searing blue flames surged violently against the ceiling of the floor, and within mere seconds, they caused the structure to collapse, raining debris upon Duo Liang. Qin Feng's footsteps struck the ground several times in quick succession, skillfully evading danger, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the battlefield. Indeed, Duo Liang did not succumb to death at that moment. Soon, it pushed aside the debris that had pinned it down and rose once more. Qin Feng had lost his spear and chose not to advance for the moment. He remained unperturbed, for he could hear the labored breaths of his adversary. Duo Liang fixed his gaze in his direction. Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly raised his hand to clutch his chest, letting out a muffled groan as he half knelt on the ground, struggling to breathe. The earlier strike from Qin Feng was no trivial matter. His lungs had already suffered severe damage. Were he human, he would have succumbed to death on the spot. Yet, as a ghoul, he persisted, sustained by his indomitable vitality and regenerative abilities, barely holding on. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng sought to end him. Qin Feng charged forward, initiating his assault. He was unwilling to wager whether his opponent would succumb to their injuries, or, through their remarkable regenerative capabilities, heal and rise once more. His sole desire was to swiftly eliminate this ghoul and bring an end to the tumultuous battle. In response to his murderous intent, Todoroki abruptly lifted his head, directing the flame-spewing nozzle towards him. In the next instant, a torrent of blue flames surged forth. Qin Feng had long been prepared for this. With a swift turn of his body, he evaded to the side. The fiery columns relentlessly pursued his figure, tracing a fan-shaped arc before him, yet always lagging just a fraction behind. Qin Feng finally approached Duo Liang, channeling all his strength into his fists. With a powerful strike, he pierced through its chest. With a resounding thud, a dull sound echoed as blood mingled with shattered entrails erupted from Duo Liang's back. The searing blue flames abruptly ceased. It was over. Qin Feng whispered softly as he withdrew his right arm, observing the disintegration of Duo Liang's crimson form, which continued to dissipate. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from its scarlet mask, dripping downwards. Duo Liang's dark, blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Qin Feng, as if yearning to imprint his visage in memory before succumbing to death, taking it along to the depths of hell. Cease your gaze and find your rest. With a light chuckle, Qin Feng deftly lifted the massive spear that had fallen to the ground, performing a flourish before decisively severing the head of Duo Liang. Thus fell this formidable SS-grade ghoul, the highest-ranking member of the Qing Tong tree. Holding the severed head aloft, Qin Feng began his measured exit from the building, all the while under the terrified gazes of the surviving ghouls, who were utterly paralyzed with fear and dared not retaliate, with their leader slain by a mere human. They were bereft of courage to impede his passage. As Qin Feng's gaze fell upon them, they averted their eyes, unable to meet his stare. Even the few SS-grade ghouls among them were no exception. Thus, bathed in the morning light, Qin Feng returned to the CCG's frontline command center, carrying Duo Liang's head. This act ignited a tremendous uproar, as the onlookers could scarcely believe the words that escaped Qin Feng's lips. Soon, the higher-ups at the CCG confirmed the demise of the Qing Tong tree's leader and swiftly ordered an offensive. This time, humanity's forces not only successfully reclaimed the 10th district, previously occupied by the Qing Tong tree, but they also managed to retake the 11th district, thereby utterly decimating the ghoul organization. After much effort, Qin Feng finally heard the long-awaited chime of the system, akin to celestial music, signaling the completion of the arduous task. Upon receiving that familiar notification, a genuine sense of relief washed over him. He had contemplated that should he fail this main mission, he would seek out the elusive mastermind behind the Qin Tong tree, Takatsuki Izumi, in hopes of eliminating her as well. Despite her formidable power, deemed the pinnacle of SSS-grade strength, he felt compelled to at least attempt it. Fortunately, the primary mission was at last accomplished. Reflecting upon it, nearly all the senior members of the Qin Tong tree had perished by his hand, Wall Lizard Jason, Kirishima Aya, Noro, and Duo Liang. Now, only Takatsuki Izumi and a traitor from the Joker organization, the half-human Nick, remained alive. The Bottle brothers had met their end at the hands of Jinmu Wusu and Amano Kotaro, leaving no trace behind. Once a thriving organization, the Qin Tong tree had now withered, reduced to a mere trunk. If the CCG remained resolute, it would only be a matter of time before they completely severed it. He paid no heed to the newly joined ghouls or the escaped Kakurians. They bore little allegiance to the Qin Tong tree. After such a battle, the inevitable scattering of ghouls was apparent. Qin Feng felt no remorse for this outcome, for he was human and must align with humanity's interests. The conflict between humans and ghouls was nearly irreconcilable. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main mission, the offensive of the Qin Tong tree. Mission reward, doubled physical strength, now dispatched. Please check for receipt. With the System S notification resonating in his mind, Qin Feng's spirits soared as he immediately sensed the transformation within his body. Muscles, bones, organs, fascia, skin, every function of his being surged upward, unstoppable, breaking through his previous limits, becoming ever more resilient, robust, and filled with vitality. He reveled in this experience, almost lost in the euphoria brought by this elevation of life. All external matters faded into insignificance, becoming trivial in comparison. This indescribable sensation, even after countless encounters, would never cease to satisfy. Once everything settled, Qin Feng opened his eyes, exhaling softly as he savored the formidable strength coursing through him. He was exhilarated. I am so strong now, practically invincible. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying spectacle of his full power unleashed. What were SSS-grade ghouls? What were the Kakuja? But mere prey before him. Qin Feng felt that he could now traverse the world of ghouls with absolute confidence, impervious to any obstacle. He yearned to proclaim aloud, who else dares to stand in my way? System. As Qin Feng silently murmured to himself, he summoned his system interface. Gazing with satisfaction at the alterations in his attributes, ultimate system host, Qin Feng gender, male age, 241. 000 race, human extraordinary strength, 480 constitution, 480 agility, 480 spirit, 480 world source points, 0 special abilities, mastery of languages, mastery of firearms, mastery of martial arts, immunity to all poisons system inventory, life potions x10, energy potions x10, infinite bullets Desert Eagle. To begin with, his lifespan had astonishingly surged by 400 years, escalating from 600 to a remarkable 1000, an entire millennium, a span of 10 centuries. What an extraordinary longevity this was. Indeed, it was akin to the time consumed by the White Lady in her transformation from an ordinary white serpent to an immortal being. Now, he could foresee that even in the forthcoming centuries, he would scarcely exhibit any signs of aging, maintaining an eternally youthful visage, akin to a celestial being on earth. Were he to reside in ancient times, his ageless appearance would surely incite awe, and he would be revered as a living deity, worshipped and beseeched for wisdom and enlightenment. This was the epitome of transcendence, far surpassing that of ordinary humanity. Such was the current echelon of his existence. One might ponder, should he unite with a common human and procreate? Would a lineage of immortals arise? Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng harbored no such intentions, nor did such thoughts cross his mind. He was resolute in his belief that he would not remain stagnant at this level. Rather, he would perpetually advance, relentlessly striving for ascension, seeking the eternal. Given that the heavens had bestowed upon him the magnificent opportunity of the ultimate system, how could he remain complacent? It was imperative to continually challenge his limits. Moreover, his attributes had doubled from 240 to 480, yielding an astonishing transformation in his strength, one that even Qin Feng himself could scarcely comprehend. For previously, during his confrontations with SSS-grade ghouls, he had never truly unleashed his full potential to gauge his utmost limits. Thus, the enigma of his current strength remained a mystery to him. As for his special abilities and system inventory, due to the main quest rewards consistently doubling his physical strength, akin to a glitch, there was no change. It remained the same assortment of items. However, the world source points remained at 0, leaving Qin Feng curious about how to acquire them. Main quest updated ding. New main quest acquired. The hunt for the owl. New main quest reward. Double physical strength. Just as Qin Feng was reveling in his newfound changes, the system's notification chimed, heralding the refresh of the next main quest. The content of this new main quest, the hunt for the owl? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Which owl is being referred to? Although the CCG is currently unaware of this information as a traverser, he is well aware that there are two so-called owls. One is Yoshimura Kumahira, and the other is his daughter, Takatsuki Izumi. Since the main quest is titled the Owl Extermination War, it perhaps pertains to Yoshimura, the owl that does not kill. Qin Feng speculated to himself. For in the original narrative, it was the antique coffee shop's Kamishiro Gaoshin who faced the onslaught of the CCG. Remarkably, it was Takatsuki-san, the daughter masquerading as a human novelist, who, under the pretext of gathering material, deliberately divulged information to the CCG. Truly, this exemplifies a paragon of filial piety and paternal virtue. Qin Feng found himself at a loss on how to assess her behavior, ultimately concluding that this must be love indeed, the kind associated with the seven forms. It is worth noting that during the last expedition in the 11th district, Fangsu and Gongshan clashed with both Shinohara Yukiki and Kuroa Iwa, thereby capturing the attention of the meticulous special investigator Shinohara Yukiki. Having previously engaged with both ghouls, he astutely detected the disparities between them and began to suspect the existence of a second ghoul. Thus, even without the revelation from Takatsuki Izumi, the devoted daughter, Fangsu and Gongshan's concealment would not endure for long, as the CCG would inevitably uncover the truth. In any case, it mattered little which ghoul it was. Qin Feng was acutely aware that during the previous battle against the ghouls, after the CCG had besieged and defeated the formidable Fangsu and Gongshan, Takatsuki Izumi descended like a tempest, ruthlessly overpowering several special investigators of the CCG. Thus, it was entirely plausible that in this forthcoming mission, he would encounter two ghouls, rendering any dilemma regarding which one to confront unnecessary. A few days later, at the CCG headquarters. Mr. Qin Feng, allow me to introduce my daughter, Jinhu Xia. Jinhu Wusu gestured toward the young girl standing beside him, his tone imbued with a hint of paternal pride. Not long ago, she graduated from the investigator training school as the top of her class, and she also participated in the recent battle against the Aojirai tree, where she performed commendably. Following the last confrontation, the Aojirai organization had been thoroughly dismantled, its once mighty presence reduced to mere fragments, although humanity suffered significant losses. With numerous investigators tragically perishing in the conflict, many promising successors emerged, such as the remarkable Jinhu Xia before him. Hello, I am Jinhu Xia. With her shoulder-length hair framing a composed and capable visage, she bowed slightly to Qin Feng, her demeanor unwavering. I look forward to your guidance. As a second-class investigator, she seemed unfazed by Qin Feng's burgeoning reputation within the CCG, her tone remaining notably calm. Oh, greetings. Qin Feng nodded and greeted her, Jinhu Xiao. I shall address you as such. I am a close friend of your father, and you may call me uncle. He deliberately donned a benevolent smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. Jinhu Xiao glanced at him, noting that he was only a few years older than herself, and her expression darkened. She simply could not bring herself to call him uncle. Jinhu Wusu watched the scene with keen interest, his eyes wide with curiosity, finding amusement in his daughter's awkward predicament. Given her typically independent and strong-willed demeanor, such a delightful expression was a rarity. Meanwhile, standing to the side, Yamamoto Kentaro tightly pressed his lips together, turning his head away in an effort to stifle his laughter, fearing a reprimand. Mr. Jinhu, you seem to be in excellent spirits today, he remarked. Qin Feng refrained from further teasing Jinhu as he noticed the subtle expressions of Jinhu Wusu, and with a hint of curiosity, he inquired. Indeed, Mr. Qin Feng, not long ago, we received a significant piece of intelligence. Jinhu Wusu nodded, articulating his purpose with an air of barely contained excitement. Significant intelligence? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with speculation. The matter that could provoke such excitement in the true member Wusu must surely pertain to the one-eyed owl. He mused. Indeed, Wusu's words affirmed his thoughts. This very morning, Special Investigator Shinohara convened an internal meeting, during which he disclosed that, by sheer happenstance, he had acquired unusual intelligence regarding a coffee shop in District 20. He personally went to investigate and confirmed a startling fact. Wusu's expression shifted to one of palpable excitement, his eyes gleaming. The one-eyed owl we have been relentlessly searching for has been cunningly concealed within District 20, masquerading as a human. It has stealthily established a ghoul organization, secretly exerting control over the ghouls of District 20, deliberately regulating the frequency of ghoul predation incidents, leading us to mistakenly believe that District 20 was entirely stable, oblivious to the underlying anomalies. Indeed, she truly lives up to her reputation as a prodigious daughter. Qin Feng suddenly understood what had transpired and sighed. It appears that the fact Fangsu and Gongshan was concealing his identity as the manager of the antique coffee shop had ultimately been disclosed to the CCG by Takatsuki Izumi. So that is how it is. Qin Feng nodded. Beginning to comprehend the reason behind Jinhu Wusu's fervent agitation, he had finally awaited his opportunity for vengeance against the wretched death of his wife, Jinhu Wei. During the previous 11th District campaign, Wusu had witnessed the owl escape, his expression a ghastly sight, teeth gritted, nearly contorted in anguish, his eyes brimmed with a fierce, unquenchable desire to take flight and pursue. Yet, he could not inform Wusu that he had misidentified the culprit, The one responsible for his wife's death was not this owl, but another. Thus, Qin Feng could only offer a comforting pat on his shoulder at that moment. Now, while Wu Su still held onto the wrong assumption, the true murderer, Takatsuki Izumi, would likely reveal herself this time, alleviating the need for further entanglements. Mr. Qin Feng, the operation to hunt the owl has been decided in the meeting. Wu Su eagerly conveyed the good news, his tone brimming with anticipation. In 2 days, we at CCG intend to launch a significant offensive in the 20th district to eradicate this one-eyed owl. Will you lend us your assistance? He awaited Qin Feng's response with great eagerness, for the strength of the one-eyed owl made its defeat a daunting task. Within CCG, only the White Reaper Kirishima Ayato and Qin Feng himself had previously bested such a formidable foe. If Qin Feng agreed to aid them, the chances of success in this hunt would be considerably bolstered. Of course, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng nodded in acceptance of Wu Su's invitation. Not only had he promised to aid in avenging his fallen comrade, but his own primary mission was also the hunt for the owl, thus, refusal was not an option. 2 days, then? Very well, I shall be there. Acknowledging the hopeful gaze of Wu Su, Qin Feng affirmed his commitment. Thank you immensely, Mr. Qin Feng, Wu Su exclaimed, elated by his response. Your involvement will greatly enhance our odds of success. He recognized that even the collective might of several special investigators could not rival the confidence Qin Feng inspired in him. Such was the esteem in which he was held within CCG. After all, who else could dare to infiltrate the lair of the Blue Tree organization single-handedly and slay their leader? It was indeed thanks to Qin Feng's intervention in the last Blue Tree campaign that CCG achieved such a resounding victory. Otherwise, they would have expended countless resources and lost numerous investigators to vanquish the organization. Thank you so much. In acknowledgement, Jinhu Akira bowed in gratitude towards Qin Feng. Although she found his earlier actions infuriating, she understood the weight of kindness. Avenge her mother, this had been her long-held aspiration. Thank you, Mr. Qin Feng, her disciple. Amano Katar also expressed heartfelt gratitude for Qin Feng's assistance. Soon, the day of the owl hunt arrived. A splendidly assembled CCG task force departed from headquarters, heading towards the 20th district. In preparation for the operation, they had even evacuated residents from several streets surrounding the antique CAF, ensuring thorough readiness for battle. The contingent was indeed impressive, comprising 4 special investigators, Shinohara Yashiki, Kuroiwa Kei, Maruti Isai, and Tanakamura Nozomi. Additionally, 3 quasi-special investigators, HGSHK, Yui Gun, and Bikawa Tadashi joined the ranks, along with numerous upper and lower-grade investigators, totaling over 100, forming a formidable assembly. The operations commander was none other than the current CCG director, Yoshikazu SH. To utterly eliminate the one-eyed owl, they effectively sealed off the entire neighborhood. Such grand maneuvers by CCG naturally caught the attention of the antique CAF's Qin Feng, who observed the mass exodus of surrounding residents. News reports on television echoed warnings of an imminent CCG operation in the 20th district, urging residents to evacuate promptly. The inhabitants complied without hesitation. Living in a world ravaged by ghouls, they were all too aware of the perils posed by these inhuman creatures and had no intention of remaining behind. Qin Feng surmised that his identity had been compromised. In truth, following Shinohara's unexpected visit to the CAF and their subsequent conversation, he had sensed the investigators' growing suspicion regarding his identity, realizing that concealment would not last long. The owl that does not kill had no intention of fleeing. It merely sent the unwitting Kei Donato away with Shikigami, dispersing the ghouls working in the CAF while it remained behind. Aware of its own past sins, it sought redemption and aimed to sacrifice itself as the one-eyed owl, hoping to divert CCG's pursuit of its daughter, Takatsuki Izumi. Thus, Qin Feng willingly prepared for its fate. This, perhaps, epitomized a father's love. Unbeknownst to Takatsuki Izumi, who harbored resentment towards her father, this was the path he chose. Sensing Qin Feng's desire for atonement, the CAF's 2 employees, the SS-grade Ghoulser Makuki Oka and Black Doberman Inami Kinzuya, also chose to stay, willingly joining their manager in facing CCG, ready to confront their past sins and accept their destiny. On the eve of CCG's assault, Qin Feng prepared one final cup of coffee for his companions, Oka and Kinzuya. In this manner, the 3 ghouls savored the last taste of life within the antique CAF, awaiting the arrival of CCG. Meanwhile, within a transport vehicle en route to the 20th district, Qin Feng broke the tense atmosphere before battle, observing Jinhu Akira's high heels. Hey, Akira, we're about to engage in combat, yet you're still wearing heels? The surprise in his voice drew the attention of Wu Su and Amano Katar, who turned to regard Akira's footwear. Akira, usually composed and capable, felt her ears flush red as she instinctively tucked her feet beneath her seat, glaring at Qin Feng, rendered speechless by his remark. It was her first experience being scrutinized by so many, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. I've long been accustomed to wearing this to confront enemies. What is it to you? After taking a few deep breaths, Akira regained her composure and huffed in response. What's wrong with wearing high heels? Does it offend you? It's merely a pair of shoes. They want to hinder my combat abilities. Are you overstepping your bounds, acting like a guardian? Oh. I merely worry that you might twist your ankle in battle and find yourself in peril. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Displaying the concern of an elder for a junior, and gently admonished, you realize this could hinder your movements, don't you? Shushao. While it is indeed a natural inclination for girls to cherish their beauty, you must consider the consequences. If you were to stumble and a ghoul sees the opportunity to bite into your leg, that would hardly be a beautiful sight. In the original narrative, wasn't it true that Canoe's show was caught off guard and suffered a grievous bite from the S-class ghoul, Naoki, on her calf? Although that depraved golden-haired ghoul has long since met his end at my hands. Humph, our CCG's sole female special class investigator, Onpu Kyoko, also has a penchant for high heels. Why do you not express any concern regarding her? Canoe's show, quick-witted as she was, deftly shifted the conversation towards the higher-ranking Onpu Kyoko. Reflecting on Onpu Kyoko's long, alluring legs adorned in black stockings, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and candidly remarked, "She is bound to face dire consequences eventually." Indeed, in the original work, Onpu Kyoko was ultimately incapacitated by the male protagonist, Kaneki Ken, who severed her legs, leaving her confined to a wheelchair. Can one truly assert that her fondness for high heels did not contribute to her misfortune? Even though Onpu Kyoko possessed formidable strength and could easily contend with the average S-class ghoul, her chances against an opponent of equal or greater prowess would surely diminish. The thought of that scene stirred a sense of pity in Qin Feng. Such beautiful legs, lost to the whims of fate. How ruthless Kaneki Ken could be. Shushao. Mr. Qin Feng speaks wisely. You should indeed consider changing your footwear. Canoe's show squinted, seemingly contemplating the matter seriously, before addressing her daughter. As a seasoned investigator, his extensive combat experience with ghouls left no room for carelessness, prompting him to impart this heartfelt advice. Father, even you would suggest that? Canoe's show felt a blend of resignation and obligation, ultimately opting for a pair of standard combat boots. Truly, Mr. Qin Feng possessed an acute awareness. Sitting quietly nearby, Ayamagitara wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Feng's perspective. However, having recently learned a lesson from Canoe's show's spirited nature, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently giving Qin Feng a thumbs up in admiration. Humph, my role is merely to secure the perimeter. Yet you, on the verge of confronting an SSS-class ghoul, seem rather relaxed. Do not take this lightly. Canoe's show harbored resentment, unwilling to yield, and challenged Qin Feng. Your opponent is rumored to be the SSS-class ghoul, the one-eyed owl. Shouldn't you be taking this more seriously? Oh, I've faced such foes before. What is there to fear? Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Compared to our last encounter, I've grown a tad stronger. He gestured, pinching a small space between his thumb and forefinger. Apologies, but I am now invincible. He chuckled. Call it boasting. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Witnessing the playful banter between the two, Jinhu Wusu did not intervene. Instead, he watched with amusement. Qin Feng's confident demeanor further bolstered his faith in the upcoming operation against the ghouls. As Jinhu Wusu understood that Qin Feng was not one to make empty claims. If he truly felt assured, he would indeed succeed. In the entire CCG, only the canteen ant might believe Qin Feng's words, especially since his appetite had noticeably increased. Before long, the CCG's main operational force arrived in District 20. The operation commenced. At the command of the Action Headquarters in Sujishur, they systematically deployed personnel, completely sealing off the streets surrounding the antique CAF to prevent any ghouls from escaping. Meanwhile, the main contingent advanced towards the CAF, encircling it and preparing for battle. Soon, 3 ghouls seated in the antique CAF emerged willingly. Finally, you've arrived, members of CCG. Fangsu and Gaoshan squinted his eyes, exuding the calm demeanor of a host welcoming guests. With a smile gracing his face. Welcome. Thus, the battle was ignited. Facing the encircling forces of the CCG, even with over a dozen Q-Barrett assault rifles aimed at them, the masked simians Kakaku and Black Doberman and Ami Sui stepped out through the back door, proactively launching an attack. Their movements were incredibly agile. They leaped high and within moments plunged into the crowd, unleashing a bloody massacre. The fully armed human squad could scarcely perceive their motions before they were upon them, using their kakuja to strike down opponents, blood splattering everywhere, leaving no room for retaliation. Even as they instinctively fired at their positions, they missed entirely, inadvertently injuring their comrades instead. Stay calm. The squad leader responsible for encircling the back of the CAF shouted, urging everyone to maintain their composure. There are only 2 of them. Huh, only 2? Inami Sui scoffed coldly after dispatching a human soldier. Humans really are slow on the uptake. Kakaku chimed in, raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. In an instant, a multitude of ghouls appeared, former subordinates from the Demon, Monkey, and Black Dog organizations. These 2 SS-ranked ghouls, once leaders of their respective factions, now had their loyal followers rallying to fight alongside them, vowing to stand by their side to the death. Then, let us engage in a grand battle. All the ghouls simultaneously charged at the human forces, a formidable onslaught. In no time, the vanguard squad found themselves retreating under relentless pressure. Demon Monkey and Black Dog? Haven't they disbanded long ago? How curious that they are not remnants of the Qing Tong tree. The CCG personnel recognized the identities of these ghouls from their masks. their skepticism evident. However, reinforcements from CCG's elite forces soon arrived, stabilizing the situation. As a special class investigator, Maruti was dispatched by Suji Shur to command the battle here. He called upon the special class investigator Tanaka Maru to specifically confront the SS-ranked Ghoul Simian's Kakaku. While he coordinated with investigators Bakukawa Tadashi and Ui Gun, along with several upper-class investigators, including Hirako J, to collectively face Black Doberman Anami Sway with calm resolve. High-dimensional cannon. Special class investigator Tanaka Maru shouted, brandishing two massive, tube-like Kakuja weapons towards Kakaku and his ghoul subordinates. A powerful blue shockwave erupted, crashing into the horde of ghouls, triggering a fierce explosion that felled several of them instantly. Kakaku deftly evaded the attack, turning to regard the special class investigator with a slight shift in expression. Hey, that is quite dangerous. Monkey, you'd best return to the mountains. Tanaka Maru and Simian's Kakaku quickly engaged in a fierce clash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Doberman Anami Sway encountered her formidable adversaries, the scarred Bakukawa Tadashi, Ui Gun, and a host of upper-class investigators who surrounded her. Well, if it isn't the Black Dog. Long time no see, Bakukawa Tadashi sneered, his eyes fixed on his nemesis. Woof, woof. Anami Sway's blood-red Kakuja eyes glared at him, playfully barking, inciting veins to pulse on Bakukawa's forehead. In the next moment, both parties launched into battle. At the same time, Fangsu and Gongshan strode out through the front door of the antique CAF, confronting the main force of CCG alone. Welcome, the main force, led by special class investigators Shinohara Koiki and Kuroi Wagon, eyed him warily, refraining from immediate action. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides locked eyes from a distance of several meters. The act of seizing life is a sin. From the moment we are born, we begin to plunder other beings. Life is a never-ending act of transgression. Life is sin itself. Fangsu and Gongshan surveyed the crowd, his Kakuja organs manifesting around him, transforming into the guise of the one-eyed owl, completing his transformation before their eyes. I embody sin. His blood-red eyes bore into the onlookers, his voice cold as the winds of hell. And you humans are equally so. Let us engage in a mutual slaughter. The bloodlust surged, the malevolence palpable, exerting an overwhelming presence. Despite Shinohara Koiki and Kuroi Wagon's mental preparations, beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads, as if facing an imminent enemy. This was the oppressive aura exuded by an SSS-ranked ghoul. Even some of the less powerful investigators found their legs trembling involuntarily, their fingers quivering. Oh dear, they have resolve. Qin Feng, grasping his silver white box, stepped forward with determination. With a gentle press of his thumb, he extracted his formidable spear, since you wish to atone with your life. Allow me to accompany you in this endeavor. He regarded the formidable K gone, unwilling to let it unleash its malice unchecked. I advise you against wreaking havoc upon these ordinary yet extraordinarily courageous ghoul investigators. They are not your adversaries, and it would be a pity for them to perish needlessly. I shall be your opponent. What an honor. K-Gon recognized Qin Feng, recalling their previous encounter in District 11, which had left a lasting impression. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Feng had discerned its innermost thoughts, leaving K-Gon somewhat astonished, its single eye flickering with intrigue. If I must perish by his hand, so be it. With that, K-Gon's solitary eye suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. In the next instant, countless crimson projectiles erupted from its body, surging forth like a tempest towards Qin Feng. Although primarily aimed at him, the attack encompassed a considerable area. Should such an onslaught strike the crowd, numerous lives would undoubtedly be lost, for they would be utterly defenseless. How chaotic. Qin Feng brandished his halberd and charged forward, expertly deflecting every single one of his sharp projectiles with remarkable skill and elegance, captivating onlookers. Observing this, Fangsu and Gongshan ceased his torrential barrage of projectiles and, seizing the initiative, lifted his massive hardened arm blade, delivering a ferocious strike aimed directly at Qin Feng's head. The ferocity of the attack mirrored the intensity of their previous encounter. With a flash in his eyes, Qin Feng raised his halberd to block. Clang! The immense force collided, producing a terrifying sound that unleashed a shockwave, radiating outward from the two combatants. Was this truly a display of their utmost effort? Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through the halberd, a smile tugged at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Yet, it was still far from sufficient. In the next moment, he exerted tremendous strength, sending his opponent hurtling through the air. What extraordinary might! Kangura Koshan spun several times before finally regaining his balance and landing back on the ground, only to realize he had been flung several dozen meters away. Moreover, compared to their previous encounter, this man seemed to have grown even stronger. In comparison to us ghouls, you resemble a monster. Huh, monster, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing Kangura Koshan's incredulous tone, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. We humans are, after all, monsters. He stated matter-of-factly, gripping his halberd as he steadily advanced towards his opponent. As you mentioned, if plundering is indeed a sin, then humanity has long since become irredeemable. On this planet, humanity has survived and evolved for millions of years. Do you think this is achieved through love? It is through violence. Countless species have been utterly annihilated by humankind throughout history. With unstoppable force, we have ascended to the pinnacle of this planet's food chain, transforming everything into resources for our own growth. Humanity has established the splendid civilization before your eyes, built upon a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. We are, after all, the so-called terrifying upright apes. What do you perceive humanity to be? Little lambs? Conversely, it is you ghouls who have inexplicably emerged, even audacious enough to view humanity solely as sustenance. So weak, yet you target the dominant beings at the apex of this planet's food chain. What utter arrogance! Weakness and ignorance have never been obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. As Qin Feng's footsteps quickened, they bore the weight of humanity's pride since its inception. With a sudden motion, he brought down the great halberd upon Fangsuan Gongshan. Clang! The SSS-class ghoul, momentarily stunned, raised its arms in defense, hardening its hands into blades to withstand the blow. Sparks flying in every direction. Yet, it was unable to resist the sheer force. Its feet sank into the ground, leaving two spiderweb-like craters in the concrete. A violent gust of wind erupted outward. In the next instant, the halberd struck again, sending it crashing into a nearby shop, overturning merchandise and leaving chaos in its wake. The wielder of the halberd showed no hesitation and immediately pursued his prey. Soon, the sound of fierce battle echoed from within the store. What on earth is happening? The assembled ghoul investigators were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. They had approached this formidable SSS-class non-human creature with a resolute determination, ready to face it as challengers. But what had they just witnessed? An SSS-class ghoul, brimming with ferocity and arrogance, was being relentlessly overpowered. Like a baseball, it was struck from one side to the other. This was utterly terrifying. Moreover, that frenzied declaration, though seemingly factual, stirred an undeniable excitement within them. Shouldn't we lend a hand? Even the usually taciturn Hei Pandin could not suppress his thoughts and turned to his partner. Help whom? Shinohara Yuki tilted his head in response. Does Mr. Qin Feng appear to need assistance? I fear he might find us a hindrance and retaliate against us. Both special investigators felt a chill at the prospect of such an occurrence. Despite donning the improved type of Quink's armor, fully prepared for a fierce battle, they found themselves standing idle, uncertain of what to do. How about we provide support to the other front? It seemed rather inappropriate to leave only Tanakamura Mochiyuki, a special investigator, to confront an SSS-class ghoul, infamous as the Ape Demon. Furthermore, another SSS-class ghoul, the Black Doberman, had once wreaked havoc and could not be underestimated. Not to mention, they were accompanied by a host of lesser ghouls, relying solely on the likes of Bokawa Tadashi, Ui-gun, and Hirako J might not ensure their safety in driving them off or eliminating them. With such thoughts, Shinohara Yuki nodded, taking the initiative to contact their superiors and seek permission for action. You may proceed to assist the other team. For reasons unknown, the tone of Ishuji, seated in the command vehicle, was somewhat irritable, yet he acquiesced to their request. Had anyone been able to discern the expression on the director's face, they would surely have noted a shadow of discontent. Perhaps it was the impact of Qin Feng's earlier declaration that stirred discontent within Ishuji, a member of the He family and a ghoul in disguise. Soon, having received the green light, Shinohara Yuki and Hei Pandin set off to provide support elsewhere. Meanwhile, the upper investigator, Shernado Wu, chose to remain behind, eager to witness the demise of his nemesis firsthand. Aware of his own limitations, he intently focused on the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Suzuya Juzo, a third-class investigator, opted not to follow. It was not due to his lower rank. In truth, his prowess was already comparable to that of a quasi-special investigator, if not a special investigator. Rather, he wished to remain and observe Mr. Qin Feng's combat, deeming the opportunity rare. At that moment, Suzuya Juzo watched the fierce clash with fervent eyes. Boom. Once more, Fangsuan Gongshan was sent hurtling across the street, crashing through the sturdy wall opposite and collapsing amidst the debris. So this is your perception of us ghouls? The SSS-class ghoul arose from the rubble, looking rather pitiful, its body marred by wounds. Yet, as it breathed and stepped forth, the injuries began to heal, leaving only tattered garments as remnants of its suffering. Are we ghouls truly such tragically fated beings? Fangsuan Gongshan gazed at the approaching Qin Feng, whose single eye glowed ominously, now dim compared to its initial brilliance. Indeed. Qin Feng did not hasten his pursuit, his steps measured and deliberate. If you ghouls are destined for extinction, it is precisely because of this. Your diet is far too monotonous. Under the moonlight, the great halberd in his hand glimmered with a chilling light. Being excessively picky can lead to malnutrition, you know. Qin Feng smiled broadly, his tone laden with profound implications. This is a principle even a child would grasp. While it is true that your physical prowess surpasses that of humans, and your organs provide remarkable advantages, it can be argued that your dietary habits reflect a profound regression. Though such a statement may seem harsh, the survival of the fittest is indeed the law of this world. It appears that the hope for mutual understanding and coexistence with you humans is, regrettably, a mere fantasy. Fangsuan Gongshan, who has always yearned to integrate into human society, found himself hearing another perspective on the issue between ghouls and humans for the first time, one that was starkly cold. This caused the heart that once brimmed with anticipation to gradually grow icy, for he found himself at a loss for rebuttal against the other's words. Yet, simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged within him, and the atmosphere around him thickened with a palpable bloodlust. Indeed, Qin Feng paid no heed. Continuing his stride, what mutual understanding and coexistence are you speaking of? Without addressing the fundamental premise of your ghoul existence, which relies on the consumption of human flesh. Such discussions are mere empty rhetoric. This constitutes the primary conflict between humanity and ghouls. To deny a person on the brink of dehydration the right to water, or to withhold sustenance from one on the verge of starvation, is an affront to the very instincts of survival. As mere sustenance, how dare humanity consider companionship with ghouls? Therefore, Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon his opponent, a grin spreading across his face. Let us engage in mutual slaughter. He echoed the words previously spoken by Fangsu and Gongshan to the members of CCG, brandishing the great halberd in his hand, daring to wager everything. Ha ha ha, splendid, come forth. Fangsu and Gongshan, initially enveloped in silence, soon erupted into a hearty laugh, his aura surging as he charged toward him with fervor. Indeed, this was precisely the way. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he swung his halberd and charged forward with fervor. Concepts of atonement, self-sacrifice, and the notion of dying in place of his daughter as the one-eyed owl held no significance. To forget all of this and engage in a life-or-death struggle was the essence of true combat. The two forces clashed violently, with Fangsu and Gongshan shedding all reservations and unleashing his full prowess. The aftermath of their battle roared like a tempest, nearly obliterating the entire block. At long last, after more than 10 minutes, Fangsu and Gongshan's mask lay in tatters, and he collapsed onto the ground. His massive, menacing arms, once wielding blades of terror, had been severed, rendering him powerless to recover. His body was a canvas of gruesome wounds, drenched in crimson, staining his tattered robes. He lacked even the strength to draw a breath. Delicate snowflakes drifted down from the heavens, landing softly on his upturned face. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse the visage of his long-departed human wife, smiling at him amidst a gentle, warm glow. She had come to welcome him. A faint smile graced Fangsu and Gongshan's lips as he reached for her outstretched hand. Filled with contentment, this once notorious SSS-class ghoul, who had committed countless atrocities in his youth yet later chose to cease harming humanity, had finally reached the end of his life's journey. Farewell, and may the path ahead be serene. Qin Feng stood a short distance in front of it, softly bidding farewell. A subtle warmth emanated from his body, yet he bore no wounds, not even a bead of sweat. This had been a thrilling battle, indeed, for Kamishiro Goshan. As for him, it was merely a means to warm up, to stretch his muscles. His upper limits of strength? Completely beyond assessment. In the past, Kamishiro Goshan could have been deemed a formidable opponent, but now, he was simply not on the same level. Thus, when he spoke of wagering everything, it was truly to encourage the other to cast aside distractions in their final moments and engage in a worthy fight, leaving no regrets behind. This was a mark of respect for Kamishiro Goshan, an SSS-class ghoul. After all, under his influence, many ghouls in District 20 had resorted to consuming the corpses of humans who had either committed suicide or met with accidental deaths, thereby sparing countless innocent lives from the clutches of tragedy. Because of Kamishiro Goshan's existence, many families had been shielded from the horrors of death. Let this be considered the accumulation of his good deeds over the years. At the very least, Qin Feng harbored no ill feelings towards him. He could choose to kill or spare him. On the other side, thanks to special investigators Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Ueo leading their team for support, the battle swiftly reached its conclusion, successfully defeating the SS-class ghouls Sare Onikuki Maru and Korwa Doba Nashikawa, along with their ghoul organization, achieving a resounding victory. The hunt was victorious. Soon, upon confirming the demise of their target, the commander Yoshikazu declared their triumph loudly. The members of CCG erupted in cheers, celebrating their success. They had anticipated significant sacrifices to accomplish the mission and were prepared for loss. Historically, to successfully take down an SSS-class ghoul, CCG had to endure considerable sacrifices, often resulting in severe casualties. Even in victory, it was typically a Pyrrhic one. However, thanks to Qin Feng's presence, they had all survived, and their gratitude and joy were immense. They felt fortunate to have fought alongside a powerhouse like Qin Feng, which was why special investigators were held in such high regard. Haha. Witnessing the demise of the one-eyed owl, Takato Wushu was overwhelmed with emotion, bursting into laughter with tears streaming down his face. Wei, did you see? Wei, your vengeance has finally been fulfilled. Even now, he still believed Kamishiro Goshan was the owl that had murdered his wife, having avenged his great grievance. He fell to his knees, gazing up at the sky, tears of joy flowing down his cheeks. Qin Feng did not exult in victory. Instead, he gazed upwards at the sky, furrowing his brow. Even if humanity does not face utter defeat, do you still intend to proceed? Takatsuki Izumi. This is hardly a prudent choice. Suddenly, a red meteor streaked across the snow-laden night sky, crashing violently before him. The thin layer of snow on the ground was instantly scattered, only to be vaporized by the intense heat that followed. Amidst the swirling smoke, a monstrous figure emerged before the crowd. An ear-splitting roar erupted, nearly piercing the eardrums of those present, leaving them in discomfort. The force of its presence was staggering. It was, unmistakably, a ghoul, ferocious and unrelenting. Moreover, its size was monumental, several times larger than the form of the previous ghoul they had encountered. What? What is happening? What has fallen? Was that a meteor? No, that red meteor is a ghoul. A second one-eyed owl. As the panicked crowd finally discerned the unfolding events, disbelief washed over them. Although its appearance differed slightly and its size had increased exponentially, the familiar visage and the bloodthirsty gleam of its single eye were unmistakable. It was indeed their target, the one-eyed owl. How could there be a second one? This was inconceivable. The cheers of victory from humanity upon the arrival of Takatsuki Izumi were abruptly stifled as if gripped by an unseen hand. Takatsuki Izumi descended like a red meteor, a prearranged signal for attack. Quickly, the members of CCG noticed numerous ghouls clad in red cloaks appearing on the rooftops around them, each don various masks, distinct from one another, yet united by the malicious glint in their eyes, fixated upon the surrounded humans, the remnants of the blue tree. From their attire, the CCG members instantly recognized their identities. Since the last battle against the blue tree, these defeated remnants had scattered, their whereabouts unknown. Now, it was evident that they had regrouped under the command of the colossal one-eyed owl. A rough count revealed at least 100 of them. Why were they here? What connection existed between the first defeated owl and the sudden appearance of the second? Was this a trap aimed at the CCG? Realizing the gravity of their situation, the search officers began to speculate anxiously. The second owl? True, the beleaguered Jin Wu had been momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the roaring one-eyed owl, his mind swirling in confusion. Which owl had he and his wife, Jin Wu, encountered all those years ago? Who was the true perpetrator? Had he truly avenged his wife's murder? Be cautious. Before the CCG could fully grasp the situation, the ghouls of the Blue Tree organization launched their assault. They leaped from the rooftops, revealing their Kagun, descending with ferocity. The piercing projectiles of Kagun plunged into the crowd, unleashing a torrent of chaos and bloodshed. The CCG, who had believed the battle against the owls concluded and were celebrating their victory, had let down their guard and dispersed their formation. Now, they found themselves caught off guard by a sudden ambush, resulting in heavy casualties. Take cover. Stay concealed. Counterattack. Counterattack. Yet, as the elite of humanity, they quickly reverted to their training, swiftly regrouping to confront the attacking ghouls of the Blue Tree. A fierce battle ensued, gunfire echoing through the air. Meanwhile, the one-eyed owl, having descended like a red meteor, observed the near slaughter of humanity with a sense of smug satisfaction. This was a trap meticulously crafted to orchestrate the current predicament. A long-awaited victory. The CCG's campaign against the owls was, indeed, part of Takatsuki Izumi's multifaceted plan. First, to exact revenge on her despised father, Nashitoki Washu. Second, to ensure that the CCG and the ghouls of the antique CAF and District 20 would suffer mutual destruction, thereby weakening the CCG. And third, to allow the Blue Tree to reap the benefits, launching a surprise attack when the CCG was sufficiently weakened, ultimately obliterating these humans. Additionally, they could capture a few promising humans to take back to Dr. Kanu's laboratory for the one-eyed ghoul transformation project. Now, it seemed that aside from the CCG's strength not being severely diminished, her plan had largely come to fruition. How could she not revel in this turn of events? Recently, during Takatsuki Izumi's brief absence from the Blue Tree to attend her book signing, she returned to find her organization decimated by the CCG, their territory seized. And even her cherished Matoi Ryu had perished, an utterly unfathomable blow, akin to a thunderclap. Subsequently, reeling from this setback, she re-emerged as the leader of the one-eyed owl, successfully regrouping the remnants and managing to reconstruct the Blue Tree. Simultaneously, her hatred for the CCG had reached a fever pitch, her inner fury raging uncontrollably. In pursuit of vengeance against the CCG, she meticulously devised this conspiracy, laying traps and ambushes. Now, with her plan materializing, she savored the taste of revenge. She roared with exhilaration, liberating the pent-up joy within her. Enough with the noise, it's quite bothersome. Qin Feng remained unmoved by its sudden appearance, from beginning to end. His expression was tranquil. He cast a fleeting glance at it, his tone laden with gravity, despite possessing intelligence akin to that of humans. Do you not feel a sense of shame, resorting to the senseless howls of a wild beast? The roar of Takatsuki Izumi came to an abrupt halt, rendered momentarily bewildered by the reprimand. However, its fearsome, grotesque head soon turned, lowering itself to scrutinize the speaker, Qin Feng. That singular, glowing red eye fixed upon him with an intensity brimming with brutality and malice. Under the moonlight, its towering frame, exceeding 3 meters in height, cast a shadow that nearly engulfed the diminutive figure of the human before it. Humph! It emitted a disdainful snort, neither male nor female, before raising its robust, clawed arm, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Qin Feng. For the human who had nearly thwarted her plans, she yearned only to reduce him to a mere pulp with a single strike. Clang! Qin Feng raised his halberd, deflecting the attack with a calm gaze that remained unperturbed. It was you, the one who killed Jinhu Wei 10 years ago, wasn't it? He inquired, though it bore more resemblance to a statement of certainty. This inquiry was not merely directed at Takatsuki Izumi. It was deliberately voiced for the benefit of Jinhu Wu Su, allowing him to recognize the true foe behind his wife's murder. Was it she who took Wei's life? Jinhu Wusu harbored no doubts about Qin Feng's words. The glimmer of confusion in his eyes swiftly morphed into hatred, fixating intensely on Takatsuki Izumi. Ah! In response, Takatsuki Izumi dismissed him with contempt, letting out a shrill cry. And with renewed vigor, pressed down forcefully with her clawed arm that was locked in a stalemate with Qin Feng. Countless CCG investigators have perished at her hands. How could she possibly remember Jinhu Wei's name? Unlike Yoshimura, she loathed humanity, detested the CCG, and even harbored disdain for the world at large. When she transformed into the one-eyed owl, the darker facets of her personality were laid bare, cruel and merciless, savagely inclined. She would deliberately employ exceedingly brutal methods to torment and torture those she defeated, regardless of whether they were human or ghoul. Yet, to her astonishment, Qin Feng had managed to block her assault. Even as she focused all her strength, her claw met an immovable resistance in his halberd. Not going to refute. Then I shall take it as your acquiescence, Qin Feng remarked calmly. In the next instant, a crescent-shaped blade glimmered to life. Crack! The massive claw that had been pressing down upon his head was severed in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. Ya! With a shriek, the colossal form of Takatsuki Izumi, embodying the one-eyed owl, swiftly retreated several paces with unexpected agility. In the following moment, a multitude of Kagun spikes erupted from her body, hurtling towards Qin Feng. The air was filled with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Qin Feng wielded the halberd in his hand, effortlessly parrying the sharp projectiles. He then charged towards Takatsuki Izumi. The severing of her arm was not a grave injury for her. With a surge of vitality, her wound writhed momentarily, and a new arm sprouted forth, nearly indistinguishable from the original. As Qin Feng advanced with ferocity, her solitary eye gleamed with a menacing light, her formidable form leaping high, while her massive arms transformed into blades, crossing ominously as they descended towards him. With a swift motion, Qin Feng halted his advance, deftly evading the impending strike. The cobblestone street beneath him bored two deep grooves, extending laterally in both directions. However, Qin Feng paid little heed to this. After a brief pause of merely half a second, he propelled himself forward once more, charging towards Takatsuki Izumi, wielding his formidable halberd. He executed an upward slash aimed at her head. In response, Takatsuki Izumi, still suspended in midair, quickly tilted her head back to evade the blow. A fine crack appeared on her menacing mask, and a few droplets of blood splattered forth, only to heal almost instantaneously, vanishing without a trace. She abruptly lowered her head, her powerful arms contracting forcefully towards the center. A thunderous boom erupted as the air was compressed and shattered around her. Yet, she failed to land a hit on Qin Feng, grasping only at emptiness. In a twist of fate, he had already positioned himself beneath her, thrusting his gleaming halberd upward like a spear piercing the heavens. With no other recourse, Takatsuki Izumi braced herself and endured the strike, as half of her body was impaled, blood staining the ground. Nevertheless, she remained unharmed. Despite the imposing size of her form, it was merely a fade, a shell that concealed her true essence. Her actual body was ensconced within the throat of the one-eyed owl, skillfully manipulating the colossal exterior as if it were a mere puppet. Qin Feng was acutely aware of the situation at hand. The great halberd in his grasp did not falter, cutting through the air towards her true form with relentless force. The path he carved was unstoppable. Takatsuki Izumi, sensing the imminent peril, forced her body to twist away, sparing no effort to extricate herself from her original position. As a consequence, half of her form was severed, nearly bisecting her. Yet, remarkably, her true essence remained unscathed. Engaging directly with Qin Feng, she quickly recognized the formidable nature of this adversary, feeling an overwhelming sense of difficulty in their confrontation. The prowess of Qin Feng truly surpassed her expectations. It was no wonder that her father had been unable to contend with this man, ultimately meeting his demise at his hands. Initially, she had attributed her father's defeat to his ineptitude, believing that years without indulging in fresh human flesh had rendered him weak and incapable of exerting his full strength. However, the brief skirmish they had just engaged in revealed the stark reality. The opponent had not unleashed his full potential when confronting Fangsuan Gongshan. This was a chilling revelation, for her own strength far exceeded that of Fangsuan Gongshan. This could be discerned from her physique, which was nearly several times that of Fangsuan Gongshan. She was a being entirely distinct from any ordinary ghoul, a veritable paragon amongst her kind, indisputably the strongest. Compared to other ghouls, her might was overwhelming. A quintessentially ferocious monster. Otherwise, how could she have earned the title of the One-Eyed King? Yet now, she felt an immense pressure emanating from this man. It was as if a single misstep could lead to her demise at his hands. This ominous premonition heightened her caution, leaving her acutely aware of the peril surrounding her. Gazing at the formidable figure standing not far away, Takatsuki Izumi's single eye flickered ominously, and in an instant, she pivoted and fled, her massive form leaping high as she ascended the building. Her two colossal arms transformed into claws for climbing, effortlessly embedding themselves into the wall, using the leverage to propel herself upward with relentless determination. Seeking to escape? Qin Feng raised his gaze towards the colossal figure that ascended before him, uncertain if it was a trap laid by his opponent or a genuine attempt to flee. Without hesitation, he pursued, propelled by the confidence that his strength bestowed upon him. He leapt upon the remnants of destruction left in the wake of his adversary, utilizing them to gain momentum in his chase. In no time, the figure vanished from the rooftop, yet he followed closely behind. Just as he was about to leap onto the rooftop, Takatsuki Izumi awaited him, lying in ambush, poised to strike unexpectedly. Fortunately, Qin Feng had anticipated this. Wielding his halberd as a hook, he deftly sidestepped several meters to the right, evading Takatsuki's assault and securing his footing on the rooftop. No sooner had he stabilized himself than a barrage of piercing shards rained down upon him like a tempest. With a swift rotation of his halberd, he deflected the onslaught, rendering it ineffective. In the next moment, Takatsuki closed the distance, her formidable silhouette casting a shadow overhead. The ground where he had stood moments before erupted into ruins, exposing the rooms below. Thankfully, the residents had long since evacuated. Qin Feng, having evaded her strike, positioned himself a dozen meters away. Takatsuki suddenly turned her gaze towards him, and Qin Feng, with a steely resolve, charged forth to launch his counterattack. A fierce battle erupted between them on the rooftop, a relentless clash of wills as they fought with fervor. The battlefield expanded, ultimately culminating on the rooftop of another building. Despite Takatsuki's full exertion, she could not match Qin Feng's prowess. This was not solely due to the disparity in their abilities, but also because Qin Feng had long been aware of her true position. Her vulnerabilities lay bare before him. In the end, the halberd in Qin Feng's grasp nearly cleaved her in twain, utterly shattering her ghoul form. What a fearsome man! Takatsuki collapsed in a corner of the rooftop, her upper body drenched in blood. The terror that Qin Feng instilled in her eclipsed the despair she had experienced years prior at the hands of the White Reaper. Arima Kishu. At least Arima's true identity as a half-ghoul came at the cost of significantly shortening his own lifespan. However, Qin Feng was entirely human, powerful, and unmatched. From every conceivable angle, she had been thoroughly overwhelmed, unable to mount any defense. This left Takatsuki in disbelief. Yet she was forced to accept the grim reality of her defeat. If a human could attain such strength, the future for ghouls indeed appeared shrouded in darkness. Qin Feng approached her, observing the flicker of spirit in her eyes that had long since surrendered to despair. Aren't you going to kill me? Takatsuki Izumi inquired with an unsettling calmness. Despite her current state, severed at the waist and appearing utterly tragic, she possessed a remarkable regenerative capability that could restore her life, even allowing for the regeneration of her lower half. Yet, she was acutely aware that her adversary would not grant her such mercy. Confronted with the imminent specter of death, she found an unexpected tranquility within herself. Perhaps she did not fear death, or perhaps she had long yearned for it, seeking an escape from this world she so loathed. Qin Feng did not act immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, pressed a few buttons, and aimed the camera at Takatsuki Izumi. What do you mean by this? Takatsuki Izumi squinted slightly, her expression frigid. Before you depart from this world, do you not wish to leave something behind? Qin Feng gazed at her with a serene expression, remarking, for instance, the purpose behind your establishment of the Qingtong Tree Ghoul Organization, the V Organization, and the origins of the world's distortion, among other dying words. Upon hearing his words, Takatsuki Izumi's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils quivering slightly. Soon after, Qin Feng emerged from the building's entrance, wearing a contemplative demeanor. Mr. Qin Feng, are you all right? True Wataka, upon seeing him emerge unscathed and seemingly unharmed, let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached him. Yes, I'm fine. Qin Feng glanced at him and nodded. The true household member, Wu Su, appeared hesitant, as if he wished to inquire about something, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Rest assured, that owl has already met its demise at my hands. Its lifeless body lies upon the rooftop of this very building. Qin Feng understood what the true household, Wu Su, wished to inquire about and empathized deeply with his sentiments. He gestured toward the building behind him, saying, Mr. Wu, please proceed with your team. Thank you ever so much. Mr. Qin. Wu Su, suppressing his overwhelming emotions, bowed deeply before hurrying into the building with several CCG investigators. Having received a definitive answer, it became clear that regardless of which criminal had taken his wife's life, he could now ascertain that his long-awaited vengeance had finally been fulfilled. This profound and searing hatred had tormented him for a decade, incessantly torturing his soul, and now, at long last, he could find solace. Meanwhile, a tall figure standing not far away also overheard the conversation and seemed to fall into a contemplative silence. Qin Feng naturally took note of the presence of this individual and turned to look, instantly recognizing the person's identity, Kaneki Qin. Hailed by the CCG as the Invincible Investigator and referred to as the White Reaper, he embodies the pinnacle of CCG's combat prowess. Adorned in a white trench coat and glasses, he exudes an air of refined elegance, resembling a scholarly gentleman of vast knowledge. Yet, his formidable strength is regarded as a nightmarish existence by the ghouls. Was the owl slain by you? Kaneki Qin inquired, stepping forward to stand before Qin Feng. He did not find it peculiar that Qin Feng recognized him. His fame within the CCG was universally acknowledged, and it was not surprising that anyone would recognize his countenance. The sole aspect he was keenly interested in was the confirmation of the death of the one-eyed owl, as if he sought to verify the matter once more. Moreover, Kaneki Qin noticed that the gaze Qin Feng directed at him lacked the fervor and reverence typically exhibited by other ghoul investigators upon encountering him, instead displaying a remarkable tranquility. Yes, he is dead, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod, reiterating his confirmation. He understood the reason behind Kaneki Qin's concern regarding this matter. The latter had previously made a clandestine pact with Takatsuki-sen to collaboratively select a one-eyed king to lead the ghouls in their quest for equal rights akin to humans, striving to forge a peaceful world where ghouls could live in stability. However, the unexpected demise of Takatsuki-sen had evidently disrupted Kaneki Qin's plans, shattering the expectations he held within. Is that so? He is really dead? Kaneki Qin nodded in acknowledgement of this outcome, saying little more. Yet, Qin Feng discerned a fleeting tremor in Kaneki Qin's gaze, which swiftly vanished, likely out of fear of revealing his uncharacteristic emotions to others. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Feng, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng did not intentionally linger on this matter, choosing instead to extend his right hand with a gracious demeanor and a warm smile. Recently, I was dispatched to your Neon Nation CCG for a study exchange, and I have gained immensely from the experience. Was it not a significant improvement? Compared to when he first arrived, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Furthermore, Qin Feng was well aware of the true nature of the individual before him. The real identity of Arima Kishu was that of a half-ghoul, hailing from the White Day Court, which ostensibly trained CCG investigators while secretly serving as a clandestine experimental base for cultivating new ghoul members for the V organization established by them. The present Arima Kishu was indeed one of the most distinguished among them, harboring a profound discontent with the dominion of the Arima family and yearning for rebellion against their control. A quintessential traitor. Greetings, I am Arima Kishu. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I warmly welcome your presence. I look forward to your guidance. In response, Arima Kishu's emotions were tumultuous. For whether intentionally or inadvertently, Qin Feng had ultimately disrupted a scheme he had meticulously orchestrated over many years. He was compelled to momentarily set down the box he was holding in his right hand to engage in a handshake. Indeed, at that moment, he held two boxes, one black and one white, as he was adept at wielding two weapons in combat. The black box, adorned with golden filigree, starkly contrasted with the standard silver-white cases of ordinary investigators. Within it lay Arima Kishu's unique quinqua, a weapon of S grade, IXA. Just moments ago, Arima Kishu had employed these two quinqua weapons, arriving just in time to provide support and decisively conclude the battle, showcasing his formidable prowess. Yes, the skirmish on the CCG's side had recently drawn to a close. The ambush by the remnants of the Qingtong tree had indeed posed considerable challenges for the CCG personnel. However, in the skirmish against the antique CAF, the losses incurred were not catastrophic, merely a significant expenditure of stamina, with several elite fighters remaining unscathed. Soon, they managed to withstand the onslaught of the Qingtong tree's remnants. Special investigators Shinohara Yukinori, Kuroiwa Iwa, and Tanaka Miramoto, along with the semi-special and superior investigators Ui Gun, Bashikawa Tada, and Hirako J, took the initiative to confront the most formidable of the S-class ghouls, successfully exterminating those that had been mercilessly slaughtering ordinary CCG investigators. The most perilous of them, the one-eyed owl, had been successfully diverted by Qin Feng, distancing itself from the battlefield, alleviating their concerns. Thus, after a brief initial chaos, the CCG firmly established its footing, forming a tight formation to successfully repel the ghouls' assault and launch a counterattack. Although taken by surprise, the CCG ultimately emerged victorious in this confrontation, not to mention the timely arrival of the White Reaper, Arima Kishu, the CCG's apex force, further obliterated the remnants of the Qingtong tree organization with unparalleled ferocity. Of course, Qin Feng was aware of this matter, for shortly after he triumphed over Takatsuki Izumi, he received the notification that the main storyline quest had been completed. The rewards associated with this primary quest were naturally within his grasp. Upon returning downstairs, aside from the precious video recording related to Takatsuki Izumi stored on his phone, Qin Feng's physical prowess had doubled once more, significantly enhancing his capabilities. It could be said that he now stood as an invincible force, unparalleled across the globe. To be frank, he was at a loss as to how he could have ever been defeated. Contemplating the newly refreshed main storyline quest, his gaze drifted toward the distant figures of Shinohara Yashiki and others, as thoughts began to formulate in his mind. When Tora Mitsuki and several CCG investigators hurriedly ascended to the rooftop, they indeed discovered the mangled corpse of Takatsuki Izumi. The previously exuberant expression on Tora Mitsuki's face froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief. The disparity in size between his eyes vanished, leaving them both eerily identical in size. Filled with incredulity, could she truly be the one-eyed owl? Who would have imagined that the notorious one-eyed owl, responsible for years of terror and bloodshed, would be revealed as a mere young girl? Despite her body being brutally severed and drenched in blood, with wounds gaping and her head pierced by a sharp weapon, her visage clearly reflected someone in her early 20s. Thus, the solitary assailant that had stormed into the CCG's district 10 years prior causing numerous casualties and ruthlessly devouring his wife, Mitsuki Wei, was actually a mere child of a few years' age? How utterly absurd. The adversary he had loathed for so many years, who had been the source of his hatred and thirst for vengeance, was, in fact, a young ghoul girl. In that moment, Tora Mitsuki stood frozen, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Moreover, what further perplexed the onlookers was the faint, enigmatic smile that played at the corners of her mouth, as if she were anticipating some amusing event to unfold. Was it mockery? Expectation? Satisfaction? It was undoubtedly a most peculiar sight. What had transpired in her final moments to elicit such an expression? The gathered individuals exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the enigma. "I think I recognize her," exclaimed one of the CCG investigators accompanying Tora Mitsuki, scrutinizing Takatsuki Izumi's features. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together. "Her pen name is Takatsuki Izumi, a renowned best-selling novelist." A novelist? The crowd turned to look at the investigator. Even Tora Mitsuki regained his composure, directing his attention toward him. "Indeed, it must be her. I've read her novels." Under the collective gaze of the group, the somewhat youthful investigator appeared a tad bashful. Scratching his head, "I used to really enjoy that book she wrote and even followed her work. Though, I seem to have forgotten her real name." A moment of silence ensued, but soon someone reacted. "Quickly, confirm her identity." "Yes." The young investigator's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he promptly accepted the command. Moments earlier, as Qin Feng had slain Takatsuki Izumi and descended the elevator, ding. "Congratulations, host, on completing the main storyline quest, The Hunt for the Owl. Quest reward, body strength doubled, now distributed. Please check your notifications." With the system's announcement resonating in his mind, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Oh, I actually completed it?" It appears that the CCG has successfully vanquished the remnants of the Aogiri tree. In the next instant, a familiar sensation enveloped him, and his bodily functions began to transform, continuously surpassing previous limits and growing increasingly powerful. He could even feel each cell within him exulting, releasing vast energy from deep within, spreading throughout his being until he was enveloped in an extraordinary sensation. In this euphoric state, the minutiae of his body underwent unimaginable changes at a microscopic level. A complete metamorphosis. His bodily functions were being remolded by this energy, evolving toward a higher plane of existence. This indescribable feeling was intoxicating. Alas, it lasted only a brief moment before it subsided. What followed was an overwhelming sense of strength coursing through him, filling him with an indomitable vigor. As though nothing in this world could impede his path, Qin Feng clenched his fist and placed it before him. This sensation feels distinctly different this time. In previous instances, his experiences had not been so intricately detailed. It was as if, on a spiritual level, the transformations within his body were magnified many times over, rendering his perceptions remarkably clearer. Could it be that the enhancement of my mental attributes has enabled me to discern details that I was previously oblivious to? Qin Feng couldn't help but speculate as he summoned his attribute panel, the ultimate system. Host, Qin Feng gender, male age, 241. 600 race, human transcendent strength, 960 constitution, 960 agility, 960 spirit, 960 world source points, 0 special abilities, linguistic mastery, mastery of firearms, mastery of combat, immunity to all poisons system backpack, life potions X10, energy potions X10, infinite bullets Desert Eagle. His attributes were on the verge of breaking 1,000. Gazing at the resplendent attribute panel, Qin Feng could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. He recalled that, according to the system's evaluation, the attribute values of an ordinary adult typically rested at a mere 5 points. This meant that his current physical metrics were nearly 200 times greater than those of an ordinary human. What an astonishing figure. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that he would become a superhuman. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of delight, prompting him to indulge in fanciful musings. A body of steel? Impervious to blades and bullets? Or perhaps a sanctified corporeal form? As for longevity, it had been extended by an astonishing 600 years, drawing ever closer to the remarkable milestone of 2,000 years. If this trend continued, it seemed that the prospect of living for a mere 10 millennia might soon become a tangible reality. In ancient times, emperors who were hailed with cries of long live were often mere puppets in a grand charade. Yet he, in truth, harbored the potential to attain such an extraordinary lifespan, a genuine promise of eternal vitality. How astonishing it was to grow increasingly youthful, with the rate of life consumption lagging behind the pace of life extension. Alas, he found himself almost overwhelmed by this conundrum. What a perplexing predicament. A smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips, his heart brimming with joy and delight, indulging in a moment of quiet triumph. Suddenly, a notification chimed. New main quest acquired. Eliminate the Hishio family. Quest reward, 1 world source point. What? In an instant, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the system's refreshed quest prompt. His surprise was not due to the fact that the new main quest required him to confront the Hishio family. He had anticipated that these cunning ghouls, masquerading as humans and infiltrating the upper echelons of society, would inevitably be targeted by the system as part of a main quest. Otherwise, He would not have whimsically decided to retrieve his phone and instruct Takatsuki Izumi to leave behind a final message before her demise. What truly astonished him, however, was the alteration in the quest for reward. It was no longer doubling physical strength, but had intriguingly transformed into the elusive world source point, which he had long struggled to comprehend how to acquire. This revelation left him utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Qin Feng stroked his chin, a frown creasing his brow as he realized the situation was far more complex than he had initially presumed. Could it be that the main storyline rewards, which had consistently doubled his physical prowess, were not a mere glitch? How naive he had been to think he had struck gold. It appeared these were simply standard quest rewards. Would his aspiration to become a sovereign truly remain attainable? Just then, the elevator reached the first floor, and the doors slid open automatically. With a contemplative expression, Qin Feng stepped outside. A few days later, in a cemetery on the outskirts of Tokyo, the CCG held a grand collective funeral for the ghoul investigators who had perished in the recent battles. After their cremation, the ashes were solemnly interred in the cemetery. The attendees donned matching black suits, meticulously arranged, their expressions grave, enveloped in a somber yet dignified atmosphere. Investigator FAC Xiangjie was appointed to preside over the ceremony, standing at the forefront as he recounted the valiant struggles of these individuals against the ghouls, paying tribute on behalf of the CCG and all of humanity. Expressing the highest respect. The recent battles had exacted a heavy toll on the CCG, particularly during the conflict with the Blue Poplar Tree, the invasion of Kukriya, and the recently concluded owl eradication campaign, resulting in a total death count exceeding 600, a staggering loss indeed. This was a funeral of considerable magnitude. It was only after the CCG had finally subdued the disruptive Blue Poplar Tree and successfully vanquished the one-eyed owl that they could pause to honor and enter the unfortunate souls who had sacrificed their lives. Following the devastation wrought by the Blue Poplar Tree, the CCG faced an overwhelming aftermath, grappling with a severe shortage of personnel. Qin Feng also attended the funeral, and although he was not an official member of the CCG, he came to pay his respects. Additionally, he had other matters to attend to during this rare gathering of so many individuals. As he gazed upon the seemingly boundless expanse of the large cemetery, he observed the rectangular gravestones arranged in countless rows, densely packed and innumerable. These stones represented the investigators of the CCG who had sacrificed their lives in the prolonged battle against ghouls over the years, a sight that was profoundly shocking. It must be said that when confronting ghouls, monsters with physical capabilities far surpassing those of humans, ordinary investigators were the most vulnerable to perishing. In terms of training, these regular investigators were not significantly different from the average person. They had merely undergone specialized basic combat training tailored to combat ghouls. They were often the lowest tier of combat personnel, suffering the highest casualties. This is the inevitable fate that befalls those of lesser strength. As the funeral concluded and attendees began to disperse, Qin Feng took the initiative to approach the targets he had long since selected for conversation, extending invitations to them. At present, Qin Feng's reputation within the CCG was formidable, rivaling that of the White Reaper, Kaneki Kin, and perhaps even surpassing it slightly, for he had single-handedly slain the SSS-class ghoul, the One-Eyed Owl, a remarkable achievement. To those unaware of the inner workings, this was an accomplishment even Kaneki Kin had not managed to achieve. Although Qin Feng was aware of the underlying complexities between Ma Gue and Takatsuki Izumi, he found no reason to explain himself to others, dismissing the need for clarification, as he was indifferent to such trivial reputations. In response to his invitation, although the recipients were uncertain of the purpose behind his request, they all acquiesced. Soon, the appointed time arrived. Oppose the CCG's abuse of violence. Protest against the CCG's brutal enforcement. Firmly protect the rights of ghouls to exist. Resist species discrimination. Humans and ghouls are equal. Harshly punish the CCG for its cruel acts of slaughter. Since the true identity of the One-Eyed Owl had been revealed as the renowned best-selling author Takatsuki Izumi, news of this spread inexplicably, causing an uproar across Japan. With public opinion in a frenzy, discussions surrounding ghouls resurfaced, presenting a cacophony of perspectives, as various factions emerged, complicating the discourse. In fact, a large group of her ardent readers even organized a protest march through the streets of Tokyo, brandishing homemade placards, creating a spectacle that drew attention. They chanted slogans and even approached the CCG's headquarters, vocally enumerating the CCG's transgressions and vehemently denouncing their actions. It seemed as though the CCG, which had relentlessly battled against ghouls, was now burdened with guilt, inciting public outrage that could only be quelled through retribution. The CCG's higher-ups were equally troubled, finding it inappropriate to detain the protesters or disperse them by force, as they had to respect human rights. Chaos would bring accountability. Thus, they were caught in a quandary, ultimately deciding to turn a blind eye. After all, protests were legal actions recognized by the government as a legitimate means of safeguarding one's interests in Japan. The CCG found itself in a precarious situation, with many operations hampered and unable to proceed. Consequently, the CCG held several press conferences to clarify their position. Yet these efforts yielded little effect, as protests continued to intensify. Ugh, these people. Maritoma stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, Slapping the glass in frustration as he observed the protesters below, his mood soured. What on earth are they thinking? Do they even possess reason? He had been thoroughly vexed by the demonstrators in recent days. Have you ever heard the saying? In a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. Beside him, Qin Feng regarded the crowd with a calm demeanor, shaking his head gently. Among 8 billion people globally, there will always be those who stand apart. We must learn to understand and embrace them. Understand? Embrace? Maritoma's face contorted in disbelief. His mouth twisting as his eyes twitched with agitation. Did they not realize that ghouls consume humans? He found it utterly incomprehensible that these individuals, all human, would rally in support of ghouls whose very existence depended on feeding on their kind. Often, if the ghouls' teeth had not sunk into their flesh, they remained blissfully ignorant of the meaning of pain. Qin Feng found it difficult to comprehend their line of reasoning. He gently patted Marushu's shoulder in a gesture of consolation, acknowledging that, after all, it wasn't he who would be devoured. It was indeed perplexing. If such occurrences were to unfold, our fallen colleagues from the CCG would surely weep beneath their gravestones. Marushu clenched his fists, speaking in a low voice. He turned and returned to his seat, too enraged to bear the sight of those people's faces any longer. The others in the room were not particularly shocked by this, yet their spirits were equally dampened. With a click, the door swung open, and Yashiki Shinohara stepped in with an apologetic expression, being the last to arrive. My sincerest apologies. I encountered some traffic on the way and have arrived late. He offered repeated apologies to the group, his demeanor exuding genuine sincerity, which everyone readily understood. No one truly minded the delay. As Yashiki took his place at the only vacant seat, all members were finally gathered. Madawukyu, Yamamoto Kitaru, Anpu Kyoko, Marushu, Yashiki Shinohara, Kuroiwa Iwa, Tanaka Miramoto, HGS Kaku, Uigon, and Suzuya Juzu were present, except for the unfortunate fallen Shimizu Shinmi and the White Reaper Rimakishu. All remaining 5 special investigation officers of the CCG were in attendance. Moreover, the ranks of the seasoned officers included Yamamoto Kitaru, Madawukyu, and several quasi-special investigation officers like HGS Kaku and Uigon, representing the pinnacle of CCG's combat strength. As for Suzuya Juzu, although he too had been promoted, he remained a second-class investigator. Nonetheless, he had received a special invitation from Qin Feng. Well then, Mr. Qin Feng. The group turned in unison towards him, their expressions grave. You summoned us here for a private meeting. What is it that you wish to discuss? Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you today because I have unexpectedly come into possession of crucial intelligence concerning the CCG. Qin Feng's countenance grew serious, his tone earnest. You are all comrades who have fought alongside me, steadfast and trustworthy, which compels me to seek your counsel, despite the presence of numerous moles within the CCG. As a traverser, Qin Feng was acutely aware of whom he could trust, ensuring that no traitors could infiltrate their ranks. Before we proceed, I would like you to view a video. Qin Feng produced a tablet and, after a few deft manipulations, positioned it upright before the assembled crowd. A video, relatively clear, commenced playing, revealing the upper half of Takatsuki Izumi. One of her crimson eyes glowed ominously, and a defiant grin spread across her lips. Greetings, esteemed members of CCG. The video, though brief, lasting only a few minutes, contained revelations that left the audience's scalps tingling with disbelief. The esteemed Hashigami family, known for founding and perpetually controlling the power of CCG, was, in fact, composed of ghouls. In the footage, Takatsuki Izumi divulged her lineage, the purpose behind the establishment of the Aojirai Tree organization, and the grim truth that the Hashigami family were ghouls who had secretly formed the V organization. She regarded this as the twisted root hidden behind the world's facade, harboring intense hatred and a desire to eradicate it completely. Who could have imagined that the family dedicated to expelling ghouls would themselves be ghouls? The implications were terrifying. The Hashigami family was deeply entrenched within CCG. One could almost equate the two as indistinguishable entities. Every department within CCG was infiltrated by their members, rendering them nearly inseparable. With the Hashigami family wielding substantial authority over the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau, the former and current chairs of CCG, as well as high-ranking officials and decision-makers across vital departments, were predominantly Hashigami family members. Power transitions and internal consolidation had effectively transformed CCG into an extension of their family influence. Even the head of the experimental research department was one of their own. The original developer of Quinkwa, Hashigami Yoshiyuki, was a direct descendant of the family. While such familial power succession was not uncommon in Japan due to its unique socio-political landscape, the revelation that the Hashigami family were not human, but rather ghouls, altered the narrative entirely. It suggested that ghouls had infiltrated human society to a chilling extent, with even the nation's highest authorities compromised by their presence. This was profoundly alarming. Upon hearing this news, disbelief swept through the crowd, rendering them momentarily speechless. How could this be possible? Yet, in truth, the Hashigami family's high-ranking members, as ghouls, had established an organization like CCG with the express purpose of expelling their own kind. Their fundamental aim was to maintain a precarious balance between ghouls and humans, ensuring that the ghoul population did not swell to alarming levels that would draw human scrutiny. nor did they wish for complete extermination of their kind. By preserving this delicate equilibrium, the Hashigami family could conceal their ghoul identity without attracting suspicion, thereby securing their position as dominators in both human and ghoul societies. To this end, the Hashigami family clandestinely founded the V organization, tasked with eliminating any threats to this balance, be they ghouls or humans. What shall you do, esteemed members of CCG? The video concluded with Takatsuki Izumi's eerie smile directed at the camera, as if perceiving the audience's panic and hesitation. Shall you kill them, or continue to obey them? Ah. How thrilling. Yet in the next instant, a sharp blade pierced her skull, abruptly silencing her triumphant laughter. This decisive act was executed by Qin Feng without an ounce of hesitation. The final frame of the video lingered ominously. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Maritosei was the first to rise. Slamming his hand on the table, glaring at Qin Feng, unable to contain his fury. To take the words of a mere ghoul at face value is utterly absurd. Mr. Qin Feng, this is a serious accusation. Moreover, it was an affront to authority, an unpardonable transgression in Japan. It was no wonder Maritosei was enraged. The current head of CCG, Hashigami Yashiki, had been a mentor to him. When Maritosei was still a minor figure, Hashigami Yashiki recognized his talents and treated him with utmost respect, promoting him to his current position. Now, for Qin Feng, an outsider, to boldly claim that the man he revered was a ghoul was an affront to anyone's dignity. I am inclined to believe you, Mr. Qin Feng, said Shinyatsu, resting his chin on his hands, observing the agitated Maritosei with a serious tone. Though the situation is indeed unsettling, I know Mr. Qin Feng. He does not make baseless claims. Grateful for the opportunity to avenge his grievances, he was willing to trust in Qin Feng's integrity. Indeed, Amon Kataru added, glancing between his mentor and Qin Feng, nodding in agreement. I concur. Sugiyama Shirzua raised his hand in support, his demeanor casual, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Please, calm yourself, Maritosei, admonished Shinohara Yukinori, commanding the irate Maritosei to regain his composure. Let us first clarify the matter at hand. Maritosei clenched his fists, taking several deep breaths until he finally regained his composure. Reseating himself, Shinohara Yukinori then turned to Qin Feng, his tone serious. Mr. Qin Feng, while I hold you in high regard, this is a matter of great importance. We cannot hastily label the Hashigami family as ghouls and enemies based solely on this video. Do you possess any additional evidence? The others nodded in agreement. Recognizing the absurdity of dismissing the Hashigami family based solely on the assertions of a singular one-eyed ghoul, they preferred to place their trust in a family that had dedicated decades to combating ghouls. Of course, behold, Qin Feng had anticipated this moment and was prepared. He produced a small box from his possession, opening the lid to reveal a peculiar mass of flesh and blood, seemingly alive and subtly writhing within. This is a fragment of a kakahu I obtained from the one-eyed ghoul. Calmly and unhurriedly, Qin Feng elucidated to the crowd. Initially, I certainly found it hard to believe her sole account. However, her words instilled a profound sense of unease within me, prompting me to verify the matter in my own way. Over the past few days, I have carried this ghoul's kagun, originating from her, discreetly on my person, and traversed the RC inspection gate at the CCG headquarters. As you may surmise, the outcome was predictable. Otherwise, I would not have summoned you all here today. Just as the one-eyed owl aptly remarked, our CCG Experimental Research Department's RC inspection gate is utterly incapable of detecting her kagun, allowing me to pass through with remarkable ease. Special Agent Shinohara, if I recall correctly, Mr. Masakato mentioned that your unexpected acquisition of unusual intelligence regarding the antique coffee shop came from the novelist Takatsuki Izumi, who visited the CCG headquarters for an interview. Am I right? Qin Feng gazed at Yoshinobu Shinohara and inquired. Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this, Yoshinobu Shinohara's expression darkened as she recognized the significance of the issue at hand. Initially, she had successfully passed the RC inspection gate. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd with a composed demeanor and stated, according to her, this situation arose due to a pre-existing vulnerability left by the Washa family at the RC inspection gates, which automatically disregards special ghouls possessing the RC factors of the Washa lineage, be they family members or the experimental white day ghoul subjects. Izumi Takatsuki's RC factor is inherited from her father, Keizen Amon, who previously served as a cleaner for the V organization. Ironically, the head of the CCG's Experimental Research Department is also a member of the Washu family. All of this culminates in an undeniable suspicion. Qin Feng urged everyone to observe the organization within the small box up close, as it was passed around, attentively noting the shifts in their expressions. If you harbor doubts, feel free to verify it for yourselves, he proclaimed. He understood that the majority were inclined to accept his assertions. The Shio family endeavored to craft an image of unwavering opposition to the ghouls, masquerading as humans to gain our trust, all the while surreptitiously establishing the V organization to eliminate any threats posed by both ghouls and humans, harboring ulterior motives. They sought to seize control of the CCG, dominate the ghouls, and ultimately, humanity itself, aspiring to become the sovereign rulers of the world. This is the undeniable reality that lies before us. Qin Feng gazed at the somber expressions of the gathered individuals, his tone grave. What should we do? Let us deliberate together. In truth, given his current prowess, he could easily eliminate the He family single-handedly. However, he sought to avoid complicating matters and standing opposed to the CCG investigators, who remained oblivious to the true circumstances, ultimately viewing him as an adversary. Rather than positioning himself against the entire world, he preferred to draw these individuals into his fold, uniting them to confront the He family collectively. After all, the He family boasted a considerable number of members, deeply rooted and formidable, and their subordinates, the V organizations, posed significant challenges. Should he attempt to eradicate them one by one, it would undoubtedly require substantial time and risk alarming them. Collaborating with the high-ranking officials and elite investigators of the CCG would facilitate the execution of the primary mission to dismantle the He family more effortlessly. At the very least, these esteemed investigators held considerable influence within the CCG, making them valuable allies. Upon grasping the irrefutable evidence presented, the assembly was swayed and compelled to accept Qin Feng's assertions. After all, determining whether an individual was a ghoul or a human was, in essence, a relatively simple task. A practical trial would reveal the truth. If the He family were indeed ghouls, they must not be permitted to retain control over the CCG any longer. Following a serious discussion, they resolved to take action against the He family. At the apex of the CCG headquarters, within the office of the Grand Commissioner, the current director, He Yusher, stood solemnly in the expansive hall, bowing slightly in deference to the venerable figure seated behind the desk. This imposing elder was none other than the current Grand Commissioner of the CCG, He Changji. Grand Commissioner. He Yusher addressed him with a slight bow, his tone markedly respectful. Despite their blood relation as father and son, he dared not address him as such in the public arena of the CCG headquarters, maintaining an attitude of subordination even in solitude. The Grand Commissioner had always drawn a clear line between personal and professional matters, exhibiting a stern demeanor and a propensity for harsh words, rarely indulging in levity. In private, the Grand Commissioner was even dubbed Ghost Chong by certain investigators, as his perpetually stern visage evoked an aura of fear, making him difficult to approach. What is it? He Changji regarded his son with an air befitting a superior. Yes, I have some important matters to report to you, He Yusher replied, accustomed to the formality. He briefly raised his gaze before lowering it once more, continuing. Concerning the ghoul investigator from the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Feng, his situation appears rather peculiar and may pose a threat to our He family. Oh, proceed. Although He Yusher kept his head bowed, he sensed the Grand Commissioner's piercing gaze upon him. Initially, Qin Feng demonstrated commendable marksmanship, yet it was hardly remarkable. He Yusher expressed his apprehensions regarding Qin Feng, noting, however, recent developments indicate that he was clearly concealing his true strength. His capabilities now surpass even those of Arima Kishua, and his views on the dichotomy between humans and ghouls are alarmingly extreme. Should he uncover the truth, it could spell tremendous peril for our He family. He meticulously detailed Qin Feng's recent performance during the raid and his discourse with Yoshimura, articulating his concerns with great specificity. The helmsman of the He family. He Changji donned a pensive expression, his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. He Yusher, understanding the gravity of the moment, remained silent, refraining from disrupting his father's contemplation. Fear not. After a period of reflection, He Changji reached a conclusion, shaking his head. Given his evident hostility towards ghouls, let us wield him as a weapon. Akin to Arima Kishu, no matter how sharp he may be, we must simply ensure that he does not wound us in the process. We shall monitor his every move. As long as he does not pose a direct threat to our He family, he is free to act as he wishes. The authoritative elder seated at the desk spoke with a chilling tone, issuing directives. After all, he is from the Dragon Kingdom and will return there in a few months. We need not worry. If anything were to occur involving him here, it would only incite diplomatic turmoil, creating significant repercussions and drawing unnecessary attention to us. The CCG is already under enough scrutiny. Recent operations have resulted in heavy casualties, and the occupation of districts by the Ayajirai Tree organization has placed us under considerable strain. Even the Prime Minister has sent envoys to inquire and apply pressure, with various parties observing closely. We must maintain a low profile and refrain from provoking trouble. Additionally, we must quell the protests swiftly, suppress public opinion, and prevent this fire from spreading further. Understood. He Yusher expressed no dissent regarding his father's decision, responding with respectful compliance. While he remained somewhat concerned about Qin Feng, he resolved to assign personnel to closely monitor the investigators' every action. Knock, knock, knock. That afternoon, the door to He Yusher's office was gently rapped upon. Come in. Yes. He Yusher recognized the voice of Marushu Zhai, familiar to him, and surmised that the individual sought him for a particular matter. As both a superior and a friend, he held Marushu Zhai's abilities in high regard, believing him to be a valuable ally. With a click, the door swung open, allowing two figures to enter. To He Yusher's astonishment, Marushu Zhai was accompanied by none other than Qin Feng, the very individual he had reservations about. What brings you here, Marushu? He Yusher maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though unease stirred within him. Mr. Qin Feng has also come? Indeed. Marushu Zhai appeared somewhat burdened, taking a seat on the sofa opposite He Yusher. Meanwhile, Qin Feng exuding enthusiasm, spoke up. Actually, I requested Marusha to bring me here. I have some delightful gifts I wish to present to Director He. He raised 2 plastic bags, indicating their contents, which appeared to hold several boxes of considerable weight. Oh, a jolt of apprehension coursed through Yusher, though his expression remained inscrutable. He did not believe Qin Feng was here merely to offer gifts. What was his true intention? Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng, exhibiting an air of familiarity, casually placed his belongings on the table. He swiftly extracted several boxes from the plastic bag and arranged them neatly, one portion before each individual, his movements precise and efficient. This is my specialty, beef stew with potatoes. Here, take the chopsticks, esteemed director. Would you do me the honor of tasting a bite? Qin Feng wore a friendly smile as he graciously offered the chopsticks to Hisajishi. Hisajishi cast a scrutinizing glance at him before turning his attention to Wan Shizai, remaining silent and refusing to accept the chopsticks from Qin Feng's hand. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Oh, how delectable this must be. Qin Feng paid no heed to his rudeness, directly placing the chopsticks before the other's lunchbox. Subsequently, he unwrapped a new pair of chopsticks and began to relish his own portion with great delight. Across from him sat Director Hishio and Wan Shizai, who met Hishioji's gaze directly, their expressions immensely complex. Do take a bite. Mr. Qin Feng's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Wan Shizai cast a glance at the beef stew with potatoes in the lunchbox, which indeed appeared appetizing, enough to whet one's appetite. Yet, this did not apply to him. Clearly, his identity had been called into question. Oh, I almost forgot. There is soup too. While Qin Feng was heartily enjoying his meal, seemingly lost in his own world, he suddenly remembered something. He set down his chopsticks, retrieved a thermos, and poured soup into several bowls for the 3 of them. Hey, here comes the chicken soup. This has been simmering for an hour and a half, bursting with flavor and utterly delightful. Come, director, drink it while it's hot. Qin Feng gazed at him with a beaming smile, exuding sincerity and warmth in his eyes. He and Shoji stared at the bowl of chicken soup placed before them, refraining from reaching out to touch it. For humans, this broth was a delectable delight, but to them, the ghouls, it was an unbearable concoction, reeking with an unpleasant odor, nearly impossible to swallow. Although he maintained a calm exterior, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Why aren't they drinking it? Qin Feng wore an expression of astonishment, feigning surprise as he gazed at Hisajiji. Oh, you wouldn't think this chicken soup is poisoned, would you? Oh dear, being so overly cautious won't do. Come now, esteemed director, allow me to take the first sip for you. With that, he lifted his own bowl of soup and drank it down in one go. Ah, what a delightful experience it is to savor soup, he continued, his eyes gleaming as he turned his gaze toward Hisachanji. Come, drink while it's hot. Why are you just staring at me? Hurry up and indulge. As Qin Feng observed Hishioji's unwavering demeanor, his expression suddenly shifted, and he slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, Drink. Quickly drink up. By my grandmother's name. Why won't you drink? He had fully immersed himself in the role, displaying an authenticity that was palpable. Director Hishio, just take a sip, I implore you. Marusha had been intently watching Hishioji, scrutinizing his facial expressions with a quivering tone, as he struggled to accept the unsettling truth that the man before him was indeed a ghoul. Yet, even a blind man could discern that something was amiss. Hishioji's countenance darkened, yet he feigned composure, desperately grasping for control. What do you mean by this? Such jesting is ill-advised. He yearned to muster the courage to drink, but he was acutely aware of his inability to suppress the instinctive urge to vomit, to deceive these two with mere acting. They were not fools. They were clearly onto him. With a swift motion, Marusha drew his firearm, aiming it squarely at Hishioji's forehead, his voice resonating with authority. Can you not see the obvious? His gaze was unwaveringly serious. They have made their intentions clear, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Do you still wish to deny the truth? Pointing a gun at me without decisive evidence? Hishioji's face hardened, his tone growing increasingly menacing. You disappoint me greatly, Marushu. He attempted to navigate the perilous situation with words. Bang. However, Marusha showed no hesitation, immediately pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and the bullet struck Hishioji in the forehead, causing him to topple backward, slumped in his seat. Yet, mere seconds later, he rose again. A grotesque expression etched across his face, the wound still oozing blood, the bullet embedded within his flesh, partially obscured by bone, his gaze now seething with rage and desperation. No longer concealing his identity, Hishioji's back writhed as it tore through his pristine white suit, revealing the ghastly ghoul organs that emerged like a serpent. This once revealed Director He, now exposed, initiated an assault upon the two, intent on silencing them. Ah. The old adage rings true, only when faced with death does one truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Qin Feng finally returned to his usual demeanor, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Hisajiji, who had come back to life before him. Subsequently, he drew his Desert Eagle and shot, obliterating the opponent's head in a single blast. Bang! Red and white splattered everywhere, staining the entire office of the CCG director. Alas, what a waste. I hadn't even had a few bites. Qin Feng paid no attention to the headless corpse of Hisajishi. Instead, he gazed at the potato stew and the chicken soup. which bore a hint of crimson, a sight that elicited a slight shake of his head in regret. Let us proceed, Marushu, he urged. Turning to the complexly expressioned Marushu Zhai. Understood. Marushu Zhai nodded, fully aware of his responsibilities. He swiftly took out his phone and typed a message in the chat group. The identity of Hisajishi as a ghoul has been confirmed. We shall commence the operation. The revelation that Hisajishi, the legitimate heir of the Hishuja family, was indeed a ghoul, unequivocally clarified everything, although it was hard to believe. This was the stark reality before them. Received. A flurry of responses quickly followed. The likes of Shinohara Yukiki, Anpu Seiko, and HGK Guy, who had long been part of this chat group, had prepared for this moment, eagerly awaiting Marushu Zhai's verification. This was their final probe before taking action. In that instant, the individuals who had secretly allied, whether at the CCG headquarters or its branches, immediately sprang into action. Then, I shall be responsible for capturing White Reaper Rimakishu. Following the preordained plan, Qin Feng had his own assignment. He casually adjusted his suit and tugged at his tie, his demeanor relaxed. Among the CCG, none possessed more confidence in defeating Arima Kishu than he did. Moreover, he was already aware of Arima Kishu's discontent towards the Hishoja family and his desire to resist their dominion. Thus, a confrontation was not a foregone conclusion. Indeed, when Qin Feng appeared before Arima Kishu, accompanied by a group of CCG investigators, declaring their intent to apprehend him, the latter did not resist. Instead, he accepted their approach with a smile, a surprising turn of events that prompted a collective sigh of relief from the apprehensive investigators. They were acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by the White Reaper. Had a conflict ensued, they would have been no match for him, even if they combined their efforts. It was only because Mr. Qin Feng personally led the team that they felt sufficiently assured. My initial intuition was indeed correct. Arima Kishu, now handcuffed, regarded the composed Qin Feng beside him, seemingly resigned to his fate. You are truly remarkable, Mr. Qin Feng, capable of slaying the one-eyed owl. Isn't this the outcome you desired to witness? Qin Feng uncovered the true thoughts hidden within the other party's heart, shaking his head with a smile and remarking, with the Shio family, there is no turning back this time. In response, Yuma Takashi merely smiled, willingly allowing the investigators to apprehend him. However, his gait did not resemble that of a defeated individual. Rather, he exuded an air of remarkable composure. Qin Feng gazed at the retreating figure, choosing silence. For he understood that the life of Yuma Guizhong was nearing its end, with only a few years left to live. The gray hair was not the result of dye, but rather a testament to aging. Moments ago, Qin Feng had keenly observed the other's right eye, which appeared to be blind. This was the fate of Yuma Guizhong. A being of half-human lineage, the formidable strength he possessed came at the cost of a fleeting lifespan. At merely 30 years of age, he was already at the brink of death. Thus, Qin Feng felt no strong desire to engage in combat with Yuma Guizhong. Fully confident that the latter was no match for him, he had no intention of preying upon an old man. Then, considering the other hidden powerhouses, the traitorous heir Wu and the cunning Hishio duo Zhong Tai, he pondered his choice. Subsequently, Qin Feng and his companions made their way to another location. Filled with anticipation, the individual who aspired to achieve super peace was stealthily maneuvering in the shadows and soon would betray the entire Hishio family, eliminating all members who posed an obstacle to his ascension. A true traitor. As the greatest antagonist in the world of ghouls, the mastermind behind the scenes, Hishio duo Zhong Tai was indeed formidable. This character sought to develop a ghoul virus capable of infecting all of humanity, intending to transform the world entirely into one inhabited by ghouls, thereby eradicating the conflict between humans and ghouls through this means and achieving super peace. However, regarding Hishio duo Zhong Tai's grand scheme, Qin Feng could not help but pose a singular question. If all humanity were transformed into ghouls, what would you all consume? Why must it be this way? Hishio duo Zhong Tai, or rather, due to not being a direct descendant, the now renamed Jiu duo Erfu was surrounded by numerous investigators protesting. Majima Jun, what are you doing? I am also a first-class investigator of CCG. Jiu duo Erfu, hailing from White Day Court, bore a hideous visage, topped with a round, bald head. As Majima Jun flashed a cruel smile, surrender obediently and do not resist. This seemingly amiable yet ruthlessly cruel first-class investigator showed no mercy to this individual who had only recently become his new partner, displaying an exceedingly harsh demeanor. While it is true that I come from White Day Court, Jiu duo Erfu replied, half of his face obscured by bangs, revealing only the corner of his right eye, marked by a tear mole, his expression one of perplexity. Is this truly the reason I must face capture? Do not attempt to argue. The truth about the Hishio family being ghouls has been unveiled. Majima Jun brandished his capturing Quinqua, Tetoro, preparing to apprehend Jiu duo Erfu. How terrifying. Who would have thought the founding and ruling family of CCG would turn out to be a group of ghouls? Jiu duo Erfu's expression shifted momentarily, before adopting an utterly innocent facade. Such a thing exists. However, that does not concern me much, does it? Majima Jun, my name is not Hishio Erfu. The Hishio family is tainted. All you investigators from White Day Court are under suspicion and must face interrogation. Majima Jun glared at him with a cruel smile. This CCG investigator, also an interrogator at the Kukuria Ghoul containment facility, was known as Majima the Cutter due to his ruthlessly brutal methods of interrogation. How frightening! How frightening! How frightening! Geoduo Airfu whimpered like a small dog. Raising his hands in surrender, Majima Jun, your expression is terrifying. Why? Why must I be treated this way? Tears streamed down Geoduo Airfu's face as he writhed comically, twisting his body like a noodle. Majima Jun disregarded this bizarre behavior and swiftly launched an attack with his capturing Quinqua, Tetoro. The weapon resembled a slingshot from the Stone Age, with stones at either end, but instead, it had claw-like attachments designed to ensnare and bind foes or pin them against walls. However, to everyone's astonishment, Geoduo Airfu managed to evade the attack. Like an elusive eel, he effortlessly slipped away from Tetoro's grasp, appearing to trip clumsily, inadvertently dodging the strike. Well, that was close. Geoduo Airfu exclaimed. Rising from the ground, patting his chest with a look of lingering fear. Majima Jun, such dangerous attacks for no reason. How dare you resist? Majima Jun would not consider this an accident. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved his second electric saw Quinqua and charged forward. The electric saw emitted a deep, resonating hum as it buzzed toward Geoduo Airfu with ruthless intent. Yet, time and again, Geoduo Airfu deftly evaded the lethal blows at the last moment, suffering no harm. This is so unfair. So unfair. Geoduo Airfu protested, contorting his body in odd ways to dodge the attacks, maintaining an unscathed status despite the perilous circumstances. Observing this, the other investigators attempted to cut off Geoduo Airfu's escape route. But he slipped through the crowd like an eel, eluding capture, nearly causing Majima Jun to harm his own comrades with a reckless swing of the electric saw. Geoduo Airfu, I underestimated you. Majima Jun pursued relentlessly, his expression growing increasingly savage. Your identity must be questionable. He felt he had caught a significant target. Excitement coursing through him. Well, this is dangerous. Too dangerous. Geoduo Airfu sprinted desperately, dodging Majima Jun's attacks. This is terrifying. I don't want to die. Watch me dash. As the chase unfolded, it created quite a commotion. Under normal circumstances, CCG would have attracted a crowd, but presently, the internal chaos of human investigators capturing those associated with the Hishio family eclipsed their actions. The real intensity lay in the confrontations that erupted into bloodshed. Who can run that fast? Finally, Majima Jun cornered Geoduo Airfu in a narrow passage, panting heavily from exhaustion. This time, you cannot escape. He approached, wielding the roaring electric saw, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Please spare me, Majima Jun. Geoduo Airfu displayed a fearful countenance, tears glistening in his eyes as he pleaded. I am truly innocent. Humph. If you were innocent, why would you be fleeing? Majima Jun dismissed the plea, swinging the electric saw toward him. Once innocent-looking, Geoduo Airfu suddenly cast aside his pitiable demeanor, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Behold my dual-finger assault. He effortlessly evaded the chainsaw wielded by Mujima, closing in with alacrity. With a swift motion, he thrust his right hand directly into Mujima's eyes, and in an instant, blood splattered. Mujima was utterly unprepared for such a sudden and incisive attack. He could not evade it, and his eyes were brutally gouged out. He felt as if his brain were on the verge of being pierced by those fingers. In agony, he recoiled, lifting the chainsaw once more in an attempt to counterattack. But Geoduo Airfu seized his wrist, deftly wresting the weapon away. Farewell. In that moment, Geoduo Airfu exuded no trace of absurdity. His gaze was frigid. The next instant, he swung the chainsaw-like weapon, aiming to cleave the head of Mujima, the prospective special-grade investigator, in two. At this critical juncture, a hand suddenly grasped the collar of Mujima's jacket, yanking him backward and successfully pulling him out of the chainsaw's lethal range. Phew, that was perilously close. Almost a moment too late. The newcomer carelessly tossed Mujima to the terrified investigators nearby, before turning to face Geoduo Airfu. You are. Geoduo Airfu narrowed his eyes, his expression subtly shifting as he regarded the individual before him. The newcomer was none other than Qin Feng. To toy with a prospective special-grade investigator so effortlessly, you truly are adept at concealing your true self, Geoduo Airfu mused. Or perhaps, I should refer to you as Hishio Zontai. Qin Feng stood before his counterpart, his tone imbued with admiration. No wonder. Even the esteemed Kiyoshi Arima once remarked upon your remarkable aptitude. Judo Futoku, or rather, Haija Zontai, was indeed a scion of the Haija clan. Positioned at the very bottom of the hierarchy, yet he was overlooked by the direct descendants of the Haija family. His elder brother, Haija Kishi, even deemed this child of the cadet branch as hopeless, regardless of his talents. In the Haija family, where innate prowess is revered, lineage remains the paramount criterion for determining one's status. Although Haija Zontai's father was the head of the Haija clan and the chairman of the CCG, Haija Chuji, his mother was of human descent. Thus, Haija Zontai was not a pure-blood member of the Haiju family, but rather a half-human. The Haija clan's obsession with bloodlines bordered on fanaticism, yet familial bonds were strikingly tenuous. As a hybrid, Haija Zontai occupied a drastically diminished status within the family. Lacking even the right to refer to his biological father, Haizhi Chuji, as father. He was relegated to the judo branch, compelled to adopt the surname Judo, and the members of this branch were tasked with safeguarding the main family. Consequently, Haizhi Zongtai's position was akin to that of his father's bodyguard or subordinate, a predicament fraught with humiliation. If Kiyoshi Arima epitomized the elite nurtured by the Haizhi family, then Haizhi Zongtai was merely regarded as a backup, one among many, insignificant in the grand scheme. Nonetheless, Haizhi Zongtai was undeniably a cunning individual. He deliberately concealed his true capabilities, feigning weakness in public while his actual prowess rivaled that of Kiyoshi Arima. Rather than preying upon a frail old man, Qin Feng preferred to engage this young man, barely in his 20s and at the zenith of his potential, in a duel. The investigator from Longhua, Qin Feng, narrowed his eyes, recognizing the individual who had intervened to save Mudo Shiki. When it comes to concealment, we are merely two sides of the same coin. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why do you say that? Has he concealed something? He has always been forthright, hasn't he? It's merely that his strength has been growing at an astonishing pace. Humph. Does he still wish to maintain this facade? With a cold snort, Xiaozong fixed a dangerous gaze upon Qin Feng, the man who killed Li Shi. Qin Feng fell into silence for a few moments, his tone tinged with surprise. Who mentioned this? Kamishiro Chri? He was acutely aware of the vast network of connections the other party possessed. On the surface, Chri was a top investigator for the CCG, yet beneath the facade, he had deep ties with the Aojirai Tree, the V organization, and the Joker organization. The last incident involving Chri seeking revenge for his adopted daughter was hardly a secret. Kamishiro Chri? Humph, that inept individual. He appeared dismissive of a certain SSS-rated ghoul, his voice cold as he remarked, when I stealthily retrieved Rise's corpse from the CCG's morgue. He was still confined in the CCG's holding facility. It turned out that after that fateful night, Rise Kamashiro's headless corpse was discovered by nearby residents the following morning, reported to the CCG, and subsequently taken away by the dispatched lower-ranking investigators for processing. By customary protocol, her remains were temporarily placed in the morgue. However, before they could ascertain the identity of the headless ghoul, her body mysteriously vanished, becoming an enigma. It was Kamishiro Chri, who had been closely monitoring Rise's whereabouts, that uncovered her disappearance and traced it back to this location, secretly relocating her remains. From that moment on, he had set his sights on Qin Feng. Oh, I see now. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with a tone of sudden realization. No wonder there have been no reports regarding the death of Kamishiro Rika. It turns out you were secretly manipulating events. Could it be that this individual, who has a childhood bond with Kamishiro Rika, has used her body as an experimental subject? Surely, she was cremated and buried, was she? Where is she now? Qin Feng couldn't help but inquire, gazing at Hishio Zongtai. Li Shi will be forever by my side. Hishio Zongtai pressed his right hand against his chest, his face contorted in a grotesque expression, an overwhelming sense of possessiveness emanating from him. Oh, however, Qin Feng understood his meaning and nodded. You have transplanted her, he bowed onto yourself. One could only say that the awkward situation in which Hishio Zongtai found himself over the years gradually shaped his distorted character. He felt anguish regarding his identity as Hishio, believing his fate to be unjust, which led him to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Hishio family, their notions of bloodline, and even for CCG, ghouls, humanity, and ultimately, the entire world. His feelings for Kamishiro Rise, his childhood friend, morphed from admiration into a pathological, twisted possessiveness. Ah, I have been secretly observing you all along, Mr. Qin Feng. As Hishio Zongtai revealed all this, his expression began to normalize. He chuckled softly, fixing his gaze on Qin Feng, and continued, because I have always been curious about your intentions. Ever since I discovered that Rise was murdered by you, I realized this was no mere accident. Hishio Zongtai regarded Qin Feng with evident puzzlement. Thus, I began to investigate matters concerning you. However, after your arrival at CCG, your actions appeared utterly disconnected from one another. I cannot comprehend them, Mr. Qin Feng. I truly do not know what you intend to accomplish. Even now, you have turned your attention towards the Hishio family. Hishio Zongtai appeared troubled, seemingly engulfed in confusion. Shaking his head, he suddenly looked up at Qin Feng, sincerely seeking his insight. I am genuinely perplexed. Can you enlighten me, Mr. Qin Feng? What is your true purpose? Although he could not grasp the logic behind Qin Feng's actions, he keenly sensed that the other party must have some underlying objective, and he was utterly convinced of it. Qin Feng was rendered speechless, merely revealing a mysterious smile that exuded an aura of profound enigma. What was his objective? To accomplish the main quest set forth by the system. Did he possess any ulterior motive? Perhaps, the pursuit of enhancing his strength through task completion could be considered one. Thus, his erratic approach was driving this scheming individual, who thrived in the shadows, to madness. Pray tell, Mr. Qin Feng. Hishio raised his hand to cover his right eye, displaying an expression of great vexation, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Qin Feng, yearning for an answer. Please. Tell me. No comment. Qin Feng maintained his smile, providing a rather official response. Hishio fell silent, bowing his head in apparent disappointment. However, in the next moment, He abruptly lifted his head, his fingers spread apart to reveal a glowing crimson eye, his expression menacing. "Tell me now," he bellowed in fury. As four sharp, tail-like appendages erupted from his back, showcasing his fierce demeanor as they surged towards Qin Feng. It appeared that these were of the same ilk as Shindai Ryo's appendages, evidently a result of his transplanting the other's abilities. With a roar, the four tail-like appendages shot forth, their sharp tips aiming directly at Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng had anticipated this underhanded assault from the scheming individual. He pressed a button on his silvery case, swiftly drawing forth his halberd to deflect the incoming attack. In the next instant, Suzong brandished a chainsaw-like weapon. The Kunuk, charging forward with a manic grin, swinging it down upon him. The chain blades of the saw whirled violently, emitting a chilling, deep rumble. With a flicker in his gaze, Qin Feng chose not to confront the chainsaw head-on with his spear. Instead, he deftly retreated a step and sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal weapon. Simultaneously, he thrust his spear forward, striking the opponent's wrist. The pain shot through Shozong's right hand, causing him to involuntarily release his grip on the chainsaw and leap backward a few paces. With a resounding crash, the chainsaw, a Kincaid model, clattered to the ground, its rotation ceasing. Qin Feng cast a brief glance at it, casually lifting it with his spear and tossing it towards the group of investigators behind him, signaling them to retreat completely away from the battleground. "In your current state, you stand no chance against me." Qin Feng gazed at the sullen-faced Zongtai, shaking his head as he spoke. He refrained from pursuing immediately, wishing instead to engage in a proper battle to test his own strength, rather than seizing the opportunity to strike down his opponent unawares. "Humph, it seems you underestimate me," Zongtai remarked, narrowing his crimson glowing eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of calm rather than the previous frenzy. "Mr. Qin Feng, let me clarify, I am unexpectedly quite formidable." He slowly drew the Taidao, a B-class quinqua, from his waist, appearing to take the situation seriously. The black blade exuded a faint, ominous mist, imbued with an unsettling aura. His right hand, gripping the Taidao, bore no trace of the earlier wound. It had healed completely, having successfully transplanted Kamishiro Rise's Kagun. Zongtai was no longer merely a half-human, but rather an unconventional half-ghoul, a singular entity within the ghoul world, with greatly enhanced power. Not only did he possess the extraordinary physique of a half-human, but he also boasted the formidable regenerative abilities of a ghoul, along with the Kagun organ. Zongtai, whose innate talent was already exceptional, was not significantly inferior to the White Reaper Kaneki Kin. He simply preferred to conceal his true capabilities, which had remained undiscovered by the outside world. Now, however, he had no intention of continuing to hide. "Behold my dual blessing slash." With that, Zongtai charged towards Qin Feng, his Taidao slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Clang! Qin Feng raised his halberd to block, and with a piercing clash, sparks erupted. Ah, such remarkable strength. Feeling the force of his opponent, a smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. This was indeed the most formidable adversary he had encountered. Even Takatsuki Izumi's one-eyed owl in its advanced form did not possess such weight in its attacks. Truly, this was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes in the original narrative, manipulating everyone through cunning schemes and covertly orchestrating everything while exhibiting extraordinary prowess. Even the strongest form of Kaneki Kin was subjected to a severe beating at the outset of the battle, overwhelmed by his opponent's sheer dominance. Had he not overreached in his reckless play, he might have succeeded in vanquishing Kaneki before his Kakuja could evolve once more, thus altering the final outcome dramatically. It can only be said that his character was both his strength and his downfall. Ha ha ha. Defuku's fierce slash. Defuku's fierce slash. Defuku's fierce slash. Roared with laughter. He swung his katana, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes, the blade flashing like a net, seemingly endless. He had diligently honed his skills in the way of the sword, earning praise from his mentor for his remarkable talent and high mastery. Though the names of his techniques sounded rather juvenile, their power was anything but trivial. The gusts generated by his strikes stung the skin, deterring anyone from approaching. Furthermore, the four-scaled limbs on his back launched simultaneous attacks at Qin Feng, unpredictable and multifaceted. An onslaught from all directions. He unleashed his advantages with wild abandon, attacking with an almost frenzied intensity. In the face of this tempestuous barrage from Takatsuki, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, unfazed and adeptly countering every move. The halberd in his hands danced like the wind, flawlessly deflecting all incoming strikes without a single drop of water slipping through. How terrifying. Their movements were nearly imperceptible, their speed astonishing. Could that old Defuku possess such fearsome power? A group of investigators gradually distanced themselves from the battlefield, gazing at the fierce clash with disbelief. Had they witnessed such prowess earlier while pursuing him, their lives would certainly have been forfeit, instilling a deep sense of dread within them. Go, Mr. Qin Feng. The two indistinct figures moved with lightning speed, colliding and clashing, reducing everything around them to ruins, a spectacle of human calamity. Swoosh. Amidst Takatsuki's frenzied assault, Qin Feng did not solely focus on defense. He too sought opportunities, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Suddenly, several crescent blade arcs sliced through the air, severing Takatsuki's four tail-like appendages in an instant, halting his assault. The katana in Takatsuki's grip was deftly disarmed by Qin Feng's halberd, his technique exquisitely refined. As the sharp crescent blade traced a magnificent arc across his opponent's chest. In that fleeting moment, blood erupted, staining his suit crimson. Takatsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Staggering back several steps, he looked down at the wound on his body, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. When it comes to techniques and skill, I shall not be outdone. Holding a large halberd, Qin Feng retracted his stance and smiled at his opponent. If this is all you can muster, then let us conclude this today. A master of combat, he had nearly perfected every fighting technique known across the globe, earning the title of a weapons master. After discerning his adversary's swordplay, he swiftly identified its flaws and effortlessly countered. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware of Xiong Zongtai's true capabilities. Recognizing that his opponent possessed even greater hidden strengths, thus he deliberately provoked him with words. My apologies, I seem to have been a tad too confident. Xiong Zongtai raised his head, gazing at Qin Feng, who stood over 10 meters away. The gruesome wound on his chest was rapidly healing. I thought this would suffice to defeat you, Mr. Qin Feng. That was my mistake. As his words faded, a sinister light surged from his crimson eyes, and an unknown dark substance enveloped his form. Your life shall be claimed by me. In an instant, a terrifying and grotesque humanoid creature materialized before the onlookers, revealing Xiong Zongtai's Heisha form. His entire body was entwined with He, resembling a form-fitting suit, yet his physique had expanded several sizes. Blood red. Strange patterns glowed upon his skin, while his face was entirely shrouded in black matter, leaving behind an odd white shape around his eyes and nose, reminiscent of a five-petaled blossom, alongside his fearsome, exposed fangs. An unfathomable aura of dread emanated from him, causing the surrounding investigators to tremble involuntarily, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They had never encountered such a terrifying creature, and not a shred of courage to resist stirred within them. Ah, have you finally resolved to go all out? Observing the transformed Xiong Zongtai, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Now this is more like it. With the level of your previous display, I was nearly bored to sleep. It must be said that his opponent's Heisha form bore a striking resemblance to Venom from the Marvel Universe. Sensing the overwhelming terror radiating from his adversary, which instilled despair in the hearts of the investigators, Qin Feng finally felt a spark of intrigue. Qin Feng, wielding a massive halberd, advanced step by step, his gaze sharpening with an unmistakable intensity, his battle spirit soaring. He was genuinely eager to ascertain the extent of his power, now nearing 1,000 in attributes. Even SSS-class ghouls appeared as feeble as children in comparison to him. Only the shadowy mastermind in Kazutaka Hujia could warrant his earnestness. With unyielding determination, Kazutaka Hujia, exhibiting a mouthful of fangs, let out a hearty laugh. No one could fathom the magnitude of his strength at this moment. The overwhelming sensation of power coursing through him, instilling a confidence capable of obliterating anything in his path. Armed with a katana, he too approached Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished, colliding with ferocity. The katana and halberd clashed against one another, the scene momentarily frozen in time. Then, with a resounding crack, a spiderweb of fractures emerged at the point of impact, only to shatter under the immense force. Both the katana and halberd detonated into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The sound echoed like thunder. The surrounding walls, as though subjected to an explosive barrage, crumbled into ruins. A number of investigators, hiding at a distance, were unfortunate enough to be struck by the debris, their bodies suddenly riddled with bloody wounds, some flesh entirely obliterated. Yet, at the epicenter of the battlefield, the two figures engaged in a frenzied melee, their fists and feet moving with such speed that they left behind mere afterimages. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, heavy as thunder. It seemed they were enveloped by an unseen aura, the air around them distorting as they fought with reckless abandon, destroying everything in their vicinity. The investigators, filled with trepidation, hastily assisted their injured colleagues and fled into the distance. They had no desire to be caught in the maelstrom of these two monsters, perishing like ants in vain. Before long, a corner of the CCG headquarters crumbled entirely, reduced to rubble amidst the clash. The two combatants shifted their battleground once more. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman, a group burst in, consisting of special investigators Yashiki Shinohara and Ueo Kurohira, along with the elite investigator Jay Hirako and the second-class investigator Shizuka Yashiz, whose abilities far surpassed their rank. They had come to apprehend the head of the KSH family, KSH Kichi. What is the meaning of this? The stern-looking elder behind the desk exclaimed. Unaware that the KSH family's identity had been compromised, he glared furiously at the intruders. Shinohara, Kurohira, what do you intend to do? Without his summons or prior request for a meeting, they had the audacity to invade his office. Were they plotting a rebellion? Chairman, no, KSH Kichi. Yashiki Shinohara replied gravely, surrounding him with his team. The true identity of the KSH family is that of ghouls disguised as humans. Your secret has been exposed. Please comply with our arrest and do not resist. What? KSH Kichi exclaimed, clearly taken aback, rising in shock. What nonsense are you spouting, Shinohara? Evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for your denial. Yashiki Shinohara shook his head, his voice stern. Surrender, KSH Kichi. The confirmation from Maru SH has indicated that your son, KSH Yoshikazu, is indeed a ghoul. The truth stands before us. No amount of protest will change that. KSH Kichi's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with malice. He never anticipated that their identity would be revealed, and he began to devise a plan. Having disguised themselves as humans, the KSH family had prepared for the eventual exposure of their ghoul status. Yet, the suddenness of this event and the encirclement left him in a precarious position. His only strategy was to escape quickly and leverage the influence of the KSH family, along with the clandestine V organization, utilizing special means to resolve the current predicament. KSH Kichi understood he could not afford to be captured here. As Yashiki Shinohara and his team advanced to apprehend him, KSH Kichi hesitated but ultimately resolved to fight back rather than passively await his fate. Though his age had diminished his physical abilities, in his youth he had personally captured the leader of the clown organization, Arma Hanamaki. His strength had once been among the pinnacle of CCG capabilities. Not to mention, being a natural Kakuja, the KSH family possessed pure bloodlines, making them elite among ghouls. Determined to leverage his power to escape, KSH Kichi grossly underestimated the preparations made by Yashiki Shinohara and his colleagues. As KSH Kichi revealed his Kakuja and his Kagun, intending to retaliate, Yashiki Shinohara and Oeo Kurohira swiftly donned their modified Quink's armor and readied their Quink's weapons. Targeting KSH Kichi. How intriguing. Shizuki Yashiz grinned, a fervent gleam in his eyes, as he launched an attack on KSH Kichi. Jay Harako and the other investigators swiftly assumed combat stances, fully prepared for battle. They engaged in a fierce skirmish against KSH Kichi, outnumbering him in a coordinated assault on the former chairman. The battle quickly determined a victor. Even with KSH Kichi resorting to his Kakuja form and exerting every effort, he ultimately fell to Yashiki Shinohara and his team, his head severed by Shizuki Yashiz. With Yashiki Shinohara unable to intervene in time, the head of the KSH family, KSH Kichi, met his demise. Meanwhile, the battle between Qin Feng and Kazutaka Huja also reached its conclusion. Having lost their Quink's weapons, the two fought barehanded, engaging in life and death struggles. They unleashed punches, each strike accelerating to the point of creating a blur. Each blow had the potential to shatter the skull of an SSS-class ghoul. The sound of their fists slicing through the air producing piercing sonic booms. Ha 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 ha. Kazutaka Huja's colossal right fist crashed against Qin Feng's own. The visible energy radiated outward, like red lightning flickering at the heart of their clash. They fought from within the CCG headquarters to the outside streets, demolishing everything in their path, resembling a tornado sweeping through Tokyo. People screamed and fled, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding, only aware that their surroundings erupted in explosions. Thunderous roars echoing as if heralding the apocalypse. Buildings on the streets crumbled and were destroyed, as though an unseen monster rampaged through, crushing all in its wake. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour before finally reaching its conclusion. Viewed from above, one would observe that they had fought their way out of the CCG headquarters, carving an irregular circle through the streets of Tokyo, ultimately returning beneath the very building from which they had set forth. The entire path was left in ruins, a chaotic scene reminiscent of a devastating natural disaster. With a heavy sigh, Hishiozone lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, appearing utterly wretched. He gasped for breath, each inhalation growing increasingly feeble. His ghoul form had been brutally shattered by Qin Feng's relentless punches. Despite its ability to regenerate, it could not keep pace with the overwhelming destruction, leading to his eventual exhaustion and total collapse. The man, who had once seemed to possess boundless stamina, had become a monstrous force, his strikes imbued with terrifying power. Even with all his might, Hishiozone found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, ultimately succumbing to a one-sided beating. It was over. Qin Feng stood a short distance away, observing the fallen Hizai Yuzongtai, his expression markedly composed. His black suit, long since tattered from the battle, had been reduced to countless fragments of fabric, though fortuitously. His trousers remained largely intact. With his upper body bared, he exhibited a physique of formidable strength, as if sculpted from iron, each muscle distinctly defined, resembling a masterpiece of classical sculpture under the sun's warm embrace. The heat still emanating from his body rose like steam, a testament to his vigorous exertion. As his blood surged, heart racing, and muscles erupting with astonishing warmth. In this confrontation, he eschewed any combat techniques, relying solely on raw power and speed in a primal exchange of fists. It was simplistic yet pure, ferocious. This was a contest of velocity and might, a collision of flesh and will. Clearly, having taken a significant stride upon the path of the extraordinary, he ultimately triumphed in this conflict. Mr. Qin Feng, I still cannot comprehend you. In his final moments, Hizai Yuzongtai remained entangled in this quandary. As his breath waned, he soon lacked the strength to ponder further. Closing his eyes, in a fleeting reverie, he recalled the days spent frolicking with Li Shi on the lawn, lying together in the grass after tiring, dreaming of the future. The laughter of yesteryears seemed to linger vividly, only to be gradually enveloped by a gentle white light. In the end, his Yuzongtai ceased to breathe, marking the conclusion of this battle. The covert operation to dismantle the Hishio clan proceeded with remarkable efficacy. The Hishio family was caught completely off guard, unable to react, as numerous senior CCG investigators led a substantial force of human subordinates in a thunderous sweep. Whether it was direct members of the Hishio family, closely related high-ranking officials, or decision-makers they had infiltrated into critical departments, as well as the hybrid ghouls bred from the Daylight Court, anyone associated with the Hishio clan was apprehended, imprisoned, and awaited ultimate judgment. These individuals bore the Hishio family's mark, once held in high esteem, but the many investigators within the CCG were acutely aware, and each arrest was precise. Those who dared to resist were ruthlessly subdued by CCG investigators, met with overwhelming force, even to the point of being slain without mercy. A comprehensive purge engulfed the CCG, resulting in the downfall and incarceration of numerous high-ranking officials. Yet, in another sense, the CCG also encountered an opportunity, experiencing a rebirth from the ashes. The insidious toxins that had infiltrated were completely expelled, rendering the organization healthier and more vibrant. The Hishio clan's long-standing influence over the CCG was uprooted, aside from the experimental ghouls linked to them. Ordinary human investigators from the Daylight Court underwent stringent scrutiny to ensure their severance from the Hishio family. Furthermore, several elite investigators uncovered a secret. The Hishio clan had clandestinely constructed numerous underground ghoul laboratories, where they had been attempting to fabricate hybrid half-ghouls. They stormed these hidden dark laboratories, dismantling them entirely and capturing the relevant personnel. This revelation powerfully corroborated the heinous crimes of the Hishio clan and their nefarious intent. Those once viewing the Hishio family as selfless purveyors of ghoul eradication could no longer voice their objections, compelled to accept this shocking truth. The sinister conspiracy of the Hishio family was laid bare, their ambitions to dominate the world exposed in full. The once illustrious image of the Hishio clan crumbled, transforming them into objects of widespread disdain. Following this confrontation, the CCG, as a pivotal entity in the war against ghouls, was genuinely overtaken by humanity for the first time. Many senior investigators who made significant contributions received promotions, ascending to key positions across various departments. Special Investigator Maru Tsuji was elevated to the CCG's new director, while Suzuya Shinohara, who personally eliminated Hishionji, advanced from a second-class investigator to a first-class investigator, leaping 2 ranks. Meanwhile, Jinhu Wusu, who had spent most of his life as a first-class investigator, finally resolved his long-standing inner turmoil, agreeing to accept the position of quasi-special investigator. Others also found their own promotions, becoming key figures in the CCG's various departments. However, the position of CCG chairman was appointed by the government of Neon Country, parachuting in a high-ranking, influential figure. One could only remark on their adeptness at reaping rewards from others' labor, executing their tasks with remarkable skill. Yet, it was undeniable that the CCG lacked a sufficiently prestigious individual to occupy that role, thus they begrudgingly acquiesced. Nonetheless, Qin Feng remained detached from these developments. He was merely an investigator from the Dragon Country. Despite his substantial reputation and prominence, he ultimately remained an outsider, unable to partake in the reshaping of power. Yet, he had attained what he truly desired, rendering such matters inconsequential to him. With a chime, he heard the familiar system notification, ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the main quest, eliminate the Hishio family. Quest reward, 1 world source point, now distributed. Please take note to receive it. Upon hearing the completion notification, Qin Feng silently acknowledged it. Summoning his attribute panel, ultimate system host, Qin Feng gender, male age, 241,600 race, human extraordinary strength, 960 constitution, 960 agility, 960 spirit, 960 world source points. 1. Special abilities, linguistic proficiency, marksmanship proficiency, combat proficiency, immunity to toxin system inventory, life potion x10, energy potion x10, infinite bullets desert eagle compared to the previous time. The panel's data had not changed significantly, save for the world source points increasing from 0 to 1. Furthermore, Qin Feng noticed a small red dot appearing next to the world source points, seemingly indicating that he could click to operate at any moment. Qin Feng raised his right hand and gestured lightly, yet there was no response. Subsequently, he tentatively focused his gaze and mental attention entirely on the small red dot. Indeed. 3 seconds later, a prompt box appeared. You may use the world source point for dimensional traversal. Yes or no. The options yes and no were notably emphasized in red, seemingly urging him to make a choice. It was evident that he had to rely on his mental will to operate. Qin Feng understood clearly that this was no different from his previous examination of the items and skill annotations in his backpack. He stroked his chin. And before he could make a choice, the system's prompt echoed once more, ding, all main quests in this world have been completed. And no new main quests can be triggered. Ding, side quests have been activated. Subsequently, a cascade of side quest notifications erupted, overwhelming him like a torrential waterfall. Ding. Side quest 1. Eliminate the leader of Organization V, Jieji. Task reward, 20 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 2, eliminate all members of Organization V. Task reward, 20 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 3, eliminate the founder of the Joker organization, FNX Luim. Task reward, 20 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 4, eliminate the leader of the Joker organization, do in it PLPL. Task reward, 20 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 5, eliminate a member of the Joker organization, SKN. Task reward, 10 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 6, eliminate a member of the Joker organization. BI. Task reward, 10 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 7, eliminate a member of the Joker organization, YNIOXL. Task reward, 10 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 8, eliminate a member of the Joker organization, RNYONK. Task reward, 10 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 12, eliminate members of the Antique CAF, SF, Ingli, and SH. Task reward, 10 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 13, eliminate members of the Antique CAF, WDOD Inxiang. Task reward, 5 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 27, eliminate the ghoul, XWIJN. Task reward, 1 to all attributes. Ding. Side quest 35, eliminate the ghoul, WNZHing SHY. Task reward, 1 to all attributes. The incessant ding 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 of system notifications nearly left Qin Feng speechless, yet he could not cover his ears to silence it. For the sound resonated directly within his mind, impervious to any attempt at muffling. After a considerable time, the barrage of side quest notifications finally ceased, and the artificial intelligence system fell silent. Ah, at last, it is over. Qin Feng exhaled softly, finally finding the inclination to prioritize the side quests at the very top of the list and began to scrutinize them closely. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Is this it? Is this truly what they call a side quest? Is this the reward for completing such tasks? Hey, system, are you being excessively stingy? This pales in comparison to the rewards of the main quests. Upon seeing the rewards for these side quests, Qin Feng's immediate reaction was disbelief. He could hardly trust his own eyes. Scrolling to the very end, he discovered that the rewards were uniformly a mere 1 to all attributes, which felt almost negligible. Had he encountered these rewards when he first arrived in this ghoul-ridden world as an ordinary person, perhaps they would have held some value. Yet, for someone whose attributes were nearing the 1,000 mark, undertaking these side quests seemed nothing short of a waste of time and life. Should he even consider embarking on them? Qin Feng meticulously calculated and realized that even upon completing these side quests, the total increase in his attributes would amount to merely over 200 points. While not insignificant, it was hardly substantial, and the time consumed was difficult to estimate. Particularly, the conditions for the last 2 side quests were exceedingly absurd. Ding. Side quest 99, eliminate all ghouls in this world. Reward, lifespan increase of 1,000 years. Ding. Side quest 100, create a world where humans and ghouls coexist peacefully. Reward, lifespan increase of 1,000 years. Although the rewards were enticing, promising a total of 2,000 years of life, the requirements were mutually contradictory, making it evident that he could only choose to fulfill one. Moreover, the conditions were exceedingly troublesome and evidently not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. If he wished to succeed, it would likely take several decades, if not a century. Deciding to undertake a few quests, he noted that the CCG was currently purging the remnants of the Aojirai tree organization, so he resolved to target them. After careful consideration, Qin Feng made his determination. Half a month later, riding on the momentum of the CCG's eradication of the Aojirai tree's influence, he finally located the elusive leader of the V organization, Kisei, and effortlessly dispatched him. Thus, the V organization, which had once ruled the ghoul underworld, was entirely annihilated, becoming a mere relic of history. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing side quest 1. Eliminate the leader of the V organization, Kisei. Quest reward, all attributes 20, has been issued. Please ensure to receive it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing side quest 2. Eliminate all members of the V organization. Quest reward, all attributes 20, has been issued. Please ensure to receive it. A subtle transformation occurred within Qin Feng's body, minuscule and fleeting. It was so slight that he barely sensed it, as if it were an illusion. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood that his strength had indeed increased, albeit slightly. Upon summoning his attribute panel, he discovered that each of his attributes had indeed risen to precisely 1,000 points, a perfect integer without any fractions. Merely completing these 2 side quests had consumed half a month of his time. Qin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully as he opened the side quest panel, gazing at the various missions concerning the Joker organization. If he could discover the hideout of the Joker organization and eliminate them in one fell swoop, he would be rewarded with an impressive 80 points in all attributes. However, the challenge lay in locating them, as these members of the Joker organization excelled at evading capture. Since their escape from Kakliya, Fan Ziliuoma and Father Donato Plopra had not shown their faces for quite some time, leaving him to wonder where they might be hiding. Regrettably, the system lacked a quest tracking and positioning feature, Otherwise, his task would have been considerably easier. Alas, his attribute points stood at an 8,000. And the minor surplus did not lend itself to appealing calculations. It seems fortune favored them this time. Qin Feng's obsessive-compulsive tendencies had flared up, leading him to resolve to let things be, abandoning the pursuit of his adversaries and deciding to leave the ghoul world behind. He bid farewell to the members of CCG, citing the expiration of his international exchange program as his reason. Under the watchful gazes of Jin Huusu and Armin Steeltaro, Qin Feng stepped into the airport's departure hall and boarded the flight to the Dragon Country. Shortly after the plane took off, he pressed the confirmation button for dimensional travel. Dimensional travel available using world source point. Confirm? Yes, confirm. With a swift whoosh, without any dramatic phenomena, Qin Feng vanished instantaneously from the ghoul world. After clicking confirm, he did not witness any dazzling vortex of light. Instead, the surroundings abruptly plunged into darkness for less than a second before returning to normal. As he surveyed his new environment, he found himself alone in a peculiar room. The space was rather small, perhaps less than 20 square meters, dominated by a large round table adorned with dishes and utensils, accompanied by several chairs, resembling a private dining room in a restaurant or hotel. However, what piqued his curiosity was the presence of 2 doors at either end of the room. Above one of the doors hung a display, illuminated with the letter B, accompanied by a number. Could this door lead to an elevator? Yet, what kind of restaurant or hotel suite would be so opulent as to directly connect to a private elevator? Qin Feng sensed an air of peculiarity enveloping this place, stirring within him a profound curiosity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on traversing into a new realm and acquiring a new identity card. The identity card has been issued. Please ensure its receipt. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Feng promptly summoned his system panel, and indeed, he discovered an additional identity card within his system's inventory, one that felt remarkably familiar. As before, he concentrated his mental focus upon it and activated the card, eager to unveil the nature of the world into which he had been transported. Whoosh! The identity card transformed into a streak of luminous energy, merging seamlessly with Qin Feng's being. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have attained a new identity, Hunter Examinee. Soon thereafter, a blend of fabricated yet authentic identity information manifested in Qin Feng's mind, illuminating his understanding of the world he had entered, as well as his current designation, a nondescript urban white-collar worker who had successfully navigated arduous trials to qualify as a candidate for the Hunter examination. The world he now inhabited was none other than that of the anime he had once watched, Hunter x Hunter. Oh! How astonishing it was to find himself in the realm of Hunter x Hunter. Qin Feng reopened his eyes, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Brimming with anticipation, I have become a candidate for the Hunter examination. If I succeed in passing the examination, I shall have the opportunity to directly learn the art of non. It is worth noting that within the extraordinary and adventurous realm of Hunter x Hunter, the most captivating aspect lies in the myriad forms of nin abilities. This seemingly ordinary modern world, with its cities and villages, conceals a select group of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers, known as nin users. Each nin user develops a unique nin ability that reflects their personality, qualities, hobbies, and interests, resulting in an unpredictable and diverse array of powers. There are enhancement types, emission types, manipulation types, transformation types, materialization types, and special types, alongside the concepts of restrictions and vows. These almost metaphysical superpowers enable the execution of feats that defy imagination. Regardless of the circumstances, I must master it. I wonder which of the 6 categories I will awaken to. Moreover, the quantity of nin energy is not solely dependent on one's level of cultivation, but also correlates with the inherent strength of the nin user. With his currently formidable physique, what terrifying volume of nin energy might he unleash upon development? Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Ding! A new main quest has been detected. Complete the Hunter exam. Quest reward, doubling of physical strength. Even more astonishingly, upon arriving in this new world, the main quest had been activated, and the familiar reward of doubled physical strength reappeared, simple yet brutally effective. His choice had indeed been wise. Rather than linger in the world of ghouls, engaging in tedious side quests that would consume months for a meager few dozen points in all attributes, it was far more advantageous to opt for dimensional traversal, arriving in a new realm to undertake the main quest, thus enhancing his prowess at a swifter pace. Upon the completion of this main quest, his attribute points would surge by a remarkable 1,000, far more appealing than toiling through those side quests. Just then, Qin Feng perceived a sudden tremor in the room he occupied. It was not an earthquake. Rather, it felt akin to the gentle weightlessness experienced when descending in an elevator. The monitor above the door began to flicker, the numbers incrementing from 1 to 100 in rapid succession. It became clear that this room, reminiscent of a private dining area, was not merely connected to a dedicated elevator, but was, in fact, an elevator in itself. As the numbers on the display reached B100, the room came to a slight halt, ceasing its descent, as if it had reached its destination. Subsequently, with a chime, the door beneath the monitor opened automatically. Akin to the doors of an ordinary elevator, Qin Feng's gaze ventured outward, revealing a passage reminiscent of a subway tunnel, dimly lit and extending into the depths. With a series of lights adorning the ceiling, gradually vanishing around a bend, leaving the destination shrouded in mystery. Moreover, a multitude of individuals stood outside, likely numbering in the hundreds. They too had noticed the elevator doors ajar, and these seemingly long-awaiting figures turned their attention toward him, scrutinizing him with an unusual intensity. As if assessing a potential rival, Qin Feng understood that they, like himself, were candidates in the current hunter examination. Were they not simply rivals? It is well known that the hunter examination is exceedingly brutal, with an alarmingly high elimination rate. Each session witnesses a considerable number of candidates perish during the trials, resulting in a mere handful of successful participants. When considering the selection akin to a maritime lottery, the pass rate for the hunter examination is a staggering one in several 100,000. Fortunately, the system displayed a modicum of sensibility by directly granting him the status of a candidate, sparing him from the arduous preliminary selection process. As Qin Feng met the gazes of those around him, he scrutinized them in return. It must be said that their attire was quite peculiar, each individual distinct from the others, as if they hailed from various corners of the globe. Some wielded cold weapons, while others bore sniper rifles. The assortment of styles and weaponry was remarkably eclectic and rather amusing. Paying them little heed, he exited directly into the open air. Since the last battle against He Zhong Tai, his quinquo weapon, the Great Halberd, had been destroyed, and he had not sought a new one thereafter. The CCG's experimental research division had undergone a significant purge, leaving no researchers available to forge a new quinquo for him. Moreover, he had little desire for one, as he found such weapons too fragile to withstand the full extent of his capabilities. At present, he was left with only a Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition to amuse himself, along with his invincible iron fists. As Qin Feng stepped out of the elevator, a peculiar humanoid creature, resembling an enlarged being, approached him. "Here, please accept your identification number," it said. This bean-headed being, with a face of a mournful green hue, evoked sympathy. Short in stature, lacking ears and a nose, it was clad in a black suit with a matching bow tie, presenting itself as a gentleman. In fact, it was a staff member of the hunter examination, known as Bean Face. It was not only responsible for the organizational arrangements of the examination, but also served as the secretary to Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. Upon reaching Qin Feng, it handed him a circular plastic card inscribed with the number 406. This indicated that he was the 406th candidate to arrive at the examination venue. Only those who successfully passed the preliminary selection and located the true examination site were awarded such identification, serving as a testament to their qualification. Qin Feng extended his hand to receive the item, thus becoming aware of the number of competitors present. To prevent any misplacement, please ensure that you fasten this identification tag to your chest. After offering this reminder, the bean-faced individual turned and departed, resuming his own tasks. Qin Feng, naturally adaptable, casually affixed the identification tag to the front of his attire and subsequently strode towards the gathering of examinees. Before long, he identified his desired target, a 12-year-old boy clad in green, with hair resembling that of a hedgehog, the protagonist of this world, Jay Fullis. In pursuit of his long-lost father, he aspired to become a hunter, embarking on an unforeseen adventure, humorously dubbed by many avid fans as the tale of Where Did Daddy Go? At this moment, beside young Jay stood a striking youth with golden hair, Karapika, adorned in the distinctive attire of the Kurta tribe. He bore an appearance reminiscent of a light priest from a Western fantasy game, featuring a blue robe, a white undershirt, and golden embellishments, all quite aesthetically pleasing. Accompanying them was a young man with short black hair and sunglasses, dressed in a suit, named Leorio. He carried a diamond-patterned briefcase and appeared to be in his mid-20s. Though his true age was merely 19, often teased for his prematurely mature appearance. The three of them constituted the principal trio of the anime Hunter x Hunter. Of course, another significant character would later emerge, forming a close bond with Jay, none other than the legendary assassin from the Zoldyck family, Killua. However, at this juncture, Killua was engaged in solitary skateboarding at the far end of the tunnel and had yet to encounter Jay. Indeed, the moment of his arrival coincided perfectly with the early narrative of Hunter x Hunter. Qin Feng confirmed this in his heart and had no intention of approaching the three individuals to introduce himself. After all, they were not his designated targets, and there was no necessity for such a meeting. Furthermore, as the hunter examination progressed and the number of candidates dwindled in the later stages, there would naturally be opportunities for them to become acquainted, so there was no need to rush. Qin Feng stood some 10 meters away, refraining from approaching, instead surveying the others around him in search of another intriguing character. However, someone had set their sights on him and came over uninvited. It was a short, portly middle-aged man who had been conversing with Xiao Jie and his companions, cheerfully offering them several cans of juice from his waist pouch, exuding a warm and amiable demeanor. Noticing Qin Feng's earlier glance in his direction, he took the initiative to approach. "You must be new here as well," the middle-aged man said with a friendly smile as he stood before Qin Feng. He then retrieved a can of juice from his pouch and offered it to Qin Feng, saying, "Here, this is for you." Qin Feng, who had been scanning the crowd for the figure of Hisoka, turned to regard the middle-aged man with a blank expression. He remained silent, neither speaking nor accepting the proffered juice. The middle-aged man, sensing the chill in Qin Feng's demeanor, felt a wave of pressure wash over him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. He quickly gestured to the number tag pinned to his clothing. "I am Dong Ba, number 16 in this hunter exam. Just like you," he declared, attempting to project an air of enthusiasm as he introduced himself. "I'm offering you juice. Please, take it without hesitation." Dong Ba continued to extend the juice toward him, his smile tinged with awkwardness. "Oh, Dong Ba." Qin Feng softly murmured the name of the other party, finally raising his hand to accept the juice from Dong Ba, seemingly acquiescing to his goodwill. With a crisp snap, he deftly pulled back the tab of the canned juice. Indeed, let us drink it this way." Dong Ba, feigning relief on the surface, was secretly harboring malicious thoughts. His gaze fixated on Qin Feng as he endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. With a round nose, short stature, and an outwardly innocent demeanor that exuded warmth and friendliness, Dong Ba had an alias, the Newbie Slayer, having participated in the hunter examinations 35 times. His favorite pastime was to prey upon inexperienced newcomers, utilizing his exceptional acting skills to earn their trust before ensnaring them when they least expected it. A thoroughly despicable individual. His participation in the hunter examinations was not in pursuit of the hunter title, but rather a means to inflict harm on the unwitting newcomers who mistakenly placed their trust in him, deriving amusement from their elimination. The juice he handed to Qin Feng contained a potent laxative, colorless and tasteless, capable of causing a robust adult male to suffer from diarrhea for 3 days and nights, leading to dehydration and death if not promptly treated. Those who consumed the juice would not only be eliminated from the hunter examinations but often met with a tragically untimely demise. With a heart steeped in malice and a cunning nature, many first-time candidates had fallen victim to his schemes, ultimately facing dire consequences. "This juice is quite delightful. I purchased it outside before arriving." Dong Ba feigned innocence, watching Qin Feng with bated breath, anticipating him to drink it. Noticing the unfolding drama, several onlookers cast sly glances their way, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the spectacle. Among those who had previously participated in the hunter examinations and were already aware of Dong Ba's notorious reputation, none chose to warn Qin Feng, instead embracing the notion of reducing their competition, one elimination at a time. Quite delightful. However, Qin Feng had already discerned Dong Ba's true identity. With a cold smirk, he swiftly raised his left hand, gripping Dong Ba's chin with a firm pressure. "Ah!" Dong Ba cried out, struggling in pain, his expression morphing into one of terror. Yet, Qin Feng's grip was akin to a vice, rendering him unable to escape. "What are you doing? Dong Ba, you might as well enjoy this juice yourself." With ease, he pried open Dong Ba's mouth and unceremoniously poured the entire can of juice down his throat, even crushing the metal can into a crumpled mass and forcing it in as well. A casual pat to Dong Ba's chest prompted him to swallow with a resounding gulp. Cough, cough, cough. Finally released by Qin Feng, Dong Ba's face turned a deep shade of purple, collapsing to the ground as he desperately clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the can and juice. Yet, he found it impossible, his expression growing increasingly ghastly, coughing and gagging. He was in such distress that tears and snot streamed down his face. "What are you doing?" Observing the scene, the trio who had previously conversed with Dong Ba rushed over. "Uncle Dong Ba kindly offered you juice. Why are you treating him like this?" The justice-driven Xiao Jia, unable to bear seeing the good-natured Dong Ba being bullied, confronted Qin Feng with indignation. "Why?" Qin Feng's gaze shifted from Dong Ba to Xiao Jia, his expression unchanged. "You'll know after taking a sip yourself," he remarked, calmly observing the juice held by the three. This was the juice that Dong Ba had given them earlier, which they had not yet consumed before the unfortunate incident occurred. Karapika and Liurio exchanged glances at the juice in their hands, then looked at the retching Dong Ba, and an understanding dawned upon them. Unlike Xiao Jia, who was naive and inexperienced, they possessed a keener sense of caution, albeit lacking slightly in experience. They pulled the tab of the juice can, bringing it close to their noses for a careful sniff, scrutinizing the contents meticulously. Only the carefree Xiao Jia, emboldened by his innocence, opened the juice and took a hearty gulp, only to immediately spit it out, exclaiming, "This juice seems to be spoiled." He wiped his mouth, his expression reflecting discomfort. Despite his lack of wariness, Xiao Jia's instincts were remarkably sharp, allowing him to detect the anomaly in the juice almost instantaneously. It is crucial to note that the potent laxative Dong Ba had added was colorless and tasteless, imperceptible to the average person, yet Xiao Jia discerned it, his palate more acute than that of certain wild creatures. No, this was not merely spoiled. It had been poisoned. Liurio, aspiring to be an exceptional doctor, refuted Xiao Jia's claim and examined the juice can with meticulous attention, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Indeed, if his suspicions were correct, the perpetrator of the poisoning was none other than. Karapika nodded in agreement, casting a wary glance at Dong Ba. Those who passed the rigorous selection process to acquire a hunter's examination qualification were no ordinary individuals. One had to possess considerable skill merely to arrive at this point. Had it not been for Qin Feng's intervention against Dong Ba, the three of them might have unwittingly consumed the treacherous concoction of this villain. Poisoned? Xiao Jie gasped at their revelation, taking another whiff of the juice before his expression transformed into one of realization. Uncle Dongba is actually a bad person. He quickly bowed in apology to Qin Feng, readily admitting his mistake. I'm very sorry, I misunderstood you. There's no need for concern, Qin Feng reassured him. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing the matter from his thoughts. This scene elicited a collective lament among the onlookers, who were keen to witness the unfolding drama. They believed Dongba to be ineffectual, incapable of eliminating these newcomers. Having long been aware of Dongba's notorious moniker as the newcomer killer, they harbored a nefarious desire to refrain from alerting the novices, reveling in the notion that each eliminated rival was a victory for them. If blame were to be assigned, it would solely rest upon the shoulders of the newcomers, whose inadequacies were glaringly apparent. The so-called hunter examination was indeed merciless and fiercely competitive. Trusting no one but oneself was paramount, as all were rivals in this perilous arena. Help me, Dongba, now afflicted by excruciating abdominal pain, cried out pitifully as the effects of a potent laxative began to take hold. Humph, what a treacherous individual. Little Jet glared at Dongba with indignation, yet, remaining true to his inherently kind nature, he summoned the examination staff to carry him away for medical assistance. However, this unfortunate turn of events resulted in Dongba losing his qualification for the hunter examination. Thus, he was eliminated even before the examination commenced. A tragic outcome that ultimately harmed not only others, but himself as well. Just as the turmoil began to settle, a sudden, blood-curdling scream pierced the air, heralding an astonishing accident. The multitude of candidates turned in unison to witness a man kneeling on the ground, his face a mask of terror, emitting cries of agony while his eyes widened in disbelief. To their horror, they observed that his arms had transformed into vibrant crimson petals, disintegrating into the air, creating a scene of utter surrealism. What? How could this happen? What has become of his arms? The candidates, having borne witness to this unfathomable spectacle, were taken aback. Yet none dared to approach the afflicted man. Instead, those who had been standing near him hastily retreated, fearful that his bizarre condition might extend to them, creating a wide berth around him as they recoiled in fright. Oh my, how utterly incredible! While the crowd stood in stunned silence, one individual boldly broke the stillness, drawing the attention of all present. His arms have turned into petals and vanished. The speaker, clad in the garb of a jester, regarded the man in torment with keen interest, his elongated eyes glinting with amusement as he spoke in a tone laced with mockery and a playful smile. Qin Feng recognized the identity of the individual before him, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, I have found you. He was none other than Ahsoka, a notorious figure within the realm of Hunter x Hunter, widely referred to as the fruit farmer by fervent fans. He relishes in nurturing those fruits that still bear a hint of youth, watching them ripen day by day, only to savor their delectable essence in a single, delightful bite. The protagonist, Gon, had fallen into his sights in this manner. Yet, Hisoka does not fit neatly into the role of a villain. Rather, he exists in a morally ambiguous space, embodying both light and shadow. Indeed, he is a most intriguing character. Qin Feng gazed at Hisoka, his mind beginning to ponder. He had not noticed earlier what means Hisoka had employed on that man to conjure this astonishingly magical scene before him, and he was filled with curiosity. Was it an illusionary trick? Or perhaps a manifestation of his nun abilities? Shouldn't Hisoka's nun powers be elastic love and superficial illusion? How had he managed to transform another's arm into petals, making it vanish? Qin Feng stroked his chin, observing the man's hands dissipating into nothingness, intrigued by Ahsoka's peculiar method. Have you done something to him? The other candidates, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, cast wary glances at Ahsoka. I assure you, I have not laid a finger on him. Ahsoka smiled faintly at their horrified expressions, raising his hands in mock innocence, as if to convey that he bore no responsibility. Yet, his demeanor shifted to one of amusement as he gazed at the man writhing in agony, his tone growing chilling. You ought to be more cautious next time. When you bump into someone, an apology is in order. Clearly, this was the reason for the man's current plight. He had paid a grievous price for his impudent behavior. Upon hearing Hisoka's words, a chill ran through the hearts of the candidates, confirming his involvement in this sinister affair. Moreover, the cruelty of his methods instilled a palpable sense of dread among them. They regarded Hisoka with vigilant eyes, striving to distance themselves from this perilous individual, their expressions laden with trepidation. Even Gon, Karapika, and Leorio could not suppress a gulp of fear as they witnessed the unfolding scene. The brutality of the hunter exam exceeded their expectations. As the atmosphere grew tense, a sudden, bizarre sound cut through the air, ding 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 ding. The peculiar noise, reminiscent of a frenzied alarm, captured the attention of all the hunter candidates. They turned towards the source, discovering a gentleman clad in a suit, who had inexplicably appeared nearby, holding an odd object resembling a monstrous head. The sound emanated from this peculiar item. Time's up, announced the gentleman, lifting a finger to press on a specific spot on the monstrous head's forehead. Instantly, the creature, which had been wildly wagging its tongue and making a ruckus, fell silent. I apologize for the wait, he continued, his purple-haired visage adorned with a curled mustache, his lips obscured. The registration period for this hunter exam concludes now. Any individuals who have not arrived in time will be disqualified and eliminated from the preliminary round. With that, he began to relay the long-awaited announcement. Now, let the hunter exam commence. It is essential to note that, should fortune evade you or your strength prove insufficient, it may result in severe injury or even loss of life. Nevertheless, for those resolute enough to proceed, please follow me. He gestured towards the elevator behind him. If you wish to withdraw, please exit through the same elevator you arrived in, swiftly leaving the examination site. Despite the final cautionary advice, none of the candidates faltered. Their faces remained impassive. It was evident that those lacking the requisite determination would not have endured countless hardships to arrive at this juncture. Thus, they would not choose to abandon the hunter exam. Excellent, the gentleman remarked after a brief pause, observing their resolute decision. Then, for the first examination, all 404 candidates will participate. Qin Feng's identification number is 406, yet the individual who attempted to poison him, along with the man who had lost his arm to Hisoka's peculiar method, has already been taken away by the exam staff for urgent medical attention, evidently disqualifying them from the examination. Please follow me, the gentleman announced to the crowd, turning and striding purposefully into the depths of the tunnel. Observing this, the crowd hastily followed, jogging to keep pace with him. However, as time passed, the gentleman's speed increased, his peculiar gait accelerating further, prompting the candidates to instinctively quicken their pace. I forgot to mention, I am the examiner for the first round of tests. My name is Sarts. The gentleman, who introduced himself as Sarts, began to elucidate the rules of the exam. Now, I shall lead you to the venue for the second round of testing. The venue for the second round? What of the first round? The crowd queried, glancing at Sarts' retreating figure. The first round has already commenced, Sarts replied, casting a glance back at them, his curled mustache twitching amusingly. Reaching the second venue is, in fact, the content of the first round. Is simply following you sufficient? Many candidates expressed their astonishment, pondering whether this approach was too simplistic. Indeed, Sarts affirmed, the details regarding the location and time are currently classified. You need only follow my lead. As he spoke, his pace continued to quicken, eventually resembling a full sprint. The candidates, taken aback, hurried to keep up. Speculating on the intent of this examination, Qin Feng, already privy to the unfolding narrative, understood clearly that the essence of the first round was a multifaceted test of the candidate's physical strength, endurance, temperament, and willpower. This would be an arduous marathon, requiring them not only to match Sart's pace, but also to endure the psychological torment of an uncertain finish line. They were to run continuously for nearly 7 or 8 hours, though the exact duration eluded Qin Feng. In any case, they were to persist, with Sarts, the examiner, poised to suddenly increase his speed at unpredictable intervals. Those unable to keep up would face elimination. This marathon, characterized by uncertainty regarding its duration and endpoint, would impose immense psychological pressure on the candidates. Those lacking in strength and mental fortitude would struggle to allocate their energy wisely, trailing behind Sarts as he sporadically accelerated. Prolonged exertion, coupled with the dim, narrow confines of the underground tunnel and the uncertainty of when they might reach their destination, would instill a sense of despair within the candidates, severely testing their psychological resilience. This was not a deliberate attempt by the Hunter Association to torment the candidates. Rather, it was a necessary trial for those aspiring to become genuine hunters, who must possess such formidable mental fortitude. Each examination was meticulously designed, and only those who successfully navigated these trials would be deemed worthy of learning and abilities. However, for Qin Feng, such trials were trivial. With his robust physique, this speed felt like mere play. Even if the pace were to increase tenfold, he could run for days and nights without fatigue. Following the recent incident with the juice, he and Killua had established a rapport. At present, this pace posed no challenge for Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio. They engaged in lighthearted conversation, finding the endeavor quite manageable. The trio shared their motivations for participating in the hunter exam. Killua sought to find his long-lost father, Jing Freaks. Kurapika aimed to avenge his slaughtered Kurta clan and reclaim his people as stolen eyes from the Phantom Troop. Leorio aspired to earn substantial wealth to fund his medical studies, with the ambition of becoming a distinguished doctor to assist those too impoverished to afford treatment. And you, Mr. Qin Feng? What brings you here? Killua inquired, his curiosity piqued. As for me, Qin Feng smiled and said, I am an urban investigator, tasked with apprehending murderers who pose a significant threat and may even resort to violence in their resistance. In such cases, we investigators are compelled to employ force to subdue, suppress, and capture them, and in extreme circumstances, we may even be obliged to eliminate them on the spot. Subsequently, I learned of the hunter examination and, intrigued by its prospects, decided to participate. Qin Feng winked at Xiao Jie, speaking with an air of whimsicality. The malice of minor characters like Dong Ba was all too apparent. It was evident to me at first glance. How impressive. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Xiao Jie's eyes. Are you a search officer tasked with apprehending murderers? Is that akin to the profession of a criminal investigator? This was a realm he had not previously encountered. Kurapika and Leorio exchanged glances of mild confusion, yet their regard for Qin Feng grew. For such a vocation seemed imbued with a sense of justice. Especially for Karapika, whose entire clan had been slaughtered, his animosity towards those who had perpetrated such atrocities was profound. Regrettably, ordinary detectives were ill-equipped to confront the formidable phantom troop. He had to rely solely on his own strength. As they conversed, the sound of a skateboard approached, revealing Killua. With his soft, silver hair and peach blossom-shaped eyes, he bore a somewhat aloof expression. Upon nearing the quartet, he gracefully leapt from his skateboard, cradling it as he joined them in their run. In this hunter exam, only Xiao Jie and he were of the same age, both 12. Killua had long noticed Xiao Jie's presence and had taken the initiative to introduce himself. The vivacious and cheerful Xiao Jie instantly took a liking to this new companion. And soon they were engrossed in lively conversation, their rapport blossoming. Mr. Qin Feng, have you heard of the Phantom Troop? Karapika could not contain himself, edging closer to inquire. If you are a search officer, you must possess knowledge of those scoundrels, correct? The Phantom Troop? Indeed, I am well aware of their existence. Qin Feng cast a glance at him. Although the other party had deliberately donned black contact lenses to conceal his unique crimson eyes characteristic of the Korda tribe, Qin Feng was still able to see through Karapika's disguise. It was not due to any profound expertise in the art of disguise, but rather his extraordinary perceptiveness. He could detect even the slightest hint of unnaturalness, no matter how subtle. This was a perilous A-class criminal syndicate of thieves. Qin Feng nodded slightly and spoke contemplatively. Those individuals who are wanted by the entire world are certainly not easy to deal with. I do possess some information regarding them. The words of Qin Feng brought a fleeting joy to Karapika's heart, yet his subsequent statement made Karapika realize that his elation was premature. However, I do not intend to divulge the information to you just yet. Why? Karapika's emotions began to spiral out of control. The usually composed and rational individual found himself unable to suppress his excitement whenever matters concerning the Phantom Troop arose. Mr. Qin Feng, if you require monetary compensation for the information, please let me know the amount you seek, and I shall find a way. It is not a matter of money. Noticing Karapika's impatience, Qin Feng gently patted his shoulder and remarked, I understand your urgency, but do hold on for a moment. Karapika. How could Karapika not feel anxious? The fiery gaze beneath his contact lenses was on the verge of turning crimson. If I were to tell you now, it would only bring you harm. Qin Feng understood the emotions of his companion and proceeded to explain, Karapika, your current strength is fundamentally inferior to that of the Phantom Troop. In a confrontation with them, you would be as defenseless as a newly born cub. He emphasized a particular word, cautioning his friend. Therefore, once you have successfully passed this hunter examination and become a true hunter, then seek me out. It is crucial to recognize that the members of the Phantom Troop are all nin users, and among them are the most formidable talents, possessing extraordinary power. Although Karapika has honed his martial skills to a commendable level, he remains an ordinary human. If he were to face an nin user, they would not even need to lift a finger. Merely enveloping him in their malevolent aura could frighten him to his demise, causing him to perish from sheer terror. The chasm between nin users and ordinary individuals is vast. Only by transcending this divide and becoming a non-user himself can Karapika stand on equal ground with the members of the Phantom Troop and discuss matters of revenge. One cannot help but wonder if his current formidable physique would suffice to vanquish them. Qin Feng stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. He had never engaged in combat with a non-user and was uncertain about the extent to which none would affect his performance. However, he was aware of a brutish figure within the Phantom Troop named Yuvijin, who possessed a technique known as the Overwhelming Destruction Fist. This formidable move involved channeling a vast amount of Nun into his right fist, delivering a strike of such magnitude that it could rival a missile, creating massive craters even in solid ground. This was a feat beyond Qin Feng's capabilities. If he were to strike the ground with all his might, he would merely embed his arm, akin to a chopstick piercing through a block of tofu. The prospect of creating a crater over 10 meters deep was unfathomable to him. He reflected on all the techniques within his mastery of combat, finding nothing that could achieve such destruction. It was not that he could not defeat Yuvijin, but rather that, without Nen, he could not match the sheer destructive power of such a blow. Thus, Qin Feng found himself increasingly eager for the day he would master Nun. At that point, he would no longer need to rely on the system for skill rewards, but instead depend solely on his own strength. He envisioned exclaiming, my prowess today is solely attributed to my extraordinary talent and the system that has doubled my physical capabilities. Karapika, heed my counsel. The waters here are far too deep for you to navigate. In a tone befitting a mentor, Qin Feng earnestly advised Karapika, first and foremost, consider how to successfully navigate the hunter exam. This is of paramount importance for you. Understanding the weight of his counsel, Karapika took a few deep breaths and nodded resolutely. He recognized that Mr. Qin Feng's underlying message was that this hunter exam was crucial to his eligibility for avenging himself against the Phantom Troop. Perhaps Mr. Qin Feng was aware of the intricacies of the exam, gently urging him to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Wait, Karapika, is Mr. Qin Feng your uncle? Asked Gon, who was engaged in conversation with Killua. Sensitive to a particular word, he turned his head with curiosity, but he appears even younger than Liurio. What did you just say? As Qin Feng and Karapika remained silent, Liurio erupted with fury, exclaiming loudly, I shall reiterate, I am only 19 years old. Do not regard me as an elder. His sensitivity regarding age rendered him intolerant of being called an old man, and each instance provoked a fierce outburst. Ah, my apologies. I am sorry. Gone. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, hurriedly acknowledged his mistake. He is merely 19? Indeed, he appeared far older, perhaps in his mid-20s. One could easily believe he was nearing 30. Exactly. The surrounding candidates, having overheard Liorio's furious declaration, turned their gazes towards him, scrutinizing him momentarily before succumbing to hushed whispers. Silence. You insolent fools. Liorio's forehead creased with anger, veins bulging as he completely lost his composure, a fierce blaze of indignation radiating from his figure. The other candidates, unwilling to incite further trouble over such trivial matters and risk incurring his wrath, opted for silence.